Hello everyone and welcome to Deathy's Death Slam North America, the second edition of the tournament. Today we've got a lot of deadlock ahead of us, so I'm going to explain a few things and then I'll introduce the people that I've got here with me, which is Math and Soren. So thank you for joining us today. How are you guys doing?
Doing pretty good. I'm excited to cover this event.
Awesome.
Sorry? Nah, you got it. It's going to be a good day. What I saw from DDS Part 1 last weekend was really exciting, so this should be a banger.
Awesome. So, a few things to get out of the way for everybody watching. First thing is, there are two streams. I'm going to make a pinned comment in just a second. I haven't made it, but there's the Death Slam event, Death Slam Events, which is the secondary stream. And so on this stream, we're only going to be covering the Phantom Oracle bracket. So you can type ! bracket. You can see the bracket on statlocker.gg. So feel free to check it out. But we're only covering the Phantom Oracle matches here, and then the Emissary Archon matches will be covered on the secondary stream on Death Slam Events. So today we've got 4 series, and they're all going to be best of 3. So starting here is going to be the first best of 3 series, then we're going to move on to the quarterfinals, then the semifinals, and then the finals. So we've got a lot of deadlock ahead of us, and there's going to be multiple, different casters. So Math and Soren on this stream are going to be covering the first 2 series. I'm just going to be on the panel, just, for the draft, etc. And then for the last 2 series, it's going to be Ryan Central and I that are going to be casting those. And so I think that the event has the potential to run for 7 or 8 hours, depending if every game goes to game 3 or not. It's probably going to be somewhere between 6 to 8 hours, so there's going to be a lot of deadlock content ahead of us, so I hope that, you guys at home are excited. Now, before we get into the first series, a couple things. I want to first of all give a shout out to StatLocker, ! bracket to see the bracket. StatLocker has been helping us out, getting the stats on there, so we're going to be able to see a bunch of cool stats that are going to be normally pulled automatically if everything works well, hopefully. So a huge shout out to them. Huge shout out to everybody that's involved behind the scenes, right? So Ref, Daniel, Yep, Mason, basically all the admin staff, all the bot staff, all the production. So Kashi is producing for us today. I believe Shush is observing, and then obviously you guys are here for the cast. On B stream we've got a bunch of other people as well. Hopefully they shout themselves out, but there's probably about, I would say, 15 to 20 people that are working on this project voluntarily, making it great. So huge shout out to everybody. And yeah, how are you guys? Are you guys excited to watch the Phantom Oracle, the pinnacle of North America in a way?
Yeah, I think that this should be really exciting. We've got the upper tier teams here. Obviously, no shade to the Emissary Archon teams. They're all doing really well from what I've seen as well. But we got the big boys here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really excited. I've scrimmed against a few of these teams. I've seen the work that they've been putting in definitely have improved since the first week. So nothing's really set in stone. The seeding isn't going to tell the full story here, I think, this week.
Yeah, so I guess one question I have for you, Math, because obviously I've been coaching these teams, but as a coach I have a bit of a different perspective. You've actually played against some of these guys, and obviously you're on one of the top Death Slam League teams right now. So scrimming against them, and also in your personal journey, how much do you feel like there's a big gap right now between, you guys have been together for 8, 9, or even 10 weeks, and these teams that have just formed?
Yeah, I would say I'd say the gap is less small between some of the top teams like C-Cube, Twin Omen, some players like that that have a little bit of comp experience with some of their players. But yeah, I would generally say that the gap between the DSL teams and the current DDS teams is noticeable.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's obviously very normal, right? When you stick together for a while, you're going to get better. But I think it's cool to see kind of the growth that these teams can have. And I'm really interested to see the growth that we're going to have from, day 1 of the Death Slam all the way to day 2. Because, as a reminder, we've never had the first seed win. It's never happened. So is today going to be different? I know that yesterday I coached the Compy Crayon Consumers, who are the first seed right now. They went 3-0 in the Swiss stage, and they're very positive in scrims. I think they told me they're 16-5, and they've got some really good players on their team for sure. Are they going to be able to break the curse? I don't know. I guess we'll see. But it would be first time that the first seed wins, and so I'm expecting that we might get a chance to see some upsets. we're going to take a look at the standings real quick. So we've got some nice visuals for this. So these are the standings for Emissary Archon. I'll just quickly go over, you know, some of the teams. I can also, like, while we're talking, I'll also talk a little bit about, you know, who's coaching what. But on Emissary Archon, the top teams are Friends of Humanity and Spirit Earth here, who are both undefeated. And in Oracle Phantom, we only have one undefeated team, which is Compy Crown Consumers. And they do seem to be a little bit above the rest in terms of skill from what I've seen for now, which is funny because when we formed the teams, Compy Crown Consumers were actually, you know, they weren't complaining, I don't want to say that, but they were like, we don't have an M1 player, and they were like worried that it was going to affect them or whatever. But then it seems that, you know, they were dominating the competition, being 3-0 and what. So one thing is, deadlock sometimes is not just about having the perfect team comp. A lot of it can be, you know, amended through creativity and individual skill, and also through Yoshi just pushing a patch and nerfing all the M1 heroes right before you start playing also helps.
Yeah, we've seen that most recent.
Is true, but when they went 3-0, that was still on that last patch, so they didn't have all the nerfed M1s. They made that performance without a true M1 player, while still being on that old patch where Infernus and Geist were a lot more powerful, so they may even do a little bit better this week.
Well, the patch was actually the day before last week, so this was on the last week was on new patch as well. But yeah, it happened like literally like the day before, and this is, we have a history at Death Slam events, okay, where we host an event and there's a huge patch. It's just, it happens all the time. I don't know what it is. Like, Yoshi's watching and he's like, okay, there's gonna be an event, we're gonna drop a patch right before. It happened with the whole item shop rework, for those of you that remember, with the first Death Slam NA, like before the event, just boom, huge complete rework of the game happens, like literally like 2 days before. So we have a bit of a history for that.
I think Yoshi's just a bit of a troll, because this isn't just with the Death Slam events either. Like, this happened during a Deadlock Fight Night as well. Like, Wednesday night, while we're halfway through the EU bracket, we just see, all right, big patch. Let's see how that changes things. So Yoshi's definitely keeping an eye on things and making sure we don't get too stale in the meta.
That's true. So is there anything from you guys' experience, what are you guys looking out for in the meta this tournament? Anything you're looking out to see, any heroes that you feel are like slept on, I guess? Because I think a lot of people know what heroes are OP, but which heroes do you guys feel are a little bit slept on and you might be excited to see some performances? I'll start with you, Matt.
Yeah, I think as we were talking about before the stream, I would be excited to see some Abrams gameplay this week that teams weren't particularly high prioring it. It's my most played character. I really enjoy playing him, so I'm really hoping that we can see some good Abrams gameplay this week.
What about you, Soren?
Yeah, my focus has been a lot on these big tanky heroes. I think we saw some of that towards the end of last patch, even as we were just doing the DSL games. We saw these sort of tanky heroes like Abrams or Calico or Shiv start to really put in work, even more than the M1 heroes. And now that the big gun heroes have been nerfed, I think we're going to see a lot of that be the case. A lot of the carry people, the carry performances are coming from these people who are taking a lot of damage and just not dying.
Yeah, I think for sure. One thing I'll say is, like, certain heroes have definitely been hit quite hard by some nerfs, but they're still really strong. But I think people haven't necessarily adapted yet. For example, when I was coaching yesterday, I think like people were like respecting Calico maybe a little bit too much, right? I think Calico, I mean, she still has a lot of strength for sure, but I think her strengths are a lot harder to take advantage of than they were before. Before, you could just kind of do a little bit of everything as Calico, right? You had insane movement speed, you could farm insanely fast with all the boxes, you were pretty tanky, right? You were hard to kill, and you had insane burst. Now it kind of feels like they made her a lot easier to kill. Her ultimate cooldown is significantly longer, right? She got nerfed, her ult cooldown got nerfed by a little over 20%, for those that don't know. And then on top of that, it feels like, you know, her box, obviously box runs got nerfed significantly because you can't just run through them, you have to like punch them, which might not seem like a big deal, but like definitely adds a lot of time to running the boxes when you're moving at the speed of light. So all that's left really that she has is she still has insane movement speed to rotate across the map, and she still has insane burst potential. So, but you know, a lot of people need to adjust to that new playstyle, I think.
And one of the heroes that we've seen kind of crop up that's a little unexpected for me is the McGinnis. You know, last weekend we saw several teams prio it, and even a couple of bans from that. So what do you think is due to that? Because McGinnis got a couple of changes, but it wasn't a really significant buff. So why do you think that she's picked up a little bit here in DDS?
I think I'll let Math answer this one, since, you know, he's in the Death Slam League as well. So have you guys been seeing a lot of McGinnis over there as well?
Not particularly. I think after the last big one-win tournament, there was a tiny resurgence of M1 McGinnis being played. So we saw a little spike in that. And now the debuff build, or her ult debuff build, has gotten a lot more popular with the latest patch. But there hasn't been I don't think there's been any games that I've seen on this new patch. So I don't know if teams are going to start opting to go for her more.
Okay. I think McGinnis is kind of one of those heroes that, was kind of like hanging on a very fine thread of balance where she has extremely clear weaknesses, but at the same time, her strengths can be quite strong. Like, her heal has always been incredibly valuable, right? And the metas where she's been powerful very often have revolved around her heal to some extent. But then her spirit build got buffed pretty tremendously, and then a lot of other heroes got nerfed. And so her gun has always been very good. Like, we saw it played in the one-win tournament before she got any buffs at all. And that's because a lot of other M1 carries were kind of like mid. Like, basically, if you couldn't get like Infernus, or you couldn't get Mirage, or you couldn't get specific carries, you'd be like, okay, well, we're just gonna pick McGinnis because she's got a good base gun. Her DPS is really good, and her DPS scaling is really good. And on top of that, if you just want someone to shoot, she can just stand her ground with the healing and everything. So I think that's the main reason we've seen that resurgence. I think the turret build is like incredibly annoying, but I don't think it's actually like that insane, unless they don't have any way to clear the turrets, right? So if they don't have any big AoE abilities to clear turrets, then it's really hard to deal with. But if you have like a 7 or a Geist or an Ivy, then they're more like of a nuisance than anything.
Yeah, I'd say that's pretty accurate as a McGinnis main. Like, if there's an Ivy just clearing your turrets, you're not going to do anything with that build. But Gun has remained, I would say, consistently average throughout the past couple of months. So it's exciting to me as someone who plays a lot of McGinnis to see it in some of these tournaments. But we'll have to see if anyone picks it up today. I believe we're just waiting on the teams to go into draft here, and then we'll get into it. But we were talking a little bit before we went live about what sort of heroes you expect to see prioritized here. Do you want to go through some of that for the viewers?
Sure. So from what I've coached, it seems Abrams is unlikely to get super prioritized, despite the fact that I think he's very strong. The teams don't value him very much at the moment. What seems to be highly valued is that Shiv. Shiv, Seven, Mirage, and Warden, I think, are pretty, like, unambiguously the top 4 heroes that are going to be valued by these teams. I think that there's some other heroes that are a little bit slept on. For example, I think that these teams are sleeping on Infernus a little bit. But regardless, those are probably going to be like the top 4 picks. And I think it's very likely we see a Kelvin come out early just because of how prevalent Shiv is. So if Shiv is not banned, usually, like, it's kind of like this weird dynamic where you probably don't want to give the team that has Shiv, you don't want to give them Kelvin, right? So if they pick Shiv and then they pick Kelvin, you're a little bit in trouble. So if they first pick Shiv, you might want to consider picking Kelvin as your second pick just to not let him get it. But we are getting in the draft, so I'll let you guys take it away.
Yeah, excited to see this game here between State of Wyoming and Steam Happy. Do you have any knowledge about either of these teams, Soren?
I don't. I mainly was watching the other stream for day one, and I don't think I saw either of these teams play. But I'm excited to see the Kelvin as well, I think, Deathy. I think that he's been really strong lately, and at least with the other match that I was casting recently, a team that had Kelvin won every time. So we're going to see the first ban here from State of Wyoming. They're going to ban the Shiv, as you expected. Seems like a strong hero, and so they don't want to have to deal with it.
Yeah, I mean,
as far as the coaches, just to give you guys a little bit of insight, right? And then I'll let you guys take it away further, is for Steam Happy, we have Poshipop on coaching. And then State of Wyoming, we also have Poshipop coaching. So this is a little bit of like, inner family, slaughter. So Poshi's probably watching this, is like watching his children fight. So this is probably quite emotional.
Yeah, excited to see Poshi or all the people watching. And it seems like Steam Happy has gone with a Warden ban. Makes a lot of sense. Super strong team fight ult, has a lot of really strong laning combinations with characters like Vindicta, Haze, Holiday. Makes sense that Steam Happy wants to ban, and State of Wyoming then first pick 7. As we were talking about, this hero just very high prio right now with all the spirit buffs. He just does insane damage throughout the game.
Yeah, I think either his ult build or his like power surge build, going for the more gun hybrid sort of playstyle, both of those are strong. I think with Warden gone, Seven's going to be the main person with a big impactful team fight ult, we're probably going to see some counter picks from Steam Happy later on in the draft that will sort of try and shut down the 7, because if you leave him unchecked, he's just going to team wipe you.
Yeah, I completely agree. And Steam Happy decides to go with the Mirage, locking in a really solid M1 for themselves with that global TP, just applying so much pressure around the map, able to rotate to fights instantly and get numbers.
Yeah, but contrary to some of the M1s that we saw a little over a week ago, Mirage isn't typically the person who's going to be, dealing a ton of the damage in team fights. His damage is definitely really strong, but in my view, I see Mirage more as like a debuff DPS. He's got the debuffs with the Gens Mark and then the Tornado. He's really useful at having the utility to set up other people with like resist shreds. So I expect to see this paired with someone who's going to do a little bit more of that finishing off, maybe like a Vindicta or an Abrams we could definitely see, but as you said, that might be a little early for that.
Yeah, maybe a little bit early, and I don't know if State of Wyoming will want to pick the Abrams into the Mirage right now, but it seems like they go with the Abrams immediately.
Yeah, there we go. I mean, Deathy was saying how strong he is right now, and it seems like that lesson sunk in with Steam Happy. They're going to go with the Abrams as their second pick. So that'll give Wyoming a lot of time to react to that, to pick some characters who are maybe a bit better at shredding down the Abrams health pool. Like an Infernus with Toxic Bullets is definitely going to do that really quickly. They're going to need someone with that upfront damage to be able to deal with someone like the Abrams, but they've got a lot of options open to them. We're still early in the draft, so I could expect to see something like a Sinclair maybe here, or someone to try and deal with the damage and the tankiness that Steam Happy have put out so far.
Yeah, I completely agree. While we're waiting for this next pick from State of Wyoming, I do want to note, though, that a lot of these teams have been struggling to use Mirage effectively. In the current DSL, over 40 games, Mirage only has a 43% win rate. Teams have been struggling to convert it. There's a Moen Krill pick from State of Wyoming. Definitely I think, potentially a little bit early on this character, but do you have any thoughts, Deathy or Soren?
Yeah, I mean, I think Moen Krill is quite strong, and also like basically the worse, I think that the lower skill level you are, like the stronger Moen Krill is. He's kind of one of those heroes. So I think State of Wyoming here are doing a draft strategy, which, not to take anything away from them, I think it's completely valid. They're going for the ease of execution, right? So 7 and Moen Krill are just extremely consistent value. Basically you press 4, you get a lot of value, right? You don't need to do good execution. Mirage, as you said, is a little bit harder to get value out of, right? Abrams also a little bit. And I was going to talk about the Pocket. I think that the Pocket here is a great pick against Abrams and also really strong. And you combine it with the Spirit Shred from 7, is going to be amping the damage of the Pocket. And also you pick Moen Krill, who can be a bit of a counter to Pocket. So I like the way that they set this up. And I think that this is a pretty solid Pocket pick here.
Yeah, a pretty solid draft so far from both sides. Definitely some changes from what we saw last weekend. The Moen Krill going early is, I would say that it is a little unusual, but if you're able to lock down the Abrams either with the 7 ult or just in the middle of your team, that's another good way to just shred down his tankiness. You don't have to burst through all of that with him regenning and his team supporting him if you just got him locked down in the middle of your team. And the Pocket, as you said, typically if he gets grabbed by the Moen Krill, he's really squishy, and so it's a good way to make sure that your Pocket's not going to get grabbed like that. And he's going to be sort of their in and out damage dealer to open up some of these fights. And to counteract that, Steam Happy are going to pick the Kelvin, who's able to lock down people a little bit easier and protect people who might be getting 7 ulted or Moen Krill ulted with his dome.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree. I really like the Kelvin pick here. I think it also just secures another really strong laner for them. My main concern about State of Wyoming right now is I think their laning is going to be somewhat weak, with 7 and Mo being their first 2 picks, while Steam Happy has just 3 incredibly solid laners.
That's definitely true. Mirage and Kelvin both know their lane prowess. 7 can hold his own for sure, but Moen Krill and Pocket are typically relying on their other laners, so State of Wyoming are going to need some good answers to that to get some lane presence. I wouldn't hate seeing something like the Ivy, although I feel like that's a little bit weak. They may need someone who's just a little more active all the time. Steam Happy have pretty high uptime with the Kelvin, the Abrams, and the Mirage. State of Wyoming a little more reliant on windows, on having good opportunities to engage and pull off their skills, which they definitely can do with the Moen Krill being able to lock people down, but they need someone right now to just be able to stand up to the pressure that Steam Happy are going to put out and give them time to get their right windows.
Yeah, I agree. And we see a holiday ban coming out here from the side of Steam Happy, not wanting to deal with that strong, incredibly strong laning that she has with the barrel and crack shots still doing massive damage, and the pick potential that she can have just throughout the entire game.
Yeah, she's another lockdown option to help Pocket or Seven finish people off, so presumably they just don't want to deal with both the Holiday and the Mo. And of course, if someone gets soloed by that, you're just not playing the game for a solid 15 seconds while the entire enemy team takes you down, so not a fun experience. So State of Wyoming are now going to have a ban of their own. I maybe want to see them pick someone here who's a bit like the characters they already have. They've locked away a lot of the spirit damage dealers, and they're going to go for the Yamato to make sure that Steam Happy can't just bowl them over with spirit damage. And that's another high uptime hero, so Steam Happy can't continue their draft with someone like that.
Yeah, I mean, I think Yamato was a very solid ban. Just is going to do a lot of damage against Pocket and lane, and can kind of just brawl against Seven side of his ult. Very solid at doing that. Steam Happy decides to go with the Paradox here, potentially running out of characters for a dedicated pick here, with the Holiday being gone and Mo and Krill as well. Or maybe they just are really valuing Paradox right now.
I like the Paradox pick here. I think it's great against all three of the heroes that State of Wyoming have picked. As you said, it's another pick hero with the Holiday and the Mo gone. There's not a lot of those left, but they're able to swap someone like the Mo and Krill, who's trying to take advantage of the fact that he's in his team and you're not. So he's able to swap and sort of reverse the situation. Also able to, if you can land the shots, you can get the Pocket and make sure that he's silenced with the third upgrade of the wall. Or even just the Seven, who is in his ult and he's hard to reach up in the skybox. Paradox can swap him down there, so I think it's a really solid pick. And State of Wyoming are going to answer that with a Vindicta. Straight
into the Dynamo, yeah. State of Wyoming going for a lot of these really big teamfight ults. Team Happy doesn't really have much. They have the Kelvin Dome for teamfight, but outside of that, not much teamfight on their side. I'm guessing State of Wyoming just kind of wants to dominate them in these early and mid-game fights around the map, and hope that Pocket and Seven can then scale to win them the game.
Yeah, but that said, they don't have a lot of frontline presence. That's something we see in the front half of Steam Happy's draft, is that they just have people to shove waves and get in the enemy's face. Not a lot of that from State of Wyoming, so they're relying more on some of these pick comps, and they're going to continue that with the Haze, whereas Steam Happy are going to get a little bit more initiation and brawl with the Lash and the Infernus. So very, very conflicting playstyles, I think, from these teams, but either one could work out depending on the day.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I'm really excited to see this match. I think Steam Happy might have a bit of an advantage earlier on in the game. Just State of Wyoming having fairly weak-ish laners between Dynamo, Mo, Seven. Haze herself isn't the strongest laner against some of these really strong lanes that Steam Happy can potentially put out, like Kelvin Abrams. You could see like Mirage Paradox as well going together. Just yeah, I think this game, a lot of it's going to be decided in that early laning part.
I think Steam Happy are definitely advantaged there. Go ahead, Deathy.
If I may just add something, one thing is, even in the Death Slam League, at this level, people struggle to capitalize off of good lanes. And so even though, like, in theory, Steam Happy may have the laning advantage, I think that the Dynamo kind of wild card may, like, be very, very scary to deal with, especially when you look at Steam Happy's answers to the Dynamo, right? And there's really, like, only Lash that can save his ult for Dynamo, but we'll see if the Lash has kind of the discipline to do that. And also, like, I don't really see a lot of people build Curse at this level to kind of stop the Dynamo ults. I've been telling a lot of teams, like, hey, if you're playing against Dynamo, you gotta build Curse. It's a really good item, and also, like, nullifies a lot of heroes, especially, like, you're playing against Dynamo, you're playing against Pocket, you're playing against Seven. Like, Curse has a lot of value in getting those interrupts, but Steam Happy has not a lot of those, and usually Abrams right now doesn't max ult early, so you won't really have, like, that max Abrams ult to stop the black hole either. So I'm a little bit worried about the teamfight potential of Steam Happy. I think State of Wyoming kind of have, like, the easy buttons to press. Steam Happy, it's a little bit harder, and I also Abrams ult to stop the black hole either. So I'm a little bit worried about the teamfight potential of Steam Happy. Buttons to press. Steam Happy, it's a little bit harder, and I also think Affliction could go, like, super crazy here for sure against the Kelvin Abrams, Infernus, etc. So a little bit easier to play, except minus the haze. The haze, we'll see how it goes. I would have preferred that they, you know, get a Lash or Infernus earlier. I did, just because I don't think it was going to be like contested, but yeah.
Yeah, I think I definitely would have liked to see an Infernus pick from State of and Abrams being a strong dome fighter, able to apply a lot of those anti-heals. Just, I feel like I agree. Infernus would have been a fairly solid pick. I don't think Dynamo would have been that contested either. You would have liked to see Steam Happy pick up a bit earlier instead of the Paradox at that position.
For me, I think instead of Paradox, I don't really think Paradox is really that good. I think that Steam Happy could have considered a few things. I don't know if I would have picked up Haze. I think a Vindicta would have been a decent option, especially since if you give the Vindicta to State of Wyoming, it's a little scary for you. Because I don't like the fact that Steam Happy kind of gave State of Wyoming all the like AoE CC, right? They gave Vindicta, Dynamo 7. Like, you're going to have a lot of stuns and a lot of disable, especially if Vindicta goes double tether. And also you're going to have a lot of shred, right? You're playing in 7 and Vindicta shred. So the double Spirit Shred could be a bit of an issue. So maybe if they picked Vindicta instead of Paradox, that probably would have been better. A Bebop also would have been quite decent in my opinion, but I don't know if they play Bebop. Like, that hero's kind of like, if you don't play him, he's pretty bad.
Yeah, so I expect Steam Happy to go for sort of a brawling playstyle here. If they're able to capitalize on their lane advantage and then snowball from there, I would really hope that they keep aggressive. You know, keep State of Wyoming from being able to just take picks at them. But State of Wyoming have so much of that area of effect things. Like, a lot of these heroes, in general, I would say are not as good quality-wise as what Steam Happy have, but they're able to do a lot in these big grouped-up team fights. So if Steam Happy get a little too brawl-happy, you've got like 4 different ults that can punish that, with the Haze, the Dynamo, the Pocket, the 7, the Vindicta Tether. A lot of tools there to be able to answer anyone who tries to think that they can just brawl at you. Group up as a big stack of 6 and take a walker. So I want to see State of Wyoming try and punish that playstyle if Steam Happy go for it, but it's going to come down to execution. Which of these two teams performs better? And we're going to get into the game now.
All right, so going into the game, I'll leave you guys to take it away. I'll be back in between breaks, guys, so enjoy the stream. Thank you guys so much for joining us. It's a really, really special event, and I hope that you guys enjoy. Now, take it away.
Yeah, I mean, on the side of State of Wyoming, it seems like they've decided to put 7 and Mo together on the left lane, Vindicta and Pocket on the center lane, and Haze Dynamo together on that far right lane.
I say that's good combos in general. The right side might be a little weak, especially into the Mirage Paradox, who are going to have a lot of poke damage. So right lane might be a bit of a sack lane there for State of Wyoming. We see them already pushing up into the Guardian here with the Mirage and the Paradox. Meanwhile, Steam Happy in the middle lane have chosen Lash and Abrams to go together, and on the left, the Kelvin and Furnace.
Yeah, definitely some interesting pairings here. I'm really excited to see how this right lane plays out. Haze Dynamo, 2 rather weak laners against the oppressive poke that Mirage and Paradox can have. Getting like a few denies coming out here. But most of all, these teams are just relaxing, clearing their waves, and playing a little bit passive.
Yeah, it's early lane. For someone to go down this early, I think there would have to be a rather big mistake. But here in the mid lane, we see Pocket already very, very low. The poke from the Abrams and the Infernus looks like they've gone a bit deep. Or excuse me, the Abrams and the Lash. They've got them pretty low, but the Vindicta here is going to try and stall and make sure that his teammate can get out safe.
I really don't know if Pocket's going to be able to get out here. They also may just turn on this Vindicta, see that she used her parry, and end up turning on her, and Abrams just shoots Pocket down, and they let Vin get out.
Maybe a caster curse there. I said it'd be a big mistake for someone to go down early, and immediately Chrono-G just says, no, I'll go down here. But he did manage to get at least the Lash here from Slitherus quite low, so that's not nothing. Vindicta now going to stall the wave until her teammate can get back so that they can split those souls effectively. Meanwhile, on the left side, it looks like State of Wyoming are the ones pushing up into the Steam Happy Tower. Make sure that they get lane priority so that at 2 minutes now they can take the boxes and the statues.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely would have been a little bit nervous there on Mo. 7 was all the way back at the shop. Potentially a little bit of miscoordination between these two. Hopefully they can resolve that and to play out the rest of this lane.
Yeah, it's scary being caught up alone like that, but you are Mo and Krill, which is one of the tankier laning heroes to start with, so he had a good bit of HP to work with. Now we're actually going to see the Haze and the Dynamo getting a bit of lane pressure. Maybe just Team Happy not shoving their wave quite as hard, but it's not going to result in too terribly much. Neither Dynamo nor Haze has the damage to output this early.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this might be a bit greedy from the Dynamo here. Mirage just getting a lot of poke on these players standing out, but it seems like they are getting some denies by pushing these waves continuously into the side of Steam Happy.
Yeah, they're getting really aggressive now, trying to get at least a bit of Guardian chip damage. They're able to stay relatively healthy with the Dynamo heal, being able to affect both players, but he's going to have to work really hard to out-heal the damage that comes out from the Mirage and the Paradox.
And yeah, Dynamo landing a strong kinetic pulse. Just have to respect that space in front of him, or he can start doing a lot of damage rather quickly. And Haze goes down. Dynamo connecting those pulses, and another parry. Paradox, somehow her parry doesn't connect, and she ends up going down for it. Mirage incredibly low. Will Dynamo hunt for the kill here? No, it looks like he's just backing off. I would really rather not have shot the minion and wait for his partner to come back, but...
Hey, that's okay. Sometimes you just need to get a little bit more souls. Graviton does a great job there in the little melee brawl. It looked like maybe the parry just wasn't close enough to be able to protect World on the Mirage. But yeah, just a couple missed parries, and you can see how a fight changes like that. It's a 1-for-1 trade, and it looks like the Dynamo got away with more health, so maybe a little bit of pressure now able to come out in that lane for State of Wyoming. Here in the middle, it looks pretty even. Soul count's not terribly far towards Team Happy, despite them getting that first initial kill. The Guardians also looking relatively healthy, but now Team Happy looking to reassert their lane pressure.
I mean, yeah, I was Steam Happy as well. Abrams at that ult. Lash about to hit it. He should be able to get his ult first, and but we see a fight breaking out here on this side. Dynamo super low, and Mirage is able to connect the kill.
There's that poke turning into kills. Dynamo was just so low, and Haze doesn't have the damage to be able to rebuff the Mirage and the Paradox coming in to finish him off. You know, he certainly tried his best. He got the Mirage down to half HP, but now they've got some free time to come in here, shove the wave, and poke the tower.
Yeah, and as we saw in that center lane, Pocket just went down again. Lash used his ult to be able to find that kill. And it looks like Haze being fairly aggressive here. Paradox getting very hurt.
Yeah, good job there from Babbage's, getting in some damage, making sure that they can't poke up too far now. They might be able to get some tower damage while they're back at shop trying to buy. Yeah, they're going to get the tower down at least a quarter of the way, so some good early pressure. That's so far the most damage we've seen on any Guardian, so Dr. Defiance doing a good job there of pressuring them as much as they can. This Haze starting to come online now that ults are coming up. Steam Happy were able to get theirs first, but Draguton, we saw earlier, used his to try and get aggressive. It didn't quite work out, so a lot of ults coming up now. Hopefully we're going to see some more fights break out, people starting to use these ults, getting the most value out of them early as they can.
Yeah, I agree. 7 having this ult now is going to be able to get a lot of pressure, but Mirage finds another kill on the Haze, and they're not going to let this Dynamo go here, still chasing him down. Big kinetic pulse from the Dynamo. Mirage getting rather hurt, but I don't think he's going to let Dynamo out here, but the mark just doesn't do enough. Dynamo incredibly hurt. Going to be so hard to defend this tower from Mirage and Paradox.
Yeah, but Haze is coming back now. She's arrived, and she's got a full health bar, and that's going to force Mirage to go back, use his zip boost to just heal up at base. Flash up here maintaining high ground, wants to get some of that big damage from the slam if anyone overextends. Doesn't look like State of Wyoming are going to give him the chance, though. Just playing safe.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm on the side of State of Wyoming, I am a little bit concerned. Pocket about 1,500 souls behind this Abrams and Lash right now. Going to be really hard to fight in a defend your Guardian for too much longer. This Mo and Furnace lane fighting. They found a dome on the Mo to isolate him. Furnace running around, but... And yeah, oh, they were able to connect the kill.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of miscommunication there with the 7 again. Mo goes in for the ult, but 7's not there to follow up on the damage, so Icy Who comes in on the Kelvin and is able to get the dome, isolate him with the Flame Dash from the Infernus, and that's a lot of damage that you can't out-heal. So Now they're going to get a little bit of aggression here. Poke a little on the tower while the Mo is still respawning. He should have boost, so he's able to get back pretty quickly. Meanwhile here,
Mo
gonna see him take a lot of
going
damage.
in. I feel like Infernus definitely could have turned that with his ult and Flame Dash just about to come up.
It's possible, but you don't want to overextend into someone who just respawned, so they're just going to play it safe instead.
Definitely fair from both sides. Lash, or Pocket, finds an ult on the Lash, dodging the Abrams death ground slam.
Good awareness from the Pocket to be able to dodge both the pressure from the Lash and the Abrams. The ult is going to get a decent bit of value, but this early in the game, it's not going to pose enough of a threat to go back to base to heal. So the Abrams, not feeling the threat, he's just going to stay here and try and heal up a bit with some of Abrams' natural regen. So that's a big ult now gone for State of Wyoming in this lane. They're going to have to find something else to keep them off this tower. That tether's going to do a lot of damage, but Lash is going to throw Vindicta down.
But they
get a bit of
aren't
Guardian
able
pressure,
to
but
connect
she's
that
still
Abrams
relatively
slam.
healthy.
A little bit of miscommunication between the two teams.
Yeah, I think he had used it earlier, and Vindicta just barely misses the snipe on the Abrams in the shot, so not able to finish that off. She's still going for it, but another miss.
Yeah, Vindicta and Pocket on the side of State of Wyoming being so aggressive here, realizing how low this Lash and Abrams are. This is their time to push back into the enemy tower and get some pressure going.
Good awareness here from Trax and Crinergy. But Lash isn't going to full back. He's still staying relatively up to be able to push the minions. I don't know how that's going to work out for them. They need to be able to reset so that they can push away from the Guardian. Meanwhile, here on the right, it looks like some more advantage for State of Wyoming. They're pushing up into the Guardian. Their own Guardian has gone relatively low while we've been away, but now they're in a position of power. Looks like Paradox had to go back to base to heal, but they've got the ult, so if they get back here and are able to swap someone into the tower, that could be a lot of big damage.
Yeah, Paradox looking for a fight here on this Haze. Is she going to go for the swap? She does! Haze is swapped back out, breaks to the right to try and get away. Paradox not letting her go. Dynamo able to kill her partner while this Paradox is 1v1ing the Haze. Are they going to be able to secure a kill here? A big parry from Paradox. Dynamo might go down here now.
What awareness from Canbred there. He doesn't fall for the 3 bait melees and instead parries the exact one that comes for him. So Gragerton putting in a lot of work here on the Dynamo, but Canbred shows him one up. Now they've got a lot of damage. They should be able to take this tower pretty easily, maybe even go further and catch the Haze.
Oh, I think very disciplined play from the side of Paradox and Mirage, not overextending there for the Haze, realizing that they're both low, don't know where her partner's going to be showing back up on the map. But it seems while that was happening, the Abrams and Lash lost their Guardian in that mid lane, so 1 Guardian per team right now.
Yeah, that's going to be the first part of that flex slot. It's 10 minutes now, and we haven't seen a whole lot of Guardians go down. So it's fairly slow laning stage so far. You got to think that that favors Wyoming a little bit because it gives them more time to get their kits online, but it's still definitely pretty even overall.
Yeah, that's definitely true. Pocket getting a good affliction on the Abrams, going to make it so he probably has to go back to base and heal up a little bit, but yeah, that's what he's going to do. They have just a lot of unspent gold after losing that Guardian that they just need to go back to base or find a way to get to that secret shop and buy. Furnace going on the Mo here. And there he goes. That Flame Dash doing so much damage.
Infernus is one of the heroes we highlighted as being an answer to this Mo. Mo really wants to be able to heal off a lot of the damage that he's getting. Infernus has some natural anti-heal in his kit, one of the only heroes with the ability to stop people from healing outside of his ult. So it's a good idea for the Infernus here from Slackjaw to be countering this Mo and punishing him anytime that he tries to get too aggressive. Seven now going to do a good job of keeping the minion wave off. He's rotated over to this lane while Mo is going to mid to help out with some of the Steam Happy members who are over there. Now a good tether from the Vindicta. She's going to try and punish this Infernus, but he gets away with Flame Dash.
Great play from both sides, just backing off here, waiting for Kelvin to heal up. Just going to chill out here. This Infernus starting to get a decent soul lead, hitting 10k. He has that ult. I'd really like to see him push back into this opposing team, try and make some play happen. But as we see in this middle lane, Lash Mo's rotated over here, and Lash is going down for him in their shop. I think Mo's going down. Ours team, Abrams comes through and just runs him over with the shoulder bash. Pocket on the Paradox finds the kill, but will Pocket be able to get out himself? Lash, Abrams chasing. He's so hurt. And
it looks like he's going to get to Walker.
On 1 HP.
Yeah, they're not going to chase that deep, so this Pocket Trax is now going to get some time to just reset, make sure that he takes the wave. Lash going in, though. He manages to find the slam, and Trax goes down.
Yeah, Pocket definitely should have played a little bit more passively there. Potentially even gone back to base and let some Walker damage go through to prevent this death from happening. But good job from the Lash, being able to find that kill, punishing that Pocket for overextending. Dynamo having Black Hole here, starting to play very aggressively.
They're just trying to get this last Guardian, make sure that they get the flex slot. This is the only Guardian remaining for either side, but it's going to be State of Wyoming who have the first casualty. Not enough members rotating over to deal with the 4 we see stacked from Steam Happy.
That is true, but there's a massive Dynamo Black Hole. 7 coming through with the ult. Domes off the 7. And immediately gets the kill, and that Black Hole just not able to do enough damage. Pocket coming through with an Affliction. Lash hiding in a corner right now. They found Dynamo behind the Walker. Steam Happy running over State of Wyoming here in this fight.
There's those brawl characters that we were talking about, just able to get in their face and absorb the Guardian pressure and take out people who are even behind there. State of Wyoming find a little bit of pressure on the right side. Hayes pushing the Walker with only Paradox there to defend, but that's going to be the first flex slot going over to Steam Happy. State of Wyoming still need to push in to try and get theirs back. It's a good swap from the Paradox, but they're not going to find the kill.
Yeah, Hayes playing very aggressively there. Luckily, Mirage was able to peel for her at the last minute. Kelvin trying to run the Cern, but Pocket found him in that secret shop. Going to just let him go. I think they're going to just take this side Guardian and potentially trade Earn for it.
That's probably a good decision for Steam Happy. They're glad that Wyoming made that decision. They're going to give up the flex slot, but that Guardian wasn't going to stand for forever anyway. Although they're not really going to get aggressive on this Earn. They maybe don't realize that it's just Hayes there to defend. Surely Paradox is going to scout that out now and let them know it's safe to come over.
Yeah, I think he got a little bit scared there. That Mo was kind of running him down in the jungle. Didn't really have a teammate with him to capitalize if he did find a combo, but a little bit scary to just run at a pick character and look for a deposit. But they do realize it is just Hayes here. Pocket getting behind the Mirage here on the off lane. Abrams fighting over here on the Hayes. Not able to find the connection. Isn't able to get up the wall.
Meanwhile, we're going to see 3 members of Wyoming here on the left side pressuring this Mirage. And he's going to go down very quickly to that Alchemical Fire and the snipe from the Vindicta. It's a good parry. Doesn't keep him alive, though. State of Wyoming realized that that's all that they can get in this lane, and they're just going to back off, take a little bit of farm. 3 members of Steam Happy in the mid lane. They're not doing a whole lot there. Prefer to see them spread out and take a bit of farm. But Wyoming are going to have to answer them pretty quickly before they can shove the wave into the Walker, at least.
Yeah, still seeing all of these sinner sacrifices up here on the side of Steam Happy. Would definitely like to see them get their frontliner in there to capitalize on all those buffs that they give. Flash on this Pocket here, looking for an ult. He wastes Suitcase and he's thrown down. Unfortunately, he isn't able to connect with the ground strike. Pocket pops Affliction. His team has come to peel for him, and it looks like this fight is just getting reversed on its head. Will Lash be able to get away? Dynamo warpstoning in, not letting him out. So low. Pocket coming through. Absolutely 1 HP. And Pocket runs him down, able to get the kill.
That's great follow-up there from Wyoming. They see that one of their members is in trouble, and everyone comes to answer. Steam Happy are going to get some pressure in the side lanes for this, but that's a good kill to try and answer up some of this soul lead. We saw Steam Happy climb ahead by almost 8,000. Wyoming have now answered that, and is back to even with that kill, plus a little bit of lane pressure. They're maybe going to try and infiltrate some of this farm that Steam Happy have not taken advantage of, and we're going to see Infernus get under some pressure here as well.
Yeah, that Vindicta was coming from behind the Infernus, was able to hyperline him into a stake, but the team just wasn't ready to capitalize on the pin. They found Save Wyoming in their jungle. Mirage just trying to deflect them off. But Mo, he's coming back in. The team is here, and I think they want to fight.
This is aggressive from State of Wyoming. They're taking a fight in the enemy's territory, and they see that they're not confident that they can win this fight with all the ults up from Steam Happy. They've got a lot of their own, but they decide, let's just back off for now.
Very true. And we've seen this offlane. Paradox and Pocket are fighting right now. Just Pocket trying to defend this Walker of his. I really would have liked to see a different character than Paradox here, but Mo finds the Paradox. 7 in Pocket coming through. That jump pad is right there, but will Paradox be able to get out? I don't think she will. She's so low, and Mo and Pocket just able to find a kill, punishing that Paradox for overextending and on the split push of the Walker.
Yeah, just stayed a little bit too long. I think Steam Happy could have communicated to her that, hey, they backed off of where we are. You should be wary of them coming over to stop you from being able to get back safely. So that's now a 1-man advantage for State of Wyoming, rather, and they're going to try and push into some of this jungle a little bit to head off Steam Happy from being able to take the soul lead again. They're not going to get a whole lot for it. Both teams just kind of posturing and poking at each other, but the lanes are favorable for State of Wyoming. They could get some pressure off of this.
Yeah, I like how State of Wyoming is playing, staying fairly grouped up, looking for these fights. Honestly, I wish they'd play a little bit more aggressively and just look to pop some ults on people and get some kills to try and convert it into a Walker.
Yeah, it's still a little dangerous to go for these Walkers without something of a team fight win. You know, 18 minutes is not when you just want to be inting for these Walkers, but 6 Walkers up is still a little unusual. So one team going to have to pick to be the aggressors here and walk into the other to make something happen. But if that doesn't happen, we're just going to see a bit of a stalemate here. This does tend to happen in some of these DSL and Death Slam games, where just kind of around this point when all the Walkers are up, nobody wants to be the first one to let their Walker go, right? So both teams playing safe, taking their farm, just scaling to get their builds online.
Yeah, some potential nerves here from these teams as well. This being the first game of their big playoff that they've been prepping for 2 weeks now. Also, buffs coming up in 40 seconds. I think these teams are going to want to play a little bit more passively, just fight for some map control to try and secure the buff, and State of Wyoming will probably try and force a fight over that buff and earn. Oh, finding a pick on the Abrams, but really can't convert much. Lash finds a counter ult, though, on the Pocket. Doesn't realize he had his cloak out, and Pocket's able to just immediately teleport away. Are they going to let him out? Mirage finds him. No movement skills from this Pocket right now. I don't think Mirage is going to let him go. There goes the
There's
Pocket.
that first pick.
Abrams looking like he was trying to kill the Mo, but Mo able to get away. Such a tanky character and surprisingly mobile as well. A fight breaking on the other side of the map between Paradox and Paradox and Furnace. They pop this Dynamo ult. Buffs have come up. Paradox so incredibly hurt. Vindicta finds a stake. Paradox absolute 1. Haze able to clean up the kill. And then on the other side of the map, another fight is breaking out again on the with the Abrams and Lash. Mo not able to find a combo though. Both sides just decide to back off.
We're seeing both these teams overcome their nerves a little bit as the buffs were just about to come up. They were forced to get a little out of their comfort zone there and position themselves to get the buffs, and we see several kills come out of that. But since it's pretty even, you know, both sides taking some losses, nobody's really going to be able to get aggressive here. The buffs were taken. I think it was 1 to each team. Let's see if we can try and find who got those, but yeah, not a whole lot going to be happening as a result of that, despite the kills looking impressive.
Yeah, I think on State of Wyoming here, maybe a preemptive Dynamo ult. It's going to be a little bit harder for them to go for that Earn fight now that that ult is going to be on such a long cooldown.
Yeah, so we see the Infernus from Steam Happy there with the survival buff. That's going to help him stay up a little bit and make sure that he can deal his damage. Pocket here now finding an engage onto the Lash, but Mirage TP's over and he's got to get out of here.
Yeah, potentially a little bit of a wasted TP from the Mirage there. I don't really feel like this is that big of a fight, but he's trying to make it one. Lash coming back in. They're really looking for this Pocket. He teleports out. Mirage on the Vindicta, chasing her down. Vindicta running around that corner, finds a tether, climbing away. Mirage is so hurt. I don't know how much longer he can stand up here. Pocket going in. 7 comes in. Lash counter ults him. But it's too late. Mirage goes down. Side of State of Wyoming, they just responded to this fight so well.
It's a good job from Wyoming, again being there to rotate for their vulnerable team member. Trax there on the Pocket got a little bit caught out. Maybe wasn't expecting 3 members of Steam Happy to be there. He was just expecting the Lash. But Wyoming come over and they cover for their teammate, and they get 1 pick, and they don't lose anybody. So
yeah,
another slight advantage for them.
not really getting much around the map to happen right now. Hayes looking for this urn, but Lash is going in. Definitely greedy here. His team isn't there to help him.
Yeah, he's just going to get CC'd down. There's so much of that on the side of State of Wyoming. They're now going to try and push for this walker, but they got to peel back and defend their own mid walker.
Yeah,
got the
Steam
advantage
Happy
there.
getting
They
a
just
lot of
need to
pressure
find the
on that
numbers
mid walker.
somewhere.
Though this fight is breaking. Fights all around the map. Paradox about to go down to this Hayes. And she finds the kill. Vindicta missed that snipe, but Hayes was able to secure it. Abrams shoulder bashing, just trying to get out. 2 picks on the side of Steam Happy. Could potentially see a mid-boss coming up here soon. A parry on the Abrams. 7 connecting with the stun. The entire team is here for him, and they're able to find the kill. Do you think we're going to see
That's
a
3
mid-boss
people down.
here,
Surely Wyoming do something with this. They're either going to go mid or they're going to push a walker. Looks like they are going mid, as you said. So this is going to force Steam Happy to do something or else give up a lot of ground here. It's a 14k lead now for Wyoming. A lot of these picks are paying off for them. They're getting the lane shoved. They've got good eco. Now's their time to strike.
These side lanes are getting rather pushed out. Dynamo isn't there to secure with the black hole. Kelvin might be trying to play around. Lash about to hit his ult. I think that they're potentially going to look to go for this. Lash gets a comboed out of his ult. Almost grabbed him off of it, but just a little bit too late. 7 pops his ult. Mirage and Kelvin showed up, but I don't think either of them are going to be able to get out. Infernus, though, good job from him, trading that Sidewalker for the mid-boss, finally getting the second flex slot unlocked for one of these teams. But with 3 players going down, I think we're going to see a bit more than one walker go down on the side of Steam Happy. State of Wyoming, I feel, can't be any happier with how that mid-boss went.
Yeah, that's kind of a worst-case scenario there for Steam Happy. They go for the steal, but they're just a little bit late to get there. It's already punched by the time that their ults start to go off, and so they lose the mid, and then they lose all 3 people who are trying to contest. So now State of Wyoming with a lot of tempo to be able to get up here. This Paradox could get caught out. There's 2 members of State of Wyoming coming over to catch her. 1 walker already down. They're looking for the second.
Yeah, Vindicta able to find the tether. Really don't think she gets out here. Dynamo and 7 just clean her up. So much pressure on this walker. 3 people still down on the side of Steam Happy, staggering out these deaths a little bit. Going to make it so hard to defend. Potentially see a TP after this. Yeah, both teams, or State of Wyoming, rushing for that teleporter. Pocket pushing the wave so that they can claim this last walker. An immediate stomp comes out, but I don't know if Steam Happy's going to really be able to capitalize on this. I think this is just going to be the 3rd walker. And Mo finds a combo. Kelvin dragging him back with Rescue Beam, so Mo decides to cancel. Doesn't want to end up inside the enemy base.
This is a fantastic push from State of Wyoming. They've gotten all 3 walkers, and they're looking for more. Their lead has now ballooned into over 30,000. This is going to be really hard for Steam Happy to come back from. They've given up so much tempo, so many objectives, and the soul lead. Base Guardian's now down. That's all flex slots for State of Wyoming unlocked. This is looking really rough for Steam Happy.
Yeah, I really don't know how Steam Happy's going to be able to get back into this. It's going to need to be a massive flash ult, but it immediately gets canceled. 2 players down on the side of Steam Happy. I think their base is just going to end up going down here. Forced inside that spawn. Paradox finds a swap, but not able to convert off of it. It's on the Moan Krill, just burrows out.
Steam Happy need to be really careful here. If they lose any more members, this could be the end of the game. That first phase Patron going down, now stalled by the Kelvin Dome, but not for long. The Patron going down will give them 20 seconds off of their respawners, so they should be able to get another fight here. They just have to not lose anybody. All their ultimates are already down, and Graviton has another black hole ready. Babbage's with the Hazel to be able to follow it up. But even still, State of Wyoming decide they don't want to risk it. They've got all their ults, they've got the rejuve, but they say, we just want farm. They want to keep this game going.
I mean, that rejuve is almost up. This is probably the only way that Steam Happy would have been able to flip, is if they were able to find some kills. A lot of money unspent on the side of State of Wyoming. We've seen 10k on the 7, 11k on the Vindicta. That urn and buffs are also up. So much farm on the side of Steam Happy that they can steal. And another fight immediately breaking out. They caught Mo and Krill just standing up there a little bit too long, and there he goes. Some good comeback souls going to the side of Steam Happy. Still 30k-ish down right now, though.
Yeah, just got caught out trying to get out. Not entirely sure how that happened, but now Steam Happy are going to grab the urn. They might be able to get it because it's a comeback urn, and the Mo and Krill are down for over a minute with the rejuve running out. Mirage staying a little bit long here with the urn. Lash is going to make sure that he gets out, but risky there.
I don't know if State of Wyoming is going to let them go. They do have this Dynamo ult. They have the 7 ult that's about to be up, and the Pocket ult. All their team fight is there. They can definitely risk it at this point and go for that potential team fight on the urn point, but it seems like they're just going to let them have it. Clear out some farm around the map and just try and reset. Wait for their Mo to come back.
Yeah, that's the safe call for sure. State of Wyoming have been playing this very safe all game. They've grouped up together. They've not gone for any risky plays. They're just continuing that philosophy here by letting the enemy team have their urn. They're down 1 player, so it's a respectable decision. But at some point here, we're going to have to see them get aggressive with this lead, or else it's going to slowly slip through their fingers. Already, we see Steam Happy closing the lead to nearly 20k. They've come back at least 8,000 so far, and with all of their farm up, they're going to make it more.
Yeah, I mean, State of Wyoming just clearing out these last bits of farms. Steam Happy grouped up, trying to confirm as much farm as they can to try and bridge this soul lead. It is getting slightly closer between these teams, but we're going to see these buff and urns coming back up in about a minute and a half. Both teams likely going to look to fight over them, and State of Wyoming going to try and close out the game.
Yeah, they're going to have to make something happen here again. They've cleared out all the farms, so there's nothing left on the map until these buffs in about a minute. Trax so far doing a lot of work on this pocket. I've been really happy with how he's been playing. Maybe a little aggressive at times, but he's got the most kills on his team so far. Crinergy also doing well. 6 kills there, just behind Trax on the pocket. Meanwhile, Steam Happy looks very even. No particular standouts either in soul count or the stats, aside from Slackjaw with that 35k souls. So he's going to need to deal a lot of the damage here in these fights to help Steam Happy come back into this.
I mean, he definitely can be. These characters, I'm guessing, don't have... Well, the Mo has quite a bit of spirit resistance, but some of them might be struggling on resistances on both sides to deal with this Gun and Furnace build. State of Wyoming having so much map control. Steam Happy needs to group up and look for something. Mo finds a combo, but Paradox looking for a swap. Potentially a bit overextended here. Will she be able to get out? Abrams slamming. Paradox so hurt. State of Wyoming running. Just decides to back off here. Paradox is able to get out. Both sides resetting. Buffs coming up in 2 seconds. I really think they should just back up and get these buffs here. Go for and force the urn fight if they really want to look for something.
I agree. I think Steam Happy are lucky to get out with their lives there. But State of Wyoming are going to still be able to make something happen if they go for these things that just popped up on the map. Paradox was looking really low as she swapped herself into the team and almost got punished for it, but, you know, managed to get away, and now they're going to live to fight another day. But mid-boss should be up here in another couple of minutes. I mean, State of Wyoming have all of the lane pressure, the buffs, even the urn if they want to take it. They've got a lot of pressure to be able to take whatever comes next.
It's very true. State of Wyoming finding a pick on the Mirage. He's so hurt. The second tether coming through. Vindicta lines up the snipe on him, and they're able to get Mirage, but Moencrow potentially a bit overextended here in this center lane. No, just too bulky, able to get away. His team is rotating to him. It's too late now. Dynamo coming through with that black hole. Doesn't have the warp stone, though.
This is how Babbages has been playing on this Moencrow all game. He's played really aggressive, and he's paid for it with his life a couple of times, but he has so much tankiness from the Scourge and the Burrow and everything that he has that he's able to be this sort of initiator for State of Wyoming on the front lines, making sure that something happens. He's just needed a little more follow-up from his team at times, and with Icy Who having this rescue beam, his combos got a lot weaker. So we need to see someone else from State of Wyoming initiate with the Moencrow, either the Dynamo with the black hole, or someone like the Vindicta to keep them tethered down, or someone to shut off the Kelvin potentially from being that savior for all of the rescues. Now we're going to see State of Wyoming with the urn. They want to force a fight.
Yeah, I really don't see how Steam Happy's going to be able to defend this. They just decided to back up and give the urn, but this really isn't going to help the soul lead. But it looks like Dynamo is able to find a black hole on 2 of the members of Steam Happy. The Paradox and the Abrams both going down. Dynamo has refreshed that ult. Just should be a very simple finish here. 7 pops his ult. Kelvin goes down. 3 people in Steam Happy down right now. Pocket going to jump into their spawn and pop an Affliction. Haze popping her ult inside of the spawn. Zoning them off, not letting them into that pit, killing them all. inside of their own base. Flash able to find an ult on too, but will it be enough? That Patron is resistant though. That wave on...
Somewhere in their state of Wyoming lost the wave, but it's going to come back in now, and this is going to be a fairly simple finish. That was just a great fight from State of Wyoming. They took the urn, they knew they forced something with it, and they capitalized on the team fight and got the win.
Yeah, potentially Steam Happy might have given up a little bit too much team fight there. A lot of really good black holes and storm clouds coming in from the Dynamo and 7, with Pocket being able to find so many kills around the map, converting off of the 2 pick characters that they had.
Yeah, State of Wyoming played around their draft really well. They stayed grouped up and made sure that they were looking for picks at every possible opportunity. We saw them get caught out a couple of times with it. Babbage's on the Moe and Krill going in a little too deep sometimes, but it worked out for them in the end, no doubt. Steam Happy kept it pretty close through the laning stage and through the mid game, but then just later weren't able to deal with all of the CC that Wyoming were throwing at them. And so they just couldn't find a way back into the game once they'd gone down a bit, and Wyoming went for that mid-boss.
Yeah, both teams a little bit late here on the buff and earns throughout the game. For Game 2, definitely would like to see both teams make a bit of an adjustment, start prioritizing these objectives a little bit higher, especially on the side of Steam Happy with so much team fight. I'd also probably like to see them play a little bit more aggressively, to be honest, with some of their ult characters, looking for some of these fights in the jungle when they have the numbers there.
Yeah, I think both teams could have used a little bit more aggression. We saw Wyoming play really safe throughout this. Even though they were looking for picks, they still didn't capitalize on them whenever they could. They played safe, recognizing that Steam Happy had the better big brawly comp, but both sides could definitely benefit from some planned aggression, going in at the right times and being together for these fights. Crinergy with a great performance on the Vindicta, got a lot of snipes, got a lot of tethers, putting in the utility as well as the damage, so great performance there. Zerk putting in the performance on the 7 as well, good teamfight ults, ended up with a lot of damage and a lot of assists because of it. Trax, of course, being the initiator, good performance all around from Wyoming, and really it was their team play to me that took this out for them.
Yeah, I mean, I think Wyoming played fantastically as a team, able to find some fairly solid picks and kills throughout the, especially the mid game, and that mid boss that they got after finding the 2 kills on the Abrams and Paradox, I believe, just snowballed them 3 walkers and got them a 30k soul advantage. So hard for Steam Happy to come back once the game has reached that state.
Yeah, that was really the turning point there. That was when Wyoming put on the Jets and completely took control of the game. After that, there was really no coming back for Steam Happy. It was just a matter of when rather than if. They staggered some of their kills. They were a little slow to rotate to that 3rd walker, maybe not realizing that Wyoming would take the TP and be so aggressive for it. But they got punished on every front after they lost the rejuve there. The contest didn't go well. The defending of the walkers didn't go well. They weren't able to defend their base. It was just a disaster from that one team fight. And that's all you need in Deadlock, is somewhere past that 20-25 minute point. If you lose one team fight that disastrously, it can just all go away like that. So it was well played from both sides up to that point, and then Wyoming just kind of took it over from there.
Yeah, I mean, Steam Happy definitely had a little bit more of an advantage out of lane. Would like to see him push that a little bit hard next time. Potentially, as Deathy was saying as well in the draft, an adjustment that they could make is prioritizing that Vindicta over the Paradox. Excited to see how both of these teams are going to be making some adjustments going into the second game.
Yeah, we should be sending to break here in just a little bit. We'll have a short break and then be back for Game 2 with the draft. So we'll see you in a bit.
Hello, welcome back, everybody. Once again, Deathy's Death Slam. I'm back. I was watching the game. I was in chat, obviously interacting with everyone. What a crazy first game we got. We saw State of Wyoming. They won in the end, but Steam Happy had a pretty convincing lead at the beginning, and it was looking a little scary. But at the end of the day, the press 4 composition was able to take it home. The Dynamo ults, the 7 ults, the ace of execution, kind of what I predicted a little bit, came to play. But a great game to watch for the first game. So how'd you guys enjoy casting that one?
I thought it was really fun seeing a lot of these big ults coming out here on both sides. The Dynamos, the 7, the Pocket. Both teams finding picks, lots of action around the map happening throughout the mid game. Really exciting deadlock to be watching and covering.
Yeah, it felt like anytime that Steam Happy's initiators went in, they'd just get punished by, Pocket ult, 7 ult, Mo and Krill, just kept coming one after another. Like, they could not catch a break anytime they tried to do something.
Yeah, and I mean, quick shout out to Jason Kaplan in the chat. He's my #1 hater, and, part of the DFN crew. We miss you, DFN, so, hearts for DFN in the chat. We hope that they come back soon and that everything's going well for them, except for Jason. Hearts for all of them except Jason, though, so, can we get some Jason hate in the chat? Thank you. Anyhow, let's move on and, talk about what does Steam Happy need to kind of change in Game 2, according to you guys, to win? Because they started on the right foot, but then it kind of slipped away from them in the mid game. What do you guys think they need to adjust, whether it be from a game plan or from a draft perspective?
I think, as you were saying in that at the beginning of that Game 1 draft, I really think they should have gone for the Vindicta there over the Paradox. That Vindicta ended up paying off so well on the side of State of Wyoming. I think if they're able to deny the Vindicta from Cringy, it'll probably pay off very well for them.
I think that they just need to prioritize a little bit more this CC. We didn't see a whole lot of value out of the Paradox, but I think that's just because there was nobody there to follow it up. It could be, as you were saying, an issue with Paradox just not being that great right now, but they didn't have any initiators to do anything besides the Lash, and Wyoming had so much CC to stop the Lash and follow up and keep going that, as I was saying, Steam Happy just never could catch a break. So I feel like I want to see them prioritize some more of these, the press 4 heroes, for sure, but also just the CC to be able to get people off their backs and punish anyone who overextends a little harder.
Yeah, I think they may also want to prioritize the Kelvin and Abrams a little bit less. Kelvin really not getting a lot of healing through that game, and Abrams not able to do too much damage either. Potentially going for some more comfortable picks for their players instead of looking for these more meta-defining heroes.
Yeah. Small little shout out once again. You guys can check the bracket on StatLocker, right? So if you go type !bracket, we can see it. We're gonna get right into the draft, but you guys can also see the game on StatLocker. So I'm gonna just link it in the chat real quick, and then I will let Math and Soren take it away from the draft.
Yeah, excited to see this draft here. Wondering what adjustments Steam Happy and State of Wyoming are going to be making. Wondering if we're going to see that Warden ban coming through again on the side of Steam Happy.
Well, the first adjustment that we see here, Steam Happy, having lost the last game, do get the preference of which side they want to be. So the first thing that changes is that they're now going to have the first pick in the first ban. They elected for that rather than having the double pick. So they're going to first ban the 7. Another meta-defining pick. They don't want State of Wyoming to have it again. That's going to leave open the Warden. Wyoming will either ban that or likely pick it early. So we'll see if they want to plan around the Warden or play it themselves.
Yeah, I mean, Steam Happy will have this Warden pick open if State of Wyoming doesn't ban it, but even if Warden gets banned here, still so many strong characters. Shiv, that we saw immediately banned last game, able to come through. Potentially seeing some of these other really prio heroes, maybe the Vindicta or a Pocket coming through early to try and deny it from the side of State of Wyoming.
I would hope that we see the Vindicta early here. She's definitely proved her worth over the last couple of matches. But, I think that could come at really any point in the draft. Preferably early, but she's just... it's so hard to turn down early. We are going to see the Shiv ban from State of Wyoming, and Steam Happy are going to first pick the Warden because of it. They banned it last time, but this time they had the first pick, so they knew that if they didn't ban him, they'd likely end up playing him. So they're still prioing him highly, it's just this time they're going to play him instead of banning.
Would definitely like to see State of Wyoming picking up the Vindicta here, denying it from Steam Happy and locking it for... I'm not sure who was on Vindicta last game, but did such an incredible job. Just as they say, give LeBron the ball.
Yeah,
Sure.
definitely wouldn't be a bad pick. It's a good combo with the Warden and also good against him. The Tether either locking people down to stay inside his ult or keeping Warden away from chasing people down. But instead, Wyoming are going to first pick the Pocket. They said, got a lot of value out of him last game. Track's looking really good on him, so we're going to keep him around, make sure that he can continue to get value. Also has some value with being able to deny the Warden. The Affliction giving a lot of anti-heal, making it possible to burst down that Warden in ult. So not a terrible pickup at all.
Yeah, I mean, I like the pocket picker from State of Wyoming, expecting to see the Vindicta coming through next. Potentially a little bit of discussion on what they think Steam Happy is going to pick and how the rest of the draft is going to shape out. On the side of Steam Happy, a few heroes that they might want to prioritize here. They went for Kelvin Abrams last game on these early picks, wondering if that is the direction that they're going to go with again after their performance last game from their team. And Mo and Krill is actually the pick here from State of Wyoming. They just really like to prio this hero, potentially having a really strong Mo on their team, just trying to get him on his most comfortable character.
Yeah, we saw the same strategy from them last draft, picking the Bow and Krill early. As Deathy said, a way to make sure that their pocket doesn't get countered in that way. But also, he was their initiator in a lot of these fights, just trying to draw Steam Happy out, making sure that they got in the fights for a lot of these big ults to come in. So Steam Happy, gonna have to answer that now, maybe with a way to lock down the pocket, make sure that he's not quite as mobile, or just try and make sure that they can play around him and not get caught by the pretty good burst damage from the Mo and Krill in the pocket.
That is true. And Steam Happy chooses to go for Infernus this game, prioritizing that hero quite highly. I really would like to see a Vindicta or a Sinclair come out on the side of Steam Happy. Both heroes so strong into Ward and pair decently well with him.
Yeah, so far not seeing Vindicta come through for either team. It could end up getting banned in the second phase of bans after we see each team pick one more hero. I'm not terribly upset to see the Infernus come early because he is a strong hero generically. Didn't see a whole lot of value from him last game though, so if they do end up drafting and continuing to prioritize this Infernus, I want to see them step it up a little more in game and get some more value from him. They're going to pick Abrams third as well. Another hero we didn't see a whole lot of value from, but they think they can make it work again.
Yeah, potentially just thinking that Abrams was struggling a lot with the a lot of CC on the side of State of Wyoming in the pocket, but we're going to see in this upcoming game if they're going to be able to get some more value out of this Abrams now that they've secured the Warden and Infernus early.
I think here, if I may interject, I think if you're State of Wyoming, the Mo and Krill pocket, I don't hate the opening, and I think Affliction gets a ton of value into Warden and Infernus Abrams, so I'm not sure that I love the response from Steam Happy. But if you're State of Wyoming here, I see a bit of a play, which would be you could pick Vindicta third here. Okay, they actually are going to do it right as I say it. And then what you do here is I would ban Yamato and then fourth pick Lash. Okay, there's no answers to Lash on Steam Happy. You're banning out Yamato, so you're banning out one of the answers. First of all, okay, so they're not going to do that, but Yamato is good because, she can remove the Affliction with her ultimate as well, right? And she can go on Vindicta, so I wouldn't want to play into Yamato. Now, they could also fourth pick it themselves if they like it. I don't think it's a bad pick here. I want to say we haven't seen Geist yet. I don't think she was touched at all last game. I think Geist is actually pretty good into the Steam Happy heroes, both Warden, Abrams, and Infernus. The life swap is really valuable, so it could be an option as well for them.
That's true, and they may still end up going for that Lash play, just banning the Kelvin, potentially afraid of getting domed off, and that might have been the reason that they went for instead of banning the Yamato there. Also denying Steam Happy the Kelvin that they had last game, maybe denying their support player their comfort pick.
Yeah, Kelvin is definitely the best support in the game at the moment, and definitely the person who you want to be buying Rescue Beam in a lot of these games. So maybe this was a pick to help their Mo and Krill get some of these combos. We saw a lot of them get denied by the Rescue Beam later in the game. But, that doesn't completely eliminate anyone from Steam Happy getting the Rescue Beam. They could still buy it if it's that big a priority. It just takes away the best user of it. And we're going to see Steam Happy with the same second man as they had last game with the Holiday. Another hero who's able to drag away members of Steam Happy out of their brawl and single them off for State of Wyoming. So they don't want to deal with another hero who does that, but they've left the Yamato open.
That is definitely true. Yamato, quite a strong layer. Don't believe that we saw her last game. Also, quite a unique and somewhat hard hero. These teams may just not have a Yamato player. I know I've seen some of these current DSL teams not picking her, but no, it seems that the Yamato is coming through. Potentially listening in on the stream a little bit on these draft picks.
Well, we got stream snipers and DDS. Who would do that?
Stream snipers with a delay. I mean, that's just, the level of skill that they have. They might be in the Discord channel. Like they're sniping the comms. But we'll see the Yamato performance. We haven't seen it yet, right? So excited. We didn't see a lot of Yamato last weekend either, so we'll see how this one goes.
No, I definitely like Yamato in the meta, though. She's one of those big brawlers that I was looking for earlier. State of Wyoming elected not to really have anyone who did that last game, and it definitely worked out for them, so proving that it can work. But this time, they want the Yamato
also, Mirage
as that
hasn't been
presence.
touched. Sorry to interrupt. I just realized Mirage hasn't been touched, so, which is kind of insane to me. Like, we're at pick 8, and he hasn't been banned or picked, which is very surprising. But I guess we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, these teams just might not feel like Mirage is getting them a lot of value. Potentially having those macro issues, just prowling some other M1s that are easier to play in these team fights to make plays with as a team rather than looking to make some more macro intensive plays around the map. And Steam Happy goes with the Viscous here. Definitely a little bit of an interesting pick, a hero that we haven't been seeing a lot lately.
It's definitely interesting. I don't know if it's... I don't know if I can say that he's great, but he's definitely not terrible. The floor of Viscous in this comp is that he can deny some of the CC from State of Wyoming. He can deny the Mo and Krill grab with the cube, or like the target of the Vindicta stakes. Even someone who's about to get afflicted by Pocket, Viscous is a very good... if you can't have Kelvin as your support, then Viscous is definitely a strong pick to substitute in for him. Even potentially like an Echo Shard cube could work here, just from the amount of dive that Wyoming have onto single targets. But the ball is also a powerful tool to be able to disrupt some of this from State of Wyoming. So overall, I'd say a solid pick, but they're going to have to play really well to get the most value out of him. Similar story with Wraith, I think. Wraith is in an interesting spot in the meta after being so heavily nerfed a couple of weeks ago. She's one of those characters that can farm up really well and get a soul lead and carry from there, but already having a Warden and an Infernus in that sort of slot already, I'm interested to see how they'll play this Wraith.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely interested to see how they go with Wraith here. Generally considered fairly weak right now by a lot of players. Also, a little bit concerned about the Viscous pick with them already having the Vindicta that can somewhat naturally deal with the Goo Ball. Double Stake looking even more appealing now for the side of State of Wyoming. And as you said earlier, I'm wondering how Steam Happy is going to manage these offlanes. Infernus and Wraith both are going to be wanting to take these offlanes and push these walkers, get really fed, so going to be interesting to see how Steam Happy chooses to play out this match. And there finally goes Mirage, pick, I believe, 14 on the side of State of Wyoming, getting themselves an M1 offlaner now. Definitely a less teamfight heavy comp, not going for the some of these ults that they had before, like the Dynamo, but there's the Lash, locking in a little bit more teamfight for themselves.
Yeah, they've got some good Lash counters on the side of Steam Happy, though. The Viscous and the Abrams and the Infernus all able to take care of the Lash ult if they play it right, but, still not a bad ult at all. Mirage going so late is definitely a surprise, but it's a good pickup. He's going to be able to deal with some of the side lane pressure from the Infernus or the Wraith, able to TP over if he's ever in real trouble. So good answer there from some of the split push that we might see from Steam Happy, who are going to pick up Paradox as their last hero.
I'm a little concerned for Steam Happy seeing these comps. I'm gonna be honest. They have some answers. Like, for example, the cube is like, you know, it can maybe answer the Bone Krill ult, or it can maybe save someone from stake, but I find that the Viscous ult is really going to struggle to get a lot of value, right? You're playing Viscous into Double Shred, Mirage Vindicta. Mirage can tornado your ball. Yamato doesn't care about your ball. Vindicta can stake your ball. Bone Krill can grab you. Like, Viscous looks rough this game. And also they have Wraith and Furnace Warden, extremely greedy, and I feel like they're like brawling mid-game is not really that good, and I feel like their team fight is okay at best. Like, I feel like State of Wyoming are favored in lane, they're favored in the mid game, and I would also favor them in the late game team fights. And so I'm not really sure when Team Happy's comp is supposed to spike. So I think that the way that they have to win this is they have to win off simply pilot diff, right? They have to just pilot their heroes really well, and maybe we have to hope that they picked comfort. Maybe that's what they're going towards, and maybe they're really good at these specific heroes, and then it could work.
I mean, yeah, we saw last game, Team Happy did come out ahead in lane, potentially due to their better laners, but also potentially due to a bit more comfort and synergy playing with each other. So they might just this game have chose to put people on characters that they are comfortable and really enjoy playing, and just try to run it out.
It looks a little rough here for Team Happy in the draft. State of Wyoming with a pretty standard comp all around, I'd say. Team Happy picking up a couple of meta heroes like the Warden and the Abrams, but overall, you got to favor State of Wyoming going into this, especially considering we just saw them get a lot of value out of half of these heroes, whereas Team Happy fell a little bit behind. So, you know, going into Game 2, anything can happen. You can always turn it around with a good mental reset, but Team Happy need that right now going into this game. They need to reset, and they need to find their mistakes and correct them for this game.
Yeah, well, you know, we're probably going to get into the game shortly once everybody's ready. As far as any prediction goes, I mean, I'm going to say that if Team Happy manage to get, you know, really fed heroes, like if they get like a really fed Wraith or Warden, they definitely have like the hyper carry potential, where State of Wyoming maybe a little bit less. Like, I do think that Yamato could potentially struggle with Infernus having the minus spirit damage and things like that. And also, like, killing the pocket if you don't land the affliction on him might be kind of tough, but yeah, I mean, I kind of just love State of Wyoming's draft overall, and so, but last game, you know, like, a lot of things happened, and Team Happy were up 10k early, so if they just managed to not bungle it, not overextend in the early game, and, you know, just kind of snowball from the laning stage, we could see a Game 3. I would love to see a Game 3. I think everybody watching would also. So we'll just hope that Team Happy is cooking something, you know, beyond our comprehension. Maybe this is a Poshy Pop pocket strategy that they've been building together in the past week. I don't know, but, you know, hopefully they've got something for us.
Yeah, potentially the secret meta being taught to them by Poshy Pop, but, you know, at that point, I think State of Wyoming may also know it. Both of these teams being coached by Poshy. Game starting up in just a second here.
What if Poshy gave them strats against each other? Since he knows both of them so well, he's like, all right, Wyoming, you guys are going against Team Happy, here's what you do. And then he told Team Happy how to beat Wyoming, and then he just like, some men just like to watch the world burn, you know? And that's Poshy. But regardless, we've got Game 2, State of Wyoming versus Team Happy. I'm going to let our casters take it away. Thank you guys so much for watching the event, and I'll be back after the break. Good luck.
Yeah, immediately a strong start here. Yamato trying to brawl this Abrams, but not finding a parry. Loses about a quarter of her health before the first wave has even happened.
Yeah, we see a couple of hero swap-ups here. Track's not going to be on the pocket this time. He's going to go onto the Yamato. I think the graphic here might be a little bit off, but that's okay. We'll get that fixed up. As for the lane matchups here, on the left side, we're going to see Infernus and Paradox against the Vindicta and the Mo. In the mid lane, as we saw there with that little brawl, we had the Pocket and the Yamato against the Abrams and the Warden. And then the right side, we got Wraith and all these V names, man. Wraith and Viscous, there we go, against the Lash and the Mirage.
Yeah, be glad that we don't have a Viper in this in this game. Seeing some pressure here from Paradox and Infernus. Or some pressure being put onto them, sorry, from the Mo and Vindicta. This lane going to look to use that big power spike that both these characters have at 3.4k souls. Mo is going to grab him, and Vindicta Snipe just does so much damage.
Yeah, presumably playing around that power spike once they get ults, but, you know, the other side, not completely defenseless against it. They've got the Paradox swap to make the Mo and Krill go a little deeper than he intended. So it's not at all out of the question that Steam Happy can put the pressure on them here.
Yeah, both teams resetting a little bit. Yamato's still somewhat hurt after this first wave. State of Wyoming players getting just a tiny bit hurt, but really, I think the denies are the real issue here. State of Wyoming just having a decent little soul lead after landing a few denies throughout this early game.
Yeah, but nothing you can't come back from. It's only 2.5 minutes, so the camp's coming up. Boxes, we're going to see Canned Bread go here on a bit of a box run before getting back to lane for the wave. That's what you need to be doing early in this game, is get your lane shoved so that you can take this small bit of farm and maybe get as much as an 800 lead to be able to get an extra item, and at that point, you're advantaged in any sort of fight that happens. But Steam Happy look like they've taken a little bit more poke here than the enemy team, at least in this lane. So they're going to have to play a little bit safer for that, maybe buy some Vitality items instead.
Yeah, Mo and Krill, not a character that traditionally is able to get a lot of damage on these enemies, but going in, a fight immediately breaks out as we cut away, and Furnace back. The stake is landed, and Furnace eating about half his health worth of damage, but Mo also super hurt. Afterburn and Flame Dash just doing so much damage to him. And Furnace not letting this Vindicta go, looking for more burns.
I think Mo and Krill was counting on a little bit more healing there from the Scorn than he got. He got Quicksilver Reload first, which is typically what we see from Mo's who want to max that Scorn and make sure that they don't die in lane, but, initiating with it means that you don't get as much heal later in the fight, so the Infernus takes advantage of that and gets him down to about half HP.
Both these teams fighting here non-stop, ignoring the wave, just looking to kill each other. Furnace getting a massive Flame Dash, but that wave is starting to push into their tower.
Great dash. He still needs to buy, though. He's got 1.9k that he needs to spend on items here. But that's great pressure to be able to capitalize once he's got that buy in. Here in the mid lane, things shaping out pretty standard. Just both sides poking out the waves. We haven't seen a lot of early kills this game. Last game, we saw the pocket go down a little bit early, but not a whole lot. That Warden looking really low, though.
Yeah, so many people getting low around that map. The Vindicta and Mo were so hurt. Warden hurt on the side of Steam Happy. Ult's about to come up on these next couple of waves. What are you expecting to see here?
I'm expecting to see State of Wyoming get a little more aggressive with these ults. There we go. That's the first kill that comes out. The Infernus going down from Canned Bread. Babbage is going deep to find that one. I'm expecting that now that they've got all these health bars low, that they take advantage of it. We saw them back off a little bit when they had the pressure last game. I don't want to see that this time. Don't let them up. Keep your advantage.
Well, I think Vindicta's backing off a tiny bit here. Let's Pocket have the buff, doesn't rotate over. Both teams, I'm really excited to see if this Mo is going to be able to find a combo on the Paradox with the snipe follow-up. Warden popping his ult on the Yamato. A little bit of missed movement, but Abrams connects the ground slam, and they're able to find a kill.
That's great teamwork there. They're very coordinated on that. Yamato wasn't even that out of position. She sort of dashed to get the power slash, but, I mean, Abrams comes in with the shoulder charge, and Warden immediately follows up with the flask, the cage, make sure that she can't get anywhere, and then just pop all of the damage on her. Didn't have her
Lash
ult up
playing
yet,
a little bit hidden here. I think he came from around, looking for the Wraith. She's absolute one. That tower blasting him. He escapes with barely escaping here, probably on even less HP than we see. My guess is like 5 or 6.
Yeah, playing to the absolute limits there, but they did get the kill. Now they back off, and they've got some time to heal.
Paradox going down the side lane again. I don't wonder if it was to a Vindicta snipe, but Moan Krill was able to find that combo, as we were saying.
Yeah, not a whole lot comes from it, though, I think. Oh, sorry, that was that one kill. That's how that happened. So, yeah, one kill coming from it, at least. So, Infernus now going to have to ward off the intruders there, make sure their tower doesn't take too much damage. Guardian's looking pretty healthy all across the lanes. That the mid Guardian for State of Wyoming, taking a little bit of damage. The Infernal Ult now comes in, catches both despite the stake, but not able to follow up too much. Vindicta goes down to about half. Canned Bread gets sniped, but still just a little bit alive. Not able to finish that one off.
So much damage coming through onto this Paradox and Infernus. Mo and Vindicta doing a fantastic job keeping the pressure here. Infernus still super hurt, has to be wary of this Vindicta snipe, but Vindicta not able to snap on seeing him here. She's trying to follow through. Still has that snipe, but chooses not to use it on the Infernus here. Would rather save it to try and get a kill on this Paradox.
Yeah, it's hard to hit a snipe from that close range, so I don't blame her for just taking the kill where she can, but that is some missed souls there that she's not able to get. You know, the extra economy from snipes usually helps Vindicta get ahead. Now it's going to be a stake on. Might be able to fight it on the Paradox.
So much damage coming through on her. She's so low, and Mo finds the combo, and Vindicta able to use that snipe and clean up this lane.
Yeah, but Infernus comes back in with a flame dash, and now Cringy has to be really careful. Mo gonna try and ward him off instead, but he's taking poke as well.
That definitely was a bit of a misplay, though. That wave pushed past Infernus and just took their Guardian.
Yeah, great observation there. I didn't realize they had pushed that far in, and clearly neither did Infernus. So that's going to be a Guardian down for Steam Happy. State of Wyoming with the first objective. And it looks like a decent chance in the rest of these lanes as well. Although, as I say that, 2 members of Steam Happy come in with their ults on this mid lane.
Yeah, no, the Paradox rotate over as well, letting the Infernus farm the solo lane. Steam Happy able to take get a lane back and trade at least.
Not even sure the Paradox was really needed there. They did a great job, Slitherix and Off Impossible, just comboing together and getting a lot of damage there. They've done that all lane. We saw that earlier, so not surprised to see them take that first Guardian. Now it's going to be the right side, and that's a focus for both teams.
Yeah, both teams looking to pick each other out. Vindicta was looking for a pick on the Abrams in the shot, but Abrams snuck up behind her. Abrams now on the run, though. Vindicta misses the snipe. But Warden is still there. Chooses to back up. Yamato so deep. Steam Happy just running away, trying to get out with their lives right now. But Mo isn't going to let them. He's so deep right now on this Abrams. If he's able to find a combo, he might be able to get the kill, but they're under that walker. I think they've gone out.
Both players just on a sliver of HP there. Surely this is going to be another tower, especially as the combo comes in to finish off Paradox. Now they've got so much pressure in this lane. Nobody there to contest them. They're going to get this Guardian.
Yeah, but they gave up that side Guardian. Infernus taking it back. Going to get all the souls from this Guardian. Starting to get a little bit fed.
That's very true. He's on 8k. The only person on Wyoming who can counter that is Cringy. As I say that, Steam Happy get another kill onto this Lash. A good chain there, just not able to get away. This right side now going to be the focus for both teams. That's the only Guardian for both sides, and now we've got 3 members of Steam Happy here just to Wyoming's 2. So they're going to need to bring someone else over. Looks like Vindicta's TPing for that.
Yeah, Vindicta happy to TP over, look for some snipes, but Warden coming in with the ult. Will this Vindicta be a little bit too late? Yeah, she doesn't TP, she just goes back to base. Lash coming through, but it's too late. That Guardian going down. Pocket whiffs the Affliction. And Steam Happy just gets away with the Guardian.
So far, some great play from Slitherus using this ult really effectively. Every time we've seen him pop it, it's either a kill or a Guardian. Now the buffs come up. A little slow on this right side here, but it's going to be Wraith who gets it in the end. ICU picking that up, the movement buff. Should help him get around the map to farm a little more.
Yeah, Bread starting to get a bit of a soul lead here on his team. Vindicta getting a bit of a lead on the side of State of Wyoming. Infernus running down the Yamato. She's able to dodge, but I don't know if she'll be able to fight in this 2v1. Her teammate coming to peel for the pocket. No, the Mo. Mo finds a combo on the Paradox. They're flipping this fight. Paradox so hurt. Uses the swap to live for another second, just trying to stall out. But she goes down. That pick attempt turned on its head again. State of Wyoming doing such a good job playing and peeling for their teammates, grabbing the urn here. Have so much control around this map.
They've already got pressure on this side lane where the urn's being dropped off. Warden and Abrams, though, looking to make sure that they can't get it. Nobody really escorting Yamato yet. It's the Mirage and the Vindicta who are already here, but Yamato's going to get jumped on by these two. Makes the urn drop with a heavy melee, and now both sides collapsing.
Abrams a little bit preemptive on that ult there. Both teams rotating over. 6 people from State of Wyoming versus the 4 from Steam Happy. Definitely a risky fight. I don't know if they should be positioned this aggressively. Paradox trying to break over. Infernus pushing the walker, hoping to draw some people off. No kills go down, but there's the urn. State of Wyoming pulling back. Need to fix these waves, but they have a decent 6k lead coming out of this early game.
I feel like there's just some misexecution there. If they'd gotten the stall at least with something like the viscous punches or the Abram shoulder charge, maybe even initiating fully with the Warden ult, they could have bought Infernus time to at least put pressure on that Walker. But instead, State of Wyoming just walk in and dump the urn.
Yeah, very true. Both teams resetting back to neutral. Would like to see State of Wyoming start putting some pressure on the jungle of Steam Happy with this Mo and Vindicta looking for some picks here. Looks like they found the Abrams and are grouping up. Steam Happy just trying to clear out this jungle as quickly as they can, but Mo roaming around the map, just looking to grab somebody. Has his team there trying to bait them back. Warden's throwing the claw. Honestly,
yeah,
it might have been worth it there for Mo to just eat the claw, try and bait them more forward.
Maybe. I think there were more members of Steam Happy there than Wyoming were counting on. Babbage's was a little bit far forward, but everyone still just posturing for this. The members of Steam Happy sandwiched by Wyoming. 4 on 4.
It is a 3v4 right now. Definitely not favored for them. Going to have to pop this Warren up, but Warren already so hurt. Escaping with 1 HP, but I don't think Mo's going to let him go. Yeah, Mo finds the combo. Lash going deep, finds the kill on the Warden. Abrams should be able to get out here. Mo backing up. Yamato pushing the other lane. Both lanes being pushed. Seeing a little bit of a skirmish here on these offsides. Paradox looking for a swap on the Vindicta potentially. They have 3 people chasing her. No stamina left. But nothing happens. Infernus, Mo, Yamato all fighting here. Infernus pops his ult. Mo's so hurt. Yamato has to pop her ult in response. Mo absolute won. And Canbred able to find the kill. Lash, who say Wyoming pops his ult but isn't able to connect it on anybody. And Steam Happy just gets away with a pick here.
It's good initiation from them. They saw someone a little bit out of position and they all rushed in to try and kill them. Trax with the Yamato, able to use the ult and get away safely, but his teammate not so lucky, and neither is Icy out. He's going to get picked here, maybe just stayed a little bit too late as the fight from the left side was resolving. The call wasn't made that they were coming back for him, and so he gets picked as well.
Yeah, Mirage, potentially a little bit of a greedy teleport here. His team already responding to the wave. Don't think he needed to TP on that Abrams, but going to just go back to jungle. Both teams resetting to neutral. These buffs coming up in 15 seconds.
Yeah, this is where we need to see some side make it happen. Looks like a bit of a brawl forming here on the right side, but left side buff mostly uncontested. Might be Vindicta versus Infernus. Just 3 seconds now, and it looks like State of Wyoming are better positioned.
I mean, I would say both teams are a bit poorly positioned. Nobody's up there on that bridge right now. I think either team could have snuck up there and stole it and to start out the fight. But
that's probably the best person to be grabbing that buff, though, if you're State of Wyoming. Trax on the Yamato, who needs to scale a little bit more. Spirit buff very strong for her, so hopefully going to make some use of that.
Looking for a pick on this Moen Krill. He just walks out. Yamato coming through from the side. Steam Happy backing up, knowing that State of Wyoming likes to converge on them, being a bit overextended. Will send a lot of people to help peel for their teammates.
Yeah, just some small skirmishes. No real engages coming out so far, despite the buffs. Now seeing 2 people come in from the side of Steam Happy, but they don't realize that so many members of State of Wyoming are here. If they see that, they may just need to back off, but it might be too late.
Yeah, State of Wyoming kind of letting their lanes get pushed in here, giving Steam Happy an opportunity to grab this urn. They are 7k down right now, with Lash having his ult up, but will they be able to... I don't know if they think they'll be able to win that fight. Mirage is booking it down the side lane right now. Seems like Steam Happy is just kind of grouping up, getting ready to look for this urn push. Paradox responding. All their waves getting pushed in by State of Wyoming. But
it's good lane pressure here. You see the classic Mirage split push. Typically how that works is if he gets answered, then he just TPs over to the fight. But now he's gotten caught. It's too late for him to TP. His team are trying to make use of it by going for this Sidewalker and maybe the urn afterwards. But certainly Dr. Defiance is going to go down here. He's fed, but he's not that fed.
I mean, just an over-response here. They're running down this Mirage, but they had to drop the urn, and 5 people are pushing this yellow walker. Will Steam Happy be able to hold? They popped the Warden ult, but they're all so hurt. Warden 1, Wraith also low, having to back up. These two, this middle and green lane are pushing though for Steam Happy, looking to trade off this walker for 2 of their own. This middle walker eating so much damage so quickly. 2 people respond to the right lane, and I think they're just going to let this mid walker go down.
Yeah, not a whole lot they can do. The Mo's way too far behind. No zip for him to be able to get there in time. He's going to try, but surely Infernus has the damage to be able to finish this off.
They should, and I would sack for it even if you didn't. Just clean up this walker. It's on absolute 1. Viscous doing what we said, is able to kill that walker, trying to get away. So hurt, but Mo's on the chase. Melee Star gives her a little bit of a boost, but she isn't able to get out. So low, but that Power Slash and Light Melee for Mo were able to find the kill.
Yeah, Infernus didn't end up staying for that walker. He left his Viscous, who didn't have as much damage, but he thought maybe he was able to get away a bit easier. Instead, he's not able to get away, but Infernus now goes back to just farming a side lane. And he's done that pretty well. He's up to 21k, starting to get pretty scary.
Yeah, a little bit concerned about this Wraith here. Only 15k souls. Really, how much impact is she really going to have on this game right now? Both teams posturing for this urn deposit. Warden pops his ult, but it gets canceled by the Moan Krill. Paradox goes down. State of Wyoming just crushing in this fight. I believe they also got the urn. Infernus buying Unstoppable to help deal with some of the CC out of the side of State of Wyoming. That Mo ult and Lash ult. But will it be a bit too little too late? State of Wyoming able to find that urn. Now have a near 20k lead over Steam Happy.
Yeah, they're doing well. They're taking this early lead, and they're making it more with these urns. Steam Happy just kind of walked away from the urn drop-off. I don't know if they just forgot about it or thought that he'd back off further, but it's a good pick here. Now the Wraith getting an ult onto the Mirage, but he should be able to get away pretty soon.
Yeah, this Wraith just really too weak to do much. Getting counter-engaged on by the Pocket, and Lash not letting her go. Up. A little bit of technical difficulties here. Alright. Sorry about that, folks. A few technical errors here. Don't know what happened. Might have been a game crash on the observation side, but hopefully we'll be able to get this resolved soon and get back to spectating this exciting match. State of Wyoming breaking ahead with that 20k lead. Potentially going to be looking for a mid-boss or some way to keep that advantage going.
Yeah, they need some sort of pick to make that happen, though. 20k, even at this point in the game, this early, isn't quite enough to be able to just force objectives and have it work out, but it's far enough ahead that they should be advantaged in any sort of team fight that does happen. So what do we need to see from Steam Happy here to get that soul lead back and have a fair fight?
I mean, I really don't know. I think this is where that issue of the draft is coming in. That Wraith is kind of out of the game at this point. They kind of need to just win a 5v6. This Warden and Infernus are going to need to land some massive ults, maybe like a 6-man shoulder bash from Abrams. It's going to potentially looking for some picks with the Paradox that they're able to secure at the end. Just trying to find something to get themselves back into this game, not really having a big ult like Lash or a Dynamo. And we come back and, yeah, State of Wyoming still keeping this 20k lead over Steam Happy.
Yeah, I want to see Slitherix step up here. He's made good use of the Warden ults, but he's falling behind in the soul count, so he needs to either get some kills or take some farm to come back into this. The Infernus is far ahead, but you need a bit more than that, so the Warden is going to be that big initiator in team fights to try and do things, but so far he's not been able to do that, just falling too far behind. Meanwhile, State of Wyoming get a good engage, but the Viscous Cube and the Rescue Beam gets him out safely.
Yeah, you also need to be concerned about this Paradox's souls. So low. So hurt as well. Warden went down. Paradox super hurt. Mo's the only person really hurt on the side of State of Wyoming right now, and he's just going to tank through it and run away. And Furnace, though, not going to let him. Able to land a ult, but he's so hurt and he's so deep. Does he get out here? Abrams able to find a kill on this Pocket. Fighting under the walker. So hurt though. Yamato coming around. Abrams just looping around. But Lash able to find a slam on the Viscous. Flash and Mirage on the Abrams. Abrams running around this pillar, trying to juke the State of Wyoming here. But Flash coming through. I don't know if Flash can do enough, though. The Walker goes down, but I think Abrams just gets out here. Amazing movement from the Abrams, just juking State of Wyoming.
Yeah, and Canbred is doing what he can. He wins 2 1v1s in a row. Minions end up taking a Walker for Steam Happy here. State of Wyoming let that wave go unanswered a little bit too long. But as I said, the Infernus isn't enough to be able to carry the team fight on his own. He gets 2 picks and keeps it from being an absolute disaster, but the rest of his team are just not caught up enough. The Abrams here starting to catch up a bit in souls, 24k, but most of Wyoming is ahead of that. So, you know, Canbred is doing what he can, but the rest of his team needs to maybe be the ones to take those side lanes and take advantage of these urns. They're definitely going to go for it here, but Wyoming are set up to counter-engage. Never mind.
Yeah, just potentially being a little bit too passively here. They didn't have that Lash ult, but I still think they probably should have fought that. State of Wyoming still has about a 20k lead right now, but going to be hard to force a fight right now around the map. No farm really up that they can contest easily. No objectives to really push to force a fight. Potentially could see them bait mid if the wave state gets too bad, but I think at this point they're just going to look for picks with their Mo and Krill and Vindicta and wait for the next buff and urns to be up in a minute and a half.
Yeah, this is that awkward point. Again, we're seeing it a little later in this game after most of the walkers are gone. But that point when most of the farm is gone, most of the objectives are gone that you can push at this point in the game. And so both teams just kind of sit back and catch waves for a little bit. I'd like to see some more coordinated aggression like we've seen from some of these teams where you go deep into the enemy territory and just sit and wait for someone to get there. If you got nothing else to do, that's at least something you can try. But both sides just kind of staying on their own in their own territory for now. Hopefully we'll see a little more action in 50 seconds once the buffs come up.
Yeah, neither of these teams really baiting any waves here, doing anything to look for a pick, playing decently passively. 40 seconds until buff, but Mo has come behind the Infernus. Mo and Yamato on him. Infernus pops the unstop, able to just run away. Has so much money right now. This Infernus is really fed, even compared to a State of Wyoming. So much value is put on him. This Paradox not hitting 20k souls yet, though. Could potentially be an issue. How much can Paradox really do with this few souls?
Well, Paradox is always able to get some value even underfed with the Carbine into the ult swap, but she's going to be really squishy. She's going to find it really hard to get out of the team once she's swapped into them. So look for State of Wyoming to take advantage of that. Steam Happy for now, just going to get the left buff. Right buff, kind of uncontested, but it looks like a Lash from State of Wyoming will get that. So one buff apiece, but State of Wyoming still up about 20k, and it looks like there could be an engagement here in mid.
Yeah, I think both teams a little bit underprepared for the buff. Steam Happy only having 3 players there, the rest around the shopper back at base, and State of Wyoming not immediately going to grab that buff and earn.
Yeah, the Warden Cage doesn't connect there, so...
A fight breaking out. Pocket lands a massive affliction, a massive Lash ult! Almost the entirety of Steam Happy getting caught out in all of these ults. Paradox about to go down. Warden went down. Infernus wasn't even at this fight, is coming in late. I don't think he'll be able to clean up. Abrams so hurt, about to go down. That's 4 kills from the side of State of Wyoming. Steam Happy not able to respond to any of it. Infernus not there. That 4-man Lash ult, plus the near 4-man Affliction, doing so much for them.
It's a great engagement there. They catch their ults onto nearly the entirety of Steam Happy, and they get 4 kills from it. This is what they needed to break through. Now they've got 3 members headed for mid and 3 members pushing the base. Even with just half their team pushing up, they outnumber them. So I want to see them try and get these Guardians, but they're just still playing safe. Looks like one more member may have dropped back to take mid a little faster.
Just a little bit hard to push into this Infernus right now. He has Ricochet applying that burn to people. I think, yeah, this is a decent play. Just back off, secure mid, go grab that urn, and force a fight over there.
Yeah, with them taking the time to take this Rejuvenator, the members of Steam Happy are going to have some time to get back up and come for another fight, but they still don't have the Warden ult or the Abrams ult, so State of Wyoming really only missing that Mirage ult. Graguton's Lash will be back up pretty soon, so they're perfectly in shape here to take another fight. Cringy just now getting Echo Shard, a little bit late at 30k, but it's definitely going to be useful from now on. Despite the advantage for Steam Happy in the placement of the urn, Wyoming are all too happy to take this fight.
Vindicta's missing.
Yeah, Steam Happy choosing to give up this urn. Going to be about a 40k lead now for State of Wyoming. Really going to be take a miracle here for Steam Happy to be able to deflect just these absolute monsters on the side of State of Wyoming. Almost all their players are comparable to their most fed Canbred. Lash looking for an ult, but gets Wraith ulted in response. Pocket comes in, lands a big affliction. Just trying to run away and escape with their lives. I don't think Paradox makes it out here. Absolute one, and she goes down. Abrams also very hurt. There goes the first shrine. The second one being done right now by the Yamato, and going to drop the Patron here. They have the Lash ult as well. They can definitely just convert this into a end if they really want to. Have to deal with that Warden ult in the Infernus, but Abrams burning his ult, definitely not something you want to see here. Wraith so hurt, gets caught out. Lash able to find an ult on two. Viscous peels with a Q. Dicta looking for snipe. Steam Happy super low, can't go into the pit just yet. Warden coming in with his ult. Pocket the first to go down for State of Wyoming. Pandemonium in the Patron pit right now. Steam Happy is doing it. That Warden ult did so much, and they get a team wipe.
Wow, I mean, that's just crazy work there from Slitherix and Canbred. You saw how passively they were playing even just one down, but State of Wyoming just pressed in a little bit too much, not respecting how much Steam Happy were able to come back in, and they get the team wipes. That's going to even things out to just a 15k soul lead now for Wyoming, and Canbred now looks way more dangerous. 42,000 on him. And with all of the buffs gone from the reju from State of Wyoming, now you got to really consider if he's going to start to carry this game from here. This is the one thing that Deathy said would be the win condition for Steam Happy, is just having one player who gets fed and starts to take over the game. He was trying to earlier, but now with that one comeback, the big team fight and the comeback souls that came from it, it could be that Canbred just takes over the game from here. He's got to do a lot, though. Still a soul lead for State of Wyoming.
That is true. Has to be a bit afraid of this Melon Crow with his disarming combo. Can kind of just remove him from the game. Would like to see a Phantom Strike on the side of Mo as well. Inhibitor coming through from Infernus, going to massively cut the damage of State of Wyoming. They potentially might have wanted to even re-push in there. They had their ults, and Warden just wouldn't have had his. Warden ult being such a big issue last time with the Lightning Scroll doing so much damage. Buffs
yeah,
Canbred
with the Inhibitor will also be spreading it around with the Ricochet. We saw some recent changes to Inhibitor, though, making it build up similar to Toxic Bullets rather than an instant application. Looks like State of Wyoming are going to get both buffs here, so in addition to their 15k soul lead, they've now got 2 buffs. Are they going to try and do something with it, do you think, or are we just going to see them play safe as they have?
I don't know. I feel like I would have rather liked to have seen them try and push their advantage here, not let Steam Happy farm this jungle. Grouped up, grabbed the urn, forced to fight it, or done something. They still are fairly strong, but there they go. They send Mo to grab the urn. Definitely not a lot of presence there. Steam Happy could have punished them. Just not ready to look for picks there. They're running it over. All of Steam Happy is rotating over right now. Their waves are pushing into their base, though, right now. State of Wyoming might just be able to backdoor them. Responding late to this urn, Mo just able to get the deposit. Steam Happy not there fast enough. Yamato is missing, though, right now. Pocket goes in, gets a big affliction. A little bit of fight happening in the back. Vindicta finds a good stake right there. Mo finding a combo on the Abrams. Viscous went down here. Infernus kind of broken off from the rest of the group.
And now State of Wyoming are just chasing. They're trying to find some picks off of this. They already got the urn, which was the main thing that they needed. Now they've got one person thrown back in, but the Infernus is there to catch things up. Now 2 members down for Steam Happy. This could turn around really quick.
That Infernus went down, though. That was the majority of their souls. Warden going to have to put in a lot of work here. Yamato finds a kill on the Wraith. But Warden coming through finds a kill on Vindicta. Warden, that ult is run out though. Pocket and Lash incredibly low, but Yamato's still healthy. Decides not to chase here though. Oh, actually, never mind. It seems like they're just going to keep up the pressure. Even with how hurt they are. Just trying to look for these base guardians, potentially end the game here.
Yeah, there's no lanes for them to be able to pressure, really, if they try and go back, or at least to catch, because all 3 waves are already pushing into this base. They don't have a ton of damage to be able to take the Patron, and Slackjaw will be coming up in 15 seconds, so they just want the base guardians, and they're going to sit back. They're maybe looking to try and catch someone who wants to come out and catch the wave, get some poke damage from the pocket, but surely they don't have enough to be able to end the game here.
That is true. State of Wyoming building back that lead that they just lost. Up 25k now over Steam Happy. Not the 40k that they had before, but certainly nothing to scoff at.
Yeah, now all members going to be coming back up from both sides. Mid should be up relatively soon, I believe. We'll see which side's able to take it next, but that should be the side that decides the game from here on. I feel like even if Steam Happy are so far behind at this point, if they get a mid, they can really turn things around. Especially with Canbred being able to deal so much damage in such a confined space like that. So the bright side here for State of Wyoming is that they still have 1 walker up. So despite Canbred's massive lead, he's still got 2 flex slots that he can't use. So he's being forced to take some of these 6Ks a little earlier than he'd like to. And not able to make use of his lower tier items as well. So that's the one redeeming grace, that he hasn't been able to build to his full potential. But now we're going to see some members fighting over this farm here. Never mind, they're just safe in their own side. But mid boss comes back up, so there we go. That's the main objective for either side to clear right now.
Oh no, I think Steam Happy looking for a pick here on this Mirage. A little bit out, but State of Wyoming has come to peel for him. Nearly the entire team, a 6v5, favoring Steam Happy. Pocket going in for an Affliction. Abrams popping his ult, coming in. Viscous Goo Ball comes out. Warden going in with that big ult, landing some good lightning scrolls, but might be a bit over-focused here on this Mo and Krill. Mo goes down. Infernus coming in. Such a massive ult. Lash connects on like 3 people, but gets Paradox swapped out of the ult. It isn't able to connect. About to go down. Lash and Yamato both going down here. Canbred goes down on the other side. Mirage not hurt at all. Might be able to clean up this fight. Even with his team so low. Pocket about to die here. Abrams goes down. Pocket 1. Warden Flask connects on Pocket's head, killing him. Wraith and Warden versus this Mirage and Vindicta, both fairly healthy. I think Mirage and Vindicta should look to push here. They find a pick on the Wraith. They have so much gun damage and outfire from Vindicta. They should be able to just take the patron themselves.
It's definitely
Wave
possible,
pushing in
but
from
this
blue.
Warden is going to make them fight for it. He's almost as fed as they are. No ult, but still able to put down some good pressure with flasks and gun damage, so hopefully he'll be able to stall until his team comes back up in 30 seconds.
Oh, able to hyperline the Warden. He gets caught out. The Vindicta stake, the Mirage Tornado. They're not letting him back into the base. I was about to say maybe he could sell some stuff and buy a refresher, but I think this should just be a win on State of Wyoming. Their next player, Slackjaw, coming up in 16 seconds, and that's just going to be 16 seconds too late.
Great catch there on the hyper line. They knew that he was coming back, and he just wasn't looking out for it. So that's going to be Dr. Defiance and Cringy just taking it for them. The two-person push into the base there, that late in the game with that much gun damage, you're absolutely right. They have enough to be able to take it. So that'll be a 2-0 for State of Wyoming.
Yeah, State of Wyoming doing such a good job here. Both of these games getting massive leads coming out of the mid game and converting them into wins both times.
Yeah, we nearly saw them fumble it there with that one team wipe that they took. They just got a little over-aggressive and didn't respect the damage. I mean, 40k up, you sort of think that you are invincible at that point, but no, Slitherix and Canbred turning it around with their ults and their damage. They nearly lost it there, and then that fight that broke out afterwards was so chaotic and lasted so long. A lot of people going down for both sides, but just that damage coming in from the Vindicta from afar and the Mirage cleaned things up, despite the Abrams trying to make some noise. I mean, what a chaotic fight to end that off, right? That could have gone truly either way, and we could have seen the match turn out very differently with just some slightly better play from Steam Happy there. Great game all around. Well played to both sides. It's really, really tight there at the end. Yeah,
Canbred getting so far ahead in that mid game, was almost able to really clutch it up. That Warden Lightning Scroll doing so much for his team with a CC. Yes. We're seeing here, Abrams got a lot more value this second game on the side of Steam Happy, healing for quite a bit and doing quite a bit more damage, even more than the Infernus. But we see a Pocket again doing such great work, and Vindicta top kill, least death, top assist, doing so much damage. Really wondering if Steam Happy should have allowed the Vindicta pick to go through again.
It's a great performance from Cringy, just always up, always dealing damage. Xerxes with these big pocket ults is what gave him those numbers. That Affliction in the last fight especially, just taking the members of the other team down so much. You get those damage numbers pretty quick when you get in those late game fights. So great performance from State of Wyoming. They're able to take it home.
Welcome back, Deathy. Any comments on that match?
I'm muted. Whoops. Hello, guys. I am unmuted now. That match was a lot closer than I expected, like towards the later end. Like, I think that there was some fights where, you know, they basically had no business keeping it that close, in my opinion. So, like, we can look at a couple fights. You know, we're trying something a little interesting in production, so we'll look at that in a second. But what I want to say is just, like, the overall team fight presence from the side of State of Wyoming was just very hard to deal with Steam Happy, and I think that there's a few mistakes that Steam Happy made that just like made it very difficult for them to win the team fights, mostly like in the way that they initiated the fights. For example, like Warden not being able to Majestic Leap in there and like start the fights, even though he's really like one of the few initiators, and just the way they positioned themselves. And so we can look at, first of all, there's one highlight reel that I want to bring up, which is the 4-man lash ult right above mid boss, right before the mid boss. So I'm not sure if we can bring that up on production. Yeah, we see it right here. Now we're gonna try a little thing, so bear with me here. But as you can see, Abrams charges back, and then at this moment, let me try a little something. I can pause right here. Okay, so we've got the production. I'm learning as you guys are going as well, so I can draw, but we can see the 4-man lash ult here, right? So the problem with this whole thing is they initiated on the Abrams, and he charged the Abrams back this way, but then Lash just gets like a massive ult and throws all of them here, and then they have the follow-up with the Vindicta stake on top of that, and that's just like incredibly difficult to deal with. And the problem is really the initiation, right? Like, you cannot go on the Mo and Krill. If you initiate on the Mo and Krill, that's exactly what they want. That's like the target that they want you to go on, and I think Steam Happy for the majority of this game failed to put pressure on the backline of State of Wyoming, which meant that State of Wyoming was able to just, like, you know, unleash their damage. And most fights for Wyoming started off with a big affliction on at least 2 or 3 targets, allowing them to whittle them down, or otherwise it was a lash ult.
We saw that reflected in Cringy's numbers a lot as well. I said that he was able to just kind of sit back and snipe and outfire all game, and that was a result of Steam Happy not putting pressure on that backline and instead trying to take down the already tanky members of State of Wyoming in that Mo and Grill.
Yeah, and then there was another fight where, you know, the lash ult was successfully canceled, and so we could look at that one next as well, just to look at a couple things. But in that fight here, we have, once again, the Affliction starting off the fight, then Abrams in the back here, and then you can see, like, Steam Happy is very, very spread out, and then the Warden ult is, like, a bit more of a counter initiation, and it looks a little sloppy, but here they manage to, like, group up nicely, and they do manage to, like, stack their stuns. And then the lash ult, he tries to get it off, but he does get interrupted just barely last second, right? But I would have loved to see this a lot more from the side of Steam Happy. I'm gonna let this play. Sorry guys, we're figuring this out. First time I'm doing this, so I'm definitely a little bad at it. But this is one of the reasons why Steam Happy was kind of able to keep it close. Is these fights, despite being extremely scrappy, Steam Happy was still outputting the damage. So I really think if they just switched up their itemization a little bit, played the fights a little bit more disciplined with like a specific way of initiating, like, okay, give the Warden Majestic Leap, target priority a little bit differently, maybe itemize so that you guys can, you know, cancel the lash ult or the pocket a little bit better, that game could have been totally different, because despite their draft difficulties, I think Steam Happy like made it much closer than it should have been.
Yeah, I agree. I think even in that last clip that we saw, Cringy landed a 4-man stake after the lash ult into the outfire, plus the second stake coming through. Did so much damage to Steam Happy there. Just cooking them all in the microwave. incredible job from both teams. I agree. Steam Happy keeping it so close. Canned Bread getting so fed, but just not able to really output the damage that he needed to help close out the game.
Yeah, and so that, concludes the series. So it's a 2-0. I don't know if we can bring up the bracket on the side of production here, because I'd love to look at it, because we've got a lot of stuff to look at here. So I don't think we have the updated results. Oh, we do. We do have the updated results. Awesome. So on the side of Oracle Phantom, we've got two matches that are 2-0s, right? So Buffs and 10 defeated Gnarly. So next, we're going to look at CCU Later versus Buffs and 10. So that's going to be the match we're going to cast next. And then State of Wyoming 2-0 Steam Happy. They're now going to be going up against Compy Crayon Consumers, which right now I would say are the favorites to win it all. So it's definitely going to be a very, very difficult match for State of Wyoming. But we are going to be moving to the CCU Later versus Buffs and 10, teams that we haven't covered as much. And then the other games right now are on Game 3. So we're actually having a lot more Game 3s than I expected. So we don't know the results for 40 Dudes versus Goon Squad and Bad Apples versus Throwing for Trophy Stacks, but it seems to be, quite close matches at the moment.
Yeah,
And don't forget to
this.
Sorry, I
Excited
just
to see
wanted
this
to give a quick
upcoming
little
match.
shout out for Stat Locker real quick before I forget. Check
Yeah.
the bracket on Stat Locker. Exclamation point bracket.
Yeah, shout outs to StatLocker GG's. Some fantastic stats that they're getting through. Able to check the bracket live, see these last two rounds finish up. Checking on your friends and your favorite teams. Excited to see this next match between CCU Later and Buffs and 10. Any notes on these two teams, Deathy, the coaches, or any coaching aspects?
Yeah, as far as these teams for their coaches, I believe CCU Later is coached by Pure Content, and Buffs and 10 is coached by myself. So, there's going to be a bit of a show-off between different coaches this time. Now we had the, inner coach battle, but it'll be interesting to see, how the things may differ. I know that my coaching style, differs from Pure Content's in at least a few ways. So we'll see, but it's largely up to the players and their own performances. Buffs and 10 were 6th seed, and CCU Later were 3rd seed. So CCU Later should be the favorites by a little bit. But yeah, excited to see how it plays out.
Yeah, and additionally here, don't forget that we have the other stream over at Death Slam events. If you want to catch some of the matches from the Archon Emissary bracket, those are going on all day as well. So don't forget that we have that companion bracket going on, which you can also see at statlocker.gg. Don't forget. But right here, we're going to have this next match between CCU Later and Buffs and 10 coming up pretty shortly.
Yep.
Right.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Death Slam tournament. We are back with the second series of the day, so we're now moving on to the quarterfinals. So unfortunately, in the previous round, just so everybody understands, if you lose today, you're eliminated from the tournament. Now, these teams will have the opportunity to join the league should they choose to do so, but they are eliminated from today. So unfortunately, Steam Happy is out of the tournament. I think it's a good time to just take a quick little look at the bracket once again, even though we just looked at it. For those that may have missed it, if we could just transition to the bracket and look at who's out. So far on our side, Steam Happy and Gnarly have both been eliminated from the tournament. As far as the seeding go, let me just double check if we've had any upsets from seeding. So Gnarly was 11th seed, so no upset there. And State of Wyoming was 9th seed, whereas Team Happy was 8th seed. So I guess a slight upset, but they were very even in terms of seeding. So nothing crazy so far. In the next round, once again, whoever loses here is eliminated. There is no double elimination. It's all single elimination, best of 3. So we're gonna be watching CCU later versus Buffs and 10. CCU later was 3rd seed, meaning they went 2-1 in the seeding round, and Buffs and 10 were 6th seed. So how are you guys feeling about this matchup?
Soren, I'll let you say your thoughts first.
Well, I haven't seen either of these teams before, but
Yep.
Just judging by the seeding results, obviously CCU later are advantaged, but maybe the warm up from Buffs and 10 kicks in, and they just have a better game. It's nothing's ever out of the question for any of these teams, so should be good.
Yeah, I mean, same here. I haven't played or really seen much from either of these teams. Deathy, if you have some more insight that you could give us before this match starts up.
I mean, in fact, let me pull out some of my notes, right? Because obviously I've coached, so I'm not coaching every team, right? But I'm coaching 8 teams, 4 in each bracket. So as far as for this matchup, I am coaching. One sec, let me just make sure. I'm coaching Buffs and 10. I don't know why, but I was struggling with the name. I can check real quick the last notes that I had with them. So I coached them earlier this week. In the notes that we talked about, a lot of the time, like the late game fight mistakes were a big of an issue for them. So they struggled in like fighting. They did really well in the laning stage when I watched them. So they might be, it might be scary to go lane against them. So we'll see. But one thing that they did very often was that they would like force fights that were a little bit risky right before Buffs and Ern would spawn, and the timing just wasn't it. And they also sacrificed their state of the game very often. Like on the map, they struggled to kind of like maintain that presence consistently, and to be on top of like the objectives that mattered and playing around the timings. For example, whenever their opponents' ultimates were on cooldown, they struggled to take advantage of that, and whenever their ultimates were on cooldown or where they were weaker, they struggled to play a little bit more disciplined. So hopefully they've worked on that, right? We'll see that in this game, but that's kind of the insight I have. I don't have any insight on the other team, which is CCU later, other than pure content is coaching them, and they are obviously the favorites going into this as well. They were the higher seed, etc. So I think that this should be a close one, but we'll see from the draft kind of what the teams have up their sleeves. From my memory from Buffs and 10, I don't remember anything specific about their draft that they liked or didn't like. I think it was mostly pretty standard, but we see Mirage kind of being taken out immediately, which is not surprising to me at all.
Yeah, I mean, Mirage, usually quite a popular character. Last game, seeing him go pick 14 is definitely a very unusual, very standard ban. Makes a lot of sense with what I've seen Pierre recommending some of these teams, prioing banning this Mirage, Shiv, getting these strong characters out before, so you don't have to deal with them.
Yeah, the Mirage first ban is expected to be kind of standard here, but Buffs and 10, of course, have their own ban. What are you expecting to see here, Deathy? Do you remember if they had any particular heroes that they didn't like going against? Well, there's the Warden.
Yeah, I don't think we talked about draft too much with Buffs and 10. At least I don't have anything in my notes right away with draft. I think Warden ban at this level makes a lot of sense, but letting Shiv through is a little risky. But obviously Buffs and 10 know that CCU later is going to first pick Shiv, right? If you let it through, you know they're going to first pick it. It's almost guaranteed. So hopefully they've got some sort of strategy against this. I would like to see a response in the form of like potentially a Pocket or other heroes that, maybe you want to get the Kelvin out of the equation as well. Because here if CCU later go Shiv, Kelvin, and then maybe another team fight hero like potentially a 7, that could be really scary. So I think Buffs and 10 have a few options. I would maybe like to see Pocket 7 get the shred and the damage over time, but they're going to go with Abrams. And I guess we'll see what the next pick is, but I'm not sure I love the Abrams into Shiv right away, especially Shiv is like really good against Abrams.
Well, they did definitely listen to the advice about Abrams being under prioed, so they're going to take him first.
Yeah.
And Vindicta is their other pick here. Definitely interesting. Giving up the Shiv Kelvin lane might be a little bit of a draft issue.
Yeah, I mean, Vindicta Abrams is also a strong lane as well, but, you know, on the side of, like, CCU later, they could just, like, pick, like, Kelvin 7 here, and I think it's going to be really hard. But what do you think, Soren?
I think the Vindicta is an attempt to answer the Shiv. You know, Shiv reliant on his dashes to be able to get in and make those combos quickly. Vindicta is able to shut that down a bit with the tether, but I don't know if it's enough. I think Math is right. You're giving up this Kelvin and the 7. If they just go Shiv, Kelvin 7, that's going to be really dangerous, and I don't know if buffs can come back from that. Of course, anything is possible. They could show us some strategies that they've been working on with you and turn us around and prove me completely wrong, so I hope to see it.
Well, I haven't given them any ace up their sleeves in the sense, you know, I haven't given Buffs and 10 any secret strategies. I've really focused on fundamentals. Most of my coaching is really just like, hey, basically, you know, try to make the least amount of mistakes possible and be active around the map. That's one thing that a lot of these teams struggle with, is being active. So the Vindicta pick and the Abrams pick both help a lot with that. So we'll see kind of what happens in the next picks, but I think it's an okay start.
What do you mean there's no secret sauce to winning Deadlock at any rank? You just have to play well. What's that supposed to mean?
It's boring.
All right, well, we see CCU later pick up Yamato, sort of a companion to the Shiv, someone who's able to get in, do a lot of damage with the Spirit Burst, and take a lot of damage as they're getting out. So two very similar heroes, and we see them take the Pocket, who's one of the heroes that you recommended against the Shiv. Definitely a potent counter, so they're taking that away. They're really going heavy on this all-in sort of a spirit damage. So not a bad strategy at all.
Yeah, I think I definitely would have liked to see the Kelvin over the Yamato here. I think Pocket was a fairly solid pick into the Abrams, has just a lot of mobility to chase down this Vindicta in fights. A strong team fight hero with the Affliction, but not picking the Kelvin to pair up with the Shiv here is definitely a little bit questionable.
Yeah, of course, every pick that you make in this draft is going to have some opportunity cost, and Buffs and 10 are going to take that Kelvin away. So, despite not taking it in their first two picks, they're going to be able to deny CCU later from having that dangerous Shiv-Kelvin sort of combo. And now we're going to go into the second phase of bans, so they could get the 7 ban as well. They could get rid of both of those problematic heroes that we were looking at.
Yeah, wondering what Buffs is looking to ban here. I feel like there's some definitely good heroes left. Potentially wanting to ban some ults that are good inside of the dome. CCU later having 3 heroes that would like to have a few souls. Would like to see them pick some more economically friendly heroes for their side. But yeah, really wondering what these teams are going to end up going for here, going into the middle stages of the draft.
Well, we're going to see a haze ban here from Buffs and 10s, wanting to deny CCU later from one of those big gun carries. Not the economical choice that you were talking about, Math, but it's definitely an idea that CCU later could have gone for. Now that's off the table for them. You know, may be a little bit biased here, but McGinnis, hear me out. McGinnis's wall could cause a lot of problems for Buffs and 10. The Kelvin Dome, is a good way to deal with that, but it's able to section off it a little bit and make sure that your team doesn't get completely caught out. The Spectre also able to reach through the barriers of Dome, could get some value. Vindicta Tether is often shut down by the wall as well, so it's possible. It could happen. Not biased
Very
at
well
all.
could. I mean, here I think if you're CCU later, what you kind of have to make sure is, like, you have to make sure that you don't give Buffs and 10 like too much more team fight, because I think CCU later has a better start to the draft in the sense that, you know, Pocket doesn't really care about these heroes, and also the anti-heal is really strong. Banning the 7 is a very strong choice because you don't want to just like give them a lot of like press 4 buttons to win, and you don't really have great answers to the 7, and the Shred would be a problem for Yamato, for Pocket, for Shiv. And here I think you kind of just have to like enable your comp with a little bit more CC, right? Because you have no CC right now. So this could actually be a Sinclair angle in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, I could also see them going for some heroes that are good inside the dome, getting themselves an M1 hero here, like Infernus or Geist, to help round out their comp a tiny bit more. Wondering what Buffs and 10 is trying to pick here. And there
We
they
did see
go with the
this-
Infernus.
Yep, that's going to be a good combo inside that dome, as well as with the Vindicta stake. If you get staked and Alk-fired and you're in the Flame Dash, there's no helping you. You are gone. So definitely a potent combo there. The 7 gone from CCU Later's ban means that there's not going to be that second big team fight ultimate that you were talking about, Deathy. So they wanted to make sure that they couldn't get that. Great ban, but now CCU Later, as Math said, you need a little bit of CC in this draft, I think, to shut down someone like the Abrams, and now especially the Infernus as well. If you can't stop him from getting away with the Flame Dash, he can quite literally run away with the game. So hopefully CCU Later gonna pick up some of their namesake and get some CC later in this draft.
See what you did there. Okay, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. I like that one. I mean, they do need some CC. There's a couple options. I mean, the Sinclair, I think, still looks good. Holiday is a good option here, too. I mean, you need some answers to this Vindicta. You already have the Yamato. I wouldn't hate the Lash. Now, a lot of people think, oh, Kelvin counters Lash, but I think that's a little bit fake. Yeah, the Dome kind of counters Lash ult, but at the end of the day, Lash is so strong in so many different facets that you don't need to rely on your ult. And if Kelvin has to Dome exclusively to counter Lash ult, you're kind of fine with that a lot of the time. And so I wouldn't hate to see a Lash. Now, they do have a lot of spirit damage, right? As you mentioned, so they may need to have something that can be a little bit more reliable M1, but I think we'll probably see Gun Shiv. So I guess, you know, I like CCU Later's draft so far.
Yeah, I mean, I agree here. Shiv being their only source of gun damage may be a slight issue, depending on how heavily the Shiv is going to end up investing into pushing gun damage here. Could potentially see a gun holiday. We've seen that like a tiny bit in pubs. And they go for a Wraith to lock in that more traditional M1. Definitely an interesting pick. Wondering why they chose not to go with the Lady Geist here.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. Maybe they're trying to go for a little bit more CC. You know, the Wraith ult can sometimes shut down an Infernus who gets too active, or take the Vindicta out of the skies, but you know, we didn't see it work out last game, and that's because she's one of these really high farm priority heroes. And again, they've got the Shiv and the Yamato who want to be in that slot anyway, so you know, a little bit of a draft mix-up there, but it's not impossible to work out. I know a couple people who've been having a lot of success with her in pubs with the heavy farm playstyle, so it's possible for her to be this sort of uber carry that CCU Later think that they need.
The McGinnis, you called it. I mean, you said it was going to be against Buffs and 10, I think. McGinnis Bebop. Okay, now this is a duo from the depths of hell. I've had to play against McGinnis Bebop for, I don't know, like a year, and when this lane, if they pair it together, is like so annoying for so many reasons, because like if you get hooked and then you get walled off, it's just like, it's so cooked. And on top of that, McGinnis is good at manipulating the lane, and they're just heroes that are just really scary to lane against with the damage output and the positional play. Now, they might not pair them together, but I would love to see it.
Yeah, there are few laners that I'm happier to go with than a Bebop. So the combo of the hook into the wall, McGinnis taking care of the wave while Bebop looks around for either his bomb stacks or just good hooks to displace people. Really scary. And then you've also got the Infernus Kelvin to be able to burn people in Dome, Vindicta Abrams. I mean, I'm just looking at the pairs as they're set up in the draft here, but those already are really good laning partners. CCU Later are going to pick up the Viscous for maybe a little bit of protection from that.
I mean, I feel like Viscous is definitely a little bit of a mixed bag. Inside of the Kelvin Dome, that Goo Ball is going to be quite strong, but outside of it, Vindicta is just going to be able to stake it off, really deny a lot of the pressure that it could provide. Wondering if it might just be a support player, and that's the last character that they're really comfortable on for the side of CCU Later.
Yeah, it could
I
be.
think
The
Viscous
McGinnis
here is
wall
like,
also a...
you know, I think it has potential for sure. Like, Viscous is not good against Vindicta, but Viscous traditionally is extremely good against Kelvin, for example. And like Cube is also tends to be pretty good against Bebop, especially if you go into a Bebop lane, right? If you somehow manage to get the Viscous against the Bebop, I mean, Soren, you're not a Bebop player, but you're a bit of a McGinnis player as well. Let's say you wall them off, Viscous cubes them. Can't really do anything, right? Kind of nullifies both McGinnis and Bebop's game plan in general. And also Splatter is really good at clearing turrets. So there's some potential. Now, I think Viscous is going to struggle a little bit, but they needed some form of CC. So I don't hate the Viscous pick here. I'm just not sure it's going to be able to pop off. But CCU Later have like, they have a very like fast. They can kill someone really fast. They can output a lot of damage, but they're very low on CC in general. Holiday, Wraith, Viscous all have some form of CC, but they don't have a lot of AoE stuns, right? Viscous is really the only one. A lot of their stuff is single target. Whereas Buffs and 10 have the double tether potentially if he goes Alkfire, Infernus ult, Abrams ult, McGinnis wall, a lot more crowd control. So the team fight is going to be easier to execute, but we'll see if CCU later can manage to get an early lead and perhaps snowball it.
Yeah, what picks would you have rather seen here from CCU later at this end phase here?
Yeah. I think the Geist instead of the Wraith is a good call, but I don't necessarily have a huge issue with Wraith. I think Wraith is also like a decent option here. Instead of the Viscous pick, I do think that a Sinclair would have been potentially better, right? You need something that's going to be able to kind of like control the team fights. Sinclair is no longer like S tier in my opinion, but he's still very strong, especially in organized play. And there's a lot of different viable playstyles. And if you can just steal Dome or steal some of these ults, like even McGinnis ult nowadays, if you build Spirit Sinclair, you steal McGinnis ult, you can do a lot of damage, right? There's a lot of decent ults to steal on the other side. So I think it still would have been a decent option. Other than that, I think that their draft is mostly pretty solid. It's just that I think CCU later's draft is like a little bit harder to execute. And I think at this level, I really value ease of execution when judging drafts because, you know, these are not pro players, right? They're better than the average probably at Phantom Oracle, but they're not pros.
That definitely is true. But would you still prefer the Sinclair then? Considered a traditionally rather hard character. It might be why these teams are deciding to kind of steer more clear of him, just not confident that they can really perform on that hero.
Yeah, I mean, that's a very good point. I think it's very likely when you get to the last picks that these teams are picking 100% based on comfort. So I would prefer the Sinclair on paper, but if you don't have a Sinclair player, you obviously wouldn't want to force it, right? So if you got a good Viscous player, you got to work with what you got. And I think so far we've seen drafts that, you know, I don't think the fights we've seen or the games we've seen have been fully draft-if, right? We just saw in the previous series that Steam Happy managed to make it fairly close, despite, in my opinion, having an infinitely worse draft. But they still managed to like have a really good fighting chance. Like they were one fight away from turning the game, essentially. If they just won one fight, it would have turned entirely. So a lot of it comes down to execution and who makes the least amount of mistakes. Even at the highest level in MOBAs, it's a lot of the time it's about who makes the least amount of mistakes because everyone messes up.
Well, we should be getting this game relatively soon.
Yeah. Just checking, making sure. I don't have any news at the moment, but I'm guessing that we're going to get in the game very soon. While we're waiting for the game, I would invite you guys to check out the B stream. So it's the pinned comment here, twitch.tv/DeathSlam events. We're running both simultaneously, and the DeathSlam event stream is covering the Emissary Archon bracket, and they have a match that is live right now, so feel free to check it out while we wait for this match to start. And they're doing great work over there as well, so it's basically two tournaments running simultaneously, just so everybody understands. This is technically the same event, but these brackets are never going to face each other, right? So stream A and stream B are never going to, like, you know, go together. They're always going to be separate. So there's going to be a champion of Emissary Archon and a champion of Oracle Phantom, and the prize pool is basically split between both of them 50-50. So go check it out. I believe we're going to get into the game very shortly in a few minutes, as the teams have just signaled that they are ready to go.
Yeah, and on a final... Oh, here we go. Getting into the game.
Yeah, so we've got the game, Buffs and 10 versus CCU later. This is game 1 of the best of 3. We're already in the quarterfinals. Whoever loses this, unfortunately, has to go out of the tournament. But, you know, they can say that they were at least in the, technically, I believe that they were in the top 8 if they made it here, right? So they can say that they were in the top 8 of the Death Slam. And, yeah. We're back to cams. I think we might have a bit of a technical issue. So that's all good. We'll handle that. And while we're handling that, maybe we should, I mean, actually, I was going to get into Deadlock trivia. I had a little bit of a trivia, but I guess we're just going to get right back into the game. So I'll leave you guys to it for the cast, and everybody at home, thank you guys for joining us, and enjoy the game.
Yeah, thank you for coming through the draft with us, Deathy, providing us some really good insight. On the side of CCU later, we're seeing Shiv Holiday, Viscous Yamato, and Pocket Wraith from left to right, and on Buffs and 10, Infernus Kelvin, McGinnis Bebop, and Vindicta Abrams. What do you think about these lane pairings, Soren?
I mean, buffs and 10s lanes are exactly as I thought they would be. Some really potent combos there. Not just heroes who are good in lane, but heroes who are good in lane with each other. So I'm expecting buffs and 10 to have a pretty decent lane stage here. We saw 0 Day on the McGinnis take some good poke there from the Yamato Viscus. Definitely something to watch out for. McGinnis got a change a while back where she's no longer resistant to Spirit by base, and it's a lot of Spirit poke from that Yamato and the Viscus. So definitely something to watch out for there. But otherwise, I gotta favor buffs and 10 in this laning stage, even though it seems like right now CCU later has a bit more lane pressure.
Yeah, I mean, I have to agree. CCU later already getting somewhat poked down. As Deathy was saying, buffs and 10 doing a fairly good job in lane. Almost the entirety of CCU later really hurt after this first wave. And there goes Wraith. Already, Vindicta Abrams probably, yeah, found that tether, I'm guessing, into a shoulder bash, just able to kill the Wraith.
Yeah, the more that we see these abilities come online, the more we're going to see these combo into each other. You know, when you've only got that one ability each, it's not as easy to set up things, but now around the 1.5k, all those abilities are coming online. So we see all of the synergies come up, and CCU later are getting poked down just as much. Now buffs and 10 have recovered. It's just the Abrams who's low, and it's CCU later who are getting poked out.
Yeah, incredible job from buffs and 10 on that quick conversion there in this early game. A hook found on the Viscus, getting walled off. Will Viscus be able to survive this? Pops that cube that we were talking about. And yeah, is able to somewhat nullify that combo.
That's the textbook engage that we were looking for. The hook into the wall, but then the cube just nullifies it. And now Infernus is going to go down in this other lane. Holiday looking very low. Zitto needing to back off and go back to shop. Narwhal here on the Kelvin also needing to back off a little bit, take some of his own heals, but it's low health bars all around here in this right-hand lane.
And Viscus goes down in that center lane this time. Bebop potentially finding another hook. Abrams goes down the other lane. Just fights happening all over the map right now.
Yeah, in contrast to this last game where with the previous match we didn't see a whole lot of early kills, this time we've got, what is that, 4 already? So these teams taking a lot of early trades and a lot of early damage, which is converting into kills. So this may be a faster game in terms of tempo. We could see early Guardians happening here.
Yeah, Shiv kind of zoned off here, playing in the middle of the jungle against this Infernus, just going to get ran down.
Yeah, you go too far from Guardian there, and you're going to get caught out in the jungle. There's no tower to be able to protect you, so if you're low health, it's just you against the enemy team. So got caught out a little bit there, and now he's going to have a full health bar to come back and re-engage with.
Yeah, this Calvin is still incredibly hurt. Shiv and Holiday might be able to look for a play.
So we're seeing this McGinnis on low health, but she's got the Spectre to be able to keep herself decently healed up. She's getting dove by the enemy, though. Great hook from Bebop. Now the cube going to nullify some of that damage. Still a bit of Guardian damage, but 0 Day goes down on the McGinnis. Not enough sustain tools to keep him up.
Unfortunate here from 0 Day, seeing the McGinnis go down. Just they guessed right on which lane McGinnis Bebop would be in, and were able to put the Viscus there, getting so much value from these cubes. Dodging the Abrams shoulder bash with the briefcase. Great reaction from the pocket.
Yeah, he set up that combo just how he wanted it. The cloak not only deals damage to the enemy team, but also lets him get back safely, and the briefcase keeps him safe in that brief vulnerable window where he's not able to TP yet. So good play there, just setting up that flank angle. Now Viscus is going to get walled off and he's in danger. Does he have cube to protect himself? He does, so he's going to stay safe while his Yamato tries to get some damage on this Bebop, but she's low as well. The ball now comes out, it's going to get some damage and keep Viscus safe. Yamato ult going to give her a second life as well. Bebop taking a lot of damage, but even still, CCU later just think that they can't finish it off.
I think that was definitely a greedy fight. Yamato and Viscus were already quite hurt, and then they just both pop their ults and try and dive them under tower. I think they're just lucky that they ended up getting away without dying there.
I absolutely agree, and that's going to leave CCU later, or excuse me, Buffs and 10, the opportunity to get some tower pressure here. Bebop going low already, but he's got the ult to be able to just zone people off. McGinnis with a similarly focused ult, able to use the heavy barrage to just make sure that people can't look at you while you're taking their tower. So they should have a pretty good window here to get in some good Guardian damage.
I agree, Kelvin able to find Holiday in this dome, baits out the parry, but the Infernus wasn't there, so not really able to get damage. Infernus pops his ult. Holiday pops hers as well, but that Infernus ult is just going to cancel. It doesn't get canceled out by Holiday's lasso. Looking for a little bit of damage on Shiv and to push this wave, get some tower pressure going.
They're not able to do it, though. They can't find the Shiv, and with Infernus already being about half HP, they don't want to press their luck. So still some early trades here going around. We see them, like, no matter which lane we're covering, there's something going on in the other lanes as well. Lots of early aggression, but even still, not a lot of Guardian damage from either team.
Yeah, I think this is the burger boxing that NA is known for showing up here. Teams just non-stop fighting in these lanes. Action happening all the time.
Yeah, we're gonna see things calm down a little bit. We got a couple of low health bars from buffs in 10, but everybody seems to have died off and reset, shall we put it. So just taking lanes for now. Sinner sacrifices are going to be up in about 30 seconds. We got an engagement coming out here. Yamato has to pop the ult to stop from dying. The Bebop very low, and they managed to take him down. McGinnis now isolated, but she's under tower. She's fairly safe. The wall goes down, leaving her vulnerable to the ball, but she's not getting pressured by it.
That Splatter doing so much. They're just poking down this tower. It's starting to get so hurt. Bebop should be coming back soon. But, you know, the damage may have already been done. This lane might start snowballing soon on the side of a Yamato Viscus.
Yeah, it's a lot of damage coming out in terms of the soul lead there. About 500 at least for both players on CCU later. A bit of aggression coming out there from CC on the left side, but not able to convert it into any sort of kill. Banshee just going to heal back up with the healing bite.
Yeah, and if we look at this middle lane, it looks like Viscus is just in the middle of Bebop and McGinnis trying to steal that Sinner sacrifice. They are up.
Yeah,
These teams playing so aggressively here. Yamato gets hooked. There's the wall, but is able to throw a cube. Bebop pops his ult. I think Yamato's going to get out here, though, on just a tiny bit of HP. That cube has been so clutch this lane. Amazing job from the Viscus.
And Green Swampy absolutely doing his best, keeping his Yamato alive through all of this, letting her scale a little bit further. One thing that also factors into this soul economy here in lane is that Zero Day has been throwing out these turrets rather liberally. Remember that each one that you kill is about half a minion worth of souls, so some extra souls being donated over here to CCU later, but they are taking a lot of damage. They may have to give up the Guardian, or at least a lot of its health bar.
Yeah, it seems like Wraith and Pocket have been able to turn this lane around a little bit. Getting some good aggression onto Vindicta and Abrams, getting a lot of tower damage right now. Vindicta looking for a snipe, holding that angle. Just not able to find it.
Yeah, the Pocket went low, but was able to escape. Some pretty even soul splits between these two teams so far. A slight advantage for buffs in 10, Banshee a little bit fed as well as Narwhal, but the Shiv goes down over here in the left lane, so that's going to be some more souls for that Infernus. Maybe just able to get a little bit too much of that burn damage onto the Shiv.
Nice try, buddy.
Yeah, Shiv or Infernus getting some good tower damage here while Kelvin's stealing the vault. Maybe a little bit split up. Probably would have liked to see the Kelvin here. I think if they had their two players, they could have gone this tower. Now Kelvin has the gun buff, but really, how much value is that giving him?
Well, of course, they couldn't have known which buff it would be before they got it. The wall there, not going to split up the CCU later members too much, just going to give them some space to take this wave. This has been a really volatile landing stage so far from all sides. Holiday down already, and that's going to probably result in a Guardian going down here. Banshee's got a good bit of gun damage to be able to take this, and Kelvin with the gun buff, certainly not helping things for CCU later, who also had a lot of low health bars on their side, despite getting 2 kills.
Yeah, Kelvin, Infernus, and Vindicta breaking away in souls here for their team. Vindicta almost killing Wraith here. Wraith's so hurt. Hiding behind those boxes, hoping that Vindicta isn't able to find the snipe. She's trying to get as much verticality as she can. Wraith is hiding. She's crouched for her life. Vindicta finally dropping down. She throws a stake, but it doesn't connect.
A little bit of peekaboo there. Trying to make sure that the Vindicta can't snipe him behind those barrels. Pocket now going to come in and try and take advantage of this Vindicta being aggressive. Going to get her down pretty low with the Affliction. Abrams now coming in for the re-engage. He's going to get the reactive barrier, but Shad manages to take him down with the snipe.
Yeah, that barrier just not giving him enough shield. The Vindicta snipe doing so much damage in this early game still. Vindicta at 11k at 11 minutes, and it landing a really good amount of snipes, getting super fed. Kelvin has rotated over to this lane with the Abrams, leaving Infernus in the side lane to start eating more souls, getting more fed. Going to start seeing Buffs in 10 look for some big plays here, some good early aggression.
Yeah, they've got a decent-sized lead, and it's one tower each at the moment. Kelvin now going to dome this one, try and make sure that he doesn't lose it while Abrams is pressuring him. Excuse me, while Abrams is pressuring the enemy. That's going to be another Guardian for Buffs in 10.
Yeah, I believe that Yamato, or somebody's here in the back pocket, just isolate a little bit. Kelvin's on him. Abrams misses the shoulder bash. Just gotta chase him running into these back hallways. Will they be able to get a kill? They are. Buffs in 10 finds the blue Guardian as well. Just 2 Guardians up with a decent lead coming out of an early game.
Yeah, they played the objective game well. They're distracting people over here on this right side where the left side is already pushed. That's all 3 Guardians down for Buffs in 10. They now have their first flex slot. CCU later still 2 Guardians away, and they've got a lot of members very low, so they're not going to have that pressure very soon.
Looking like Infernus just going for the shift here. He's so hurt. Makes it out on almost no HP.
Man, I'd be dead.
Backing up. Vindicta also coming over to this lane, anticipating that a fight is about to break out. They're going to try and counter push this Infernus.
But there's already members of Buffs there to answer. They may just be grabbing this urn and trying to take it to create something, to try and make something happen to get this lead back.
That's true. I don't know if CCU later is going to be able to really fight this. I guess they have the pocket ult, but missing that Yamato and Wraith ult, their 2 most fed characters. Buffs, however, missing the Infernus into Kelvin ult right now. And it's seeming like they're just going to give them this first urn.
They're also going to give them a Guardian, it looks like. 4 members of Buffs in 10 rotating to try and save it, but it's not enough. They're not there in time. And instead, CCU later are going to get the urn, they get the Guardian, and they back out. Now they've only got 1 Guardian to go. They just need to charge this Infernus. And, his tower, which looks to be about half HP, could go down eventually. But for now, they don't have that pressure. Buffs in 10 just going to reset and make sure that they defend it while they take their farm.
Yeah, great play from CCU later, punishing Buffs and 10's unreadiness to respond to these objectives. Would have liked to see them do something here, but they just kind of let that solely get away from them, going from 8k now only to 4.
Yeah, we see CCU later get aggressive trying to go for this Guardian, maybe not realizing that Banshee was there, but now Banshee goes down and members of Buffs just not there to support him. And we see 3 there, but they were a little bit late. Guardian took some damage, and now they're down 1. So Buffs in 10, both literally and the team, getting set up.
Yeah, great job here. Kelvin has a lot of money saved up right now. Wonder if he's gonna save up for like an early refresher here, or just buy and fill out some of his slots. These teams not really playing for these buffs and urn together as a group. Would definitely have liked to have seen these teams push a bit harder to try and get these objectives. Kelvin catches the pocket inside of his dome. Eats the
Normally
affliction.
You don't think of Kelvin as being the one to finish off people inside the dome, but he's got the gun buff, he's got a soul lead, so he's going to be able to tech out Donan. Meanwhile, Yamato not able to get the lane pressure that she needs to take the Guardian. She does get it low, but now there's members of Buffs and 10 up here to take her out. So they're going to lose 2 on that push, or CCU later. In exchange, they don't really get anything.
Yeah, both these teams kind of just getting away with some really a little bit greedy plays, just getting kills, getting objectives, with the other team getting really nothing in return. Shiv holding this wave, but having to also clear the wave, is trying to also kite the Bebop hook at the same time.
Yeah, he's going to have to drop the urn to take care of this wave. Doesn't want it getting pushed in too far. And now he gets hooked in.
Yeah, but Pocket coming from around the corner. McGinnis here to peel for the Bebop if he goes any deeper. Shiv has picked up the urn and then dropped the urn again. Vindicta punishing them for trying to grab the urn. Finds a stake on 2. Abrams going in on the Shiv. Shiv just running away, trying to get back to the walker. McGinnis walls him off. Shiv stuck in this tiny room. But Viscous has the rescue beam, able to peel for the Shiv. And Infernus somehow goes down somewhere else on the map.
Looks like that might have been on the left side here, with 2 members of CCU later looking to finish off this Guardian. Wraith also pushing on the right side for this Walker. Buffs and 10 having to keep the urn. They're just getting split up too much. They've got 5 members. They can't defend everything. Looks like they're going to choose to sack the Guardian. Kelvin going to give it a last hurrah to try and defend it. Surely they get it here. The Holiday Lasso going to confirm.
Yeah, don't know if he should have gone for this last hurrah here. Just so far out of position. I feel like if Holiday's team was a bit more ready, they would have been able to get an easy kill on the Kelvin, but due to the Kelvin being out of position, he has to burn that dome. No longer going to have it for this urn fight, making it so much harder for Buffs and 10.
Yeah, now Pix coming out. Yamato has gone pretty low, but she's got the second life there with the ultimate, the Shadow Transformation. Viscous Cube already out. It's a good pocket affliction. Shiv trying to make something of it, but Abrams comes in with the shoulder charge and gets them low. Bebop now with the ult, going to force them back. It's a kill onto the Shiv.
Yeah, Buffs and 10 also had to drop the urn here, letting it run back. Wraith not really being challenged on the side lane, just a little bit scared to push, thinking, accurately thinking that Buffs is about to come and respond to her, deciding to back up, do a bit more farm, get even more fed. She's at 19k right now.
Good work so far from Nan on the Wraith. We were saying that she needs to build up this soul lead to become the hyper carry, and she's doing that so far. Really only matched by her teammate, the Yamato, at 18k. Buffs and 10 a little more spread out with their souls. Seeing Zero Day go for a kind of gun build, but not able to make a whole lot of use out of it yet. Instead, it's the Kelvin getting so much value with these ice beams and these domes. It's the kill value, though, that's you don't typically see from Kelvins, but he's certainly making it work. Wraith now with 4.6k souls. What's she gonna do with it before this urn?
I mean, I would say right now, even though the souls are so close, I really do favor CCU later. Just having 2 players, or having their 2 carries having the most souls, they're just, the distribution is so good here this game. You only really wish that you would see Pocket and Shiv being a little bit richer, but these characters able to function. Chasing down the Infernus. Yamato going in here. Bebop is so hurt. She gets parried though. Viscous able to peel back for her. Abrams looking for a shoulder bash. Gets a big dome, but it's 4 versus 2 in here. I don't think they can really put in much work. Abrams going down. That's 4 down, 5 down on the side of Buffs and 10 in trade for this Pocket. Wraith tearing through their team. And I think we're going to see a mid-boss here. They have that gun rip with the Wraith. Just, they should be able to clear it so fast.
Yeah, they're going to get the urn as well. Holiday making the decision to bring it back to mid. That's going to let the urn reset, actually, if she doesn't hold on to it. Buffs are now also going to be up. They're going to be free for CCU later to take after this mid, probably. Then they should get the urn as well. This is going to be a sizable lead coming out.
Yeah, wondering if they really should have held the urn here. I think if they dropped and potentially gone to re-grab it, it might have been a better play. But they do get this rejuve. Going to be worth about 3k souls, and CCU later now has about a 10k lead. Looking for this Vindicta. Just slowly flying away, but Shiv isn't going to let her go. McGinnis walls him off. Such a good wall. Shiv incredibly hurt, but his team is here to help him fight. Are Buffs and 10 going to be looking for a fight here? They're walking forward. They're looking for these Bebop hooks. He whiffs though, sorry. Yeah, Yamato about to walk in this urn. Kelvin playing forward. The team's decided back. Just give up the urn. Wraith pushing onto the Infernus. Gets the kill so quick. Vindicta's coming to respond, but is she going to be able to really deflect this Wraith? 25k right now.
She's so strong after that Inferno skill. She's going to be able to buy another 6k here, already with a lot of her core items online, and no flex slot, unfortunately. She wasn't able to get that walker, but it looks like the rest of her team may be able to get it here on this left side. It's now 4 on 2. Some of the members of Buffs and 10 able to rotate maybe. Bebop ult's going to stall them off, but it's not going to be for very long.
Oh, yeah, great play from CCU later, having every single lane pushing at the same time. Good dome from the Kelvin, able to find the kill on the Holiday. Yamato going in so low, Shiv goes down. Yamato super hurt, essentially a little bit overextended. Viscous coming in. Kelvin running at the Yamato, they're not letting her go. Vindicta finds a snipe, but Kelvin's able to clean up the kill. Kelvin running around meleeing. Viscous able to get this walker though, get that second flex stall on the side of CCU later. Trying to run away, no goo ball. Will Viscous be able to get away here? No,
he's
Vindicta
not.
finds the snipe. Good defense from the side of Buffs. Oh, losing 2 walkers, but finding a lot of picks on against CCU later.
We're going to see Magic Carpet here from Green Swampy. He's gotten a lot of value with these cubes. Now he just wants the ambulance playstyle. I think he's got the rescue beam as well, so yeah. He's going to be able to Magic Carpet away anyone who gets in trouble here in these fights, which, with having 2 carries who are kind of all in with the Wraith and the Yamato, not a terrible idea, but Magic Carpet definitely not something we've seen a lot of in this tournament so far. Meanwhile, on the other side, Narwhal is doing crazy work with his Kelvin. And unusual, too. He's not playing the typical support style we've seen from other Kelvins. Instead, he is the threat. He will heal his team by making sure that the other team can't damage his. CCU later getting aggressive for this 3rd walker, despite only having 2 rejuve buffs left.
Teleport.
Just gets caught up on the terrain, and Buffs and 10 now have a pick to push back in.
You know, he did do his job, though. He distracted Buffs and 10 for long enough that his team was able to take that walker. Trading himself off for the flex slot is definitely a good trade. Yamato they're able to find a pick on this pocket. Holiday caught out of position back here. Abrams should be able to clean him up. A parry. Big parry on both Kelvin Abrams. More parries coming through. Yamato comes into the dome. Holiday finds another parry. Lasting so long, I think Kelvin just goes down here. That Holiday putting in so much work. Finding so many parries against this Kelvin and Abrams, punishing them for just holding down the Q button.
Made the best of a bad situation there. The pocket went down, unfortunately, just after the rejuve buff had expired, so he's got the full respawn cooldown. Buffs and 10 now have a man advantage, but the Kelvin going down means that they can't make too much of him. He's there. Well, now Abrams has surpassed him, but he was their biggest playmaker. So with all of their walkers dead and 3 up on the other side, Buffs and 10, I think there's not a whole lot they can do. They've just got to answer waves for a little bit here.
Yeah, seeing this gun shift coming through. Wraith about to save up and buy another 6.4k item. Wondering what she's going to opt to go for.
He's already got the Spell Slinger, which is one of her core 6Ks. And Furnace has picked up the Ricochet to help spread around that burn. She goes for Siphon, a good balance between damage and survivability. So I think it's pretty well positioned despite all the buffs that it's received.
Viscous flying in on the goo ball on this Vindicta. And just as quickly rolls away, realizing that her team isn't really there to fight this.
Buffs are up. Looks like it's going to be 1 per team. The gun buff going to probably Holiday here, and Abrams is going to grab survivability. Infernus is going to make a grab for the buff. I don't think he got there in time, though.
Yeah, both the, who is it? The side of a CCU later, just a little bit late on this, play for this left buff. I feel like they've done so well when they're getting fights, just a little bit of weak macro, not getting them in the positions to take them. Pocket gets a big affliction, but is that really an ult that you want to use at that moment? I guess it is. They made Kelvin drop the urn. They're starting a big fight here. Vindicta, Tether 2. Abrams coming in with that seismic impact.
There's a lot of members of CCU later not here, though. They were out on the sidelines, and they're going to be late to this fight. They're going to get here after 2 members of CC have already gone down. So just kind of a misplay here from CC, letting themselves get caught while 2 members are out farming.
Potentially, but Wraith coming in here is going to be doing a lot of work. Yamato's coming in. Buffs and 10 aren't really real characters. They don't have these ults to defend themselves anymore. And CCU later, Nan and Ali on the Wraith and Yamato able to really clean up here. Fight still going. And there goes Abrams. CCU later going to look to push into this base here. Trying to probably drop their first stage patron.
I mean, there you go. If you're latecomers to the fight or you're strongest people and they just clean up, then I guess it's okay. Still, I guess more deaths than necessary there, but yeah, having 2 up means that they're at least going to be able to down Guardians here. Looks like Yamato's going for the urn rather than the all-in push for the base.
That is true, but Wraith is going to be doing a lot of damage here to these objectives. Yeah, gets the base Guardians down while Yamato's running urn. Viscus flying around the enemy base on the carpet. Doesn't have Gooball to get out here. Potentially a bit of an overextension.
Yeah, hey,
Gooball finds the hook.
Like
I think Viscus is going down here. Maybe if she can stall long enough to get this Gooball, she has Rescue Beam. Has Magic Carpet again, flying around inside the Kelvin Dome. Doesn't even need to use the Rescue Beam to get herself out.
Green Swampy just staying alive in there. I guess to a sea creature like Viscus, that must be a whole new world of experiences.
Yeah, Viscus just flying around the enemy base on a magic carpet, just putting... I really don't know how she got out there. That was... I don't know, I feel like a mix of just luck, good execution, and yeah, maybe made a wish on a genie or something.
There you go. All right, well, we're going to see kind of a reset now. Mid-boss is up, but no one looking to get particularly aggressive. Anything that you give to the enemy team at this point can be used to snowball against you. Still 3 walkers up for CCU later, so Buffs and 10 now getting really choked down on these flex slots. And for that, we're going to see Narwhal pick up Transcendent Cooldown, a bit of a concession to not having the flex slots that he needs. Just going to upgrade one of his existing ones, I think. And we're seeing the souls split back out a little bit for Buffs and 10. And Kelvin's still a little bit ahead. 0 Day on the McGinnis falling behind. Not what you want to see from your gun, McGinnis, but still able to pull down value with these walls. Yamato going to pick up Spirit Burn to deal with a lot of the healing from Buffs and 10. That's a good pickup.
I don't know. I'm really nervous about a Buffs and 10. Like, they are 20k behind, which is bad, but if we look at where these souls are for CCU later, it's a majority on this Wraith and Yamato. They're going to do so much work in these fights. Holiday able to find a dome. Or Holiday able to find a lasso. Kelvin tries to dome off, but Yamato doesn't care. That grapple will just go through literally anything. And yeah, they're able to find a kill on the Kelvin. CCU later running it down, looking for a big affliction here. A bit split up, Pocket really far ahead. Yamato breaking onto the Abrams. And Furnace is getting a split push here. I don't know if they should back off at this point. That Walker's already gone regardless of what they do. Just go for that mid-boss.
Yeah, Wraith realizes that she's going to catch up with the team. Not even able to get the Infernus as he's going out, I think. So yeah, they're just going to take mid-boss here. They're only 1 up, but it's the Kelvin that's down. I want to see 0 Day here for the steal if they're going to go for it. But looks like they may just be backing off, not wanting to stagger themselves.
Just a little bit too slow here. Yeah, sorry, just a bit too slow here. I probably would have liked to see Abrams push that Walker instead. I really think that he could have gone it if he had just walked up and put some pressure. Trying to grab the urn, I believe. But I don't know if that urn really matters as his team is over here dying inside of their base. Furnace looking for that kill. Vindicta able to find the snipe, but now Yamato has come in. Here are the carries. Cleaning up the team fight. Abrams got the urn, but I don't really know how much that's going to do for Buffs and 10. 2 down now.
Yeah, it's just kind of slowly falling apart here for Buffs and 10. That rejuve means that Holiday's going to be back in the fight long before the the Bebop or the Infernus here for Buffs and 10. They managed to get the Urn. CCU later just kind of let that one go. But surely this is going to be a down here for for CCU later. They're going to down the Patron and get something out of this.
And there's that stake coming through on the from the Vindicta, stopping the goo ball, but in retaliation, Viscous flies up into the air and strikes Vindicta down. Has to back out though because of how low she gets. Yamato using her blink, but just gets bursted down too quickly. Can't get any heals off. Abrams running in. A massive Vindicta stake on the entire enemy team.
They're trying to turn this around, but now one shrine is down, second one shortly to follow. There's still members of Buffs and 10 down. Meganis was traded for all of that. Good cube there to keep the Shiv safe. But now he's going to be domed, and surely he's going to go down as well. A return fire not going to be enough to keep him alive. Sapphire Patron now going to go down.
No, Shiv just evading everything here. Gets caught on that tiny lip, though, so he's just going to get beamed down by the laser. CCU later deciding to back up here. Just clear some farm. Look to re-push.
Yeah, they stayed a little bit long there and got picked a couple of times. That's going to even the soul lead a little bit, so that even despite being a good bit behind on objectives, Buffs and 10 are only behind by 7k. So they pushed as much as they could, and they got objectives, but they traded away a few kills for it. So the soul lead now going to be pretty close, but a lot of farm up on the side of CCU later. They're able to retreat back into their territory and just sit comfortable for a little bit, defend their walkers.
Yeah, seeing how many souls these comeback kills get if you let them. Kills likely being worth, my guess is about 1,200 at this point in the game, with an additional few hundred coming from just being from the comeback mechanics the game currently has right now, just putting a CCU later back in contention. Or, sorry, Buffs back in contention. Only 7k down right now.
Yeah, it looks like there's a lot of people on this right side here. Buffs and 10 might get a few picks from this. That could even things up completely. Green Swampy gets the magic carpet that Bebop Hook doesn't cancel it out, so he's going to get away safe.
Yeah, they keep... Viscous just Phantom going in. Phantom striking Vindicta out of the air. Just running around in the enemy team, being a nuisance. Definitely a bit greedy, though. His team really isn't there to help him. What is Green Swampy doing?
Yeah, that is some ego from Green Swampy. He's got a lot of survivability, but Buffs and 10 have so many tools to be able to stop the ball. So despite having all of that utility, he does go down. He's got the rejuve buff. He's able to come back, but, I mean, that's just more souls donated over to Buffs and 10.
Yeah, really questioning that play there. Don't see what the point of it was. But both teams resetting back to a somewhat neutral position. Rejuve ending for a CCU later. Only need to win one more fight to end the game here. Would like to see him try and look for some picks with this holiday. Buffs coming up in a minute. They should look to fight for that and earn as well with the still incredibly fed Wraith and Yamato.
Yeah, Nan doing exactly what we said she needed to do during the draft, getting the soul lead and then preserving it throughout the game to be the cyber carry. Shiv has suffered a little bit for it, but he's still able to have a good presence in these fights. And if you're using him as mainly an execute bot, honestly, he doesn't even need that many souls. So he's playing a bit more of the tank style to finish off some of these kills that Nan and Ali are setting up. So they're taking a lot of farm here to make sure that the waves don't get too far on their side. Still a lot to take on the left side, but this holiday has Veil Walker. She's going to be the one that they look to go on. She's going to be the one to look for a lasso to drag back into the team so that they can get a pick and start some of these fights off.
Yeah, CCU later splitting 1-5 right now, putting Viscous on that offlane, knowing that she has so many escape tools and getting the rest of them there, trying to bait this buff right now, but Buffs and 10 isn't falling for it.
Yeah, a bit of a flavor fail there, not going for their namesake, but maybe they assumed that there would be more people there than there were. Of course, they're not terribly advantaged in a fight right now. They've evened up the soul lead to practically nothing. They're going to go for the urn now, so they feel confident enough to go for a fight.
Yeah, I think that Buffs and 10 forgot that one of the urns had rolled over and that it was spawning on the opposite side that it normally would. But a fight nonetheless breaking out here in the center lane. Viscous rotating to it a bit late. Nan still perfectly healthy. Yamato getting caught out. She's barely hurt, but hasn't used that ult yet. Shiv goes down in this fight, first down. Mid-boss back up. Whatever team wins this fight is going to get mid-boss here. Yamato just trying to run away. Divine Barrier on the Infernus. They are not letting them go. Buffs and 10 trying to win this right now. They know that they have CCU later low, and they don't want to let them out. But I think they're going to
that
have
hook just
to.
barely misses though, and that means that CCU later are going to get away. Buffs and 10 may look to take mid here. They've got a couple members down there already. The rest of them just
But they
up
don't
top, making
realize
sure that
CCU
nobody
later is going for the back door, sending all of the people up this green lane. That wave they just let get 2 pushed. That patron's going to fall near instantly to this Wraith.
And
The
just
Outfire's
outplayed on the
down.
macro there.
Look at how much damage Wraith is doing. Doesn't matter if you get the mid boss. If the patron goes down, Wraith goes down, but this patron's absolute 1. And they're able to close out the game. What a fantastic backdoor from CCU later. Not something we've seen in such a long time.
Great play there, recognizing that they're going for mid and thinking, hey, we've got this lane pushed up. Let's just take the patron. And that's why you got to be careful about keeping your lanes, especially once your patron is down like that, because any sort of mistake means that the enemy team just walks into your base for free. I just think that they didn't prioritize looking at the map quite enough, and they didn't realize that they had a lane that close to their base. So an unfortunate mistake there, leading to a fairly anticlimactic end to a really close game here. We saw CCU later take a big lead, but then kind of just lost it by being a little over-aggressive, sacrificing most of their team to down the first phase patron, but then I guess that pays out if you just backdoor the second one. So a good end to the game there for CCU later, recognizing that macro misplay. Looking at the stats here, we see Narwhal with a lot of the assists and the healing from that game. He had a really strong early game presence in the damage, but just Kelvin not really able to keep up with that later on and transitioned into more of a support role. Ali, the one who ends up with top damage here, not surprising. They did a lot of work in these fights, whereas Nan was the one focusing a lot on objectives and having utility in these fights, also ending up with top souls. Vindicta, Shad ending up with a lot of kills and only 1 death, so really solid play from Shad there. And that's showing in the stats pretty well.
Yeah, impressive performances from both teams. Really could have gone both ways. I think that CCU later on that first rejuve got a little bit too greedy, gave too many comeback souls through kills to back to the other team.
Yeah, but again, it was that first phase down that enabled them to go for that later push. So mistakes from both sides, but what do you expect to see in this sort of bracket? So overall, a well-played game from both teams, and that's 1-0 to CCU later. We're going to go into game 2 shortly.
Hello, hello. I'm back once again, and we just saw game 1 of the quarterfinals. And, we had the team that I coached, Buffs in 10 versus CCU later. Pure content coaching them, and me and Pure were watching very closely in the chat. And, we saw some glimpses of greatness from both teams, and some throws also from both teams. And Viscous was kind of like aura mogging people on Magic Carpet. We saw a lot of great moments, a lot of burger boxing parries. Overall, I would rate that game as like extremely entertaining. But Buffs in 10, you guys gotta lock in. Okay, if you're watching the stream right now, you might be watching the stream. You gotta lock in, okay? I'm not allowed to technically coach you, but you might be watching the stream, okay? So we spoke about this. You had a lead. You threw the lead. This happens every game, guys. Buffs in 10, they won every laning stage that I coached them in. They don't lose lane, but then they just throw the lead. Okay, so let's lock in. Let's just discipline. Let's not give them the first turn for free, and they got this. I believe in them.
Here, if you have any comments for your team that you'd want to read off to make it a little bit more fair, say them now in chat.
Yeah, some mid-match coaching from these guys. Tisk tisk.
Yeah, exactly. But game 2, I think from a draft perspective, I honestly don't think Buffs in 10 have to like revisit necessarily much. I think their draft was totally fine. The main things that I saw from an outside perspective is their net worth distribution was not very good in the mid game. Like Narwhal is kind of the goat of Kelvin. So if I'm CCU later, I would ban the Kelvin, because honestly, if it wasn't for Narwhal this game, I don't think the game would have ever been close, but he kind of kept it really close. He had a huge performance. He's got to be a little more careful with solo doming and kind of going in as Kelvin. He's kind of he has a little bit of a carry mindset, but I don't think other than that, I think you just keep the same draft. Like their draft was fine. They just kind of let themselves get ran over a little bit in the mid game. Yeah,
I mean, I think CCU later potentially might want to get Green Swampy onto a different character that has to play a bit more with the team. Got it very greedy with the Viscous there at multiple points, flying into the enemy base, trying to take some 1v6s. Maybe getting him on a different character would get him to play a little bit less risky, but...
Well, he's playing for the content, I mean, can you hate on him? I mean, we got some good clips out of it. And so at the end of the day, maybe we need more of that. So maybe they should first pick Viscous.
Hey, this is a streamers tournament. We got a clip farm, get that money.
That's true. Pierre,
exactly.
For Pierre's team, if you guys are watching, he said, just do what you guys did last time. You guys are better.
Damn. Oh, okay. All right, I see how it is. Fair enough. I mean, look, I personally think my team is better, but Pierre thinks the team he's coaching is better, so we'll see. As far as bans go, I'm expecting we're still gonna see like the similar bans. I'm expecting we're not gonna see Mirage. I think Buffs in 10 might let Shiv through again. Honestly, it didn't really feel like Shiv was that much of an issue last game, despite the hero objectively being broken. I think they dealt with it really well. They defeated it in lane, so they go ahead with the Warden ban again. Makes sense to me.
Yeah, he was kind of being used as an execute bot, which is not a bad way to play Shiv, but they fed a lot of their souls to the Wraith and the Yamato instead, and hey, it worked out. We saw them both do a lot of work in those big team fights. So, yeah, they may just be fine letting Shiv go, or they think that if they don't ban him, they might get him. They've got the first pick in this draft. They swapped sides from last game, so they may think, hey, we're going to make you ban the Shiv, or else we get it. So, not a bad choice here to ban the Warden.
That is true. Mirage is another ban option for CCU later. It's what they went with last game, being just a very strong M1. Perhaps Buffs has a really strong Mirage player. Maybe their Wraith is like a good Mirage player, and that is why they decided to go for that target ban rather than going for the Shiv the first game. But it seems like they're going for Lady Geist this game.
Yeah, that's an odd one. We haven't seen any Geist at all today. At least in these streamed matches. There's plenty of other matches I'm sure she's been active in there, but despite her seeming prominence in the meta, neither team has wanted to ban or pick her so far. So an interesting first ban so far. CCU later has the priorities.
It's definitely weird. Like, as a competitor, if you're completely ignoring a hero in one game, usually you're not going from like, okay, we're going to completely ignore this hero to like first banning them. So I'm wondering what's going on in kind of CCU's later strategy. Maybe they just realized with their previous after, like, man, we really messed up leaving Geist open for this long, and we don't want to pick it. It's possible that they think, hey, we don't want to pick Geist here, but also we messed up leaving it open, so we're just going to ban it this time. But, you know, I'm not sure Buffs and 10 would have picked it. And they go with the Mirage first pick. They're like, you can have Shiv. He didn't do too well last game. We'll deal with him. We'll just Mirage first pick. And here, if I'm CCU later, what if I just take Shiv Kelvin? And then I also take Narwhal's best hero.
That definitely is an option that they can go for. Maybe though they do want to prioritize that Yamato again. Yamato doing so much work for them last game, not letting Buffs and 10 get it back.
Yeah, either lane is possible here. They've got 2 picks in a row, so I think these first 2 picks are going to define a lot of CCU later's draft, especially after the Geist ban. They do go with the Shiv, a fairly natural first choice. Buffs and 10 didn't take it, so they just left it for themselves. And then they're going to have to pick someone to pair with that. Kelvin, as you said, a great idea, and then Narwhal doesn't have it, so wouldn't be surprised to see that. Also wouldn't be surprised to see the heroes that they had last game. You know, as you said, they had a pretty good draft from both sides, so they're going to go with the Yamato.
Yeah, not feeling like they really need to adjust anything for their team. I mean, they won the last game. They did get a little bit behind in laning, but perhaps with the Geist ban, they have something else planned for some of these later laning picks.
Yeah, I feel like falling behind in lane wasn't really a hero issue. Like, there was just a whole lot of fighting, and anytime that there's something like that, it's down to who executes better, right? So I feel like if they just clean things up in lane and maybe fight a little safer, they'll come out of that no problem.
Yeah, I think Buffs and 10 is really good at putting on the pressure and like executing really well. The 7 pick I really love. Viscous, interestingly, maybe this is a bit of a counter pick, or they thought it was an issue. I would have personally just picked the Kelvin, especially considering how much value Narwhal got from it early. But at the same time, you know, I guess Narwhal has a tendency when it comes to the mid to late game to kind of start just like solo doming a bunch and like being really aggressive. So maybe it's better if he doesn't, but I know it's one of his best heroes. So for watching Buffs and 10, the team I'm coaching, I'm a little bit confused about this Viscous 3rd pick, but I mean, it's not bad, okay? I know Goober might be in the chat LARPing, hey, Viscous is unplayable. He got nerfed, like, -5 damage. This hero can't be played anymore, but this hero is still good. He's just not, like, first pick worthy, like, OP hero.
Yeah, I think I would have preferred the Kelvin as well. The cube definitely was annoying for Buffs and 10. We saw in that lane with the McGinnis Bebop that he was getting a lot of value from it, and he was getting, you know, he had good cubes all game, but then sort of fell off later. So, I don't know, Buffs and 10 maybe just saying, we don't want to deal with that. That was too annoying, which I can agree. Viscous is very annoying.
Yeah, surprised that CCU later decided not to go for the Kelvin here. Potentially they want to hand it back to Buffs and 10. Didn't really think that it was that impactful outside of the laning stage. Maybe just, yeah, they're literally doing the exact same draft that they did last game right now, even with the changes that they're seeing in characters from Buffs and 10.
Maybe they don't have a Kelvin player. I mean, like, yeah, you know, we don't know for sure. Maybe if Pure is in the chat, he can give us some insight. They do ban out the Vindicta, right? I think the Vindicta ban is a little... I mean, I guess if you don't have a Vindicta player, it makes sense here. I would have actually liked to see CCU later pick Vindicta, but you don't want to give Buffs and 10 Vindicta either, because then they'll have triple shred in their comp with Mirage 7 and Vindicta on top of a lot of CC, so it would be scary. So a reasonable ban from them for sure.
Yeah, and I think at this point you don't even really want to ban out the Kelvin, because if Buffs and 10 take the Kelvin with the Viscous, you maybe just have a little bit too much support there. You know, Viscous can go into the goo ball style, but I'm not sure that you want to double up on that. So Buffs and 10 may decide to ban it here if they don't want to play it and they don't want CCU later to play it. But, you know, we'll see what they come back with here.
Yeah, wondering what we're going to see from these later picks from CCU later. Last time they went with some interesting heroes, still having that same issue they had game 1 of not really having any strong AoE CC. Vindicta definitely would have helped with that. And again, been a decent hero into the Viscous and 7, but let's see what adjustments they end up making now that they can no longer pick this Viscous.
Well, Buffs and 10 decided to ban out the Haze, so that's going to be a more gun-oriented hero that CCU later can't pick. Buffs and 10 also missing a little bit of that, but they've got the Mirage 7 for damage, so they're not super greedy for something like that.
Yeah, I think if you're on the side of Buffs and 10, you kind of have like a lot of options as far as like what you want in your draft. I think you're missing the type of hero that can like catch people and like initiate fights. right? So a couple options for that type of style would be, you know, Haze is banned, so Calico would be an option. Getting a Lash would be an option. Getting a Mo and Krill, although Mo and Krill is not really amazing into these heroes. Although Mo and Krill versus Pocket, it's kind of like Pocket gets grabbed, it's really bad for Pocket. But if Pocket ults Mo and Krill, it's really bad for Mo. And playing Mo into Shiv doesn't feel the greatest, but it's probably playable. So Mo is an option here, because if you get like Warpstone and you ult Pocket or Yamato before they, you know, can use their abilities, it can be very, very valuable, and it gives you, you know, initiation. I also think Lash is a great pick here. They don't have really any answers. CCU later are going to pick the Holiday, which gives them the initiation, and now we'll see what kind of initiation Buffs10 answer with, if any, or if they go for more of like, hey, we're just going to get the team fight ults and, you know, play that out with maybe something like an Abrams.
I mean, Buffs10 went for the Bebop last game. Could potentially see it coming out here again. Wondering if CCU later is actually going to swap anything up. Literally, it's the exact same first 4 characters in the exact same order right now. And Buffs10 decides to go for the Abrams that they had last game.
Yeah, Pierre's message definitely got through, you know, and they're just like, we're just going to do the same thing.
I don't know
they
if
are
they
eventually
really
going
need
to
to
have to pick
adjust.
someone different.
They won game 1. Do they really need to adjust for game 2?
They aren't going to get the Viscous, so they're going to have someone else on that. But other than that, I honestly don't think the Viscous was even that huge a part of their strategy past the laning stage. Obviously got a lot of value, some great cubes we saw out of him to deny that value in lane, but not really essential to their team fight plan. And Buffs10 are going to pick up the Mo and Krill, maybe to help with some of the initiation, as you said, deal with some of these squishier characters. And CCU later are going to respond with Lash and Furnace.
Yeah, Kelvin going completely unpicked here as well. If we're to note that, CCU later just opted to not make the Kelvin Shiv lane at any point in the draft, and Buffs10 have also opted not to go for Kelvin this game. Both sides, I don't know why, swapping up on this hero, just going from being incredibly high priority to just no pick, not banned.
Yeah, I think the last pick Bebop, what you said about the priority is 100% true. It's a little weird, but I'm guessing that there's a lot of things behind the scenes that we just, you know, can't fully see, like a lot of pick priorities and like, you know, just comfort heroes of like, hey, I need to play this. And, you know, these teams were made like less than 2 weeks ago, like 12 days ago, and so they definitely have a lot of comfort, and they can't play every hero, so they need to adapt. I love the Bebop last pick here. Now, one thing that these teams kind of struggle with is shutting down Lash, so I really hope to see Bebop either build something to shut down the Lash or hold his hook for when Lash ults so he can kind of counter initiate, or Mo and Krill get a Warp Stone so that he can, you know, get the Lash out of the sky. I think that as long as you deal with the Lash ults, I do prefer the team fight of Buffs10. Like, they have a ton of disable with the Goo Ball, the 7 stun, the Abrams getting in there, Mo and Krill just like, you know, creating chaos, and they have strong backline. But CCU later have like extremely mobile heroes with the Lash, the Holiday, Pocket, a lot of heroes that just like are in the air that you can't interact with easily. So it's going to be 2 different playstyles clashing, and we'll see kind of which one is going to come out on top. I think Buffs10 is a little bit easier, but CCU later definitely has like a lot of potential. And we saw last game, you know, they managed to make it work. So maybe they can make it work again, or Buffs10 can finally just not throw the mid game, win the lane, and then move on.
Yeah, if you're here, Buffs10, listen to your coach's advice. He's trying to help you guys win as much as he can right now. And
the advice,
guys, come on,
don't
get
lose.
the lead, and then just focus. Okay, you got this. You can easily win. Okay, you have the individual skill advantage, right? You win lane every single time. Just don't give them the earn for free. You know, suffocate them. You guys got this. All right, I'm not coaching. Don't worry. This is casting.
Some great casting here from Deathy. Hopefully this second game should be starting somewhat soon. Any final notes about the draft, Deathy or Soren?
That's it for me.
I mean, I think that CCU later have some good tools to deal with the tankiness of Buffs10. They've got the Infernus in the pocket to deal with Abrams and Mo and Krill. What they don't have as much of an answer for is the 7 and Mirage. They're going to be reliant, I think, on a lot of their own tanks with the Shiv and Yamato to deal with some of those. But if they get a good 7 ult, then I think these fights are going to be really hard for CCU later, especially if he picks up Unstoppable to deal with the Lash and the Holiday. So I really want to see Buffs10's 7 come out here and put on a good performance.
Yeah, I mean, that is definitely part of why I would have liked to see the Kelvin as well. It would have helped them reset after the 7 ult, helped his team peel out, kind of dodge it, or wait out the unstoppable timer if he ends up going that route. I do also like the Infernus into it, naturally having the Spirit damage shred built in with Afterburn, and if he can get inhib online, the 7 ult is really going to struggle to output much damage.
Yeah, I'd like to, before we get into the game, just one last thing is, you know, as always, exclamation point bracket. You can check the bracket on Stat Locker. You know, you got updated results on all the brackets, both Oracle Phantom and Emissary Archon, and there are also stats. Now, I do warn you, the visualization of the stats, the UI is a little messed up. Now, Stat Locker did put this together for us kind of a little bit last minute, so, you know, it's not really their fault. They just didn't have a lot of time to work on it. But you can see, for example, I'll give you guys some fun facts. On the side of CCU Later have the player that has the most damage per minute in the entire tournament. And the players are ready, so we'll be moving on to the match, and I'll let you two take it on from here. We've got Game 2, Buffs in 10 versus CCU Later. This is the quarterfinals. If Buffs in 10 lose this game, they're out of the tournament. If they win, we're going to a Game 3. Have fun, gentlemen.
We will. Thank you, Deathy. On the side of Buffs in 10, we see Mo Viscous on the left lane, Bebop Mirage in the middle lane, and Abrams 7 on this right lane. From CCU and Later, we see Pocket Lash on yellow, Yamato Holiday on blue, and Infernus Shiv on green. Any thoughts on these lane pairings?
Not a whole lot. I feel like the left lane, you're going to be reliant on a lot of poke, whereas Monkrill and Abrams are two heroes well suited to living through that. Or, excuse me, Monkrill and is it Viscous? Yeah, they're going to be able to live through that decently well. So neither side going to be getting a whole lot of aggression there, I expect. But you never know with these teams. They certainly seem likely to brawl.
Yeah, excited to see both these teams here. The last game, both teams decided to fight each other a lot incredibly early. Mo getting incredibly hurt. Mirage in the center lane also fairly hurt. Bebop, like the entire side of Buffs in 10 again, getting fairly hurt on these early waves. Only Pocket is really that hurt on the side of a CCU Later right now. I'm likely just eating a splatter from that Viscous, doing so much damage with his minus 15% innate spirit resist.
Yeah, there is a lot of poke from CCU Later, so not terribly shocking to see them get a lot of this early damage.
And they're already going for a full tower dive here on the Bebop. Find the parry on him and kill him under his own Guardian. Rare that we see a tower dive this early, and now they're going for the Mirage. Getting a double kill. This Holiday and Yamato so aggressive. Amazing play from CCU Later. I think they heard what Deathy was talking about earlier, and or they heard yeah, they heard what Deathy was talking about and heard the advice Pierre gave that they are better. Just go in and do their thing. Abrams absolute one right now as well.
This is going to be another kill. Okay, yeah, that's such an early tower dive. And one thing that we saw there was a mistake that I've seen a couple of players make. When someone dives your tower like that, you know that they're going to parry the tower, but he still went for the light melee as he was diving to get that extra damage. If you know your enemy is going to parry, maybe don't light melee. That's alright, though. It happens to the best of us. It's certainly something we've seen before. So, just a small mistake there that leads to both laners dying, but it's still comebackable. You know, their Guardian's gone down pretty low. They got to play pretty well to come back in this lane.
Yeah, on the green lane here, Infernus did eat a bit of Shiv's farm, cleared the wave without waiting for him to come back, so Shiv has dropped behind a tiny bit. They're looking for this Infernus here. He is quite deep, but he's able to get out. Shiv, just such a lot of aggression here from Nan and folks on the Infernus and Shiv.
I mean, again, CCU Later with just so much poke damage. Yamato now gone down really low. Might get caught out by this Bebop. Ooh, missed parry means he goes down.
Yeah, but now Holiday's in. Bebop is incredibly low here. Just going to back up.
We're seeing a lot more brawl again this game. Last game, we criticized the teams for being a little bit too passive. This time, hey, they're not making that mistake. We see some early Guardian damage there in the middle, kills coming all around, and Infernus is now just kind of roaming in between lanes getting boxes, leaving his Shiv to eat up all the farm in the wave, making up for that wave that he took earlier. That is definitely a strategy, though, early in lane. If you really just want one character to get fed, you can leave them to the lane on their own. I would normally expect the Infernus to take that role, but Abrams is now coming over to make sure that Shiv can't farm up too much. He's going to get 7 stunned as the Infernus, but he's going to be safe back at tower.
Yeah, just giving up so much map control here, letting their tower get poked down a little bit in a trade for some more souls. The right side here, we're seeing a Viscous Mo just get pushed back so far by this Lash. Potentially looking for a Death Slam soon. That Flog doing so much with QSR and Mystic Burst.
And Pocket looking to get in on the poke game as well, tossing in his Spirits, his Cloak, but they're not able to find the kill on the Viscous just yet. Instead, it's going to be the Bebop who goes down in that mid lane. They're falling further and further behind here. And Banshee goes down as well.
This mid lane, this Holiday and Yamato, absolutely crazy play, just running it down as far as they can. Seven has popped his ult here. Furnace getting caught out a little bit. Abrams so low, no parry. Abrams is burning. Does Abrams make it out? He does! 20 HP. So close from the Infernus. Just not able to get that over that last little hump of Abrams' health.
So that's one lane with a double kill for CCU Later and one lane with a double kill for Buffson 10. CCU Later were able to take the tower though. So far no tower damage on that right side for Buffson 10. Instead it's their Viscous who goes down really low in this left lane here, both sides with ults. Means that this lane's going to become a little more exciting. That Pocket though is 1k ahead of everyone else here.
That is true, but Bebop and Mirage not giving up on this lane just yet. Starting to push in. Yamato has to go back to base, heal up, come back, and then Holiday, it looks like, is getting picked out a bit again. This lane needs to stabilize before they can move over and help these other lanes win.
Yeah, but now that the Yamato's back, they're surely going to have the damage to be able to force these guys off of their tower. Maybe not enough to go and rotate to other lanes yet, but Yamato certainly thinks that she can go in and get something done.
You know, she may be able to. She's just going in. Holiday's coming in behind that barrel doing so much, and Mirage just explodes. Fortunately, Holiday gets hooked under the walker. I don't think Green Swampy's making it out of that one. A great hook from Bebop.
Yeah, so just want to quickly note some of these players and their hero picks. We're seeing Nan shift over from the Wraith to the Infernus, but still probably wanting to play the same style. Ali back on the Yamato, Green Swampy shifting over from the Viscous to the Holiday, which leaves their former Holiday player free to pick up, I believe, the Pocket. And then Buffson 10 Narwhal going from Kelvin to Viscous, a pretty reasonable swap. Now this fight breaking out, not looking good for Buffson 10 again. Boax on the Shiv again, just putting down some good poke. Isn't able to get off the execute on anyone though.
Yeah, both players so hurt. Abrams going, having to go back to base, and Furnace should be pushing up here, just putting the pedal to the metal, keeping pressure on him, but drop back to buy, and it might be too late to get this tower now. Lacking that Infernus gun damage. Both players are coming back with speed right now. I think we're about to see a fight here on this right lane. Oh. And even here in the center lane, we're seeing some action. Bebop tries to hook the Yamato, but ends up grabbing her partner instead. Or grabbing his partner instead.
Yamato not going very low. No ult to be able to refresh her, but Holiday's going to come back in. Meanwhile, in this right lane, they've got to... left lane, they've got to pick onto Zido, and then Nan goes down as well.
That's happening all around the map right now. Buffson 10, slightly behind in the early game, having some difficulties, but have certainly caught up. Only or have a 3k lead now at about the 8-minute mark. No Guardians yet, but they have a lot of pressure on these lanes. Yamato coming over right, trying to fight this Seven and Abrams. Seven pops that ult. Abrams going in a little bit. Infernus blows him up. I don't think that shoulder bash disconnecting Infernus. Abrams gets parried. Shiv baits his melee for some reason though. Shiv on this Abrams absolute one. I think Holiday's going to have to give up the center Guardian, but they should win this side Guardian in trade.
Yeah, it's a trade of Guardians. 7 trying to do a good job there of holding off, but the Inferno Assault, well played from Nan to shut that down. Just make sure that they get this Guardian, so... Now it's going to be 2 Guardians for CCU later, just 1 for Buffs and 10. This left lane now going to become a bit of a focus as we see a pause come out.
The slash? Oh, Moa DC'd on the stairs. Luckily the lash paused for him when he had realized what was happening.
Yeah, good sportsmanship. I'm going to see a replay here of this fight where the 7 popped ult. The Yamato goes in, he thinks that it's safe to pop, but Infernus counters it immediately. It's a great read there, and that just enables them to win the 3v2. There, AZ in. I'm not entirely sure how to pronounce that, to be honest. Gets a really good shoulder charge to draw him off of his low 7, but it's still a 3v2, and they're both low, so not able to make anything of it.
Yeah, both teams waiting here for the Mo and Krill to reconnect. I'd probably like to see this buff. Well, this buff is coming up in 40 seconds. I'd probably like to see these team or CCU later start pushing out these lanes and fighting to grab the urn and go for these buffs. Buffs in 10 has like no ults right now. They're really not going to be able to fight that urn pickup or probably the urn drop off. 7's ult on a 2-minute cooldown. They have plenty of time to go and do it, but will they capitalize on this opportunity?
Yeah, but they also have to balance that with wanting the Guardians that they have to remain up. You know, they've got a side Guardian on each side, so no matter where they go for the urn, they either leave someone back and sacrifice them on the urn fight, or they sacrifice a Guardian there. They do have 2 to give up, though, so they don't give up a flex slot if they lose just 1. But yeah, these center sacrifices have come up, and not a lot of them have been taken by either team. So still a lot of farm on the map. They just had no time. They're all, what is it, burger boxing? Is that the term? They're all getting aggressive with each other and brawling around in the early game.
Yeah, we are
still trying to reconnect.
We are the burger box region, according to our own top players. We just like to fight as much as we can. That's what these teams have been doing. Lots of action around the map. I'd really like to see CCU later just calm down for a second, push out these waves, and then I mean, you can even look to group. You're going to end up grouping up on this yellow lane here to pick it up. They could potentially also, as a team, try and take the Guardian before going for the urn.
Yeah, if you stack on the side where the urn's being delivered, you have a shot at taking the Guardian as well. So it's not unreasonable for them to just stack up on that, and Buffs and 10 may have to concede the first urn again. You know, Deathy said that was one of his big things, was don't let them take the first urn. It's still early game, so the urn's not worth a ton of souls, but it's still a sizable chunk, so not something you just give up for free.
Yeah, definitely interesting here. Looking at the souls, Ali getting ahead again already at 8.5k. Did so much work on this Yamato last game, is already starting to show off the skill on this character again. Won her lane in about, I think, 5 or 6 minutes against the Bebop Mirage. Definitely not an easy lane to go into.
And yet, despite that, the Bebop has come back to be the top souls on his team, almost as much as Ali with 8.2k. He must have gotten left in the solo lane there after finishing off that Guardian to have come back so well. But yeah, Buffs and 10 are slightly ahead in the soul count. It's just this 7 who's lagging behind a bit. And that is unfortunate because, as I said, I think Sojo is going to be a really important player here on the 7. I think he needs to maybe just go off and farm for a little bit, take a solo lane and come back so that he can have a big impact with these 7 ults later in the game. But he needs to be making plays for his team for them to win this game.
Yeah, I agree. I don't know about the ult usage by Sojo. Getting some good value from the ult 1 and 5 right now, but perhaps a little bit mistimed. Not going to have it for this urn pickup and fight for the buff. Just yeah, perhaps a little bit mistimed. And if we look at CCU later, they have that Pocket Affliction. Lash ult is about to be back up. They won't have a Yamato ult or really any of their other ults, but those 2 are really what you need to win a lot of these fights.
Well, our observer's just taking you through a nice tour of New York, getting the spirit urn view, as you might say. Just running around New York. I'm still waiting on the Mo and Krill, but we'll try and keep you entertained in the meantime. I did notice here, I didn't see it before, it looks like Buffs and 10 have a decent push here on the left side with this Guardian. I don't see any members of CSU later over there. Looks like maybe there's someone hidden under the Guardian
Lash is
there. Ah, the Lash. Well, that's going to still be advantaged for Buffs and 10 as soon as Zero Day gets back.
Yep, Pocket is also rotating back. They may choose to use their ults here to try and secure some kills and then go for the buff and pick up the urn. It is going to be on this lane over here. They do need to answer this mid lane though. This minion wave pushing this center walker right now.
You gotta assume that'll be Shiv that answers that though, right? Like, he's got pretty good minion clear even at this stage of the game, so... And besides, this early walkers still have plenty of resistances, so it's not going to be too much poke here, but yeah, that is a mild advantage coming in. Not going to be as much health to take off of the walker later in the game when they go for those big pushes. But yeah, it should be answered pretty cleanly here. Meanwhile, the 7 is on the side lane, as I expect that he should be. He's going to clear up these waves, farm a bit. In Furnace, there's a couple of low health bars on CCU later, but they've got plenty of time before the urn to heal up. Go back to base for a little bit. As long as they don't let these waves get too bad.
Yeah, I mean, I think if Buffs and 10 is going to want to go for the urn here, they may want to just have 7 act as a distraction, knowing that he won't have that ult for the buff or the urn fight. Just have him, like, push up a side lane, just try and draw people off. Like, even if he dies, if you can get the urn and potentially get some good kills going for your team, it might be worthwhile. I am also a little bit worried on that center wave of even Shiv responding. I think Holiday is likely going to be the one that has to respond. Shiv just so hurt. It's going to take him a decent bit of time to heal up and then go back and get that wave. It is like 2 or 3 waves crashing the center walker right now. Going to do a lot of damage. And Mo and Krill is finally back.
There we go. All right, we're going to hop back into this game real quick. Just both teams look like they're ready. We'll unpause and we'll get this fight underway.
Oh, they are waiting. Parent, not sure what is happening right now. Waiting for CCU later right now. Potentially one of their players went to use the restroom, go grab a sip of water.
Good sportsmanship from our players here. Certainly my ranked teammates wouldn't have let this pause go on this long, but now we're going to be unpausing. We're getting into this fight here.
Yeah, Lash defending this Guardian. Pocket moving over, and there goes Holiday and Shiv to the center lane. But look, that Walker ate so much damage just from that minion wave pushing in. Bebop hiding here, waiting to come from behind. Buffs and 10 going to look for a big team fight here. They have 4 people against Pocket and Lash. These heroes quite mobile. Will they be able to get out? Lash somehow gets shoulder bashed on that corner, but Abrams keeps going through. They find the pick on him, but Pocket is fine. He's able to get out. 4 people here on this yellow Guardian. Yamato coming to respond. Holiday also cutting through the side. Pocket Affliction I think only gets the Abrams right now. He's so hurt. Has to back up. Their group, CCU later is grouped up. They grab this urn and seem like they just want to run away with it. Able to find the kill on that Abrams. Holiday just running for the urn. Lash finds an ult on the Moencrow, getting his revenge for that kill earlier. But the Viscous Cube stalls it out. The team's so split up right now, and Furnace probably going to need to break over towards this urn. They have 2 people over there, 7 and Mirage, but back over here we got Yamato. Viscous is like absolute one. Yamato's able to find that kill though. They have to drop life
from the Yamato ult that gives him the life steal, the sustain, and the extra abilities to be able to finish off the fight there. Now it looks like CCU later might get this Guardian. Bebop certainly putting in a good defense though.
Yeah, uses that Hyper Beam, then immediately cancels it. Yamato going in potentially a little bit too deep. Absolute 1 HP. Abrams looking to finish her off. Mo and Krill's here. I don't see, yeah, and there goes Yamato. Both teams a little discoordinated here. Nothing really accomplished on either side. Yeah, I mean, that really is it. Just not much was accomplished from either side there. Just teams were fighting and getting distracted from the from actually getting these objectives. And it looks like Abrams has extended too far forward, and he gets blown up by the Lash and Shiv. Constant fighting on this yellow lane right now. It's both teams trying to take the Guardian from each other. Holiday and Infernus really pushing the 7 Viscous back. And then if we cut back to this yellow lane, it looks like they might finally get this Guardian.
Well, Mo and Krill are pushing them back. They don't have a wave up by the Guardian yet, so still just going to be back to neutral. Neither side really wanting to commit more people to this. Looks like Mirage is going to come over. Okay, and Pocket's coming as well. Maybe after a little break for some farm. But yeah, both sides just wanting to keep pressure across the map, which makes our job harder. We got to commentate 3 different fights. But hey, it's exciting gameplay, so we're not going to let you miss out on any of it. Mirage looked like he was going for the urn, but then he just backed off, looking to fight for this lane a little bit more.
Yeah, Buffs in 10 not letting CCU later have the first turn, but also just not going for it themselves. They have the 7 ult now. They're about to have the Mirage ult. I feel like this is the time to go for it, but CCU later, Holiday sneaks in there again and grabs it. Are they going to respond? Holiday taking quite a risky route, but minimizes the amount of time that Buffs in 10 can rotate and respond to it. 7 backing up. Really can't do anything here about this urn deposit. Not following their coach's advice, letting CCU later get the first urn again.
Yeah, just not enough members of Buffs respond in time. That's a really early Veil Walker there from Green Swampy. And just notice that as an aside, the Yamato now going to be taking the fight. Gets a good parry onto the Abrams. She gets away just at 1 HP. 11
HP, yeah. Like. But Abrams not done yet. Chasing this Holiday still. Yamato trying to find a way out. Too many players from Buffs and 10 on top of her right now. Just running around inside a mid pit. And it looks like Infernus and Mirage are fighting on the offlane. Infernus about to get a kill. Buffs and 10 is going to have to respond to this, and Yamato is able to get out. Nobody went down there to look for her, and luckily she was able to get away.
The great escape. It always happens. People just forget you're down there. Assume that you've run off. Meanwhile, in the left lane, not a whole lot's happened. They've been fighting over this this left Guardian for several minutes now, and neither side able to make much headway. Not able to send extra people either to make sure that the fight at least has a conclusion. But yeah, CCU later have come back from a slight soul deficit to a slight soul lead now, with another urn in 30 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to see CCU later start grouping on this left side here. Or Buffs. I mean, these teams, I feel like they're not getting much value out of the 7 ult, just letting him sit in the offlane and farm instead of going and really forcing any of these big team fights.
That's a kill there onto the Abrams from Ali, building up her their soul lead even more. Sojo considered staying to try and finish him off, but over here on the left side, finally some progress being made by CCU later. They managed to get the pick onto Shad's Bebop, and they're also going to push past and kill Banshee as well. So that'll be this Guardian finally down and CCU later's first flex slot unlocked.
Yeah, but they weren't ready for that buff. Viscous over there taking it. Actually, yeah, Viscous is just over there. She gets the buff. Is she going to be able to get out for buffs?
It looks like it. There's only the Lash there to chase him down.
Oh no, that entire team is over there. It looks like Pocket's starting to go in. They're going in on this Viscous right now.
There you go.
Punched her off the roof, but... yeah, force out the goo ball before this urn fight. Is Seven's not rotating over, instead of fighting this Infernus on a side lane. I don't see how Infernus ever loses this fight, but... it looks like, yeah, they're just choosing to trade Guardian. Yeah, it looks like they're choosing to trade a Guardian for the urn here. I really don't know if that was... but they dropped the urn!
I think it was punched off of them as Buffs and 10 are really looking to take this fight now. It's 5-on-5. A couple of ults exchanged, but Ali now going to have to back off. 1 HP, and now Buffs and 10 try and get it. The cube to try and confirm the urn, but doesn't land on there. The heavy melee punches him off. Abrams now still managing to melee despite having the urn. There we go, has to drop it. Now he's going to try and find something more.
Yeah, Nan going in though. Big Infernus ult. Doing a lot of damage here. Abrams finally goes down in the back line. Will they be able to clean up this fight? Ali's returned back. Full health now. Viscous so hurt. Mo and Bebop. Infernus does go down though. Urn deposited on the somehow CCU later got the urn.
I think Ali just snuck in and got it.
7 now pushing this middle walker. He might win it here. That damage that the minions did earlier might pay off.
I mean, that's just about worst case scenario for CCU later, right? They got the urn, yes, but they're going to lose 2 flex slots here potentially. Lash coming in to try and deny it from the 7, and a good holiday lasso as well, but the rescue beam comes in to deny it. That walker does fall, and surely eventually they're going to get this guardian. They're going to pay for it with Banshee's life and maybe a few others. But that's 2 flex slots now unlocked for Buffs and 10.
I mean, they just got 3 kills though. That's even more souls than the guardian actually was worth. But CCU later coming out like a little bit on top of these trades actually. Have a very small lead, but I really like their how their team scales, and it looks like they're going for mid boss with those 3 kills. Don't have the objective rip of the Wraith like they did last game, so definitely a bit questionable. I think Buffs and 10 should come and fight it. They have the 7 ult, they have the Abrams, they have the Goo Ball. Their pit fight is just so strong.
But do they have the positioning? There's not enough members of Buffs here to actually fight it. They weren't expecting such an aggressive mid-boss. Looks like Viscous may come in to try and deny it with the Goo Ball, but no, the Yamato ult's going to make her unstoppable, and she'll be able to confirm it for CCU later. So a really early mid-boss here is going to result in probably a lot of pressure onto these walkers.
Yeah, a great mid-boss from CCU later, getting it pretty much uncontested. Going to try and get a flex slot or 2 off of this 3-minute rejuve.
Yeah, remember, as of a recent update, the rejuve does last a shorter time the first time you get it, so it's not going to be as oppressive as it has been in days past. Mo and Krill with the early trophy collector, a pickup we've seen a lot of Mo's go for. I'm not a huge fan of it personally, but if anyone's going to get it, it should probably be the Mo, who's going to be very active in getting these assists. So this game's going to have to go kind of late for that to pay off, I think, and it certainly denies him from getting a lot of his other power spike tier 3s. But they've got a strategy. They're going to stick to it. A lot of lane pressure now for CCU later.
Yeah, CCU later just getting all their waves pushing before committing to a big team push while using that rejuve, waiting for this Yamato ult to come back up, just farming camps, grouping up on this yellow walker of Buffs and 10. Having Shiv and Lash pushing the offlane, definitely a little bit of an interesting choice. Lash moving over. I think CCU later is just moving too quickly right now, not waiting for this Lash. The fight's already broken out. Shiv is pushing the center walker, fighting against the somebody. But somehow CCU later is able to turn the fight on that Mo, able to find the kill. Lash finally arrives, throwing the Mirage into the team. Mirage NATOs the entirety of CCU later, but isn't able to get out. Pocket, good affliction. Going past the walker, not letting Viscous or Abrams get out here. Dodges the punch and the shoulder bash. Lash coming through as well. Viscous punches Abrams into a bit of a corner. She goes down. Abrams is 1, but he's able to sneak out.
And in the mid lane, Shiv has been fought off. He's going to back off and grab a buff now. So 1 walker now. 2 flex slots for both teams. That's a moderate victory for CCU later. They get a couple kills, they get the walker, and they're going for this urn now to try and force something more.
Yeah, they are 15k up right now. This 7 ult's still not being used. I feel like he has to click it at this urn fight right now. Let's see how CCU later is able to kite and play around that ult. 7 is incredibly fed. He will do a lot of damage, just looking for how CCU later is going to deal with it.
It's going to be a big fight here. This could decide a lot of the rest of the game. Swampy is just going to dive in for it. He's going to get stunned, but it's too late. The Solar has already been deposited. The 7 ult and doing a lot of damage. The Infernus ult cancels it, though, and the Cube keeping members of Buffs and 10 up. Sojo, very low, goes down, but manages to trade for Green Swampy. Now Bebop getting dove on by most of CCU later. He survives the execute. Mo and Crow comes in to peel for him and make sure that he gets away, but elsewhere, Zitto has gone down on this pocket. It's actually not a terrible fight for buffs in 10, although CCU later got the buff, or the urn.
Yeah, but if we see Yamato chase that Abrams a little bit too deeply, ends up going down, but they also find a kill on Narwhal somehow. Going to rotate around and look for some more play on these walkers. Their lane's all pushing right now. The rejuve buff did expire, but they are down a player. Just back up, yeah. Good play from them. Backing up and going for some of this jungle. Resetting back to a more neutral state.
Yeah, they've got a couple of center sacrifices up. They can try and take those. Their lanes are now getting shoved back into them, so they're just going to play it safe for a little bit. The rejuve buff ran out, I think, right before that urn came in, so a bit unlucky there. If we had the old rejuve timing, CCU later would be up much quicker than buffs. So, Yoshi decided to nerf CCU later for this match. It happens.
Yeah, definitely a bit unfortunate on their part, not having the full death timers after that at that urn fight. Potentially something that they should have thought of before going for such an aggressive play, especially into the 7 ult. But 7 really fed right now. That ult is going to do so much damage. They're going to need to get some curses or something to cancel this ult.
Yeah, he's fed in relation to his team, but a lot of CCU later are around that soul point as well. They may have thought that they were just healthy enough to be able to take it. The Infernus ult came in pretty quickly to take care of the 7 ult, but a good rescue beam was able to get Sojo out, at least for a little bit. He did go down pretty early. Mo and Krill now on 8 trophy collector stacks. That's not bad at all for how long he's had it.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see at the end of the game how much value it ends up making him.
7 still on the solo lane, taking all of the farm that he can. Seems like they listened to me, and maybe tuning into the stream, who knows? But they are putting Sojo on that carry position. He's getting as much as he can.
I don't know, I'm mainly concerned about their gun hero here. Mirage is really underfed, not doing a lot of damage, and 7 finally buys the unstop. Rather a little bit of a later buy for it, but definitely a good item on the character. I'd like to see something like the lightning scroll or an item like that next to help his team get that big AoE CC.
Yeah, lightning scroll very strong on the 7 ult, but the unstoppable very necessary, especially given that he's now been shut down twice by Infernus ults. So, very reasonable pickup. The Boundless came a little bit early, but that's also a core item, I think, for a lot of these 7 ult builds. A good hook from Bebop brings in the Yamato, but I don't expect there to be enough damage here to follow up with so many members of CC around.
Yeah, it looks like Buffs in 10 looking for a little bit of a pick on this Shiv right now. 3 people over there. And CCU later just backing up, having to deal with these waves right now. They've let all these waves shove in. Buffs in about 30 seconds. Might actually favor CCU later. All their waves are about to be pushing right now. They're going to get these and then immediately, or they should then immediately just rotate over and try and get this buff and urn.
Yeah, but it's certainly not going to be free. They may be up 14k, but buffs are making them pay for everything that they take. They're constantly putting in threat of these Bebop hooks, of the Mirage Tornado, Mo and Krill grab. Buff is going to get grabbed by Holiday here, just barely escapes both the Mo and Krill ult and the Bebop. Oh, excuse me, I heard the mid-boss and I thought it was buffs.
There we go. Buffs in 10 is just ready for the buffs and urn. This is, I think, the first time we've seen a team this game actually, group up, go for the buff, and then grab the urn afterwards. Abrams is going to get it here, and it's going to give them a lot of pressure. They are a bit down, but, I mean, this team play is starting to really work out for them. They're taking these team fights, and they are winning.
Need to be careful here for the Bebop and the Viscous. There's so many members of CC around, and so far Buffs and 10 haven't caught up to them. Looks like they're going to be doing that now, and a fight's going to break out.
Yeah, a skirmish in the middle of the jungle here. Both teams backing off a bit, realizing that they would rather just fight under urn, and also that Shiv and Holiday are just pushing a walker. Instead of going for the urn, they decide to just back off of it, realizing all their lanes are too pushed right now. It does give CCU later the urn, though.
Yeah, all of the members of Buffs and 10 just dropped off of that mid lane, over-rotating both to the right and the left. They may trade it with the left walker, but it just gave CCU later both the free urn and free walker.
Yeah, going for a
they're gonna back off the
2-2-2
Walker.
split here. They're backing up, but are they too late? I think they are. They just gave CCU the urn for free. They had 2 people there, but they weren't able to fight it. Pocket gets a massive affliction to start off the fight. A combo on him combo on Yamato gets her down before she can even pop her ult. They're
good
finding
combo there.
kills.
They're-
Are they going to be able to convert these kills into anything, though? Oh, Lash isn't able to get out. This should be a mid-boss for Buffs and 10.
Should
Shiv,
be 3
though.
people down. You might have time to get this Walker as well.
Yeah, Shiv, though, about to get this other sidewalker and their mid-walker being pushed in. Mirage realizing just a second too late that these lanes are under threat, breaking towards mid lane to try and push back the wave. Pocket going down here, just stayed at this walker too long. And it looks like Buffs and 10 is going to rotate over towards mid-boss.
Yeah, this should be a fairly free mid here. Green Swampy just came back up, has the lasso, Nan with the Infernus ult, but I mean, there's just not a whole lot you can do, especially if you don't have your lanes pushed up to the mid boss. They may be going for it though, they're certainly pushing up.
I think they're just grouping up here, just trying to push out the wave. Maybe secure a last bit of jungle. They don't really have jungle on their side. I mean, after Buffs and 10 clears out their jungle, I think we'll have a very even game with Buffs just having the rejuve. They really need to find some answer to the 7, not maybe regretting not drafting the Kelvin right now. That could have just domed them to wait out that unstop.
Yeah, it would have been a strong pickup, but maybe just not comfortable on it, as we heard before. Pushing up now, trying to get something with this rejuve, having to push out the right lane before they can really make anything happen. That is the last walker for CCU later is on that right side lane, so they may try and push there first. Just waiting on the minion waves to come in.
Lash getting some
Slow going.
information, camping the roofs right now. Ready to defend this blue walker. I think this next fight is really what's going to determine the game here. It's going to be hard with Buffs and 10 having the rejuve bonus, but we've seen CCU later win some of these, win a lot of these fights. All the waves pushing in right now for Buffs and 10. This really should be the time that they go for this walker, but they're so disconnected right now.
Yeah, they've got 2 members just kind of wasting time on mid lane over there. Means that they're not all going to be grouped up, while there's 2 members of CCU later trying to keep the wave off of their base.
Wasting a lot of key rejuve time right now, just not really doing anything. They're moving around the center of the map, and I mean, it's good movement, but it's not really accomplishing anything. It's not going in any direction.
They're taking the farm though, they're starving their enemy out, and they've brought the soul lead back to even. Next set of buffs and urn are going to be up in 30 seconds, but I feel like they have sort of squandered this rejuve. I feel like they had opportunities and they just didn't take them for trying to get this walker. Maybe afraid of the combination of things like the Lash ult and the Holiday ult. But yeah, buffs are now in 10 seconds.
Yeah, I think they're just going to play for buffs and urn here. It's going to spawn in on yellow, so slightly does favor CCU later. They get to defend this urn and the walker at the same time.
Yep,
But
having your objectives stuck together is it's going to be beneficial. The urn now comes down. Mo and Krill are going to grab it.
And if we look at that rejuve timer on Mo, it's already 2/3 down. They've wasted about 2.5 minutes here just kind of walking around the map, really not pushing their rejuve buff. I really think that CCU later should fight this. They have the ults. They are capable of doing it. The 7 is the real issue, but they don't have the Pocket and Shiv there. It's just not good now. They don't have the team. Using the Lash ult, but he gets hooked and cursed out of the air. Not the way that you want to start a fight, and Lash goes down. CCU
Meanwhile,
later just
Pocket
really not playing together right now. Not on the same page about what they want to do. Viscous way
Shiver in
behind
that-
the walker. Will she be able to get away? Maybe. Pocket coming in from behind. Mirage having to break off to go into push that wave off of his walker. Seven pops his ult, but and yeah, it just works out. They don't have an answer for it. Seven ult just does so much damage. They can't defend this walker anymore.
Yeah, but he
Honest
didn't get
Abrams
close
back
enough
here.
to actually...
Able to find one kill at least.
He wasn't able to actually get close to the walker to start damaging it, so the walker's... Well, it was still up for a little while, but CCU later have taken too much damage and too many deaths to be able to defend it any longer. That's nearly a full team wipe for Buffs and 10, and that means that their soul lead has now blossomed. Good bit of money here on the 7. I'd really like to see him pick up Lightning Scrolls soon. I feel like he's still missing that, but for now they're just going to take the base.
I mean, yeah, he's just pushing as much damage as he can. Just CCU later not on the same page there for this defense. Going to be so hard now that 7 is fully online and fed. Just took too long to push their advantage. Let 7 get 2 fed, and now he's just kind of running through their base, winning them the game. Potentially we'll see a 7 ban next game from CCU later instead of the Geist.
It could be. This patron going down means that CCU later are going to have time to get back up. This isn't the end of the game, unless Buffs and 10 can get a little more value. But there, Banshee goes down to the Lash. Narwhal also looking pretty low. This probably going to have to back off here.
Yeah, Buffs and 10 backing off here, realizing that they're low. They have a ton of money that they haven't spent from the Urn, the Walker, and all of the base objectives that they just got. Spending their gold. Really about to start showing the lead that they've acquired.
And Shad picks up the Curse to try and deal with people like the Pocket and the Lash and the Yamato. It's going to be a good pickup here. And they've got plenty of farm on their side of the map as well to take, while CCU later are just pushing out these waves.
Yeah, CCU later, it's going to be hard to win this fight. Potentially have to hope for this 7 to mess up a little bit. I think they've just let the game go on a little bit too long without really pushing their lead.
Yeah, they could start buying some curses of their own. Not a lot of characters on the team who usually buy that, maybe like the Holiday. But now with the mid-boss up, any sort of team fight is going to have further scaled consequences.
Yeah, 5 minutes is going to be how long this final rejuve is. Lash looking for some farm to do, but there just isn't any around the map right now. Buffs and 10 grouped up. I think CCU later needs to look for a pick or look for something. Both teams posturing around this mid right now, knowing that whoever wins this next fight is likely going to win the game.
Certainly possible, although CCU later have a little further to go than Buffs and 10. They still have a Walker to kill, and they still haven't breached the base of Buffs and 10. So, Buffs and 10 definitely one fight away from winning. CCU later might take another one on top of that, but definitely if they can get a team kill here and take the rejuve, it'll be a massive boon for them. They'll gain back the soul lead and be able to push those objectives. So, Holiday going for the Veil Walker, looking for a cheeky little lasso here.
Yeah, I'm trying to find some way to start off this fight. Buffs coming up in 10 seconds right now. Buffs and 10 grouped up on that yellow buff. And on the other, I'm just 4-2 split right now, and CCU later just not really playing together as a team right now. Not fighting for these buffs, just kind of grouped around their base, waiting for stuff to happen.
Getting a couple of 6Ks though to help deal with this. The Lash now unstoppable, so he can't be stunned out of his ult by someone like the Bebop. Viscous now grabbing the Urn. Buffs and 10 finally having a chance to just force the issue. Force a team fight, use their 7 ult to win, and then hope that they get enough skills to be able to push the Patron.
Yeah, but CCU later, it looks like they just want to go for the Walker instead. Not going to contest the 9k Urn, instead going for that middle Walker and getting a flex slot. Maybe feeling that their flex slot here is the main issue. Definitely not a fair trade in souls though. Buffs and 10 just going to get even further ahead.
Yeah, but you see pretty much everyone on CCU later needing that flex slot. Moen Krill now zipping around the map at warp speed. He's got a lot of those trophy collector stacks. He's building up a soul lead.
Yeah, I mean, it's gotten him quite a lot of souls so far. Just had it for so long this game, and this game has gone on for 36 minutes, getting a decent amount of value. I feel like CCU later is just playing so passively here. They need to look for some sort of play. Potentially on this Abrams here. Balde finds the lasso, coming towards the team. Drags him towards mid. The rest of Buff's antenna is coming. Pocket Affliction down. Abrams ulting, trying to get out. But Seven's here. Flash ult finds two. Throws them in. But is set. And there comes the 7 ult. Doing so much damage.
And the 7 ult comes in to clean up the fight there as CCU later got off some of their ults, but just weren't able to get enough value from them. Meanwhile, Sojo does exactly his job. He comes in, pops the ult, and nobody's able to take care of him, and this looks like it'll be the game for Buffs in 10. We're gonna go to a game 3.
Yeah, a good game here. I think CCU later just failed to push their advantage that they had in the mid game. Let 7 scale up too far and let Buffs kind of back into the game.
Yeah, it was a tight game though. We saw Buffs take a lead sort of in the mid game, almost a reversal of what happened last game with CCU later. Well, and we also saw CCU later win the lane by a little bit last time, but then they blew it and Buffs came back, and then CC finally continued to take their lead in the end game. This time we saw CCU later continue their lead in the early game, and then just kind of squander it in the mid game, and Buffs never gave it up. They did exactly as Deathy said. They got a lead, didn't give it up. They played well around the urns. CCU later with a bit of a questionable decision of priorities, taking that Walker and letting them get the big urn, but at that point they were so far behind, there's only so much you can do, especially with a 7 who's just going to terrorize you every single team fight. So maybe should have sent someone over to answer him a little earlier.
Yeah, definitely an option that they had. 7 just pushing these objectives, getting all the player damage. Shiv kind of underperforming a bit again on the side of CCU later. Really not doing all that much damage. I would expect to see next game we'll see an adjustment with potentially 7 getting banned, with Geist having a 0% pick rate for all these games that we've seen on stream, and the 7 working out so well for Buffs.
Yeah, 7 never did pick up lightning scrolls, so I guess my advice that entire time was not helpful, but he definitely did well despite it, and I wouldn't be shocked to see a 7 ban. I think that's what they did game 1. They banned the 7 first instead of the Geist. I just don't know if either team really has a Geist that they like, so who knows? Maybe we'll see them pay for that. They just all collectively forgot about Geist game 1, and they both have fantastic Geist players, so we'll see the adjustments from both teams in game 3. Definitely some hero decisions to change up and some play styles to readjust headed into game 3. But for now, we're going to take a look at the replays from this game, and we'll be right back. Well, welcome back to Game 3 here between Buffs and 10 and CC You Later. We've had two fairly close matches so far. These teams are certainly giving it their all. They're putting in the work, and it's paying off for them today. Deathy, how do you feel about Game 2 there?
Yep, sorry about that, guys. I was supposed to introduce us, but my sound on the thing was actually not working, and I forgot to, unmute it. So that's on me, 100%. The games, I'm very, very happy with Buffs and 10. They brought it back, and I think that they started getting, into the game when they started positioning for the Buffs on time. I mean, according to their name, it's kind of like how there was this team called Spirit Urn here that we casted last week, and when they started playing around the Spirit Urn, they started winning. And so they started playing around the Buffs, and then they took it home. And so now I'm really excited for the fact that we're on Game 3. Now, of course, it's a bit of a bad news for Ryan, who's casting right after this, because he's in Europe. And so it's already midnight for him, and we haven't even started. So he's gonna be casting till 4 a.m. or whatever. So that's gonna be fun. But I'm excited for that. And yeah, that was like a really, really, really fun game to watch. Like I was watching, and I was on the edge of my seat, not knowing what was gonna happen. Excited to see Game 3.
Yeah, great game. Yeah, I feel sorry for Ryan, but he's done a great job coaching these teams so far, and I've heard him do a little bit of casting for, so I'm excited to see him, even if he's staying up a bit late for it. So, I mean, so far it's been really close between these teams, with Buffs and 10 getting the buff when they start going for buffs. Now that sounds like a fake word. Do you think that we'll see CCU later start to pick it up if they play around some of these CC heroes? They've been a little bit lacking in that so far in their draft.
That's actually a good point. Why is CCU later not drafting any CC when it's literally in their name? Now, look, what I'll say is CCU later actually had looked much better in the laning stage this game, right? And it was actually I think the laning stage was fairly even. I think if I remember correctly, Buffs and 10 might have even had a small deficit right at the end of laning stage, but it was nothing big. It was 2K or something. But for the first 5 minutes, CCU later were really dominating the laning stage. And maybe it is win lane lose game. It could be that. And even the first mid boss that CCU later were able to get could have been contested, in my opinion. And so overall, I think that CCU later played better than they did in the previous game in a lot of different ways, but Buffs and 10 still managed to take it home. And I think part of that definitely has to do with the fact that Narwhal on the Viscous was a big factor, and even though he had a huge impact on the Kelvin, it felt like Narwhal on the Viscous in the late game fights was much more of a stable factor with the cubes. The cubes saved people so often. Abrams was able to stall so long in those fights as well, and man, this Bebop does not miss a hook.
Yeah, incredible job from Buffs and 10 winning the second game. I really think another issue was that mid lane won really early, but then they kind of started abandoning that lane, and they let that massive wave push in that chunked it, and that let Seven solo take a walker later into the game, giving him a massive amount of souls with the new soul distribution system on objectives. And I think letting him get that just really spiked the amount of souls they got and let him start running away with the game. And that adjustment we see from CCU later that we were talking about earlier, instead of banning Geist this time, they go directly for the 7, not letting Buffs and 10 have it again.
It's a good adjustment. You take care of the problem that they had last game. They haven't so far shown a desire to play it themselves, so may as well stop the other team from having it, and maybe realizing that, hey, nobody's wanted Geist so far, but maybe Buffs and 10 will take it this time. We're going to see what they decide to ban in return. Probably just going to be the Warden. You've seen them ban it first every single game. Seems like they just don't want to play against it, so not going to be surprised if we see that there, but of course, could always change it up. Nope.
If I may, I'll add some interesting facts here with powered by StatLocker. So if you guys ! bracket, you can click on the stats section and check a couple things. So right now, McGinnis actually has a 100% win rate in the Oracle Phantom bracket. She's 6-0, and so does Lady Geist. And then surprisingly, then it's Haze in third position, and then Ivy, and then Wraith. So some of these heroes we haven't really seen. I don't think we've seen Ivy, so it must have been strictly off-stream games. But Ivy is currently 6 wins, 2 losses. So she's been picked a lot, and she has a very high win rate as well. So definitely some interesting facts related to that.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, actually, sorry, wait. I think Oh, sorry. I clicked on the wrong bracket because it didn't reload. So let me correct that. McGinnis is not actually undefeated in this bracket. McGinnis is undefeated in the Emissary Archon bracket, right? So I was looking at the wrong one. Hayes actually is equal with McGinnis at 75%. And then Mo and Curl 71%, 10-4 as well. So we'll see if these heroes are a little bit more contested in this draft. Sorry, I got a little confused.
Yeah, Goon Squad putting in a lot of work here right now on the kills and assists. Man Monkey being the highest kill player overall and per minute, with Septute being the highest assist player, running around helping him.
Well, we're going to see CCU later start off this draft with their first pick, Mirage. After the bans that we've seen, it's not at all surprising. They first picked it before. And then Buffs and 10 are going to respond with the Yamato Viscous. So not as high prio on the Shiv so far. CCU later wanted the Mirage instead, but I expect them to pick up the Shiv now, and probably they can't get the Yamato anymore, but instead they get the Vindicta. So another solid pickup.
Yeah, picks are kind of flying here from both of these teams. I would probably like to see that potentially like a Kelvin here from Buffs and 10 could be an option. CCU later, following your advice, finally starting to get some CC, going for this Vindicta. With her tether, Mirage NATO is an option that they have in these fights. Just hopefully looking for a hero that can kind of complement this Shiv here a bit more.
Yeah, we haven't seen it have the best performance so far, but as you said, Shiv is definitely capable of having these carry performances. We've seen them a few times in DSL, but so far, Bubs and 10 having the good play to shut him down and not let him get that soul lead. They're going to have the Abrams.
Yeah, I think it's a good start to the draft for both teams. You know, Buffs and 10 going with what worked for them last game. So the start of their draft, Buffs and 10 just have a lot of heroes that are kind of unkillable now. I will say Shiv kind of bypasses a lot of those factors, you know, with the execute, in the sense that, hey, even if Abrams is really hard to kill, if you get executed, you're in trouble. Yamato can get executed through her ultimate as well, even if she has a ton of resists. And Viscous can get executed while in ball. So Shiv is a decent answer, and they already have the double shred with Mirage Vindicta. So Viscous might struggle to live in ball, but they have a lot of stall, right? So what Buffs and 10 need in the last 3 picks is they definitely need a little bit more consistent damage. So they could consider something like a Wraith, something like a Geist, which hasn't been touched at all. If I'm the side of Buffs and 10, I'm probably prioritizing, hey, let's go Geist 4th pick. I think it's pretty decent here. It gives you consistent damage. It also goes with the theme of, like, hey, in general, you're unkillable. I would have liked to see Pocket banned, because I think Pocket is really good against those heroes, but they've played against Pocket every game, and clearly they feel like they can deal with it, and so they're letting it go through, and they're banning the Haze this time.
Yeah, potentially we could also see that Lash coming out again on the side of CCU later. It ended up working out so well for them game 1, and would again provided them a little bit more CC. Again, there are still a few of these really strong picks that are open. Like Deathy was saying, the Pocket is still there. Calvin is still there. I don't think CCU later would probably ban either of those heroes, though. I feel like both are pretty appetizing for them for picks here. Wondering what they're going to go with for the ban. Bebop.
Not a justified Bebop ban. I mean, this Bebop has not been missing a hook. I've been in chat a lot with Pierre, and Pierre and I have just like been incredibly impressed by the Bebop gameplay coming out of Buffs and 10. He's just hitting every hook, and even though Bebop has actually a very, very low win rate, if we're referring to the stats of this tournament right now, in the Oracle Phantom bracket, he's a 25%, 2-6. He made it look really good, and so I think it's a justified ban, definitely more of a comfort ban. Now, those Buffs and 10, like I said here, they can look for a few different things. I think they could look for the Pocket for the Affliction if they're comfortable playing it, but they haven't shown that they want to play it so far, so I don't think they'll go for that. I think Geist is an option as well. And then other than that, I think picking something like a Wraith or an Infernus is also pretty decent. I think I like Infernus against Shiv, generally speaking, the damage over time. And Infernus is also good against some of your heroes. Oh, so they do go with the Infernus. I think this is a fairly sound pick in this position. I definitely don't hate it.
Yeah, I would have suggested Infernus for CCU later, so I'm not upset at all to see Buffs and 10 pick it up. As you said, it's good against the Shiv. It's good against some of the tankier heroes that Buffs and 10 have already picked up. So there's that consistent damage as well. So fits really nicely into Buffs and 10's draft. Solid pickup.
It might also be that they're trying to deny them some of the characters. Buffs in 10 this game, going for the Infernus that CC had last game, going for the Yamato that Ali's been performing so well on. And the Viscous that the Holiday, or that the Viscous taking it away from the person who was playing it game 1.
Yeah, it could be that it's a bit of a counter strategy, that they're trying to just pick the heroes they're comfortable with, and also like they're good at them. In general, with the teams that I coach, I told them as far as counter drafts, you know, don't like over preoccupy yourself with countering enemy teams, because sometimes you want to be able to just prioritize your own gameplay. CCU later, gonna go with the Geist and Holiday as a bit of a follow-up answer. I don't really love the Holiday pick here, although I think maybe they need someone to like start the fights, but we haven't seen Holiday do that amazing so far this tournament at this level of play. And I think Lasso, I think Buffs and 10 have the answers to Lasso here, so maybe he hits really good lassos and, you know, kind of makes me eat my words. I really wish that for them. I mean, I don't actually, because Buffs and 10 is the team that I coach, so CCU later, I really hope you lose. But other than that, I think Lady Geist makes a lot of sense, and Holiday's not a bad pick either. I'm just not sure I'm in love with it. And then if you're Buffs and 10, I mean, you have a lot of options to respond with. Don't love the Paradox, but I guess Bebop and Holiday have been picked and Haze has been banned, and you feel like you need something. But Moan Krill could have been that for you, so I'm not sure I love the Paradox pick, but it is an answer to Vindicta, but I would have picked Lash if I was them.
And we see the Kelvin coming out here for a CCU later, so they could have picked it last game, just choosing not to go for it, but this game making an adjustment, going for that Kelvin now.
Yeah, I like this draft from both teams. Both of them with a bit of a weird character pick, the Holiday and the Paradox respectively. But other than that, really solid drafting from both teams. We finally get to see a Geist, so we're going to see if she's justified that first pick ban, or if maybe teams have been ignoring her for the right reasons. So we'll see just how that shapes up as we get into the game here in a minute. For now, who do you like better in this draft, do you think? First, Deathy.
It's a little hard to say. I think on the side of CCU later, I think they have a lot of like just incredibly powerful heroes individually. And they have the Shield Kelvin combo, which is always incredibly scary. And I think Buffs and 10 don't really have great anti-heal options that are built into the kit. They don't have any anti-heal built into their kit, right? There's not a lot of heroes that do. And so I think that they may struggle to potentially deal with the Shiv. However, if the Shiv doesn't get out of control, I think it's actually okay. So I think a lot of the balance is kind of going to be on whether the Shiv can snowball the game or not. As far as all the other heroes on the side of CCU later, like, yeah, Mirage can be a problem, etc. But you've got Mo and Krill who can maybe stick on top of him, disarm him, and like Abrams who can also dive him, and Yamato who can get on top of him, etc. So I'm not too worried about like Mirage. They have answers. And Geist is incredibly strong, yes, but she's not, you know, like Thanos like she used to be. She's a lot more reasonable in the laning stage, for example. Like, she's a lot more balanced. You can actually dodge her bomb, etc. So I would say I slightly favor Buffs in 10, especially considering what we've seen last game. But both drafts are definitely very playable. Yeah,
really excited to see how both of these teams play out here. Honestly, I feel like I like CCU later's draft a tiny bit more. Just a bit from a laning perspective I feel like their lanes are incredibly solid here. Just 6 really, really good laners on their team. But as we saw last game, they won lane and did well, but they just ended up losing the game anyways.
That's true. I feel like there's at least 10, maybe as many as 12 strong laners in this draft, though. Nobody here is particularly weak in lane. Like, the weakest one you might say is maybe Paradox, but even then, she's well able to hold her own. So, yeah, strong laning drafts. It's going to be pretty volatile, I think, especially with how much we've seen these teams like to brawl early in lane already. We haven't seen the Vindicta, I think, from CCU later. I might have seen it game 1 from Buffs and 10. I can't quite remember, but I'm expecting to see that character put in a lot of work here to take down some of these tankier heroes from Buffs and 10. Make sure that they get staked in, can't move anywhere, and shred their resistances.
Yeah, this Vindicta could be one of the issues for sure this game. If, like, you know, specific heroes on the side of Buffs and 10 don't understand that they need to deal with this Vindicta, I'd really love to see something like a Phantom Strike on Mo and Krill, or at the very least a Warp Zone. I feel like we haven't seen Mo and Krill's build enough mobility this tournament. Viscous also has the option of going for Warp Zone, although I don't think the ball build is that amazing this game, just because Mirage and Vindicta traditionally are very good against ball, but it's good against Kelvin, so you've got a bit of a trade-off. But it looks like we will be going into the game very, very shortly. So this is game 3 of the quarterfinals. We've still got a lot of deadlock ahead of us, gentlemen, but we've got Buffs in 10 versus CCU later, game 3, and we'll see who can come out on top. Really excited to see this, and I'll leave it off to you guys.
Yeah, coming from these two teams, we have Mirage Holiday on the left lane, Kelvin Geist in mid, and Vindicta Shiv on the right lane here. Choosing not to go for that Kelvin Shiv kind of classic lane pairing, opting to put him with the Geist, just give her some healing so that she doesn't die to her self-damage.
Yeah, he's also going to be able to get off a really easy Geist ult. If you dome someone in, they're just going to die. Yeah, the Geist Bomb's also going to do a lot of work in there. But overall, some solid lane pairings from both sides. I think there's not any obvious mismatches. Maybe that right side with the Shiv against the Mo and Krill and the Paradox might be a little bit rough there for Buffs in 10. But certainly very winnable on each side. We're not seeing any early kills just yet. The Yamato on Buffs in 10 going a little bit low, as well as 0 on the Geist, but no kills yet.
Yeah. Well, hey, guys, I'm back. Looks like, you know, Math is having some issues, I believe, with his power, so I'll be taking over for this game, and, you know, I'm going to be taking over the Graveyard Shift after this one with Ryan anyway, so excited to be casting with you, Soren. I'm moving over from the host/panel into the action. Just a quick little notice from production. I don't believe I have game sound right now, but that's all right. I'm still going to cast without the game sound. And, you know, I do agree with you as far as the lane pairings. I'm excited to see how this, you know, Abrams and Furnace lane can go. Not a pairing that you see that often, but if you get a charge into a Flame Dash, you can definitely get a decent amount of follow-up on it. And she charges onto the Holiday, gets a lot of damage. And AZN is going to be taking down Green Swampy. Now, if you remember, Green Swampy, a little bit of aura mogging in the game 1, could be biting back, right? With the Magic Carpet plays. And now he's getting struck back.
Yeah, great shoulder charge there. Maybe a bit of latency. It looked like it didn't quite connect, but, you know, charge mechanics are janky no matter what game you go in, so just barely catches. Good dive under the tower, but now some low health bars from both sides. Shiv now getting poked down by that Paradox. Lone Krill going to try and go in and finish him off, but now he's going to take some damage. The parry doesn't quite connect. No melees to follow up. Both sides just going low and backing off.
Yeah, not much happening here so far, but decent trades. One difference from this bracket with Emissary Archon is there's a lot more trades as Yamato in the mid lane, they're a little bit of burger boxing onto the Kelvin. Kelvin taking a lot of damage on a sliver of health on Zitto. Visca's going forward. Kelvin trying to escape. Power Slash barely connects, and he's going to go down on the side of Zitto as Sojo looks to claim his soul. And Narwhal striking on Donan as well, and Buffs in 10 just really getting the momentum going in every single lane, it looks like.
What a great splatter there. I feel like maybe Kelvin just overstepped a little bit, didn't realize that his Geist was so low and couldn't follow him up, and just got dove on. So great coordination there from Buffs in 10. They're going to take the early lead, but they've got to carry it through. They've got to turn this into map pressure and then eventually into objectives. They've got the Shiv low. They need to make something happen with that.
Yeah. And, oh, thank you, production. My sound is back. And Moan Kroll going very, very low. Tries to get the parry. Desperate. Shiv is 1 HP. Is his bloodletting? Is he going to go down? Paradox going forward, trying to get any shot on him. Boax on 1 HP. Looks like he's going to live. I think he just hit a resto shot or something to live. I wasn't actually sure. But, yeah, he just hit a shot of resto shot. And that barely took him over the edge. All 3 of his items with the only purpose of survival in this lane, as the pressure from Buffs in 10 is just brutal. But he's managing to live on, and, you know, no kill coming out there.
I mean, that's at least some value already, is making your opponent spend their first 2,400 on just healing. But maybe Narwhal didn't do enough of that because he goes down early. The Geist from Donan going to go down as well, though. It's a trade, one each way. And I've got to favor Yamato here in the 1v1 against Kelvin. Good power slash, both down to half HP. A missed parry is going to bring in a heavy melee, and now he gets the reset with the ult. Both abilities back up online, and he gets the kill onto Zitto. Fantastic work there from Sojo.
I mean, Sojo is just him in the mid lane. 4 kill streak for him. Just taking over this game, making me proud. I'm going to shed a tear. No, I'm just kidding. Well, I'm getting a little emotional a little bit, but I'm very proud of them. They're doing a great job. And, you know, I just, small little anecdote as nothing is happening on my screen, but it's just all so awesome for anyone coaching this event. You just know the feeling of watching the teams that you coach play It's just so awesome, and all these players are having such a good time. Like, you guys at home, I'm sure you're having a good time watching, but if you could, you know, hear the players' voice channels right now, the amount of hype that's going into this, and just like the amount of fun that they get out of it is really something special that we have here. And so I just really want to just thank everybody. Thank you, Soren, and like everybody, Math, that casted here, everybody that's involved in production, making this happen, because I do believe that these players are going to remember like today for a really long time.
Yeah, and of course, you're the one who organized this entire event, so from all of us, we can say thank you as well. Seeing a bit more action here, just coming off of that buff. Shiv going very low, and will get taken down. Swap not even needed there, but, you know, good shout out from Shad. Now you got 3 members over here. Viscus is going to have to reset back to mid lane. Already some pressure on that Guardian there. Ooh, the lasso just misses onto AZN. Close miss from the Holiday. Now AZN has to get out of there safely. Bit low.
Looks like he's going to manage to escape, you know, he's just fine, he's just playing Abrams, he's a little big-bodied, but it's alright, he's still nimble. And we got a dome here in the mid lane as Viscus goes very, very low. Yamato is still trading, not a lot of health on the side of Buffs and 10 as Donin looking to get his revenge. And one of the things that I'm noticing is that these players are being a lot better about abusing the small advantages, right? Even though they're down a lot of souls in this mid lane. Actually, they're not down as many as I thought, but they're still down quite a bit. Yamato up 2k, but they're still abusing the fact that, hey, Yamato's half health, Viscus is half health. We can still apply a little bit of pressure despite being down on souls, but they got to be careful because this Yamato is going to hurt quite a lot.
Yeah, especially now that she's got her ult back up. Cold Front as well. We're going to have a lot of combo damage there. The healing right gets interrupted, so she's going to have to take a little while to get back online. The tether there doesn't quite get enough value to get a kill onto the Mo and Krill. The wall comes in to protect him. Shiv down to about half HP as well, and Donin goes down again. Not able to get the swap off. It looks like he was already down. And that's Sojo with another kill here. 6.6k. He's going to be a real problem in this mid game.
I mean, what is that, 5-kill streak at this point? Like, bro is unstoppable. Unfortunately, though, that is bad news for Buffs and 10, which is my the team that I coach. That's very bad news because there's a little bit of a curse going on. They win lane, they lose the game. And so, Sojo, let's get some feeding going. I think it's time to walk it down in the mid lane. He is pretty hurt. I think he might die. There might be a chance, but there's a lot of action here. It's hard to catch it all, of course, right? But we're watching Mo and Krill as there's a lot of engage here in the mid lane. Sorry, I just wanted to see it, but Sojo is so hurt, but he's living. Donin goes down. Narwhal clears a kill. Kelvin, half HP, desperately trying to kill the Yamato, but no, he's gonna go down as well. 6-kill streak. Oh, this is really bad. They're winning so hard.
Narwhal there showing some great performances, showing that, hey, Yamato's not the only one who can deal damage here, as everyone's distracted with her. He manages to come in and clean up those 2 kills, so that'll be the first Guardian going the way of Buffs and 10. Oh, actually a simultaneous kill. The one in mid going down as well as the left side, so 2 Guardians now for Buffs and 10, and it looks like a kill going to come with the afterburn there as well.
Okay, never mind. This might be good. I mean, Buffs and 10 is just completely dominating. It's a 10k lead at 10 minutes. Like, if this were pro play, this would be extremely unlikely for CCU later to come back. But obviously, it's not, and that's kind of the beauty with this event. Anything can happen, right? The side of CCU later still have some tools, but you don't like seeing Shiv, one of your very early pick heroes, being the lowest net worth right now. Definitely not what you want to see if you're the side of CCU later.
No, definitely not. Although they have been using him more as an execute bot than someone to go in and deal that damage himself. So maybe not as much of a priority now, but he's getting dove by 3 members. The State going to come in and try and keep them off of him. The Kelvin Dome as well going to keep him healed up. It's now everyone just trying to get out of this dome. Neither side wants to be in there.
Okay, 0 Day gets executed by Bokes. Can he get more Vindicta up in the air? No abilities left for either side, it feels like, as Narwhal's trying to escape on the Viscus. Very low, gonna get maybe taken down as he just hops away, but Zidu finally takes him down as Abrams is also trying to escape, trying to get a trade kill on the Shiv is AZN, but looks like he's just gonna have to try to reset as Holiday is chasing him under the tower. Nice wall jump, good movement from AZN. The melee, 1 HP on Vindicta. He's actually managing to live. This is unbelievable. He charges onto the Vindicta and he kills her. There's no way.
Surely Shiv gets this kill, right? Melee lifesteal isn't that good. Oh, there we go. Folks finally gets the kill. Looks like the knife damage finishes him off. Kelvin is going to die, though, here, and there's 2 members of Buffs and 10 ready to finish off Bokes. And now it's 3v1 in this lane. Looks like they might get all 3 Guardians very quickly here.
Yeah, that's That was, what a fight, man. That was, that really could have gone either way, but Buffs and 10 managed to clean them up, and unfortunately not quite enough, but the situation is getting ever so slightly better for CCU later, as the lead is 8k instead of 10k, so we got to take the small victories. And if they manage to hold on to this Guardian for a little bit, right, they can maybe come back into the game with time, as Buffs are going to spawn in just 10 seconds, so Buffs and 10, they should feel a call at the core of their being, as Yamato is being gone on in mid, gonna be able to manage to pop ult, but extremely low, should be going down shortly here, as she does go down and drops a very massive bag. And that's huge for CCU later.
Yeah, Sojo already at 10k, but drops the bag, meaning not quite enough of that staying with him. One buff goes the way of Buffs and 10, but the other one uncontested for a little while, and Furnace manages to get over there eventually. So, both buffs to Buffs and 10 now.
At least
You
they got
mentioned that
that,
CCU later... CCU later has a good chance of coming back if they can hold on to this Guardian. What we've seen from a lot of these teams is that they really just int for this final objective and throw away a soul lead from it. That's not what we want to see here from Buffs and 10. We want to see good, solid gameplay from both sides.
Yeah.
So far they're not doing that. They're just staying safe.
Oh my
Hallie
god.
nearly managing to get caught out, but the Kelvin Dome comes in at just the right time to keep her safe.
Okay, that was a crazy dome. I won't lie. Like, that guy was 1 HP. That was a crazy dome. And, you know, AZN probably not thrilled about this, as we're going to see a lot of people just joining here. Vindicta still ends up going down, and now you don't have the dome to defend this. Are you still going to be able to defend this? Mo and Krill here, he wants to get kills. I mean, he's got the trophy collector. He's trying to hear that ka-ching sound that happens when you kill people with trophy collector. We all know that sound all too well. I mean, it's incredible. Sojo going in really deep. Abrams charges as well, catches Kelvin. I don't know if he's going to be able to kill anyone, but the space has been created, and they're going to go onto the Guardian. Should be able to get this one for free, and I think we're just going to see a reset from Buffs and 10 as they take their small victory and try not to throw, right, guys?
Yeah, Banshee gone very low. He's going to die over here on this left side. Now just one person to defend this Guardian. Could be CCU later getting their first one here. Otherwise, it's 3 Guardians to 0. Paradox looks like she's TPing, but she might be too late. This Guardian looks like it's going to go down.
Yeah, I mean, CCU later is doing a fantastic job of staying in this game, and now the lead is dwindling, and they're doing a good job of striking back where it matters, getting that kill and getting the Guardian, recognizing, hey, we can't save the Guardian on the other side of the map, so let's strike back. As we've got a charge onto Green Swampy, who picked up the urn. ACN just going in, the swap onto Green Swampy as well. He takes the jump pad, but does not manage to escape, as it looks like the side of Buffs and 10 is going to pick up this urn, maybe try to go for a quick turn in with the momentum they get from this kill.
Yeah, great charge there. I don't think Green Swampy knew at all what hit him. Just came out of the veil and just ambushed him. So great play there from AZN, and then the follow-up from Shad to get the urn off of him. Make sure that they get it. Sojo now going in the mid lane. The rescue beam's going to keep the Vindicta players safe from him. So they're just going to have to back off, and that's Yamato ult down for this urn fight.
If only Buffs and 10 could see what we see right now, they would go for this urn without any hesitation. I mean, Yamato created so much space. They have an opening right now to go for it, but they're acting a little bit scared, and they're giving them time to respond. But Paradox is still going to get there barely just in time, as Mo and Krill goes in really deep. Probably going to realize he's, bit off a board, bit more than he can chew, and he's going to back up. And, the urn is going to go to Buffs and 10, which they haven't really gotten a lot of urns historically in this series so far, as CCU later have been the urn merchants. But here they managed to get this one.
Yeah, especially these early urns have been going the way of CCU later, but Buffs and 10 turning it around this time, looking to shift some of the momentum back their way after losing their lead. That's going to be a great swap there onto the Vindicta, who's now so vulnerable, but she gets away with the fly. Holiday hits a nice lasso, but it's instantly cubed.
Oh.
The Kelvin Dome doesn't catch on to anyone. What a disappointing miss there for Zitto.
Yeah, very unfortunate. All of these abilities are just being countered, right? Like the lasso gets cubed right away. The dome misses, unfortunately. So nothing really going the way of CCU later. And this Vindicta is also not having a great game. Just keeps dying in these engages. And this is a little bit of what I like to call the ARAM effect when I'm coaching teams, which is there a reason that all the team, like everyone here is mid? Not really, but, fuck it, we ball.
Yeah, burger boxing at its finest here. There's one objective here at least, so it's not completely pointless, but that's 2 members of CCU later down. Now a third. Green Swampy looking in a bit of trouble as well over on his lane. Kelvin looking low as well. That's going to be a 4th member of CCU later down. Buffs and 10 now have all the space in the world to push whatever they want. Looks like they're going to get at least some damage here on this mid-walker.
Yeah, they probably can't quite get this mid-walker. I mean, if I were them, you definitely want to go for some damage, but you're probably not going to be able to clean it up because they're going to be back up, and a lot of you are half, right? So I would say, hey, let's just try to get whatever damage we can, back up, try to steal some of their jungle, reset, spend our money. You're up 13k, right? So, and the next buffs are spawning in 30 seconds. Narwhal, he has a different idea right now. I don't know why he's in their base, but unfortunately he's gonna end up getting punished for that. A little too deep on the side of Narwhal there.
Man thought he had magic carpet, but it wasn't in his build. Misclicked.
He got inspired by Green Swampy earlier. He wanted to make it to the clip section as well, but unfortunately he might make it to the clip section production. You might want to clip that, but for a different reason.
Yeah, not on the right side of that clip. So Buffs and 10 have been rebuffed. Looks like they're taking some poke on their Guardians, but not going to lose anything yet. Buffs are now up. Neither side really prepared for that. Looks like CCU later is going to get the one on the right at least. Buffs and 10 making a play for the left. It's a buff each way.
Yeah, and this is a comeback earn, right? So if the side of CCU later managed to pick it up, which they do, unfortunately Buffs and 10 not really prepared for this. However, there is a saving grace, which is the fact that they have a lot of damage on this mid walker. So even if they give up this urn, they would be able to just go for the walker, as there's a bit of an engage happening on this right Guardian. But I don't really think Buffs and 10 care, because they're getting the mid walker. And Narwhal is doing a fantastic job at delaying people here in this lane. And if I'm Narwhal here, I just keep going at these people and try to not let him escape with zipline. As Holiday just tries to zip, is anyone going to get knocked off? Doesn't look like it. But now they're camping the urn on AZN, as they're just camping the drop-off, and they have no intentions of letting CCU later get this.
Yeah, Ali recognizes that. She knows that people were just at that mid-walker, so there's no chance she's going to be able to go for it with so many of her team members on the right side taking that Guardian. So, yeah, I mean, that's just a fine trade for Buffs and 10. Like, they trade a walker for the second Guardian. It's not even the last one. And getting your Mo and Krill stacks up a little bit.
Yeah.
It's now up to 4 trophy collector stacks. Now it looks like CCU later might be regrouping to try and go for Urn.
Yeah, I don't love the positioning from the side of Buffs and 10, but they adjusted quickly as they're all starting to congregate towards this urn. I mean, I would really not give it up. You're up 20k. Vindicta has the one with the urn. A huge dome on top of the urn. You can still, by the way, turn it in even with dome. It's bugged right now. Holiday lassos the Abrams. Cube into the fray, as it looks like nobody is dying for the side of Buffs and 10, and 2 kills as CCU later lose Vindicta, Kelvin, and I believe that they lose the urn as well, as AZN's going to pick it up and should be able to turn that in for free. And it's now almost a 30k lead at 16 minutes, and it's looking incredibly dire for the side of CCU later in Game 3.
Yeah, great engage from Buffs and 10. Everyone collapses at once. The Kelvin Dome's not enough. In fact, it maybe even just cancels some of your teammates from being able to come in and help. So, great engage. Buffs and 10 went out that fight, and now they're just looking really solid here. All they have to do is not throw away this lead. You know, not going to get caster jinxed this time.
Don't jinx them. Do not do it. Silence. Silence immediately. They're in a good position. All right, they can. I believe in them.
Boogie, you will lose this game.
I certainly hope not. But I mean, okay, if you're the side of CCU later, let's try to look on the bright side. Let's say I'm gonna LARP. I'm pure content right now. What am I telling them? All right, so what I'm telling them is, it's okay, guys. Yeah, they are up 30k, but you know, your Kelvin is poor, and like Kelvin net worth is fake. So just play around your strengths. You have a Lady Geist that's strong and a Mirage that's strong. Try to make plays around those players and play for the next comebacker, and make sure that you secure as much farm as possible. Try to basically stop the bleeding. You have limited play potential, realistically, right? It's really hard to kill any of them, and so you probably just want to try to stop the bleeding, and you want to hope for like a big fight. The problem is they don't really have any big team fight ults.
Yeah, the 7 has been banned out, and a lot of the other big teamfight ults are gone as well. The Warden not picked, well, banned, so
yeah,
obviously not picked, but that leaves a lot of these teamfights more down to just the individual positioning of the players. Who gets out of position and gets caught out by some of the CC from the Holiday or the Mo, who's able to get in there and do a lot of damage with the Infernus or the Geist. It's just, it's back to basics. You're not relying on a particular ult to open up the fight. You've just got to play well.
Yeah, I mean, as the game goes on, technically, like, if the game were to stay in this exact state for a while, it does get better for CCU later, right? Because a 30k lead at 18 minutes is a lot worse than a lot better kind of than a 30k lead at 30 minutes, right? But unfortunately, if you lose players just like Dawn and one down with Abrams charging in, it becomes a problem, because now one fight lost equals mid-boss equals they push your base. So you have to be very, very careful about where you tread on the map.
Yeah, now we're going to see 4 members of Buffs and 10 trying to push this Walker. And Furnace on the other side lane just rebuffing this Kelvin, putting some own pressure of his down. He's 15k ahead of the Kelvin. That is rough. And then the Paradox gets an excellent swap there into the Mo and Krill grab. That's Green Swampy going down, and that should be this Walker taking a lot of damage. Although, as I say that, Shad gets picked off by the Vindicta and the Mirage comboing together, as well as some of the damage from the Walker. They're hopefully going to be able to hold this off, but the Walker's taking so much damage, and Zito goes down on the other side.
Yeah, and they're also just fighting both Walkers. I mean, this is excellent pressure across the map from Buffs and 10. As they're pressuring both Walkers, they should be able to get this one and then just TP to the other one if they dare. Doesn't look like they dare. I would have done it if I were them. I think this is a fantastic situation to be in, and they could have just probably dove this Walker. Look at how much damage there is. Wait, they're taking the TP. As I say that, it's like they heard me. They heard their coach's voice calling to them. They all get stomped, and it doesn't matter, but they are there, and they take both Walkers, and they continue to march forward. See if they can get more. But guys, the Buffs just spawned. Their namesake, it calls to them as they're going to back up and probably reset for the Buffs here.
Someone make sure that Deathy isn't time traveling back 60 seconds at a time to tell these teams things. Come on. But yeah, they are going to go for these buffs now. Infernus is going to be the one to pick up the Spirit, whereas Paradox looks like she's going for movement. A couple other teammates might go there, and they're going to try and force this mid. What do you think about this? This is pretty early.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the mid is totally fine. They have Yamato ult, they have Abrams ult, they have Infernus ult. Like, they have really all the tools they need to secure. They don't really have anything to be afraid of. Like, in a fight, there's like a 95% chance they win. I think if you're the side of CCU later, you want to contest this because at the same time, but like, you have no tools to contest it, you know what I mean? So you just have to give it, but if they get this mid boss, your win probability chances is so extremely low, but you just have to try for it. Mirage is trying to get the mid guardian here. He's going to be able to get it as he keeps going. Probably going to TP out. Yep, manages to make it out just barely with his life. So he gets the first flex slot as he probably desperately needed that.
Hey, congratulations. You got 1 flex slot. Now you got 35k souls to make up. So this is still a long way to go for CCU later.
Wait, the Mo's got 8 trophy collector stacks. Okay, I love that. Warpstone, Torment Pulse. I mean, this Mo is like... He's very greedy, but it's paying off this game. As he's got 22k, and he's only going to get richer. But I guess Trophy Collector is pretty good when you're up 40k.
Yeah, it can't go terribly wrong when you're that far ahead, but the Trophy Collector going to help him stay ahead for sure with the ability range from each of those stacks and the passive soul income. Buffs and 10 now getting aggressive, as they should with this kind of lead and the Rejuvenator buff. All their lanes now crashing in. They're going to take the Guardians. Abrams has gone a little bit deep. AZN may pay for this with the Shiv Execute coming in. He's going to be up pretty soon, but the Kelvin Dome is going to help stall things out, and now Sojo is in trouble being trapped inside this dome. Has the ult to keep himself safe. Kelvin making sure all of his team members stay up, so no kills coming from either side there. And they're probably going to be able to push on and take this base. Nice Mo and Krill grab onto the Shiv. He's going to go very low, might even die here. Yeah, doesn't make it into the base to get the healing in time. Vos is down. That leaves... Oh, somehow the Mo and Krill has gone down as well. But now they're pushing in to get these shrines and then drop the Patron.
Wait, Narwhal is starting to be a Divine Barrier believer. So one thing that I told Narwhal is I said, hey, if you're on support and you have a Yamato and you go Divine Barrier, she benefits from a lot of the resistances while having the barrier as well, right? Because barriers benefit from resistances now. Now, of course, Buffs and 10 is losing a lot of people here, and it's a little bit of a struggle, but just wanted to mention that, you know, it's a nice little tech, right? You give Yamato a 600 HP barrier, and when you have Transcendent cooldown and you apply it on other people, it's like a 15-second cooldown. And she has a 600 barrier that has like 60% bullet and 60% spirit resist when she has max ult. So
it's a lot of tankiness to be able to stay alive in there.
Yeah, because Divine Barrier is 32-second cooldown, but it's half cooldown on your teammates. So it's, you know,
yeah, and then Transcendent cooldown, making it a lot easier as well. That soul lead is going to drop a little bit. Buffs and 10 got a lot of the objective souls, but CC later got several kills. Now just 2 members of Buffs and 10 with the Rejuve buff. But still a sizable lead for Buffs and 10 here, so they're just going to take some of the farm and make sure that that doesn't go away.
Yeah, I mean, if you're CCU later, the situation could be worse, right? If we look on the bright side, they had a 30k lead 4 minutes ago, and they had mid-boss. They still have a 30k lead, but they don't have mid-boss anymore, or most of them don't have mid-boss anymore, right? They're still the creeps, but the situation has improved ever so slightly, so your chances of winning are going up a little bit, and that is kind of what you have to go for. As we see, the Holiday has the Arctic Blast item. Shiv here, you know, mostly going for a bunch of 3k item power spikes. I believe Vindicta has the Echo Shard Tether now, or is close to it if she doesn't have it already. So that's another tool that they can play around. So CCU later is starting to hit some spikes, as yeah, she does have the Echo Shard. So I think that they have tools to maybe win a fight, but it's not going to be easy.
Yeah, they have a lot of, well, the CC to be able to take these fights, but Buffs and 10 are just so far ahead. That's so many items that they have ahead of CCU later, as well as the 2 additional flex slots. Well, 3 additional flex slots, actually. All 3 walkers up for Buffs and 10, so a sizable objective lead. And then the Buffs will be up in 45 seconds, 35.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you're Buffs and 10, you're kind of like the way you want to play these fights is fairly simple, right? There's only really like 1 or 2 issues on the side of CCU later, and that's the Mirage and the Geist, right? And maybe the Vindicta, you could argue. So you have to shut these heroes down. So I would love to see, like I said, I think Phantom Strike is a fantastic item this game. I don't know what Mo's items look like, so if we could look at that, that'd be pretty nice. But on the side of Mo, like, I would love to see a Phantom Strike just so you can disable, like, either the Mirage or the Vindicta. Unfortunately, he's gone, you know, perhaps a little greedy with the Surge of Power, just going full damage, essentially, on this Mo. But he's feeling himself. He's got a lot of trophy stacks. Look at his movement speed. I mean, he's moving at the speed of light with that sprint speed from Trophy Collector. But I am a little worried that they may not have, like, that they may just be a little overconfident and perhaps not shut down the correct heroes in these fights.
Yeah, the Surge of Power also going to help with that move speed. It looks like he's just really maxing that out to ensure he can chase down these targets. But they're going to grab the urn now, and they're going to try and force the issue. Now, that's what you got to do. If the enemy team doesn't want to fight, you're going to make them with the urn, or else take an even larger lead.
Boy.
Holiday going very low from the burn, but Infernus gets tethered. Tethered in the Alkfire, and also lassoed. He's going to go down. It's a 1-for-1 trade. But Zero Day comes in with the urn and manages to take it in. AZN not getting anything with the Abrams ult, and now Mo is being trapped in the dome. The Kelvin manages to get off before he gets comboed. Geist not able to do enough damage. Even the Toxic Bullets not doing enough to slow down this Mo, and he gets rescue beamed out. Yeah,
rescue beam, Divine Barrier, and Narwhal doing his best Eagle impression at the moment, and you know, Eagle Viscous, I mean, it's a powerful build for sure. It has a lot of save potential. It's very, very annoying to play into, especially with this Moon Curl. He's already very tanky, but that's going to be 2 picks for the side of Buffs and 10 as they look to move forward. But AZN going to be going down quickly. I didn't even really catch what happened. He just died so fast. I'm not even sure what happened.
Yeah, and it looks like Buffs and 10 are going to take their cue to leave from that. AZN does pick up the Phantom Strike, so that's at least 1 on the side of Buffs and 10. Zero Day not
get a little
nervous.
I'm starting to get a little nervous.
Hey, the lead is still 37k or 36, so
yeah,
not too much.
But it's
fear.
A vibe, you know. It's a vibe. I just, you know, the lead is extremely high. Yes, like in theory, it should be totally fine, but I'm just getting the vibe that you know, there's a little bit of a lack of respect happening in these fights. I'm guessing they're probably just gonna wait for the next mid boss at this point. It's gonna be soon-ish that it respawns, so they're probably gonna wait for the next mid boss. Maybe either force the fight on the mid boss or look for a pick and then go mid. And then if they get next mid boss, the game should be fairly, you know, fairly confidently won by Buffs and 10 if nothing crazy happens. But we're still on that stage where it's still winnable by CCU later, despite it being unlikely.
Yeah, anything can happen here. We saw a team almost throw the lead this big earlier today. Might have been game 1, actually, in this matchup, where one team had a big lead and then just lost it all in one late-game fight. So if this game does go late, CCU later have the chance to be able to take it just that quickly. Buffs and 10 going to have to play around this mid-boss and try and end it before things can get to that stage. They've got a pretty fed Yamato, though, and a pretty fed Infernus, so those are really scary for CCU later to deal with. On the other side, as you said, the Mirage and the Geist posing formidable threats of their own.
Yeah. Posturing up on the side of Buffs and 10 here. They pushed every wave. I'm so proud of them. Every wave is being pushed. There's pressure happening. Holiday looking for a pick invisible. Not going to find anything, though, as it looks like the side of Buffs and 10 are just going to walk into the mid-boss. And here there's 2 possible plays they can go for. Do they just force it right away, which I think is probably correct, or do they bait it and then try to fight? We'll see which one they choose. Looks like AZN is posturing himself on the high ground as a little bit of a stall threat. Now, he does have to be careful to not just feed here. It looks like they're going out of the mid-boss. They're going to look for a pick here as the swap happens. Holiday connects the last one to the Abrams, but cannot really move much as there's a Moen Curl grab on the other side. Vindicta tether into the dome. Moen Curl very isolated. Guy swap. Yamato ults. Abilities are being thrown left and right. No kills happening either way. Refresher on the dome and a secondary one. Is it enough to take down the Yamato? As Sojo is still in there alive. Banshee, first one to strike, takes down Ali. Yamato still alive. How is that even possible? As Donin is the second one to go down. Shiv a little bit isolated, trying to make it back to his team. Shad, sorry, going to be getting a 3rd kill for the side of Buffs and 10 as this fight is extremely, extremely favorable for them.
Yeah, CCU later have great ults to be able to spend in that fight, and they pop them all, but it's just not enough. The Yamato's unkillable. They can't get enough damage on anyone else either, and they're not survivable enough to survive the follow-up. Yeah, it felt like everyone just popped their 4 there. And Zero Day almost has his back up, but all 6 ults used by Buffs and 10, at least half of them from CCU later, and they're not even going to bother finishing off mid. They just want to end.
I think that this could be a little bit risky. I mean, I do think what I would have done personally is you send some people to the base, you send some people mid, right? You split them up, you can definitely do that, because now they're all going to respawn. Obviously, you still have time to go mid after, which is probably what they're going to do. Either way, it's probably not a huge deal. I'm pretty sure that they can just finish mid, and they're going to have Yamato ult backup in time as well, so probably not going to matter too much, but just something to keep in mind that, you know, they could have probably done both. Now, the moment Crow, the Surge of Power is really coming into play here on this mid boss. That extra damage is paying off, but they should be able to secure this. I don't think CCU later can even get there, and then they're going to look to probably try to end the game as they're up, you know, almost 60k at this point.
Yeah, it's just so impossible for CCU later here. They can't even get to the mid boss because all their lanes are shoved. Mo and Krill with the 14 trophy collector stacks we saw just now. He's got a lot of ability range. He's going to be able to get these combos from so far away. All the buffs now going to Buffs and 10 as well. Everything is lined up for them to just be able to take a push and win in any manner that they please.
Yeah, Buffs and 10 are keeping this gun buff for the side of Infernus here, as he is pretty much the final boss. I mean, 43k net worth on this guy. He's, you know, in Dota we have this term called 6 slotted. I mean, this guy's 12 slotted. He's got he's got all his slots filled out with some pretty good items. He's ready to fight. And yeah, I mean, I don't really see how CCU later have a way back into this game. They would need to like win a fight extremely convincingly, like so convincingly that the mid boss respawn timers don't even matter, and then they would need to do that again. So it's gonna be a very, very tall ask, but hey, let's see what they can get. Let's, you know, give it up for CCU later. This could be their last play in the tournament as Abrams gets lassoed, brought back into the base. I mean, that could be a good beginning. Cube, Zid goes down from Shad, and Sojo gets a kill on Ali as well on the Vindicta, as Abrams ult looking to hit on anyone, goes onto the Geist, gonna be able to charge her into the wall. She still has Swab, gets it off. Unfortunately, not gonna be enough to kill down Abrams. I believe there's a parry on Abrams as he's one. Non manages to take him down, and Magic Carpet, I mean, we've seen this item, gets tornadoed out. So much pressure from the different players on Buffs and 10 here, as the patron is already half, and the players from CCU later are falling one after the other, and I believe that game 3 will be going to Buffs in 10 with one of the best series we've seen so far on the stage. And yeah, GG. CCU later, unfortunately, are eliminated from the tournament, and Buffs in 10 move on to the semifinals.
There you go. Your team took it. They followed your advice from game 1. They didn't let the lead slip away from them in either game 2 or game 3. Came back and took the reverse sweep in the series. Well played.
Well played to them for sure. They deserve all the credit, right? I'm gonna take 10%. That's my cut. So whenever they get the prize pool, I mean, I'll get 10% of that, so like $90. No, I'm just kidding. Obviously, the entire prize pool goes to the player. We're very transparent about that. But yeah, just a reminder, by the way, these teams are playing for just as much money as a Fight Night, really, because for each division, it's $1,900 total, so split in two, $950 each, which is the same prize pool roughly as Fight Night, which was $1,000. So, you know, the stakes are quite high despite it not being pro players. So you can imagine the level of adrenaline that just went through both of these teams. I mean, you know, it sucks being CCU later because they were in a game where they were so far behind for, you know, 30 minutes. But on the side of Buffs in 10, they lost game 1 and then reverse swept. I mean, that's got to be an incredible feeling right now, and they've got to be, you know, perhaps a little bit too adrenaline, as they've still got some series ahead of them, potentially 2 more best of 3s ahead of them that they need to win if they want to be crowned the champions of this Death Slam, as we can look at the scoreboard.
Yeah, it's going to be a long day for any of these teams that make it to the finals. Going to have to push through the exhaustion. I imagine that most people aren't like you and can play Deadlock for 8 hours a day, but that's what they're going to have to do to make it to the end of this tournament. You can see here, Banshee put on a lot of work on this Infernus, finally made it work. We haven't seen a whole lot of convincing Infernus performances, but he definitely did it in this game with the top souls, top damage, top objective damage. AZN definitely getting in the work as well with a lot of kill participation. Narwhal, I mean, what a fantastic game from him. He just had the abilities every time that they were needed and ended up with top assists because of it. Zitto edging him out in the healing numbers, but that's just because Kelvin Dome does so much healing. You just can't outdo that. But Narwhal, fantastic game from him, and it kept his team alive to do everything that they needed to do.
Yeah, and other things that jump out to me in the stats real quick is just looking at the utility from the Viscous side. So this is funny because I had a coaching session with Narwhal yesterday, and it was streamed. And so you can literally look at it. But things that I talk about, and I'm like, hey, you should consider going a little bit more utility items, you know, getting a curse, getting divine barriers, depending on the game. And here, it looks like the message got through to him. I mean, look at this build. This guy fully sacrifices his game for his team. Rescue Beam, Curse, Divine Barrier, Disarming Hex. I mean, just being really annoying, basically, and making it so the enemy team just struggles to play. And that worked really well. And, I mean, the Viscous play was very, very clean for sure from Narwhal.
Yeah, great job from the entire team. But Narwhal having an impressive performance all 3 games. I think he, had the Kelvin, which was really the only problem for CCE later in that in the first match, and then convincing performances on the Viscous games 2 and 3. Didn't quite manage to get the aura show off that Green did on the other side with their Viscous. But
I mean, that's true.
Not everything's about the clip. You got to get that
You're
back.
Very
sometimes.
right about that. So it looks like every single game. Except one. Okay, so in the quarterfinals, if we could take a look at the bracket, maybe, I don't know if we can pull that up, but almost every single game is going to game 3. So right now the results are Twin Omen Goon Squad is 1-1, unless that hasn't been updated. Like, it's probably reaching the end of game 3 as we just finished game 3 here. Shopkeepers versus Bad Apples is also going to game 3. And Buffs and 10 also went to game 3, right? So Compy Crayon Consumers are the only ones that 2-0'd, and unfortunately, as we saw State of Wyoming, which we was casted earlier by you guys, 2-0'd Steam Happy, and then they got 2-0'd by Compy Crayon Consumers, and they looked pretty good. So the Triple C team is looking a little scary, right? But everybody else, I mean, I think this just shows that we did a great job with matchmaking these teams, because, even in most deadlock tournaments, game 3s are pretty rare from what I've seen, like even in the 1-win tournament and everything. So it's definitely makes me happy to see so many game 3s. Ryan is probably watching this and he's probably like, oh fuck, man, I haven't even started my shift. Yeah.
You told us like 6 to 8 hours in production meetings, and I was like, if we see game 3s, this is gonna go all night. But that just means that these guys are really going at it. They're giving it everything that they can. I've seen a lot of 2-1s in the Death Slam League as well. So these teams, they're so evenly matched that it's really exciting deadlock to watch.
Yeah. Well, I think we're going to probably throw it to a break. I am not sure if B-Stream... Oh, why is the thing not pinned anymore? No, it is. Let me check on the status of B-Stream real quick right now. I'm unsure if they're in a game or not. It looks like they're on a caster panel. So you guys can always check out B-Stream. It's the pinned comment in the chat. But we're going to throw it to a little break, and then we're going to have a bit of a caster switch as Ryan and I are going to be taking over for the semifinals and the grand finals. So thank you so much for joining us today, Soren, and thank you guys for tuning in. We'll be back soon.
Never been Heyo, I'm Griffin. I'm the production lead on Death Slam events, and I'm here to showcase the collaboration between StatLocker and Deathy's Death Slam. So, on StatLocker homepage, if you navigate over to the top left sidebar and then go down to the esports toggle, you'll see a nice button for Deathy's Death Slam, which is how you'll mainly get to the integration. Please ignore these extra buttons I have for my admin account. The main buttons you'll see here are the toggles between the brackets, the Emissary Archon and the Oracle Phantom bracket, and for each of those you'll have the playoff bracket, you'll have statistics for each team, and then team rosters themselves. On the team roster, each of these cards, these player names, are clickable interactive links that will bring you to that player's specific stat locker page. So, for example, if I wanted to look at the page of Lego Mage 15 on New York Yankees, I can click on this and then it will load his stat locker page, and you can see, oh my god, he's playing so well on McGinnis. I couldn't believe he's Originalist 3, but I could definitely believe he's a one-trick based on the match ID, the match history I'm being shown here. Here I've loaded up some mock data, so I added a game to this match. In the tournament, the admins will be uploading game or match IDs into each best of 3 as the game goes on, so stats will be updated in real time, and these integrations with seeing the individual matches will also be updated in real time. So here, I'm going to click on this match game 1, and then you're going to see it's going to load the match ID and load all the statistics that StatLocker provides. A lot of these channels are things you've already seen before. This match summary has, your end game screen. We also have on the top bar, we have player comparisons, lane stats, and real-time map, which I'm going to go talk to, because this is kind of one of the things Deadlock doesn't have to offer. A nice macro level overview of what kind of happens in the game. This is very helpful for mod reviews when you kind of play a scrim and you're like, how did we lose that walker on the side? You can figure out who was correct to walk, who was supposed to rotate over, figure out what went wrong in the game. You can kind of see your overtakes, your throws, all things in a very summarized manner. I find this feature really interesting. Once again, you also see stat pages. So now that I've loaded up a game, you can kind of see what it looks like. Obviously, this is only one game. We're going to have like 8 to 12 games within the first round, so the stat page will get more convoluted and much more interesting for you guys to look at. Thank you so much to StatLocker for working with us in creating this overlay. I hope you guys in the audience use it a lot and give StatLocker team a little bit of love. Thank you so much.
Hello, welcome back everybody to the Death Slam tournament. We're at the semifinals and Ryan Central is making his return for this tournament today. How are you, Ryan?
I'm doing good. It's a little bit late. I wanted to check the temperature mod and the time. It's 20 to 1 in the morning and it's still over 20 degrees here, which is what, like 40, 50 Fahrenheit.
No, we don't need to
it's a
talk
warm
Fahrenheit.
day.
You and I both understand Celsius. It's okay. You guys can use Google to convert at home, okay?
It's very warm,
yeah.
but it's good to be back. It's been literally like a month since I've done anything Deadlock related, so back in the best game.
Yeah, back in Deadlock. I personally, stepped out away, got a refresher. I've got a bit of an energy drink to keep me going, got some caffeine, because we've got still a lot of Deadlock ahead of us, probably. Now, a lot of that depends on whether it goes to game 3s or not, right? Because that changes quite a lot about the time. If we had game 2s, technically, we could just have like 2 or 3 hours ahead of us. But if it goes to game 3s, I mean, we could have 4 or maybe even more hours ahead of us. So we'll see. If it gets to that, the plan is for Ryan to cast both the semis and the grand finals. But if it gets crazy, we'll probably swap in someone. Soren said he was available, so we'll check it there. But taking a quick look at the bracket, we are casting the Bad Apples versus Buffs in 10. So we're sticking on the Buffs in 10 POV. We could have seen the Compy Crayon consumers, but considering that they are the favorites for the tournaments and that the Twin Omen versus Goon Squad match isn't over yet, we decided we'd just move on with the Bad Apples and Buffs in 10 in order to speed things up.
Yeah, I mean, I sort of looking at it, we got a bit more upsets, I suppose, that have been happening when it comes to the other seeds in the tournament. Granted, there were a couple of teams that had stuff like buys and stuff. For the number 1 seed of CCC, they're still going on strong, not dropped a map so far, but they've only played that one series. But we have lost our 2nd seed for Shopkeepers against the Bad Apples to get here. So you've lost your 2nd place team, 3rd place team has lost, as we just saw, and then Twin Omen Goon Squad has also gone to a 3rd map. So a lot of upsets, a lot of close games. It seems the teams that came from that round of 16 matchup are the ones that are coming in with a lot of momentum and very warmed up for this. Yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting to see kind of the team's adaptations. Now, Buffs in 10 right now, I think that they've got a lot of momentum. I don't know how much of that last series you watched, but, they were down. They lost the first map, and then the second map, they were in a position to lose it. I think I even messaged you, and I said, I think it's going to be a 2-0. You're going to be on soon. I literally said, I think it's going to be 2-0. Get ready, because you're going to be on production soon. And, well, they made me eat my words. They came back 2-1. And so if you're them right now, in terms of morale, they're probably, ecstatic about what just happened. They've got a lot of momentum going in. And so I would say that the vibes for Buffs in 10 are probably, excellent right now. Yeah, I mean, understandably so. You've still got a ways to go, and with it being single elimination, it's always a little bit scary when things don't go well. But you're right. I think just, especially from playing in these tournaments before, the mental momentum, I suppose, when things are going well, carries you more than even a good draft or good individuals on a team. I think it's just if everybody's feeling positive and has that bounce back attitude, that goes a way of doing well in these kind of events. But we got the draft coming up, and for me, since the last Death Slam, what are the biggest trends, I suppose, that we've been seeing for the drafts? Because for me, it seems like generally it's the same sort of stuff like Warden, Geist being pretty much taken out early. What are the big winners and losers for the draft so far in comparison to what we've seen previously?
I think 7 has dominated for sure. Surprisingly, at this level, Haze has received a lot of attention. Now, on stream, we haven't seen Haze actually do that well, but I believe when you look at the stats, if you go on Stat Locker, you guys can type ! bracket. I believe Haze right now is at number 4 on the win rate for the Oracle Phantom bracket. So she's gotten banned a decent amount, and she's got a 66% win rate. Mo and Krill has also been dominating. 73%, 11 wins, 4 losses. So it could be a Mo and Krill patch for sure. I think the press the 4 button and win the game heroes have definitely been, exceptionally strong. Especially at this level of play, right, where when you play for team fights, people are not going to be as good at playing the kind of low cooldown, very active lineups where you're constantly brawling. People are better at just hey, let's fight for the urn, press all your buttons, win the game. And Mirage is obviously just getting banned or first picked every game.
Yep, it's pretty much as per usual. I do think as well it's a little bit of the Mo and Krill just punishing false steps, because I was watching some of the games earlier of just a team having the urn, looking to try and put it in, and Mirage is on the other side of the map trying to split push. 3 people jump on the Mirage, kill him, and then they're able to take the walker on the other side whilst the other team's faffing about with the urn. There's a lot of examples, I suppose, with that, but Mirage Warden being the first bans doesn't seem to be any different. But yeah, the increase in 7s
interesting from like my POV, I suppose, from beforehand. But it's also not surprising in the sense that 7 has always been a feast or famine character. Either maybe a 6th pick, even as like a support, or just the giga strongest character in the game that you want to be playing around.
Yeah, the thing is, he always has a positive win rate in matchmaking, right? Like, he was always like a bit of a pub stomper, but in organized play, traditionally, he falls off a little bit. But when he's strong in pubs, where he, like right now, I think he has like a 58 or 59% win rate across all brackets. It's kind of ridiculous. He's very, very powerful, and he's definitely been doing really well in this tournament. So 7 is picked instantly from the bad apples. With Buffs and 10, you know, thinking, hey, we ban the Warden. That seems to be their strategy. They ban Warden almost every game. And then they pick up Moen, Krill, and Yamato. They had a lot of success. Last game, Buffs and 10, I believe it was, I think it was, his name is Soko, if I remember correctly. That was on the Yamato. And he was like on a 6 kill streak right out of laning stage. He was completely dominant. Sorry, Sojo, right, Sojo, my bad. Sorry, Sojo. I'm coaching him too, so sorry. But yeah, I mean, I think solid, very, very hard to kill heroes right off the bat for Buffs and 10, but not prioritizing the Shiv is a little interesting for sure.
Yeah, that seems to be another character that's like gone up in popularity a lot over the last couple of weeks. Seen for Sojo as well, second on like highest damage done in the server so far from the stats. Fourth on assists, just ahead of Zero that's on the same team. It's actually now all it's up on the top, so there's a lot of actual assists that are coming in for Buffs and 10, but I mean that's a little bit on like how long these games have gone, and whilst we have had some close series, it has been a little bit like that last one was particularly close, I think. So Shiv Holiday being picked up, so both teams having like a little bit of catch to play around and a lot to try and get in the way. I think it feels like Mo and Krill just being able to get the dash onto people like 7 before they get unstoppable might be key for, I think, Buffs and 10 to win some of these team fights, because they're not going to have Warden ultimate because they've banned it out. Well, 7's going to be on the other side. You don't really have anything that compares for like big team fight heals.
Yeah. Buffs and 10 responding with the Abrams right away. I'd love to see them ban Pocket. I mean, to me, if you pick Abrams, Moon, Krill, just get the Pocket out. I don't think they'll do that because they haven't banned Pocket once. They'll ban Lash. I'm not really sure that Lash is that much of an issue into the heroes that you picked, to be honest. Moen Krill is generally pretty good against Lash. Yamato is pretty good against Lash. Abrams doesn't really care about anything Lash does. So I would have preferred a Pocket ban, but they banned the Lash. Lash has also done pretty well in this tournament. I mean, the potential of team fights, the huge ults can definitely swing things quite a bit. And Buffs and 10 will probably be looking to rounding out their comp with a little bit more consistent damage, right? I expect that we're going to see something like maybe a Lady Geist, maybe something like a Wraith, maybe something like a Pocket themselves, right? I wouldn't hate if they picked Pocket here. They picked Infernus, which worked really well for them in the last game that we saw. But we'll see if they can recreate the success they had.
Yeah, you could have seen them. I don't really know if they have a Pocket player, but that would have been something that you could slot in on this point. But I feel for the most part, you've got everything that's set up to an extent. You've got a good amount of front line. You've got some catch in among Krill. You could even put like a support player on it as well and sort of fill that role a little bit. Here, I guess you're sort of looking for something that can farm potentially, let your Furnace just sit in a lane, or have something that's just going to be on the other side of the map or just playing some of these fights. Geist being left this late though is quite surprising, and Pocket Geist as like a 4th, 5th pick is very scary. I kind of leaning towards Bad Apples this draft so far at the moment, but we'll see what Buffs and 10 sort of pick for the last two.
Yeah, I think Bad Apple's draft is pretty scary, especially considering, like, I don't think you have great answers to the 7. I don't think you have great answers to a lot of these heroes. And Pocket is incredibly scary when you're in a lineup that is very heal heavy. Now, one thing that we've seen is we've seen a lot of Bebop from Buffs and 10, and he doesn't miss hooks on Bebop on the side of Buffs and 10. So it's a little scary, and it does give them an additional pick, but I kind of agree with you that Bad Apple's draft is a little more sound, in my opinion. I think Buffs and 10 have like those kind of like super brawly heroes, right? Where they're really, really difficult to kill, but going to the Pocket and the Shiv and then the 7 is going to be shredding you and making you harder, like easier to kill. it could be a little problematic, but hey, Viscous is going to be there to cube you, and we know Narwhal has been hitting some sick Viscous cubes, and he's been riding Rescue Beam, Divine Barrier, all that stuff, so if he gets there, could be enough to save them.
Wonder what you could sort of slot in for last, I suppose, for Bad Apples, because not necessarily
one thing they're lacking is
something to
AoE
buy.
CC, right? Like
Yeah.
they have kind of 7, but they don't have like that kind of like team fight CC that can, you know, whereas on the side of Buffs and 10 they have a lot more.
I think Calvin would be nice, even if you're not looking to play him too supportery centric. Just to have a Dome Stormcloud as a combo is just infuriating to deal with. And I think for Bad Apples, when you have like all of these characters, it's a little bit more like you want to be playing around those objectives and team fights. Hayes, I do think, sort of fills that role a little bit too, just being able to be a little bit more catch yourself. But then at the same time, you can just jump into a team fight and pick people off as and when needed. I just don't know how hard that's going to be with the Viscous bubbling people or Bebop being able to just pull you out of position.
Yeah, I don't know about the Haze here. I think there's a lot of heroes that just kind of stat check you on Haze, I feel. Like Abrams runs at you, Moen Curl disarms you, Yamato runs at you, Viscous gets on top of you. Like, I kind of feel like the Haze pick is a little inconsequential. And generally speaking, I like Haze picks when I feel like Haze can go in side lanes and kind of easily kill the side laners. And the only hero that I see Haze doing that to here is Infernus, if he's alone, right? And then the cube is a little problematic, so I'm not sure I love the Haze pick. I think I would have preferred something else, right? Sinclair hasn't really been considered much this tournament so far. I think that it could have been a decent option here, even though the ults aren't amazing. But either way, they picked Haze. They feel confident. It has a good win rate. It's been banned a lot, so clearly people value it at this kind of skill bracket in the tournament. We'll see if it pays off for them. I think both teams have playable drafts. I do think that if played optimally, the Bad Apples draft is probably better, but that's a big if, right? Because we've seen in this tournament that easier drafts tend to do better. It doesn't necessarily need to be optimal. It's just if you have the buttons that you can press to win, which 7 does, usually you're good.
Yeah, I mean, I think the only thing that Bus and 10 maybe have the edge with is just lanes. I think their lanes are a little bit more well-rounded. Like, sure, you've got Geist, you've got Pocket, Holiday, Shiv are all exceptional in laning stages, but 7 can be a little bit slow to start. Haze can definitely be a bit slow to start. It's not really a bad laner on the side of Buffs and 10 at all. So it's one of those cases, I think, of, yeah, Bad Apples, this draft looks strong, but they need to get into position. And there's a lot of people are going to be farming off of each other that they might be not able to set up. Like for Yamato, they might want to go off and farm, and Furnace can do that, but both characters can also stay in the lane and just be actively involved. Here with the Haze, are they playing more supporty? Is 7 playing more supporty? Otherwise, they're both going to be sat in the same packs of jungle where Pocket and Geist might want to dip in as well.
Yeah, I think that's true. Overall, I do think that there's been a couple changes in the laning strength relatively of heroes. For example, Geist stonks in lanes have fallen down significantly. So I don't know like if you've played since the most recent patch, but basically Geist got hit pretty hard in lane specifically. So her base gun damage got hit, as well as the bomb timing. The bomb timing didn't seem like a big deal, but now it makes it like really hard to hit the bomb. Like I'm finding myself dodging a lot more Geist bombs than I was before, and I was already dodging a decent amount. So it's extremely avoidable now, which makes her laning like much more bearable. And also her like damage amp spike on Malice is now only at tier 3. So you have to invest 3 points in Malice to get that extra damage amp. So the hero is still extremely strong, don't get me wrong, but in lane it's a lot more manageable. So we'll see.
Yeah, it sort of leans into more with like Boston 10 that by the 10-minute mark, I think that if they have enough of a lead, it won't matter that Bad Apples have really good characters on their side. They could be 5-10k down, lose the first turn. It could snowball out of Bad Apples' hands if they're not careful. So I think that's like the main thing I'm looking at for Buffs in 10 of like how they're able to win this matchup is just having a good laning phase. If it's even at 10 minutes, I feel like Bad Apples have enough about them to just sort of take it towards the end.
Yep. We'll see. It's a lot of it about execution. I'm getting word that the teams are just about ready, so we should be starting very shortly with our first match of the semifinals, Buffs and 10 versus Bad Apples. For everybody tuning in,
By the way, guys, just a reminder, this is single elimination. So if someone loses here, they are out of the tournament. They don't get a second chance. Well, obviously, if someone loses 2 games, it's best of 3. So we're going to be getting right into the game. And I'll go over the roster real quick. But on the side of Bad Apples, we haven't casted them at all in a little bit. We've got Zan. Oh, actually, sorry. The names are probably not correct. We'll need to review them. So I'll just give a little bit of time so that we can adjust the names, because I know that it takes just a second. And then we'll go over the rosters in just about 30 seconds or a minute. But Shiv 7 in the mid lane versus Yamato Viscus. Looks like we're gonna have Abrams and Furnace versus Pocket Pocket Holiday. And then Geist Hayes versus Bebop Mo. Now, Bebop Mo is a bit interesting. You don't see that too often.
No, not at all. Feels that they are both very good at setting up other characters, so putting them together might almost cancel each other out to an extent. I do like Infernus Abrams. It's been a while since I've seen it, because we haven't seen that much Abrams, to be fair, up until like the last couple of patches. But it's just irritating enough. You can't really play out in the open because both these characters are just going to bully you. But already it's sort of looking like it's going to be more scrappy on that right-hand side over in the Park Lane.
Yeah, and we just got the names fixed at the top, so I'll go over the roster of Bad Apples very quickly. We've got Terrux on the Holiday, Zan on the Pocket, Revolt on the Lady Geist. Here comes Lash, not on Lash, which is probably why Lash was banned now that I think about it. He probably plays a lot of Lash, but he's on Hayes. The Big J on Shiv, and the Lastro on the 7. I'll let you go over Buffs and 10.
Yeah, so you've got Shad. I also might need my bitrate increasing, Kashi. Sorry, we should have done that beforehand. But Shad is on Bebop, Nawal is on Viscus, Sojo is on Yamato, AZN on Abrams, Banshee on Infernus, and then Zero Day over on Mo and Krill. And already, like, I think the main lane from just looking at the minimap is just the right-hand side. Like, this Abrams and Infernus is taking a lot of space, and Pocket can get shafted by both these characters with his susceptibility to spirit damage. So he can't really fight as close as he maybe wants to.
Yeah, I mean, this lane's very, like, poke heavy, Holiday, Pocket. I mean, they have a lot of burst, right? But if they're not careful, you can take a lot of damage from the Infernuses. We've got a parry here in the mid lane. Shiv gets parried, taken down instantly. Sojo, once again, striking with First Blood. And I was talking about Sojo last game getting 6 kills on the Yamato in the mid lane. And Sojo is definitely a player to look out for against Buffs and 10, because every time he just seems to be in this mid lane dominating, as we've got some pause lock. Pocket game exploded. So we've got time to kind of digest that first kill.
Yeah. Also with the 7, Delastro going pretty low, it's looking like a really good lane for them in mid, and just giving the freedom for either a Viscus to go help in another lane and let the Yamato just farm up free, or have the Yamato even just go to one of these lanes afterwards. It feels a little bit scary, I think, to be losing out on a lot of that space early. And it's never worth focusing too much on like a 2k lead, a 2-minute map, because it just moves around so quickly. But it's still problematic, because it is a lane of just having the Viscus Yamato. They can definitely just start snowballing damage over onto this Guardian. Granted, it's got a little bit more health than before.
Yeah, it is a little bit harder to take, and so laning stage has gone down a little bit in how much it matters, just because 2 things. 1, the Guardians are harder to take, so stall lanes are a little bit better, and 2, the Guardians don't give as many souls as they did before, so you can give up your Guardian without like falling as far behind as you did before. It still does matter quite a bit though, because the snowball, can be quite high. So you have to be very careful with these situations, and you definitely don't want to give a Yamato kind of like that early lead, right? But let's see if Bad Apples can strike back in any of these lanes. It looks like their health across the board is just not ideal. Pocket and 7, both in different lanes, but both very, very hurt. So Buffs and 10, like I said, they just seem to be winning lanes most of the time.
I mean, this is brave for the Abrams to be here, but with the charge, it's a nice pick, and too much damage for the Holiday to hold on to. So they go down, just having the cojones about them to play in those positions and then be able to survive. He does try to go for the melee pick, but he's able to parry and catch both of them.
What happened there is that, so Abrams got parried, right? Then Pocket went to punch, but Infernus got on top as well to try to trade out the Abrams, and he actually ended up, they both ended up like punching each other, I think, and they just traded or something. Like, that was crazy. But yeah,
just
I mean,
behind
a lot of
the
action.
Guardian as well. So not really that much damage done to it either. So maybe a little bit of a chance for Bad Apples to readjust in that lane. We actually do get a replay of it as well. So there's the first parry. And then, just sort of punching through each other. Almost feels like a comedy moment if the Abrams goes down and then the two players just punch where he drops.
Yeah, that was funny. You know, good replay from production. Can we get some love for production in the chat? By the way, they're doing such a fantastic job on this event. So, you know, really happy with how it's going. But you know, getting able to be that replay. If you're the Abrams, you probably don't want that moment replayed on stream. But that was hilarious.
And the dive in the fight is going in. Not quite having ultimates online yet for anybody over on the Bad Apples. Now they've just managed to get Affliction, and the Pocket is pretty much in the middle of the fight. The chase down is going to go over onto the Holiday, though, and the Abrams can't really go and assist. There's the Affliction that's going to go in. Able to at least connect onto Turux, and enough damage actually done in the end that they go down from the Afterburn. And trades either way, so the low Abrams actually just get picked off in the end, and it was the Infliction onto the Infernus, so a lot of space being able to be grabbed up over on this like right hand side lane. So I mean, Buffs in 10, that was the better looking lane outside of what's been happening in mid, where the Guardian is looking to go down for Bad Apples.
Yeah, losing your Guardian at 5 minutes is never something that you want to see, right? And the soul lead is also pretty significant, and it's on the Shiv. So we keep seeing this storyline of Shiv as being incredibly highly valued by these teams, and myself included. But when it comes to the game, Shiv is just not performing, to be frank. Like, I don't think we've had a game so far today where Shiv is actually like popped off. So I think that's why we're starting to see like Buffs in 10 are not really putting a lot of stock into the Shiv, because maybe they're starting to figure out like, hey, the players in our skill bracket are not really able to like put the Shiv to its perfect use. As we've got the Infernus ult here onto the Holiday. Pocket dodges it with Suitcase, and Holiday manages to escape, so nothing gonna come out of it really, as it looks like Banshee on the Infernus is gonna back up, and Easy on the Abrams, looking to push the Abrams as he goes in, charges onto the Pocket, no cooldowns left, punches him. They're both half health. Pocket gonna be the first one to go down. Holiday now fighting the Abrams, really low on him, as Yamato has rotated lasso onto the tower. Abrams parries at 1 HP, goes down, but that's gonna be the kill going the way of Sojo, as he's now on a 3-kill streak once again, trying to break his record from last game, as he's going to be taking down this left Guardian as well.
Combo and Bladestorm like trying to jump in onto the other side. Bladestorm, wrong game entirely, but
Bladestorm?
Not quite, but same sort of style.
Close enough.
Bullet dance. Anyway, actually able to get the double pick over on the Moan Krill. The last lane has the Guardian up for the Bad Apples. The rotation has actually had the 7 move over towards the left-hand side, and now nobody from the Bad Apples is soaking up those middle lanes. It was the Viscous over there beforehand, and I think it was more of a push-up attempted from, I think it might have been the Pocket and the 7 to try to like make sure that it wasn't just being given up for free, but now they've put the Haze over in mid, and the Pocket moving over towards buying stuff in the shop on this right-hand side.
Yeah, still a lot of action happening. Delastro, next one to go down, as we're seeing a lot of fighting happening here on this right-hand side, as Abrams charges into the Lady Geist, just punches her. I don't think she did have ult. She just died before she could use it. She was probably stunned, and now it looks like Buffs and 10 are like, hey, Bad Apples, we know you've got one Guardian remaining. We want this flex slot. We're not gonna let you just get away. And Abrams is just tanking the Guardian for a little bit. This could be slightly greedy, as he's gonna be forced to back up, and Furnace has the 7 stun on him. Abrams taking some, gets parried, but Infernus is just body blocking for him. They turn on the 7, and 7 actually might pay for his life with this, as Abrams ults onto him, but the barrier coming out of the spirit shielding keeps the 7 just barely alive. That item is so powerful, and Azian actually the one to go down.
It almost feels like if that ultimate didn't come through for the Abrams, the kill would have actually come in. It was just that like extra bit of burst damage, because the After Flame was just taking away for the most part. Now you've got just so much freedom in mid. That's the problem area that I have, because Bad Apples, they have multiple characters that you could just stick in mid to just farm up those lanes, even if they're being pushed into you. The Pocket there is good, and he doesn't have Affliction, so it's not like he's going to be missed elsewhere. But you have to be looking to prep and get some of the safes, for example, and certainly making sure that you get the buffs and potentially the urn.
Well,
If there's one thing that buffs and 10 need, it's the buffs, because we know that if they don't get them, they don't do very well. But when they get them, it's like a canonical event. It's what do they call that in Marvel Rivals? I mean, you just casted that lore buffs. It's a bit of a lore buff when they. It's a lore buff when they get the
like
the,
a Nexus
the bridge
event. Is that what you mean? Like from
a Nexus event?
Spider-Verse?
I have no idea. Isn't it when you pick like specific heroes or whatever they're called in that game?
Yeah,
the team ups. Isn't that called a lore buff?
I don't think so. Not officially. Man, some of the names in that game, I'm telling you, it's some of the
it goes crazy.
Regeneration domain for Loki, like that's a fun one.
Whoa. Well, we've got some big action as the live swap not able to come out once again, goes down before able to get it as AZN is just looking to plow forward here on the right lane. They're going to climb up the rope, probably not able to catch the Holiday. Inferno says, no, you're not escaping as he ults in there, catches the Holiday. Pocket rotates as well, but I think it's too little too late as Terox is going to be going down, and Buffs instead is just completely taking over this side of the map.
8k up, able to get a flex slot, which, I mean, one of the big things that has been cropping up is just how much already it felt before all of the changes that have come in over the last, like, month, 6 weeks, has been the win rate of teams that get that first flex slot. Even if it was back at 2 Guardians where you could get it, it was like 65 to 70%. Now it feels more so. Bad Apples want to try and match up on objectives. Now with the 10-minute sort of buffs coming in, the urn, there's a big lean over towards the right-hand side. Yamato being able to pick up the buff on their left-hand side, our right, for free. Both buffs being grabbed up by Buffs in 10 means that this is going to potentially snowball really hard away from Bad Apples.
Yeah, it's going to be definitely a very dangerous situation, especially with this urn being a neutral urn, as looks like the side of Buffs in 10 are going to pick it up and look to move that across the map, move the cargo, as Infernus is going to keep scaling. And, you know, a few things to pay attention to is Narwhal is also 10k on the Viscous, so very, very wealthy, but the saving grace for the Bad Apples is really the Pocket. Like you mentioned, they parked him mid. He got a lot of farm, right? So he's 11k, richest person in the lobby, not just on his team. He's richer than anyone on Buffs in 10 as well. So a lot of pressure on him, but it looks like they're just going to get a free urn because of the pressure they have across the map. Viscous, sorry, not Viscous, Moancurl just turns it in, and Pocket gets a slight amount of denies, but not much.
Sort of look at the people that are lowest on the souls, because you kind of have to for Bad Apples. I mean, I think for the likes of Holiday, sort of makes sense, who are just sort of playing catch. There's a place like Obikim that might just sit in the mid lane and farm up quite quickly, but I don't know how realistically how valuable that is at the moment. But you're right, it is the Geist that's just been quite low. I think sort of quite high on deaths. I don't know how much we like have to see like kill deaths that much in this tournament, but I feel like from the gameplay that we've seen, Shiv's probably high on the like deaths list. And Geist has been so far too.
Yeah, if production can, you know, show us that, if the observer can show us that at the moment, that would be appreciated. But if not, that's all good. But yeah, I do believe that the Shiv and the Geist, Geist has 4 deaths and Shiv's also. Yeah, 19 kills to 3. Oh my god, I didn't even realize. That's not good. If you're the Bad Apples, not much has been going in their favor for sure. Pocket being part of all 3 kills. Definitely a tough spot to be in for them, and they're gonna need they need to have a big team fight around Affliction and 7 ult if they want to have a chance to kind of get back into the game. I think
AZN was involved in 16, 17, maybe even 18 of the kills so far for Buffs in 10. It's crazy kill participation, but also like you said with the Shiv, I don't think that the guy stands a chance here. You don't have the swap, you don't have anything. That Abrams is moving at pace. But it was also, like the 3rd pick on the side of Buffs in 10. So it's a little bit like you're not high prioritizing him, but you're making sure that you pick up the Abrams before the second bans. So that's also maybe a reason why they have just given up on, like, getting the Shiv. Because they don't care about it. Maybe their Shiv player is also AZN and he prefers to be on Abrams. And you've got that nice little pocket where you can almost consistently pick him up. Because nobody's going to first ban Abrams against you, right?
Well, you'd be surprised. I mean, I personally think Abrams is S tier in the current patch, to be honest. The only thing that's slightly weak about him is his laning stage, but generally Shiv is a good answer to Abrams, right? So I do like the answers Bad Apples has, because technically Swap is a good answer to Abrams, Pocket's a good answer to Abrams, Shiv is a good answer to Abrams, but I mean, AZN has just been unstoppable, and it's really the momentum from the laning stage that's problematic, which should be Abrams' like weak point in the game, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, have has the Pocket really interacted? Well, Pocket was in the lane against Abrams. I was going to say, have they like interacted much?
Yeah.
The answer is yeah, a lot. Pretty much
Probably.
the whole game. Even now, he's trying to get a little bit of like farm for free, and he might have punched Hibiscus out of the bullet dance. So there's that. But it's not as if the Abrams was scared to go in for the engagement. In fact, he loses his life for being a little bit greedy. Potential hubris coming in onto the side of Buffs in 10. And they're actually losing like a good amount of players. It's a 10k lead in favor, and the trades are in either way. It really feels that Buffs in 10 could be doing a lot more damage on the map as a whole, but they're quite happy to just go for a fight in mid and really quash any chances of Bad Apples doing damage there. Especially for that last Guardian.
Yeah. Perhaps getting a little bit greedy with the chase here in mid, as they're not really getting much more out of this chase, right? But Infernus is also scaling, right? He's on the side lane. He's just going to keep farming. The good news is Hayes does have pretty good net worth, catching up to the Pocket here. But I just don't know what Hayes is going to do with that net worth this game. You know, I just kind of struggle to see what Hayes does in these fights. I mean, you just get Abrams charge, Yamato goes on you, Viscus just like displaces you, Moencurl disarms you, you get hooked. Like, I feel like you're just going to get bounced around like a little ball on Hayes.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many other characters that need to farm over you. I think if you also to play more like utility focused, like we have been seeing a couple of teams do, it makes sense, but I think that there's probably better characters and more efficient ones to be doing that farm anyhow. But you do have the urn coming up now, as well as the buffs. I think all of the buffs are going to go the way of Buffs Intent again. But this urn, I'm quite surprised the Bad Apples don't have more people around it, because it is going to be on their side.
Yeah, just barely, I think. It's actually very, very close to not being a comebacker, and depending on when it's picked up. And it was picked up just when it became even. Yeah, it was extremely, extremely close. I was looking at the souls at the top, and it was like right on the verge either way. I think when it spawned, it was probably comeback, but then they just got a little bit of souls and then became even. And this is really, really worst case. Yeah, this is this is very worst case, because you get 3 kills, the urn is stuck on an even, right? So now you have no chance of getting the comeback urn, because it's not a comeback urn anymore.
Yeah.
So they're gonna get the urn. You lose 4 people. And if we could hold tab again, I kind of want to see the kill count, but I feel it's got to be like 26 or 27 to like 4 kills or something, or maybe 5 kills. It's got to be a ridiculous disparity. 27 to... I was close.
You were very close. I was going to say for AZN, if he died in that fight, it still would have been a really good play, because he managed to pick up the urn as it was neutral. Yep. But then he kills 2 players, and now they're doing the urn anyway. It is crazy how much like value they've got out of Abrams, and yeah, sure, like he is a lot stronger. It just feels a little bit like they've had so much freedom pretty much ever since we got out with the laning phase, and that fight just happening in mid pretty much being useful for neither team. Ultimately benefits Buffs in 10 because they have so much freedom on the rest of the map to do damage, and even when the lane's pushed against them on the left hand side in yellow, for example, just stick the Infernus there, because he's going to be able to get farmed up and look really strong, even though he's not been that involved outside the laning phase.
Yeah, I do want to say, you know, I have a little bit of bias here in this cast. I just want to admit it and, you know, come forward. If Buffs and 10 win this game, or not this game, but this series, and then Compy Crayon Consumers, actually, sorry, I'm already, so out of the 4 teams that are in the semifinals, I'm coaching 3 of them at the moment. So, you know, it's looking good. Goon Squad is also in the semis. By the way, on the other side of the bracket, not to distract, but Goon Squad is facing off against Compy Crown Consumers, and Goon Squad was the 12th seed. And they are now in the semifinals, so we've got a bit of a Cinderella story. But we got a fight here on our hands mid, as it looks like the Moencurl going in, grab onto the Haze. As I said, I'm not really sure what you can do on Haze this game. It's a little rough. And Abrams going in, looking for more onto the Shiv, and Big J going to be going down. We'll see what Buffs and 10 choose to do with this. Is it going to be mid, or are they going to go for the Walker? Yamato looks to go back. I think they're a little undecided. I think Yamato's going to deal with the Holiday split pushing, as the rest of Buffs and 10 are going to keep pushing this mid Walker.
You've got the Holiday as well as pushing on the left lane alone. I sort of understand it to an extent. It's not the worst thing in the world to be having your catch character just split pushing, because the Holiday still benefits a lot from spirit damage. But it's like a lasso in that fight, especially when you're fighting under your Walker, which is still up, by the way. You still have a chance to protect it. Being able to lasso somebody, just pull them under it. Quick and easy death, especially against this Abrams that is not afraid to fight in deep. He's actually able to get the punch through onto the Pocket and misses the parry. And just the fact that he's got like this extension on the punch means that certainly Bad Apples need to be very careful. Even fighting around their objective, this Abrams doesn't seem to really care.
Yeah, but there's a lot of damage on the side of Buffs in 10. I mean, Abrams and Viscous are both 1 health, but they do manage to reset. But that could have been bad, right? At this stage of the game, if Bad Apples manage to get 2-3 kills, they just need enough to like get mid-boss or get some sort of objective, and then they can come back into the game. Now, the problem is getting those 2-3 kills is unbelievably difficult. But if they can manage to do it, then it's winnable. But it's going to be really hard.
I mean, especially for just some of the items that Shiv has, right? Like stuff like Backstabber, even Decay to an extent feels... If you don't have Curve on those abilities, you're not going to be doing all that much damage to them. But certainly when you've got the likes of Banshee that has been farming up very quickly, and I mean, I don't need to go over how strong some of those items are, just the burst fire and then toxic bullets on top. Yeah, we know. Ranger was telling me about that build like a month before other people were using it. And
oh, okay.
Like as soon as other people realized what they were doing, I started playing Borderlands 3 again. That was essentially like my last couple of weeks.
Makes sense.
Just leave the fall.
I don't know if you knew, but I don't know if you knew, but Ranger is actually coaching some of the teams in this room as well.
I saw,
yeah. He's only coaching 2 though, and I believe if I look at the bracket real quick, he was coaching the shopkeepers for the 2nd seed, which unfortunately were eliminated by Bad Apples, which we're seeing right here. But Buffs in 10, well, guess what? Their name is calling to them. The buffs are spawning in 10 seconds, and they are set up right on top of it, right? They're ready. They're warmed up, not the first series. Revolt actually goes down to the Afterburn as Infernus looks to take another victim as he's fighting the Haze. Haze going to ult. Infernus flame dashes away. I don't think the Haze can do this. He's going to keep relying the Afterburn on her. She's taking so much damage. She's won. Is she going to die to the Afterburn? That's so close.
No.
And Holiday is coming too. It's crazy.
I mean, the Holiday is really giving chase. I really like the debuff here, though. Just enough to be peeling and being a threat, but not giving away that they're in this position. And now that there's 2 of them, they're going to have this push-up, and they're hitting both of these, like, sidewalkers, too. And, I mean, here, I think it's just if you're the 7 and the Haze, you just push to get this Guardian full stop.
Yeah, get that flex lot.
But you also have to be careful now. Buffs in 10 building up a 25k lead, pretty much, at this point. Could be picking up the urn, frankly. They have enough space on this side to be able to be doing that. It's just about recollecting bits. The Infernus is doing well. He's been bounced around a little bit. I think Lasso catches him, he gets Q, but he is still able to survive only for a second. Knows Banshee is going to go down for a good amount of time now, 45 seconds.
Yeah, perhaps a little bit disconnected from the side of Buffs in 10. A little greedy there, probably didn't need to be there. And then Narwhal wasn't quite able to save him. You know, he tried working his miracles, but he wasn't able to do it. And Narwhal's going to ball away. He's going to be just fine. Only 1 kill, so it's a glimpse of greatness from the side of Bad Apples, but I don't know if it's going to be enough to kind of initiate the comeback, as it looks like Buffs in 10 might even still want to try to pressure this urn. Despite being down 1, this is perhaps a little risky as they're walking up and posturing. And if I'm the side of Bad Apples, I kind of want to fight this. I mean, you've got the opening of Infernus like not being there. Viscous used ult. This is as good of a fight as you're going to get, I think.
Yeah, hovering around it.
You've also got all your ultimates, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I think definitely the problem with going for it is you can't really put cross-map pressure up because you've already taken that walker on the side. That's kind of like the suffering from success issue. Putting the Yamato in mid is a good shout, though, because it's such a good lead over onto the guys that can't really contest you. They're being shown, but you just need to be careful about what characters are potentially peeling or looking around. You got the Haze fighting the Viscous, but I don't know if that's really going to be a good fight, and now the lane's pushing past them. I don't know if this is... you might be able to catch them. I don't know if they've got Google. No, they don't. So, yeah, they might go down here.
Okay, I was going to say good juking from Narwhal for a little bit, but unfortunately gets kind of caught in no man's land there. Not really sure what he was doing there. I mean, I know he was creating pressure on the other side of the map, trying to pressure. Abrams trying to pick up this turn. We're going to have a bit of a fight here as Shiv goes in, gets some damage onto the Mo and Curl, presses Decay. Yamato going to zone him out, and it looks like, both teams are a little bit afraid of engaging. I really, on the side of Bad Apples, I think they need to use this time when they have a numbers advantage to try to get something, because, the game state is not really improving much despite getting a kill here and there.
Yeah, I think the key term is getting something, like just putting pressure somewhere, even if you're sending somebody over on the left lane to just die on the walker. If you can take it, it's going to be valuable, I think, with the amount they can offer you. It's not a huge lead in favor of Buffs in 10 at this point in the game. So there is an element of buffs in 10 need to be productive enough themselves, right? Like having one walker isn't enough to get a flex slot anymore. You need to be showing a little bit more action, I suppose.
One walker is enough for a flex slot nowadays, but yeah, you need. What you're saying is they need 2 more for the next. Yeah, I get you. Yeah, I mean, you're 100% correct, and they could just pick up this urn again and go for it and force the fight, but I'm sensing a little bit of hesitance here from kind of both teams, but it could be the nerves starting to get to them, right? I mean, this is the semifinals. I mean, this matters quite a lot to them. Realistically, these guys aren't pro players, right? This is probably one of the most important matches of Deadlock or just video games that they've played in their entire life. And when you put that in perspective, that can kind of, that can make you understand a little bit why people are hesitant, right? It's easy to judge at home, but it's hard to be under this pressure as we have perhaps an engaged mid. It looks like Shiv may have been spotted, caught out. They're going to go on him in the jungle. The Moen Curl grab, and the big J on the Shiv is going to be the first one to fall on Buffs in 10. And with the momentum, they're going to look to take it into mid here as Affliction hits, I believe, only on 1 or 2 targets. Abrams going down really, really low, though. Are they going to be able to finish him off? He's going to reset, and Pocket looks to give chase here.
And about to reset as well. 25 seconds before the buffs are going to come online again. And it's been hard for Bad Apples to just get some consistent pressure over onto that left lane. It's maybe been pushed out slightly, but Buffs in 10 have had a really good job of making sure that it's always pushing against the grain. So now it's another fight under the walker that Bad Apples need to try and survive on. And Buffs in 10, realizing the time, just going to make sure that they get the buffs over anything else.
Yeah, I mean, they've got to get their canonical lore event unlocked in order to progress with the game. And once again, they're probably going to have to play around this turn. I mean, if I'm the side of Bad Apples, I would still like to pick it up. Perhaps a little bit slow on the positioning from Bad Apples, right? Not really stacking that side. I mean, I'm guessing that they're assuming that Buffs and 10 are going to be there, so they don't even want to take the risk, which is probably a good decision in retrospect. But Buffs and 10 are also not picking it up, so it's a little bit of either team just not really making any decision or committing for any play, and just they don't want to make a mistake, it feels like.
Yeah, I think for Buffs in 10, I don't know if the term in chess is specifically a gambit. It is actually even, yeah. Keeping a keen eye on it. But for Buffs in 10, I don't know if it's a gambit, but the whole aspect of like losing out on a knight or a pawn to take a queen. Mm-hmm. Like they need to lose something in order to gain what's next for them. And I think just putting pressure in the right areas is like going to be really key for them. Because right now, I don't think you can play this passive, because even though you have a good lead, as time goes on, a 20k lead starts to matter less and less. So now you do have this fight happening around the objective. All of the bodies from Bad Apples, other than the Shiv, are heading towards it. And you have got that fight with the Infernus on the Haze over on that right-hand side. The wave is pushing against Buffs in 10 here, so they need to be a little bit careful. They don't have the support, and they've fully dedicated into this fight. If they lose it, there's no way out for them here.
It looks like they don't care. That's just a number to them as they're going in deeper and deeper, getting kill after kill. Hayes escapes on just 1 HP. I don't think they can fight her as... actually, she doesn't escape. She was fighting the Infernus on the side lane. Yeah. They're going to look to kind of try to strike back. Abrams actually takes a side TP. 2 of them do.
So does Viscous, yeah.
Yeah, Abrams and Viscous just takes a side TP as a bit of an engage. Looks like we're going to have a lasso on the Abrams. I don't know what happened. I think he got slingshotted by like the cube or something. Infernus 1 HP. This is incredibly risky from Buffs and 10 as they don't have the health to be making this move. Narwhal the first one to get executed, but I could very easily see more of them getting chain executed here as the Moen Curl gets caught, also executed. Actually, Zan is the one to take him down, but they do get the mid-walker on the side of Buffs and 10, and if you look at the soul situation, the fact that they got the urn and they got the kill and they've been farming the map, this is really a minor inconvenience unless Bad Apples manages to turn this into more and then a mid-boss.
Yeah, it was a little bit scary. Able to get that mid walker though is nice, but it is, you know, we said about like losing something, but that fight was definitely very sloppy over on the walker. It just feels for Bad Apples like they're not, even though it is a 30k lead, at no point has it felt like they are completely done and out of it, but it feels like they're just not able to do the things to keep your head above water. For example, that left lane is just constantly being shoved up to maybe where that tier 2 camp is, where the Haze is right now, and no further, without having 2 people over in that position to over dedicate. And if they're both showing in lane, Buffs and 10, all right, there's 2 people in a lane where we've taken a walker, let's go push mid or go push right side.
Yeah, I'd kind of like to see Buffs and 10 just try to force something here. I mean, they're up so much that I think that they can probably just go mid and, you know, at least bait it, if not just take it outright. The only thing they could really have to worry about is Affliction. I'd like to take a look at Viscus's items if we could, just to see if we've got the defense options to take off Affliction. I know I coached Narwhal yesterday, told him to go Divine Barrier a bit more often against Pocket in these situations. And it looks like he does have the Divine Barrier. And so even with Affliction, he can at least take it off of one teammate, right? So if Pocket or Yamato can take it off herself, and, you know, he can take it off Abrams, Ramo, and Krill. So definitely good itemization. Getting the knockdown as well in order to be able to interrupt the 7 ult. So, I mean, looks like coaching sessions have worked. Yesterday he was rushing Tank Buster on Kelvin, and now he's buying the support items as Abrams getting stunned, but nothing's going to happen out of it as he's invading the jungle and just hitting the safes in front of him. Oh my god, what a hook onto the 7. That's insane. As he hooks him again, and he gets grabbed, and the 7's going to be going down. I mean, you got to feel bad for the last
chain CC. I mean, what a catch. It was like a nature documentary, just out in the wild seeing it happen. Shows up why Shad was
7.
keen to get it. And I also do think that, like, those last couple of picks from Buffs in 10, we were sort of looking at those during the draft thinking, like, what could they do? Because Bad Apples have got some really strong characters. I think they've got so much stock out of this Viscus and Bebop that they picked last.
Yeah.
Like, it's been such a valuable... Like, I think watching this draft and play for Buffs in 10 has been...
Yeah.
Okay, this all makes a lot of sense. Now Bin Boss is being attempted, although Bad Apples have players up and they're not too far away to actually go and contest this. I mean, I think it's worthwhile. You're 30k behind, you have to go and engage this somehow. And
Yeah,
they're
I
not,
mean,
they're going to try and go
that-
for a walker, I think.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, it's just, you want to contest it because otherwise it's going to be really hard, but at the same time, you don't really have the tools to contest it, you know what I mean? Like, you go in there, you're against the Yamato, you're against an Abrams, Viscus, like, what are you going to do? As Abrams is looking to go in with Phantom Strike onto the Holiday, T-Rex getting caught once again, and going to go down, and I mean, if we hold tab for a second, we can see but I feel like T-Rex has gotten caught quite a lot on the Holiday, and the AZN has been part of so many kills. So,
God.
AZN, oh my god, been part of 27 kills on the Abrams here.
I just realized for Delastro, this is the most horrendous game to be playing 7 on, because not only do you have Yamato that can hook onto you, or Bebop that can hook you to them, you have 3 potential Phantom Strike buyers.
Yep.
They will all just jump
But they
at
have
you
to get
and-
there, you know?
Yeah, I mean, one of them is already there, and I don't think now is going to
yeah.
be too far behind.
Yeah, well, I don't think Narwhal is going to buy Phantom Strike on the Viscus here as he's playing more supporty, but I see what you're saying with the Abrams and Mo could definitely both get it, and here they're just going to walk into the base. Bad Apples lose the Lastro as well, so 4 down for the side of Bad Apples here, as Buffs and 10 are looking to just walk into the base and put an end to this game 1, as they're looking to say to the Compy Crown consumers on the other side of the bracket, I don't miss a hook. You have to ban Bebop against me, and we actually saw the Bebop ban in the previous series because, I mean, Shad is just like, he just doesn't miss on it.
It's been a pretty good showing. Like, Sojo was very bright in the start of this map. He's been bright all day, but it's been nice to see Buffs in 10 as a team really show off. I think Banshee had a really good lane-in phase, but it has been the likes of Azen that has been exceptional from minute 1. Shad and Narwhal found a lot of value here. The reset's going to come in for a couple of players for the side of Bad Apples, but it's not going to be enough to stop the weakened patron going down. Buffs in 10 taking a pretty dominant win. It took 30 minutes to get there, but they pretty much had a 10k lead from the 10-minute mark.
Yeah, I mean, extremely dominant performance from Buffs in 10. They were in control the whole time. There were definitely some moments where it was like, okay, well, they could push their lead a little bit more, but they still managed to take it home, take the victory in map 1, and or game 1, sorry. And honestly, they looked very, very strong. They looked much more dominant than they did in the previous series, and you know, you gotta wonder how much of that is kind of the momentum that they've got behind them right now. Because in game 1 of the previous series, they didn't look so good, making a lot of, like, I would say, fairly obvious mistake. But in these games, I feel like their macro is so much more sound. Like, they're always on top of the urn. They're not letting, you know, giving them easy comebacks. Like, they're there where it matters. And so I think that the last series actually helped them a lot to be ready for this one.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like they were just set up really well for the lane-in phase, and you've got the full, like, rainbow lineup for Azen. Pretty much you aren't going to get a more perfect Abrams game, I don't think. 11 and 4, Sojo not dying once at all either. and then the likes of like 18 assists on your Bebop, 17 on Mo and Krill. It is tough. What is it? Pretty much total 9 to 11 kills on the side of not Boston, Bad Apples, which matches what Sojo and Aizen got individually.
Yeah, that's I mean, it's tough. I think if you're Bad Apples, you just got to take a mental reset and you just got to be like, okay guys, we got to do something about this. Clearly there were some heroes that were a problem. I don't really think it was necessarily like a draft issue. Like, I think we both preferred Bad Apple's draft if played perfectly, but the lanes were definitely a problem. And then outside of the lanes, like right after the laning stage, they just never got anything going, right? It really felt like just Buffs and 10 were playing together way better. Like, it was 19 kills to 3. And when it's 19 kills to 3, I mean, that happens, right? That's happened to me many times in my Deadlock career. And in that situation, you just gotta not overthink it and just mentally reset, go to the next game, be like, hey guys, we didn't get anything going this game. It's kind of a miracle that we got it to 30 minutes, to be honest, right? Because we were so far behind. So we did good at stalling it. Let's focus on the next game and just focus on making sure we don't give them a lead early, that they can snowball as hard as they did. And I think they've still got their chances for sure on the side of Bad Apples.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I don't think it was necessarily a draft issue, but it felt a little bit like, okay, if we're down, which people in the draft need to be in the solo lanes to farm up, which need to be more actively involved. It felt like a lot of the protocols, if things weren't going well for Bad Apples, were just missing, because naturally, like, if you're playing in these kind of tournaments, you're not prepped for every single situation, and how you might play these games in like matchmaking is going to be totally different, because you're going to prioritize yourself as opposed to being a little bit more selfless and letting somebody else get the farm. But it did look a little bit like, okay, why is this person doing a tier 3 camp, and why is this person solo pushing this lane? Sure. It's like fine margins and almost be nitpicky, but in games like this is where it starts to matter. Like, you have to be a bit nitpicky of, why is this particular character doing this job when so-and-so should be doing it?
I think that's one of the things that is cool about this tournament, is that as the teams play more and more, we get more and more to the point where we start to be nitpicky. And I see this in my coaching sessions. For example, coaching from the Death Slam League in North America, when I coach the team Micro Pachycephalosaurus, if you remember that name from the initial tournament, right? You can't forget that name. They're actually number 1 right now in the league, by the way. And the playoffs are coming up. But they're doing really well, and I've been coaching them a few times, and when I coach them, I'm always like, man, I really have to start like paying attention to the little details, right? Before I was mostly on like basic stuff, I would say, quote unquote, from my perspective, but now I really have to start thinking about it a little more and being like, okay, why is this character here? Why are you guys doing this? So we're seeing the growth of these players, and the cool thing is, generally when you're like a turn of 6 and we see these tournaments, the growth of players is a lot slower, right? Because they're already at a very, very high level. But in this environment, when you take someone that has only been playing solo queue and you give them a coach, you put them in an organized environment, you give them supportive teammates, they can improve at a rate that is like far beyond what people in a turn of 6 can.
For sure, yeah.
So it's very, very interesting to see, as we've got a special guest, my cat. Stella has joined us. Hello, Stella. She has been kidnapped, so she'll be sitting with us. But yeah, what are you excited for game 2?
I think just what the adjustments are going to be from drafts for both sides, really. Like, is Abrams going to be a potential, like, first ban for Bad Apples? Even Yamato, like, what things are going to change up? Because, yeah, on paper, Bad Apples had all of the broken characters that if you have them, they should win, but something didn't go well there. And I think it is just a case of, like, who's LeBron, who should be given the ball when it matters? Because right now, it feels like there's 3-4 potential LeBron players that are all like trying to grab the ball from each other, that it's getting a little bit more awkward. That's what's going to happen when you're like, again, playing at that level, when you're down that much.
Yeah. All right. Well, we're going to be going to a short little break, and then we will be back with game 2 shortly from the semifinals. Thanks for sticking with us, and we'll be back soon, guys. Hello and welcome back to the Deathy's Death Slam tournament. Oh. Oh, wait, I'm not muted. Wait. Sorry, I was told by production I was muting. I got a little bamboozled. It's all good. I'm not muted. But yeah, welcome back. Semifinals. Game 1 went to Buffs in 10. And now we're going to witness Game 2, the Bad Apples versus Buffs in 10. See if Buffs in 10 can manage to finally get a 2-0. We've seen a lot of Game 3s. Now, I know that you're probably a little biased. You probably want this to be a 2-0 so we can move on to the finals and you don't have to go to bed at 5 a.m. But what do you think? Do you think that Bad Apples need to change anything about their draft or their general game plan in this game?
A little bit in places. I wouldn't necessarily say that it comes down to like the haze, for example. That was just the flat out problem.
Yeah.
But I think just thinking about your drafts, like how to fully complete them, because I saw somebody put in chat like, oh, if they went for something like a Calico, that would have been a good sort of sixth pick there to just sort of slot in. And I'd sort of agree to an extent. I mean, there's a lot of characters that can fulfill that role of just something that's can scale up really nicely, can be a little bit independent, farm on their own, but also isn't afraid to get involved into fights and to be annoying, because I think that's maybe what was missed out. And the first ban has come in instantly from Bad Apples onto the Abrams instead of Mirage, so that might be potentially open.
Wow. Well, you know what's funny? Because last game you said, because who's gonna first ban Abrams, right? You said that in the cast. You're like, because who's gonna ban first ban Abrams against you? And you know, my cat Stella, who was with me earlier, she's making a background appearance. So you can see her on the shelf here. So she's going to be participating in the draft with us. So, you know, if one of you guys in chat could clip it, my wife is really going to want to see this, right? Because my wife is a big fan of Stella appearing on stream. So anyway, small little anecdote. But yeah, Warden ban. Buffs in 10, they're sticking to what's working for them. They've been banning Warden. It's been working well for them. They've been doing pretty good. Bad Apples replying with the Mo and Krill right away. So maybe Bad Apples are thinking the tanky heroes were too much to deal with. So ban Abrams, pick Mo and Krill. That's the only logical explanation to me.
The question now is for Buffs in 10 if they top 2 pick Mirage, because now that's open because the Abrams isn't
Or
there.
Shiv.
So,
we haven't seen Shiv from them either.
yeah, I mean, that's also the option, because if ACN, there might just be an Abrams player themselves. So
Nope.
Shiv locked in first. I imagine it would be them that would be playing it in that position. But like I said, you get the Yamato for Sojo. You do. That's exactly what they go for. So it means that for the first 2 picks, Bad Apples might be able to get Monkrell and Mirage.
Yeah, I mean, Shiv, Yamato, pretty strong opening, very strong brawler heroes, but you are leaving the Mirage open, so not a huge fan of that. You're also leaving the 7 open, but what we've seen from Buffs in 10 is that they always kind of like dominate the laning stage, and then they just have to try to snowball it. So I think that they're just betting on doing that once again. And the Mo and Krill pick, I mean, Mo and Krill's not a terrible laner, but in my opinion, he's also not the strongest of laners, right? Shiv and Yamato, I think, have a lot of kill potential in lane and can be very aggressive. I think Mo and Krill just kind of survives lane. You know, it's kind of hard to do a ton unless you have a very aggressive laner with you.
Yeah.
So curious to see if Bad Apples go for the 7 again. It didn't really work for them last game, but like you said, there was a lot of Phantom Strike buyers. There was also a lot of disables, a lot of like, you know, you could get grabbed, you could get grappled on, you know, a lot of problems. So I think honestly 7 is not a bad pick here, but they go Mirage Pocket.
I think for both of those, that's fine. That feels like it makes sense, because if you went for the 7, because you've picked up the Monkrell as well, I don't think your laning phase is looking as strong. And I mean, that's the area that went wrong for Bad Apples last time. So it wouldn't surprise me if they're like, let's just make sure that we have a good first 10 minutes as opposed to a comp that would be excellent at the 40-minute mark. So this, at least, you're coming into the laning phase at the end of this first draft with a pretty well-rounded lineup. For the side of Buffs in 10, though, you could go Infernus, really. You might be looking to get a character for what
I would just like to pick 7,
before.
honestly. Like, I think 7 is just okay. So they pick Infernus. You know, they want to make you right, but I think 7 is just like you press 4, you win. That's what we've seen in almost every game that 7 is picked. Now, obviously, last game it didn't work out like that, but I do think that there's still a lot of potential. Now, however, we have to remember these are not pro players. They don't have perfect pulls, so a lot of this is comfort, right? You're giving Sojo as Yamato, right? And you're picking the Infernus. They've picked Infernus a lot, and right now it's kind of escaping me who plays the Infernus, even though I coach them, so I'm a bad coach. I believe that it's Banshee.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense if you're not going to
yeah.
pick it to ban it to an extent, right? If you don't want to play it, it's probably like they just don't want to play 7. So it makes sense to ban it. I think it's totally fine. And then the Kelvin is banned because Narwhal, you haven't seen him play Kelvin, but Narwhal's signature hero is Kelvin. I mean, honestly, I'd be down for the Viscous again. I think it's fine into these heroes, and he's been doing really well. And the defensive value of Cube has been tremendous, as well as like buying Divine Barrier and kind of just being that utility purchaser. So I would be totally fine with the Viscous here. I think Lash is a decent option. I think that Lady Geist is still in the pool and could also be a good option as well. But yeah, Vindicta would also be really good. They have no answers on the side of Bad Apples.
I think Viscous is a fourth pick there. Yeah, I mean, I think that's probably the most sensible place to grab them because it feels that if you don't Bad Apples, surely Wood is 5 or 6. But because that second man onto Lash hasn't come in on the side of buffs in 10 like the last map, it is going to be open and available for Bad Apples this time.
Yeah, and here comes the Lash, if I may, because that's literally his username. But, you know, I guess we'll see how much of a difference having your Here Comes the Lash player on Lash. Now, I'm going to take a look at his stat locker profile real quick just to kind of get an idea, because he does play a lot of Lash. His win rate is not looking great on the Lash, but he actually plays more Haze than Lash, by the way, funnily enough. He actually has 560 games of Haze and 280 games of Lash, so it's not even close. He plays way more Haze.
Sinclair.
Nope, first Sinclair we've seen so far today. We haven't seen a Sinclair before this. I don't even think we've seen him banned. We haven't seen him touched at all. But yeah, coming out for Bad Apples. Perhaps a bit interesting. Not the best ultimates, not the worst either.
No,
Just,
I mean,
fine ultimates.
The two also you want to copy are the two characters that have been banned out from buffs in 10. So,
yep.
For Yamato, Infernus, it's okay. Viscous, meh. Shiv just doesn't work at all, realistically. So yeah, it feels a little bit like just maybe slotting in on those spots that you had before. I mean, what did they run before? Holiday is still open. They've not gone for the Geist this time. They're not going to go for the Haze because that was probably what Here Comes the Lash was playing. And you don't have the Shiv, so I wonder what kind of like other frontliney stuff you're going to do. Maybe that's the Mo and Krill that you're going to be swapping over instead. That would be my guess.
Yeah, I will say that the Bad Apples comp is a little squishy. Now, they have a lot of heroes that are not like really, like they're low in health, but they're not squishy in the sense that they're kind of like very survivable, right? Pocket, Lash, and Sinclair I would not consider as like very healthy heroes with large health pools, but they're all like fake tanky, right? Sinclair has the assistant to get out. Lash is just really difficult to catch with his grapple, and especially if he goes Warp Zone, Substam type of situation. And Pocket has his cloak and suitcase. Buffs in 10 are going to pick McGinnis Bebop. So we've seen kind of give LeBron the ball, so to speak. Shad gets Bebop. I mean, he just doesn't miss a hook, and it feels like Bebop is quite good against the Bad Apples team. Especially like hooking the Lash, and you can hook Mo and Krill when he like grabs someone too, right? So you can bring him to your team. So pretty decent answer. And McGinnis, which we have seen very little of, curious to see if it's going to be a Gun or Spirit McGinnis.
Yeah, I mean, Gun would be good here, really, because you do have a lot of spirit damage on the board. I also think that the Bebop McGinnis as the last two pick is nice because it means that Sinclair really doesn't get that much value out of being able to copy any of these ultimates, really, outside of Infernus and Yamato, realistically. But I'm curious about the Geist. It didn't necessarily work that well last time for the Bad Apples, but I do think that, like, for the laning phase, you've got maybe not a stronger looking comp, but a lot more well-rounded, I guess. And I don't think the buffs in 10's laning phase is as strong as it was last time.
Yeah. I mean, if it was last patch, I would have said that Bad Apples lane is like Super Thanos. But Sinclair and Geist were nerfed pretty considerably. Mirage is still just like, I don't know, Mirage is still unkillable in lane for the most part. Like with Mystic Regen, especially Resto Shot's pretty broken as well right now. So you just can't really kill the hero unless you burst him down. But if you don't burst him down, he just like lives forever with Scarabs, Mystic Regen, Resto, etc. But Sinclair and Geist are still strong laners. They're just weaker than they were. I think lanes could go either way. You do have the option of doing like the McGinnis Bebop lane combo where if you hook into wall, a lot of these heroes can struggle, right? Mirage can't tornado away if he's walled. Mo and Curl's kind of stuck there. Sinclair, if he doesn't have an assistance, also stuck there. And like same for Lash if he can't grapple onto anything, right?
So
Yeah.
could be scary, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes, as I believe the players are just getting into the lobby, making sure everybody's there, so we'll probably still get a minute or two before we go live.
Yeah, I mean, I think that this is overall like a good, a better looking game, I think, for the Bad Apples. I don't know if it feels draft-wise as strong as it could be, but I think naturally you are still to look at comforts as well for players too, on what they've been potentially wanting to run and look at, because I think guys still in the right hands, if you're confident on it, should be good. I think characters, you've got a lot of people that can farm up the jungle quite freely, be involved in the lanes either for peeling or just being irritating, like Sinclair or Pocket. I guess you don't really have anybody that might just sit into the jungle full time and farm up, other than I guess Pocket, but you might want to see them consistently involved in some of the fights too whenever they have Affliction up.
Yeah. One thing to mention, so it looks like the teams are getting ready, is that you know, some of these heroes, like Mo and Curl is still one of the highest win rate heroes right now. He's 12-5 so far in the Oracle Phantom bracket, so he's definitely doing very, very well. Yamato, 72% win rate. Now, how much of that is Sojo? I mean, it looks like you know, the top pilot for Yamato is Sojo. He's undefeated on that Yamato still, so definitely pretty scary. And AZN is second in kills total right now in this bracket, so we'll see. I think a lot of this is going to come down to kind of pilot diff, right? Can the Bad Apples get good Sinclair gameplay, right? It's a hero that's actually very tricky to play, as you've experienced yourself. You know, you tried learning it and stuff, and it's harder than it looks, especially at first, right? The hero's got a lot to it, so we'll see if they're able to kind of like master it and do well enough in order to, you know, manage to take it home. But we'll announce the roster shortly. I believe that the names are correct, so I'll go over buffs in 10. We've got AZN on the Shiv, Banshee on the Infernus, 0 Day on the McGinnis, which I believe is his second or third appearance on the McGinnis, Sojo on his trademark Yamato. We've got Shad on the Bebop, and Narwhal on the Viscous, which ever since Narwhal switched from Kelvin to Viscous, they've been winning every game, so maybe there's something to it.
Yeah, maybe. On the side of Bad Apples in the left lane, you've got the Mo of Delastro, and then here comes Lash playing Lash. In mid, you've got Pocket of Zan with Revolt that's on Geist, and then finally you've got Terex that's on Mirage, with the Big J playing on Sinclair, which I don't know how much lane-wise I like as a duo for Mirage and Sinclair. It's okay, but I feel like they both... they're both strong in their own right, that you could put them with anybody else and they'd have really strong lanes. Put them together is almost like diminishing returns, perhaps.
Yeah, that's true. We do have the McGinnis Bebop lane, which I kind of talked about a little bit here. I'm curious to see how this mid lane goes. I think like we'll see, but I think this mid lane is going to be where a lot of action is, if I'm correct, just because Sojo has been so dominant in this mid lane. So I think Bad Apples, one of their win conditions is for sure going to be able to like just not get kind of rolled over, and I think that they have like a good lane. Most likely they knew Sojo was going to be mid, right, because he's been mid every game. So they probably decided, hey, we're going to put Pocket Geist into it as an answer. So we'll see how like successful of an answer that is. But I don't hate the idea. They have like really, really good wave clear, and so they should be able to like handle this lane with, you know, decently.
Yeah, keeping it shoved up and not taking fights is going to be key, because, I mean, it's the same combo as last time, these two, and they took that mid tower very quickly. In fact, I think, like, player-wise, it's the same lane lineup that we saw in the last game, because you do have AZN that's on the Shiv now instead of Abrams, and he was with the Infernus last time, so... at least for Bad Apples, you have a little bit more experience in playing this, but the main thing is going to be not losing that mid tower as early as you did last time.
Yeah. The question is also going to be, like, how well can AZN perform on the Shiv, right? So far, every Shiv player that I've seen today almost has been just not necessarily I'm saying it's their fault, but Shiv just hasn't had great games today. Like, he just hasn't. Overall, he's been like kind of like a middle of the pack performer, despite being a top of the pack pick. So it seems everybody agrees that he's kind of broken, but nobody's really managed to make it work so far. So we'll see if AZN could be the first one to kind of, you know, highlight Shiv's strength. Because it looks like in the mid lane we've got some more trades here. As Pocket, maybe a little careless, doesn't have his abilities anymore, but you know, only a very slight advantage. What I like from what Narwhal and Sojo did is they took a lot of trades early, and then they both bought healing right and kind of got healthy again. Was Pocket and Geist are both sitting on half health now, so Sojo and Narwhal have an opening to capitalize on this in the mid lane.
Yeah, so far, just watching the Shiv and the Infernus had a good amount of bullying potential in the last game. More neutral so far in how this has looked. Ultimate's not quite online just yet.
Oh,
But that's a great hook, and then you've got the wall combo that's going to pull a lash away. Luckily, he's able to just grapple out. He's pretty low
Yeah.
HP, and what I really like actually is from Delestro, just stands out in the open is just a target to take damage in, because it means that the focus from Buff's intent naturally goes onto him, lets the lash get out safely.
yeah, and a little bit more action in the mid lane here, as Revolt on the side of Guys to taking a lot of damage, and Zan 1 HP as well. So this mid lane is starting to get into the danger zone, I would say, for Buffs and Tennis. We've probably got another hook onto the Lash, 1 HP. Actually lives? No, he goes down to 0 there. I was a little confused, but we've got kills left and right. Revolt dying in the mid lane. Here comes Lash dying in the side lane, and looks like Shad is not done. He wants to get more. He uppercuts a minion into the mid, and as Narwhal goes down, but I think Bebop is not going to be able to clean up the Moen Krill here as Velastro escapes with 1 HP.
A lot of push-up. Not really too much damage done to the Guardian just yet, but you do have the creeps crashing into it. Buff's going to be picked up from the Infernus on one side, and Bad Apple's actually able to get their first buffs, I think, of the series so far. So at least things are looking a little bit better in that state, but it is at least not... Well, it's 5 minutes that they lost that mid tower last time. This time, 10-20% damage
health.
done at most to a Guardian, like, looking a lot better.
Yeah, definitely. No Guardians on the side of Bad Apples are in imminent dire danger, as we've got a bit of a fight here on both side Guardians. As Infernus dives here on the left side. AZN first one to go down as Banshee strikes back and takes Tarek, so it's just going to be a bit of a trade. And on the other side of the map, it looks like Shad went down, and now McGinnis 0 Day going to be going down to Delastro as well. So trades happening left and right, but slightly in favor of Bad Apples, which is a completely different story from last game. I would wager that Bad Apples have, you know, more kills now than they did at, like, you know, 15 minutes last game.
What was it, 11 total that they finished on? So
Yeah.
it's
Yeah,
feeling...
they probably already have like 4 or 5, I would say.
I guess what's
They're
more
3, okay.
surprising is, yeah, it's pretty much even to before, but they haven't given up as many eliminations towards buffs last time. Certainly, like AZN and Sojo were really climbing up the ranks at this point. Both have been killless so far. It's a good lineup for Shad with the hook, but not quite able to catch on to much. And I guess with the game being this even, and even Bad Apples having a lead, I wonder if buffs in 10 are going to take some risks in order to try and get picks.
Yeah, we'll see how they go. Generally, Buffs and 10 is a pretty aggressive team in the early game, so they're definitely, I think, going to take risks, but, you know, it's kind of hard to say for sure. As Yamato ults here in the mid lane, good damage dealt onto the pocket, and Guy's still holding onto her life swap, though, so I don't think anybody's going to be going down. Yamato looking for the pocket, but he's just going to be barely escaping on 1 HP on the side of Zan. And, you know, they're doing a really good job on the side of Bad Apples and just kind of maintaining the menace that Sojo can be on the Yamato and making sure that he doesn't snowball out of control like he has in the previous games.
Yeah, Fam's mostly gone over onto both the Lash and the Moen Krill outside of anybody else, really. Like, your main carry characters are the least fed on the side of Bad Apples. So you're right, like, you've got, for souls-wise, the Infernus is looking really good. Yamato's never too far behind. I want to make sure that your stronger characters remain strong and aren't lagging behind in any sense, because otherwise you're going to lose a lot of just that kill potential.
Yeah, definitely. And here we've got a bit of a more quiet situation here, as it looks like Bad Apples are trying to force this mid tower a little bit. I mean, it's incredibly hurt, but they don't have amazing health. I mean, everyone in this mid lane is kind of half HP, right? So it's kind of hanging on just the edge of a needle. Banshee going down in the side lane here to Big J. And here we've got McGinnis ult onto the Moen Krill. Not really going to manage to do much. I think that this happened off of a hook most likely, but they're not really able to capitalize on any of it. And here's just a completely even game everywhere, like just exchanges happening. The Shiv in the side lane getting gone on by the Mirage. Just going to manage to barely escape, doesn't get caught, but he's very, very unhealthy, right? And as he's getting peppered by Mirage, are they going to be able to take this Guardian here? Perhaps.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit more of an awkward reset, so potentially you've got the Infernus actually that's dove all the way in to try and create a bit more space. So he's gonna stop the Guardian from taking damage. You do have the Hyper Beam used on the side of Shad, just trying to create a little bit more space himself, not able to get any eliminations, but considering he's on his own now because the guys went down, sorry, somebody else went down, but the Bebop is alone in lane now, that he's not going to have too much help for him. McGinnis is the one that had to reset and go back, had to really give up a lot of space actually, the way this creeping towards this side of the map.
Yeah, a little bit of an interesting purchase on the Bebop, choosing to go reactive barrier, but enough about that. We've got a bit of an engagement. Pocket is going to take his cloak out, so just as I said, I was excited for a little action. Looks like we're going to get blue balled a little bit, as nothing is going to happen. And here's Shiv going in on the left side, and once again, a little bit of a reset. Just poke all around, but Bad Apples, so far, are much, much happier with what's happened this game compared to last game. They're up 3,000 souls. They haven't lost a single Guardian, and this is a much better start than last time.
Brave for the Shiv to be fighting. This healing right has to be used, but he takes damage, that's going to be reset. He is full on rage though, so he's not going to be too scared of taking this fight. Soul Exchange is going to be coming in onto the Geist, and he's able to actually get the pick with the help of the Pocket. Viscous with a Goo Ball trying to at least trade off a kill, but isn't able to. In fact, is more keen on leaving and getting out with his life. Barrage is going to do a little bit of damage, but not too much that's threatening. And so 10-minute mark, all of the Guardians have stayed up this time, so Bad Apple's holding on a lot better, and with them having the lead, going to be feeling pretty good. Discern is going to be a main thing to focus on, but they don't want to lose out on these Guardians first. It feels like that could be something that snowballs out of control if they're not careful.
Yeah, I mean, Bad Apple's going to be able to get this Guardian here as the lead widens. And here they're going to go on the Infernus. The Infernus incredibly hurt. Banshee going down to Terex. And the Big J steals and executes Shiv with his own blade. Now, that's got to feel real bad if you're the Shiv. And Bad Apples have got a 10k lead here, almost 8k. 8 or 9k, kind of hovering around that. So we're kind of getting on the verge of a comeback, and potentially, as we've got the Bebop hook, the McGinnis wall coming out, but Mo and Kroos is going to go and burrow, and I don't think they're going to be able to kill him. He's pretty tanky at the state of the game now, especially with 9,000 souls and burrow active. So it is, however, a comebacker, and as normal, picks that up and starts heading towards the drop-off.
Yeah, you're not going to overextend to fight that too much when you know that the Lash is Death Slam. Means it's a very easy, like, under the Guardian fight. It means that this pressure is comfortable still for Bad Apples to be dealing with it. And now with a Mirage over here in this direction, it's enough bodies to make this problematic for Busting 10 if they're not careful. And they're not really putting pressure on other parts of the map either. That's 2 Guardians that they've lost now. 1 more for Bad Apples to get that flex slot. And there's an optimistic Death Slam. The wall's going to make this a bit more awkward to get around from the Lash, but he's not really been that threatened so far from Busting 10.
Yeah, I mean, the tournament is called Deathy's Death Slam, so he probably got inspired by my Lash gameplay there and tried to do a little cosplay of me. So that was pretty, you know, that was some high fidelity cosplay. I mean, just hitting nobody. Jason Kaplan would be proud of that Lash ult.
Of course.
And yeah, as it looks like McGinnis, just a little bit of a zoning ult. Anybody remember the old McGinnis sound? Like, does anybody miss that? In a way, it was kind of nostalgic, you know, like the little sirens. You remember that?
I think it was literally like people that were in active war zones were like, could you like asking to change the sound, because it was like the sound was too good that they were like, is that an air raid siren for me, or is that just McGinnis?
Yeah, like, am I in active Warzone, or is it just naked in my game?
Yeah, pretty much.
You can't tell for sure. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's probably why they changed it. I mean, the new one does kind of sound better, but it holds a special place in my heart. As McGinnis is, I mean, she's doing her damn best to try to hold this tower, and these ultimates are really annoying to push into. I mean, you've got to push into the McGinnis ult and then the Bebop ult, and these are just such good zoning ults, and they're really trying to get this Guardian. I think that they should be able to get it. It's so low, but it feels so forced. Hook onto the Lash. They're going to finally get the Guardian. Tornado comes out on the Bebop on Shad as they're looking to clean him up here, but do they have the damage? It looks like Shad's just going to be able to walk away, and in the meantime, Buffs and 10 are being very efficient around the map. As
what a parry.
McGinnis gets parried. Oh my god. And everybody just walks away and pretends like nothing happened.
Slam goes down for a little bit of a counter attack, but it's not going to be doing too much. Gotta say that whilst Bad Apples are being able to get that flex slot online, Buffs and 10 bringing it to 2 Guardians, being able to trade them out has been pretty impressive. 1k difference now has been massive for them, because at this point in the game, last time, Buffs and 10 just had a pretty strong lead consistently. The Bad Apples weren't able to contest in. So that sliver of a chance is pretty much on as even now, despite Bad Apples having almost double the kills of what Buffs in 10 have been able to achieve.
Yeah, I mean, that comeback earn was pretty brutal for the side of Bad Apples. It was just barely a comeback earn and gave it to them for free. And, you know, Buffs in 10 have been able to bounce back nicely and stabilize. I mean, this could have been snowballed out of control, I would say, fairly easily if they, you know, if they'd just done one or two more mistakes. But they've stabilized nicely. Sojo has kind of recovered. He's top of the net worth for the entire server now once again. And I think that's kind of what you need if you're Buffs in 10. You really need Sojo to have a good game. He's been a very, very integral part of the fights. As Narwhal here being a little bit aggressive onto this Mirage. Sojo helping out here. Tornadoes away. Should be able to just escape and you know, reset. But we've got another engagement here on the side of the map as Bunny goes onto the Bebop. But he has reactive barrier, so he's just going to walk away.
Okay, though, has to be a little bit more careful. Rescue Beam pulling him around. It means that he does end up dashing away from the Shiv
That's
dash.
a Mo Rescue Beam, by the way.
Yeah. I mean, I think it worked out quite well. Really pulled the Shiv out of position, potentially. But still, pretty even on the scores. A lot of bodies from Bad Apples positioned over, which means that some of that farm is going to be split up. But when you've got the Mirage and the Geist in those solo lanes getting pretty, like, fat overall, I think you're still going to take that. You do have some of the buffs going over towards the Shiv, I think, on one side, and Yamato fighting for the one on their right, our left, or their left, our right, even. And
Okay.
with it being an even earn, it doesn't look like the Yamato's going to go for it, nor is there going to be more bodies. I think Buffs in 10 are just trying to get and make sure that they have their flex slot online as soon as they can.
Yeah. We've got a bit of a fight here on this Guardian. The Guardian does go down. McGinn is still living. I mean, it felt like every ult was used on her. Mo and Krill, Lash ult, etc. She's running for her life. Gets finally executed by Big J, who stole the execute from the Shiv. Huge affliction. AZN is the second one to go down, and I think we're going to get a third kill as Shad goes down as well. So they get the Guardian, but at what cost? Well, half their team to be exact.
Yeah. Now, push up of 4 players. Wait, yeah, 4 players. So for Bad Apples, it's late enough that actually damage to a Walker could be very doable. With it being a 3k lead, you've got the urn sort of being pushed over towards that side. You've got an instant contest coming in from the Viscous. Not afraid to be taking this fight, trying to go for the parry, ends up missing. But now that they've picked up the urn, they have to be a little bit careful of not silencing themselves in these engagements. 7 kill streak in the end for Big J actually on this Sinclair. Being able to be quite farmed up and be scary, and that's actually the first Walker going away at Bad Apples, whilst Buffs in 10 were trying to play around the urn.
Yeah, I mean, this contest around the urn I think, is fairly good, but at the same time, the fact that they lose the Walker in the meantime is definitely not optimal, as Geist is extremely hurt, has to reset here. Looks like Narwhal's going to be able to escape with the urn. We'll see if they're able to go for a quick urn play, maybe. They do have a timing, right, where Mirage is dead, Geist is really hurt, Pocket's half health, no ult. So it's going to be really up to here comes Lash. He's got the Majestic Leap. Can he buy enough time? He unfortunately gives up all of the high ground, so most of his positioning for the ult, as Narwhal tries to go in, but instantly dies right on top of it with the Urn. Lash ult onto 2. Urn picked up by Delastro as he's going to look to turn it in. Gets it in as Infernus looks to strike back. Sojo forced to ult here. Going to be able to get a kill maybe onto... Oh my god, here comes the Lash parries too. And he knocks both of them up as he's getting chased down. Might still go down, but it doesn't matter. He got the Urn. He got the Aura. Looks like he's going to try to escape off the rooftop. Messes up his movement a little bit. Delastro goes down, and then here comes the Lash. It follows him, and then we might get another pick as Affliction hits a few. Is it going to be enough to turn this fight? Geist gets executed, and it looks like a very, very favorable fight for Buffs in 10, other than the fact they lost the Urn.
Yeah, I mean, I almost feel that there, if you're Bad Apples, you've got such good map control, you've got the Urn, I think you just try and get out there like as freely as you can. You don't need to go and fight this, it's not worth the risk. Especially when you've got the Mirage just split pushing on the other side of the map. It took so much attention. And now by the time that he got to the Walker, he's done half damage. And 2 people being able to rotate over at the same time. So it does feel a little bit there that advantage the Bad Apples got from the Walker and then being able to just steal the urn towards the end. That advantage might have been diminished a little bit from the fight that they took afterwards.
Yeah, it was certainly diminished, despite the fact that actually, like, the fight wasn't as bad as it looked. Bad Apples did manage to get 2 kills, as I think we might have a slight visual issue. Or is that just me? Oh,
There we go. Oh, I'm setting it down.
Yep, Ryan's just chilling. Obviously, it's late for him. But yeah, we may be having a slight technical difficulty on the side of production, so please bear with us. But so far, it's been an extremely exciting game, and I think it could still go either way. I think that Bad Apples are definitely in the lead, and if things keep going their way, they're probably going to win this game. But, you know, Buffs in 10, they have the tools to make it happen. They're only down 8k, which at this point is, it's more than a rounding error, but it's not so much that, like, the fights are unwinnable for them.
No, not at all. I mean, I think it's just a case of, like, this game always feels it's a little bit like, okay, this team has tempo, this team has the advantage. Are they good enough and are they coordinated enough and just have the game knowledge to turn an advantage into like a win condition instead of, oh yeah, this looks pretty good for them, but are they going to do what we would expect them to do, or are they going to chicken out on going for more scary fights or focus on the wrong objectives or just have little blind spots? And now you have got a little bit of that early pressure going up onto the high ground to fight for this buff that's coming in 20 seconds. The Yamato sneaking around, opting, I think, just to not fight in that engagement because they've seen too many people.
I think Buffs in 10 here are doing a play that I talked about, which is they're deciding to stack the other side, which isn't the earn pickup. Now, this is signaling that they don't necessarily want to take a full team fight, right? But they want to hope to catch someone isolated. And they did find the Mirage, but Mirage manages to TP. Now, a little unlucky that Mirage was the one that they found, because anybody else they probably would have killed. But, you know, a good play nonetheless. You don't always need to be on the side of earn pickup, right? Sometimes if you can just generate pressure, generate a pick, it can work out in your favor, even if you don't get to pick up the earn.
For farming up, I think you're looking at the Yamato being the highest on souls, but when you've got the Sinclair, the Geist, the Pocket just behind, have to be a little bit more careful, I think. I think so far that Terox has been good on this Mirage. A lot of freedom given to him and the Geist to be able to keep going for these split pushes. I think for Buffs in 10, you're not really out of this game at all, but I think one thing you want to do is trade out the walkers. If you can go even on objectives, especially if you're trying to play around the urn itself, then might be able to work pretty well here. Bad Apples stacking a lot of bodies to try and do the urn on the right side, but sticking the Geist on left is nice. Means that the Infernus is going to struggle a little bit to actually push on through.
Yeah, I really like the way that Buffs in 10 is playing this. If you're seeing, like, they're applying so much pressure in every lane that they're in. Like, they're really, like, dictating the pace and making Bad Apples feel like they're kind of stuck in an unfortunate situation. And they're also being efficient in the lanes that they're in. Because if you look at the lead, it's only dwindled, right? It's only a 4k lead now, so it's really just, like, a rounding error at this point. They don't really have any lead to speak of, as a lot of people are going to start congregating towards this area, and Bebop is keeping the pressure in mid lane. So Bad Apples have to back up and deal with this, but Geist also has to back to base, where Mirage has to deal with the Infernus. And if he can't kill the Infernus, well, that's quite a bad situation because he doesn't have TP, so he's kind of stuck in no man's land. And Sinclair, his assistant's been spotted. Shiv looks to go on him. Sinclair looked a little bit confused after he TP'd. Does get the bunny off on the side of Big J, right? As Lash counter engages onto the Shiv. Shiv probably going to be forced to reset, gets rescue beamed. But we've got a bit of a stalemate situation here.
Yeah, it sort of felt a little bit like didn't have enough about them to go and actually fight under the walker, put pressure there, just trying to find that pick of a Sinclair potentially out of position. But Buffs in 10, same as before, like you've got the Bebop constantly pushing that wave, crashing into that mid walker. And then Infernus has just been chilling, like he's happy, like he's been able to go for a buy as well in the meanwhile. So Bad Apples need to be careful. We've seen a lot of teams really struggle from this point. The earn pickup has been disabled, and if this gets too like out of position, the Bebop's in potential range to catch you. Problem is, he's on his own a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, this whole situation, first of all, Sinclair is Bolt build, by the way, and this build has been gaining a lot of popularity as like the better way to play Sinclair at the moment, a lot of people think, because a lot of his other nerfs kind of hit the Bunny build pretty bad. Now, Bunny's still a good ability, but yeah. Anyway, Bolt build is more popular now. So we'll see if he's able to get enough value out of it, as we've got a bit of a 4-1-1 kind of split as Bebop starts congregating towards this fight. And if they go for this earn here, there's going to be a slight moment of time where they have a numbers advantage. Then Zan also goes down in the side lane, right? So Infernus can potentially pressure, and I mean, at this point, the urn has got to be taking for damage to whoever's holding it as well. So overall, I don't think Bad Apples are too thrilled about the situation, so they drop the urn.
Yeah, are you going to just let it reset, though, is more the question. 3k lead now. Any potential advantage, I suppose, for Bad Apples beforehand seems to have really, like, come down to pretty much honors even. But I think the Buffs in 10 have also dedicated a lot to trying to fight it. It feels that it has been a lot more of a stalemate, that neither team's been able to do realistically anything on the map. But now that the urn is about to pop up again in a minute's time, and you've got the Buffs too, how much a team's going to try and go for this fight now? Because if Buffs in 10 switch off, it could be an easy pickup for Bad Apples.
Yeah, I think both teams are, you know, anything could cause a huge swing, right? Because at this point, a kill or two could result into mid-boss. So Sojo here being pretty aggressive. I think it's very clear that Buffs and 10 are a little bit more comfortable in the stage of the game, right? They're constantly applying pressure on those lanes, constantly pushing it and creating opportunities. Whereas Bad Apples has kind of been stuck with the urn for the past 2 minutes. And, you know, nothing has really happened. And Shiv is just going to walk up. He's just going to try to pick up the urn right in their faces. And I don't know if they're in a position to contest this, but Mo and Krill is behind, so they should be able to potentially orchestrate a collapse here as Visca's Divine Barriers the Shiv. He's going to walk forward, try to go to turn in. Mo and Krill is kind of hiding. He's going to burrow. There's the wall that might allow the Shiv to just turn it in as he gets cubed in, gets the urn for free. There's a bit of a fight.
Just
Yamato ults goes in.
again.
Shiv. Yeah, it's just actually insane timing. Yamato just goes in. Guys to 1 HP, no swap. Lash ult has a bit of a counter initiator. Onto 3. Huge slam follows up. The Mo and Krill grab onto 1. Gets cubed, however. Massive play from Narwhal as trades happen back and forth. Mo and Krill incredibly hurt in burrow. Looks to be finished off. Sinclair shows up and looks to nuke them with his bolt as Bebop gets the hyper beam from a distance. Narwhal going to be the first one to go down here, actually, with a stolen execute once again. And it looks like AZN may be in trouble, very, very low, as well as Shad 1 HP. So kind of unclear who's going to win this.
I mean, this is a bad team fight for Buffs. They've lost 4 players total. I think the only good thing that's been going for them, though, is look at the Infernus. He's at 35k souls. He's been able to farm up in that left lane for so long when the Bad Apples were holding on to the urn. He's just now got such a strong lead. The problem, however, is that too many players for Buffs and 10 have gone down, that a mid-boss is going to be the play.
Can they mid-boss? If Infernus has Ricochet, can we get on the Infernus cam a little bit?
Should contest it, I think.
I mean, McGinnis picked up the urn, which I disagree with. I think if Infernus and McGinnis go together here, they have a decent chance. I would love to see the Infernus cam to kind of see his positioning and see if he has the items like Ricochet, etc. to contest it. As it looks like Infernus shows up. He's starting to do some damage. I'm unsure whether he has Ricochet or not. He does have Ricochet, so it's pretty scary. Mo and Krill's 1 HP. I mean, he's doing massive damage, and Sojo is going to be able to make it here in time as well. He has ult. He's going to dash in. He's going to ult to try to create space. Mo and Krill really hurt. Ult on top of it. Who's going to get it? Banshee steals it and kills 3. Oh my god. Sojo goes in, goes for the follow-up. Mirage extremely hurt. Massive damage being dealt. 3 dead for the side of Bad Apples. 4 dead now, and they've lost Rejuve, and it's a complete disaster.
Yeah. He was just hovering enough. Like, it's been so valuable for him to get this strong. He's almost got double the souls of some of the other players that are in the server. He also had, like, counterspell as well. So if he was going to get grabbed by something as the Rejuve was dropping, might be able to just cancel that out and just get the free reset in. But now it means that whilst they are a walker down, Buffs in 10 might be able to take all 3 after this fight because too many people are down. And yeah, it is going to be them being able to grab up 2 more flex slots.
I mean, this is as bad as it gets for Bad Apples, unfortunately for them. I wish I could say there's any, light of hope here, but this is 30k soul lead, huge flex lot advantage, and they're still dead for quite some time, right? So they're going to be able to get at least lane guardians on at least 2, maybe 3 lanes before they respawn. I think at this point, it's like you try to down the patron if you can. I don't know if they have time to down before they're all respawned, as it looks like Bad Apples are all respawned. And if you're the side of Bad Apples, you kind of have to try to force a fight here.
You got the Deathslam that's come in. At least the cubes protecting 1 player, and they've done well actually to try to get out. Went for the engagement, missed out, but the problem is if anybody goes down here on the side of Bad Apples, it pretty much is going to be curtains for them. Still having a rejuve, you're not going to reset and leave the fight all too much here. Bebop with the hyper beam, not too far away from putting in some of that pressure, and trying to really just jump onto the Lash that's going to be taken down in the end. Actually, too much CC to deal with. And now this is pretty much go time. This Guardian is being dropped all the way down. The Patron in that weakened state means that Buffs in 10 are going to make this a pretty big cleanup. You've still got the 43k Infernus that's alive but goes down. Everybody gets reset just off of the like precipice of finishing this one out. But I think Buffs in 10, I think it's probably the right play to do, because you still have a 20k lead. You now have a chance to buy, and the reset isn't going to be too long with a rejuve either.
I mean, I probably would have bought if I was Buffs in 10, just because on average they probably had like 10k unspent on most of them. Like you see the little icons popping up underneath them of like refresher, you know, boundless spirit, spirit burn, as they're all buying their tier 4 items because they all had infinite money. So perhaps a little bit of a misplay, because now it's only 14k, and I don't know if they can just go back in. It looks like they want to try to go back in. This could be dangerous. They do probably have the tools to do it, and the Patron is still like roughly half health, right? And they do have a very small window, but if they die here, if they don't manage to end the game here, it's going to be an even game.
I think they're going in fact, because the Lash is dead, but the Lash is going to be back in a second. If he gets a good Death Slam off, you're just going to be in the spawn. But
it's so hurt.
There's just enough damage to be going through. Oh, the Death Slam is perfect, though.
It's one.
It's not enough. I think the minions were the ones to finish it out in the end. A perfect Death Slam in the end from Here Comes Lash. But Here Comes Lash 3 seconds later than would have been needed. Unable to do much. It's a nice swift 2-0 in the end for Buffs in 10.
Yeah, we got a 2-0. They managed to do it. You're probably feeling pretty happy, because it means that we can move on to the grand finals, and hopefully, you know, you get to go to bed at not 6 a.m.
I think I'm going to bed after this one regardless, because I'm just...
That's fair.
I'm spent. I didn't think it'd go this late, but like...
Yeah.
I'd want to go through, but it's like 2:30 already, so I don't want to go...
I get it. Yeah,
we'll crazy with it.
We'll look for... Yeah, we'll look for a replacement. I believe Soren was... I believe Soren was potentially available, so we'll probably try to get him for the grand finals. But regardless, what a game overall from the side of Buffs in 10. This game was a nail biter until the mid boss, and then from mid boss it kind of just like became a disaster. Mid boss was a little greedy, right? Like especially considering Banshee really like won this game for them.
Yeah,
at the end of the game. Like he got super fed in the side lanes, and then he managed to get to the mid boss with like all the items he needed to be able to turn that fight. And that was really like the huge turning point there.
I think it was one of those instances where, sure, you've got Mirage and you've got Geist, and they're both very strong at just sitting in a lane and getting fat, essentially. But when you've got an Infernus that was able to just like, can we go to like the graph and just see like his souls per minute at a certain point? Because it was like, as soon as we started seeing a lot more focus going in onto trying to do the urn, Banshee got so much freedom to just farm over on the left-hand side. And sure, it might have been matched by the Mirage or the Geist, but you need to dedicate more bodies over there. Yeah, pretty much like it was like the 20-minute mark. You just see how much it was skyrocketing towards the end.
Skyrockets, yeah.
Because it was pretty much that's when it was handed in at the same time. So you need to be able to send over like the Lash or the Moe and Krill to actually kill him instead of trying to just posture, because you're never going to out posture an Infernus, even with like some of the nerfs and stuff that we've seen. Infernus is still incredibly oppressive, and it's going to take bodies to take him down. And clearly that's something that I think Bad Apples didn't want to put stock towards, because they really wanted to make sure that they got the urn. So it's the perfect game for Banshee to just farm for free, buy stuff for free as well, because that shop was nearby to where he was playing. It just meant that he constantly had this tempo, and he had Ricochet pretty early on too. It's a perfect like Infernus performance.
Definitely. Very impressive stuff from Buffs in 10. I mean, I was a little worried with how the game started. They didn't really get their momentum going at first. It didn't feel like they had the net worth on the heroes they needed. Like Sojo wasn't able to have a good game. AZN wasn't able to have a good game at the beginning. And those are kind of like the like star players that we had seen in the past. And so I was a little concerned, but you know, turns out the strength of Buffs in 10 is they don't have one star player. All of them are able to pick up the slack, right? And as we saw from Banshee may not have carried previous games, but this game, he really showed that he's extremely strong when he's given the chance to shine. So really good stuff for them. I'm really proud of them. And they're going to be moving on to the grand finals to face off against, we don't know, because the other series is still happening. And right now, the other series, I believe, is 1-0, as we are in game 2. So it's 1-0 for Goon Squad, which, by the way, I just want to mention, Goon Squad was the 12th seed. And right now, they're the first people to have taken a map off the Compy Crayon consumers who were completely undefeated until now, both in group stage, Swiss stage, but in scrims, they told me that they were something like 17-5 in scrims or something, the Compy Crayon consumers. So they were definitely very dominant. And I had a coaching session with the Goon Squad yesterday, and they were like, "We're tired, boss. It's not going well. We're losing scrims." You know, and I was
so
like, well,
hard,
give it your
yeah.
best. And now they're beating allegedly the favorites for the tournament, or they're up a map against them, right? So we'll see if they're able to finish it off. But I'm not going to hold you any longer, Ryan. I think we're going to take it to a break. We are probably, if the other series goes to a game 3, we might try to cover that one on production. But we're going to take it to a break real quick. And then
I
we'll be back
did want to
when-
say before I leave
Yeah.
that I'm very proud of you,
Yeah.
Deathy, and like the community for doing this stuff. Like, we were talking about it a bit like off stream as well, of just like there isn't much like tournaments going on at the moment, so being able to see this like from everybody like in the community, like from somebody that's worked very closely with teams and then production stuff, obviously the same, like it's cool that this is happening, and keep up the good work, buddy.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And I think everybody behind the scenes, you know, it's hard to name everyone, but I think everybody should also like, you know, feel those thanks and appreciate that as well. So I'm sure that they're all, you know, appreciative of that nice comment. Thank you, Ryan.
No worries.
All right. So we'll take it to a break, and then we'll be back potentially when we have stuff to cover. So maybe game 3 from the other series, if there is a game 3. If there's not a game 3, we're going to wait for that series to end, and then we'll cover the grand finals. So not sure exactly when we'll be back. Could be 5-10 minutes, could be 20 minutes. We'll keep you guys updated in the chat. Hello, welcome everyone. Little surprise, no countdown, no nothing. We just come out of nowhere because right now we're in game 2 of the semifinals on the other side of the bracket, and the game is still going on. And we didn't think we'd be able to cover it, but we got the match ID, and so we can watch with the delay. And it seems to be a close one right now. So let's get right into the game. It's Compy Crayon Consumers versus Goon Squad. 36 minutes in, and Goon Squad is up 15k in a winning position. And if they win this game, they win the series, moving on to the finals. So talking a little bit about the storyline here, Admiral. Compy Crayon Consumers were the first seed, undefeated before the series, even in today's tournament, but also last weekend. And Goon Squad were the opposite. They hadn't won a game. They were 0-3, 12th seed, and right now they're looking to take the upset.
I mean, that's what we love to see. We love to see underdog stories because honestly, that's the team that you end up rooting for the most. But in comparison, though, Goon Squad is just really trying their hardest and their heart out just to be able to prove their worth against Compy Crayon Consumers.
Yeah, and Septude goes down, so that's 1 kill for Compy Crayon Consumers, being on the back foot, but still managing to find picks here and there. And I've been watching this game in-game for a couple minutes, right, because we weren't sure it was going to end or not, so we hesitated to kind of cast it. But what's been happening is Compy Crayon Consumers have kept staggering Goon Squad despite being down a very significant amount. They were down like 30 or 40k earlier, and now they're only at a 15k deficit, and they have 1 pick, so it's really like an even game at the moment as they're looking to get more. Kelvin getting gone on the side of Compy Crayon Consumers, however, does go down to Man Monkey, and now it's even numbers, and if you lose one person, they're dead for 90 seconds at this point almost.
That is actually a big, very difference there when it comes into the respawn times. However, one of the issues that ends up resulting back into it is since both teams right now are down a player, it's just a relaying to see who gets picked out for it. Seven's gonna get caught out by the combo. Here comes the Storm. The Unstoppable is gonna get proc. The Cubis on Skull Lightning is gonna do some great stun damage onto everyone, but it looks like it's gonna be an all-out brawl in the jungle here as it go ahead and try to sustain the life of the Seven. Ivy's gonna go in once more for the engage. Again, going for the double stun. Unfortunately, might get caught out here. The Vortex Web is gonna get procced once more. Again, is gonna get immediately taken out. Unfortunately for the Bow and Crow, they can only do so much. Here comes the set. Here comes the Lash coming in once more again. But unfortunately, it looks like Shiva's gonna be immediately taken out for that fight. He's not able to successfully get the ultimate kill.
Yeah, kills going both ways, but it's really a slight advantage in the favor of Goon Squad, right? As they get the Lash, that was dead, that respawns. So now technically they're in a bit of a 5v6 for a little bit, and looks like they're going to try to get mid-boss, which has just spawned, but a lot of them are hurt. So if the Compy Crayon Consumers manage to get to this mid-boss contest in time, it could be a little bit dangerous. And as we know, if they die on this mid-boss, well, that could be GG because you are dead for so long. So they make it scream, they do a lot of damage. Compy Crayon Consumers, it looks like delayed on the pocket, wants to try to get there in time. Ivy positioning a little bit. I'm not sure that they're going to try to go for the steal, but they are positioning for it. Mid-boss does go down. Man Monkey going to be standing on top of it. Inferno Soul popped a little bit early. We've got the Unstoppables. What is that, like 4 Unstoppables on top of it? They really don't want it stolen, and they do end up getting it.
Unfortunately, Pop-Tart is not going to be able to go in and get that stun off as Ivy. That's the whole purpose of having Unstop, especially this late in the game. You want to be able to have that just in case, so that way you can keep the fight going. I mean, Goon Squad was really prepared for that. Just stacking 4 Unstops was wild.
Yeah, and I mean, it's you know, it's very this match is very difficult for me to cast because I'm actually the coach for both of these teams. And so, fun fact, all the teams that are left on the side of the bracket are coached by me. So, I don't know. I mean, guys, exclamation point coaching if you want some coaching services. Because, I mean, clearly, I mean, something's working. The 3 teams that are left in the tournament, I'm their coach. So, I don't know who to root for, man. I mean, the underdog story of Goon Squad is so good. But at the same time, it feels so bad to see Compy Crayon Consumers go out without a game 3. But at the same time, you know, we've already been live for almost 8 hours. And Kashi is European. So, I want him to get some rest. So, I don't know, man. I'm conflicted.
It's like the father having to choose their favorite child. It's impossible to do so.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, man, who do I vote for? But survival buff going on the Shiv, that's really not what you want. I mean, let's click on the Shiv for a second. Let's look at his HP pool. I'm guessing 4,800. I'm guessing.
So he says, as a Shiv's HP gets dramatically bigger as he gets on that zip.
Oh my god.
Close.
6 HP away. Damn.
That Shiv's gonna be a nightmare to deal with right now. Goon Squad is having a very big priority with a big and beefy Shiv, because that's what we love to see, right? A big and beefy Shiv.
Imagine with the resistances and the delayed damage from bloodletting, you probably have to do like literally 10k damage. Like this Shiv is like a fucking like game boss. He's unkillable.
Trust me, I think we've all dealt with a Shiv that's been incredibly fed and they don't die at all. So on top of the fact that he's holding buff, this Shiv is not gonna die.
Yeah.
All All right, here we go. On top, getting procced in for the slash. He's going to go in for the death slam. The title of our stream gets one. Here comes the 7-storm on stop procced as well. Ivy's going to do some damage on there. Kaden goes in for the fight, manages to take out the lash, but it looks like Compikion's going to lose 2 players for this one. Goon Squad is just going to immediately melt this. This is going to be a GG.
Yeah. Compikion consumers going down 2-0 against the Goon Squad, the underdog story. I was coaching Goon Squad yesterday, as I was saying, and they were like, man, we haven't won a lot of scrims either. Their scrims hadn't been going well. On the other hand, on the side of Compikion consumers, when I coached them, they were like, man, scrims have been going superbly. We're like 16-5. We're feeling really confident. You know, we were 3-0 in the group and in the Swiss stage. And the curse continues. The first seed has never won a Death Slam tournament, and it looks like that will not change today, as we've got a bit of a battle of underdogs. If I look at the seeding here, I believe Buffs in 10 were 6th seed, and the 12th seed is Goon Squad, and that's going to be who we have in the grand finals, is Goon Squad versus Buffs in 10, which we will be covering shortly. But, you know, first, we're going to take a look at the scoreboard, and then we'll look at the bracket after and maybe highlight some certain things.
I think that's some stuff that's...
We have no scoreboard right now. Sorry. I have the scoreboard on my side. It's just not quite ready yet. But I guess I'll talk about certain things that I see, because I was also watching in-game. But interestingly enough, for this side of the Sapphire Flame, meaning the Compikion consumers, their top damage dealer, who do you think did the most damage on their team? Now remember, they had Pocket, Mirage, Holiday, Moen Krill, Kelvin, and they had Ivy. Who do you think did the most damage?
I'm going to tell you right now, my guess is going to be... I'm gonna guess the Kelvin.
Okay, no, Kelvin did 8,000 damage. He did very little, but the
Right.
Ivy surprisingly took the show with the highest damage, not only on their team but in the server. And it was a Spirit Ivy build with Lightning Scroll, with Vortex Web and Curse, etc. And I'm guessing a lot of the damage was dealt kind of late game. And if I look at it, yeah, it seems that we had like an incredibly slow game. We didn't catch most of it, but by 20 minutes there was only 14 kills. Now from some of the other games that I've casted today, I've seen 14 kills at like 8 minutes in some other games, right? At 20 minutes there was 14 kills total. So it seemed like a very, very even, slow and methodical games. I mean, both teams trying to play to get to the grand finals, so the nerves were definitely in play at least a little bit. They didn't want to make a mistake. So we'll see kind of what happens in the grand finals. Are people playing afraid? Are people going for it and have a good time? I feel like once you get to the finals, kind of a weight is lifted off your shoulders, and you can maybe give it your all, because it's like, hey, either way, we were 12th seed. We made it here. Let's just give it our best. I mean, like, we didn't expect to win a single game.
I mean, right, definitely. I think also a little bit as well, your ego has to be stroked there for a moment, because 12th seed going into the grand finals, you took down the #1 seed. I mean, come on. That should be motivating factors already for you as a team, just to go ahead and, you know what, take the challenge and take the win.
Yeah, for sure. I think that it's going to be interesting to look at a couple of things from StatLocker in order to cover some downtime, give the teams a couple minutes to rest before we head into the grand finals. So on the side of production, if you guys would not mind pulling up some of the StatLocker stats, we've got some really cool stuff. So you guys can type !bracket and you'll be taken to the Deathy's Death Slam StatLocker page, where you can not only consult the bracket there, but you can consult the stats as well as the team's roster. So here, if we look at the stats, we can see McGinnis, #1 win rate, in the Oracle Phantom bracket so far. And if you actually look at the other bracket, Emissary Archon as well, it is also the top win rate. Now, we're not going to look at that right now necessarily, but just so you guys know, you guys can look at it on your own. And then Yamato, 75% win rate. Viscous, also an incredibly high win rate, with Narwhal being 5-0 on Viscous. I'm pretty sure he's only lost on Kelvin. Looks like the Viscous is going really well for him. Is there anything else that speaks out to you as far as these numbers?
I mean, comically enough, besides seeing the McGinnis on both Emissary and Archon, as well as his high elo play, hitting both 80% win rate, I think that's just kind of interesting enough to prove the tenacity that McGinnis is strong. I mean, McGinnis is completely different than what she used to be this previous patch. This current patch, I think, is a bit of a sleeper, and I think the McGinnis fan base is slowly rising to the ranks.
Yeah. McGinnis is definitely a threat for sure. I've even felt it in my own games, right? She feels a lot stronger than she used to. I used to not be afraid of McGinnis at all. But then the other day, I just ran into Naked, who had 7 turrets, and I just died, like, literally instantly. The damage that it does is pretty crazy sometimes. But yeah, really check out the StatLocker page, guys. You'll see a lot of stats, and it's really cool because, you know, a lot of tournaments have a very small sample size. For example, Deadlock Fight Night, you can look at the stats from Fight Night, but realistically, there's only, like, you know, there's only one best of 3 series that's played. So at most in a fight night, it's 4 games per region. Very, very small sample size. Now here, I know it's not pro players, but the amount of games, just the sheer amount of games that's played is so much higher in this tournament, because we've got the Swiss stage, we've got the elimination for both Oracle Phantom, Emissary Archon. So we're getting a lot of valuable data just to, you know, show what's strong at certain ranks. And also this data is more relatable for you guys at home, because how many of you watching this are at high Eternus, right? Most of you are probably just average Deadlock players around Archon or Emissary. And so a lot of what you see in this tournament is much more applicable to you. And that's kind of why, part of why I'm running this is just to have a fun experience that is also relatable for a lot of people and very accessible.
I mean, that's like the benefit that we love to see, especially this early in the Deadlock community. We want to be able to support each other. That structure is there. And I mean, because of Deathy, we've been able to create such great formats of it. I mean, the common player can go ahead and, you know, hop right in, get in some good matches, get in some good fights, you know, some burger boxing for some money. I mean, who doesn't want to fight for some money?
True. Who doesn't? All right, so I believe that the next step is basically we're going to get to, we're probably going to take a very, very, very short break. We're going to try to make it as quickly as possible because we just came back from a break, but we wanted to give you guys the end of that game, right? We're going to take it to a very short break, and then we'll be back with the grand finals of the Deathslam Oracle Phantom. This is some of the finest Deadlock that you'll see, because Fight Night does not exist right now, so there's really nothing else to watch. So, like, even though it's not pro players, it is the finest competitive Deadlock you can see right now, because there's really nothing else. And yeah, we'll be back in just a little bit, so please bear with us as we move on to the grand finals, the last series of the day. Very excited. Welcome back, everyone. We said it would be quick, and here we are. It was a short break indeed, and we're gonna go over the bracket real quick, Admiral, just to do a quick little recap of everything we went through today. I mean, it's been a long day. I believe you were on the B stream earlier. Correct me if I'm wrong. You were, right?
Yeah, yes, I was. I was the analyst for the first time and then caster for the second one.
Yeah. So you've also had a long day, but here today, what did we live? So we lived a couple upsets on the side of Compy Crown Consumers. It looks like they kind of just 2-0'd the first competition with State of Wyoming, and then they fell to Goon Squad in the upset of 1st seed versus 12th seed. But on the other side of the bracket, Bad Apples took down Shopkeepers in a close 2-1, only to fall short against Buffs in 10 and getting 2-0'd. So both semifinal matches, interestingly enough, were 2-0s, but almost everything else, there was a lot of 2-1s, right? 2-1 Fortitude Goon Squad, 2-1 Bad Apples throwing trophy stacks. So the players at this point are probably quite exhausted, especially when you consider that both teams that are in the grand finals, they didn't have a bye round. So just so you guys know, the top 4 seeds had a bye round, so they didn't have to play in the first round. So if they made it to the grand finals, they would have had the advantage of not being as tired. But all the top 4 seeds have been eliminated because there's a curse going around. So yeah.
I mean, who's not to say that Deathy wrote the script for this one? Because let's be honest, his 2 children were in the last match.
And they are still in this match too. It's just 2 different children. I mean, not 2 different. They're still one of them. I mean, we've been covering Buffs in 10 for the past 2 games, and now we're going to cast them again. It just so happens that that's how it worked out. That wasn't planned, I promise. Well, unless it was. But yeah, it's a best of 3 as well for the grand finals. Just to clarify for the people in the chat, I believe if we did a best of 5, it'd be super brutal. I mean, it's 10 p.m. here for Kashi, who's producing this in the background. It's 3 a.m. for him now, and he's been around since this morning, prepping stuff. So he's on probably a 14-15 hour day easily at this point. So if you guys enjoy the content, best way to support it, well, first of all, if you guys would like to, get involved in the scene, help organize this or help coach or whatever it may be, feel free to reach out to me. Obviously for coaches, maybe not, because I'm pretty selective. So unless you're like a turn of 6, but regardless, if you'd like to help in some capacity, feel free to reach out to me on Discord or something and we can talk. If you guys would like to donate to the prize pool, reach out to me as well. If you guys would just like to donate monetarily to support the event, right now everybody working as a volunteer, right? So nobody's making money, so support it in whatever way you can. Everything helps if you guys want to see more, but just, let us know. But we're going into the draft of the grand finals. Are you excited, Admiral?
Oh, I am very excited right now as we are going to end this night beautifully. I'm hoping we get some good burger boxing. I'm just hoping we also get some good fights all around.
Yeah, I hope so too. I'm really excited myself. I mean, the underdog story is just unbelievable. Imagine if Goon Squad wins this grand final from 12th seed, from 0 to hero. That would be incredible. And Buffs in 10 also have been pulling out insane performances as well, just dominating in the laning stage and being able to snowball that. So we'll see kind of how that goes. But Lady Guy's the first ban, and Buffs in 10 sticking to their guns. They've been banning Warden every game that we've casted, and it looks like they're going to stick to what worked.
I mean, it's completely understandable. Warden has been just incredibly oppressive recently. A lot of people, what they're just resulting to doing when it comes to the Warden is just using his ultimate to go ahead and secure Guardians. I mean, it's just free automatic damage. On top of that, the fact that it's a passive ability that does damage and Warden is automatically able to shoot as well. So Warden is able to to secure these Guardians so easily.
Yeah, definitely. And his ult is just you show up to a team fight, you do a big ult, and it's pretty crazy for sure. On the side of Buffs in 10, it's quite of an interesting team because I'm not sure too much about what Goon Squad likes to prioritize this tournament because we haven't covered them at all today. But they do pick the Shiv first pick, so it makes sense. A lot of teams have kind of been prioritizing, that Shiv. And Buffs in 10 have answered traditionally with something like a Yamato and an Abrams, or Yamato and something. They really like to get Sojo the Yamato, so I expect we'll see something similar. And then the second pick is going to be probably an AZN pick, as they like to enable them. And they've traditionally very highly valued Infernus as well.
Hopefully they decide to go a little bit out of the ordinary here. Besides the Yamato, of course, I think the Yamato is going to be the safest pick for them. Arguably enough, like you did say, it is just very good to just go ahead and keep up with other players. Speaking of which, they go ahead and actually lock in the Mirage.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen them play a lot of Mirage today. I'm trying to remember, but just off the top of my head, I mean, I'll go through the match history, but I think that this may be the first game we've seen them pick Mirage that we've covered recently. Let me double check. So in the past series, they didn't play Mirage at all in the semifinals, and then before the semifinals, It looks like game 1, game 2. I don't think they haven't played any Mirage at all today. I'm going through all the games. Yeah, they haven't picked him once. So this is the first time they pick Mirage. So a little bit risky to, you know, go out of potentially your comfort zone in the grand finals. But at the same time, I like it. Got to be confident. Got to just go for it. So we'll see how that goes.
I mean, also at the same time as well, Mirage is just currently pretty solid pick when it comes to this team dynamic. I mean, typically Mirages like to sit in the back. They like to just poke everyone out. The spirit damage is there. The proc is going to active. So again, Mirage in terms of being able to debuff is going to be great for the team, just to be able to sit back, deal with the Shiv, and not have to go in for it. But speaking of being able to go in for it, we got Abrams, because that's what we want to see in the grand final, is some beautiful burger boxing.
Yeah, I'm being informed that there was a little bit of a draft error, so I'm just clearing that up. I believe Goon Squad meant to ban Yamato instead of Geist. So I'm going to just verify Yamato is banned. Correct. But I believe, yeah, so that's why we haven't seen the Yamato probably for Buffs in 10, because I believe technically it's banned. So you can disregard... Oh, the draft is going as it is, I'm being informed. Okay. So we may see Yamato for Buffs in 10 then. Sorry about that. It's a little confusing. I'm just getting the info live. But yeah, I think we may still be seeing Yamato, because as far as I understand it, Geist is the actual ban. Even though they meant to ban Yamato, they're deciding to keep going with the draft as is for now.
Hey, at least honor among Goon Squad for being able to, you know, withhold the fact that they really wanted to ban the Yamato, but instead they just kept it as it is. But speaking of going ahead and next two picks, Sinclair and Kelvin already on the side for Goon Squad. We've been seeing a lot of Kelvin come into play, primarily because currently he is one of the best healers in the game.
Yeah. Not really any hero that can replicate as much healing as Kelvin does. I mean, the only competitors, I could just forgot how to speak English for a second there, are McGinnis and Dynamo, and their heal is just it's not as big of an AoE as Dome, right? It's not quite as good. It requires you to invest more points into it, etc., etc., and it doesn't have the isolation element that Dome has, right? Where not only does it heal, but it also isolates you from a lot of damage. So definitely very powerful. Curious from Buffs in 10 to ban the Infernus, but I guess they're probably putting Banshee on the Mirage, so that's why they're banning it, and they probably believe it's very strong. I do also think Infernus is a little underrated. A small anecdote, while we see the McGinnis also being banned, but a small anecdote for those who follow Dota. What happened this draft with the Goon Squad banning Geist instead of banning Yamato is similar to what happened at one of the international matches where Team Liquid meant to ban Gyrocopter, but they actually picked him instead as their last pick, and they had to play it on the stage. Imagine, you know, this is just for a little bit, you know, a couple $100, but imagine you're playing on the big stage for millions of dollars and you pick a hero you meant to ban and you just have to roll with it. Definitely test your nerves for sure.
Putting the pressure on the clock right there. And interesting enough that we talked about banning the Fern. Again, bit of a closet pick right now, because a lot of people kind of in the last meta were really abusing Fern because of the fact that he was just incredibly oppressive. But right now where he stands, I think he's at a really healthy position just to be able to become a solid pick. So I understand why exactly Buffs intend to decide to ban him.
Yeah, for sure. I think he's really strong, and they've kind of proven that he's really strong too. They've used him to great success, right? They've had a lot of wins with him, and so they know how strong he is, so they're a little bit afraid of him. They're going to ban it since they don't want to pick it. And then the Mo and Krill has actually had one of the highest win rates of the tournament as well. I'm not sure if it's true in both brackets, but in the Oracle Phantom bracket, he's currently at a 60% win rate, so it's gone down a little bit. He was really high earlier, but it's still a very, very respectable win rate, you know, 12 and 8. And so a very dangerous pick to give a team. And Goon Squad is going to answer with the Bebop Vindicta. So a lot of CC right now on the side of Goon Squad with the Bunny, the Hook, the Tether. You know, very scary stuff to go into, especially if you're like a big target like Mo and Krill or Abrams.
I think it's a very smart pick for Goon Squad to take the Vindicta away from Buffs in 10, because arguably enough, something that we've been also seeing as well as a rising trend for Vindicta is having Echo Shard the snare. So if Shiv is on the receiving end of that snare, that's an end game for Shiv, right? But Goon Squad has it on their side. So if anything, that's going to initiate the Shiv to want to go in for the engages. The more snares that are on the battlefield, the better it is for Shiv to get easy picks.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it looks like a really good Shiv game so far, especially with the heroes that Buffs in 10 have picked up. I would love to see a pocket here. I think one of the problems is Buffs and 10 don't really have an answer to the Shiv, right? I don't really think that the heroes they've picked are very good. In the past, they had Infernus, which is kind of like a semi-answer to the Shiv because damage over time works well against damage deference, right? Shiv delays damage, but if you're constantly doing damage to him, the damage deference does not matter as much as if you're a burst hero. They're going to go with Viscous. I mean, so far, Buffs and 10 is undefeated on the Viscous, right? Narwhal is, I believe, 5-0 on the Viscous. And I think that they may be undefeated on the Yamato as well. Let me just double check that right now as you take it away, but I'll check real quick. Yeah, Sojo is 4-0 on Yamato, 5-0 for Narwhal on Viscous.
All right, that is a terrifying matchup already. The Viscous is an annoying character to deal with already. I think this is kind of Buffs and 10's answer towards the Shiv as well, because look, they're both characters that are really good at sustaining themselves, and on top of that as well, Viscous just has a really good opportunity to just delay damage for a while, right? Cube, and then you got Viscous Ball. So all these formats are allowing them to be able just to sustain themselves just a little bit longer in comparison to the Shiv as well. So I think really Buffs and 10 is really playing into that whole idealism of, hey, you know what, let's survive as long as we can because there's a Shiv on the field.
Yeah, I think Buffs and 10 have the comfort, right? So you look at their pick and you might have a couple questions if you're looking from the outside. You might not think that this is an optimal draft, and I would agree to some extent, but they've been really scary on a lot of these heroes, right? And Shad has looked really good on the Paradox. He's the only player, I think, in this tournament that has made Paradox look good. He had a performance earlier where he went like 9-1 on the Paradox with a bunch of assists as well. So he definitely looks scary on the hero. Narwhal's undefeated on the Viscous. We've got Sojo on the Yamato, who's also undefeated. AZN went full rainbow mode earlier on Abrams, getting every top stat, assists, kills, damage, not deaths, I don't think, but you know, everything except deaths. So Buffs and 10 have a lot of comfort here. And Goon Squad, they're a bit of a question mark. I don't know how strong they are right now, but they made it to the grand finals and they 2-0'd the favorite, so you got to be a little scared. And Hayes is the final pick. I'm not a huge fan because I don't see who Hayes kills in this comp. I feel like you just get gone on and you're just going to die.
I feel like they decided to pick the Haze as an answer to the tankiness that they're dealing with right now, because again, the fixation stacks is pretty good when it comes against big target characters. However, the one downside that I am seeing when it comes into this is because Buffs and 10 has a Paradox in retaliation to the Bebop. However, Paradox is a lot more scary than the Bebop, primarily because of the silencing. If that Paradox manages to get the Haze before a team fight starts, and that's a silence, Haze is out of the fight immediately.
Yeah. I'm a little worried about the Hayes pick. I mean, we haven't seen Hayes look too good. I know when the win rates, if you look at the win rates, maybe Goon Squad are the ones that are making it look really good. Actually, let me check the stats because Hayes right now has a 66% win rate. Well, I guess actually Here Comes Lash is kind of one of the players that's made it look the best. But I haven't seen a Hayes do well on stream so far. Like from the games that I've casted, it's been pretty quiet.
Yeah, I feel like also as well on the B side, we have not been seeing a Haze pop off. I feel like the matches have ended incredibly soon before the Haze has a chance to be able to pop off. If anything, the Haze is just there for support, or in the worst case scenario, cannon fodder for the enemy team.
I certainly hope that she's not cannon fodder, but we'll see. I mean, I would say that in a perfect world, the Goon draft... the Goon Squad draft. Look, I don't know if they're goons, but the Goon Squad draft is pretty good. I do have some slight worries for them, though. I feel like they lack a little consistent damage output, right, in these fights. Like, they have the execute and stuff, but do they have the tools to get the heroes to half HP? I feel like if this Haze gets ran over, if the Haze and Vindicta get shut down, they're really going to be lacking damage on the side of Goon Squad. And I do think that once Mo and Krill or Abrams get to the Warpstone, the Phantom Strikes, you know, the mobility items that allow them to get on top of this Vindicta and Haze, I think if you get to that timing and Buffs and 10 and Goon Squad are even net worth, it's going to be an issue for them.
Also, we also have to consider the fact as well where these characters are going to be lining up, because I think primarily Vindicta Haze want to go up against an Abrams preferably more than they do want to go up against a Mirage or a Paradox per se, because once Paradox manages to get that ultimate active, those are guaranteed kills that they manage to land the swap successfully.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, overall, I could say it could go either way. I think Buffs and 10 have pretty good answers, but if they don't manage to find the answers to the Vindicta, the Haze, and the Shiv, it's going to be a problem. And, you know, let's remind everybody that the Shiv has a really, really good supporting squad here, right? He's got the Kelvin, he's got the Sinclair. Sinclair can bunny people and support him that way. Kelvin can just dome him and heal him. Bebop can initiate picks with hooks and stuff like that. So they've got like an amazing supporting squad around the Shiv, but We have yet to see a Shiv successfully pop off against Buffs and 10. I don't know what it is, but Buffs and 10 seem to have figured it out. They have the magic sauce against Shiv. They don't let him pop off.
They gotta put the magic sauce is putting the Shiv in the ground, because honestly that's the only way you're gonna win against the Shiv. If you let the Shiv pop off, you let the Shiv get kills, if you let him even get souls and get that little bit of advantage, Shiv is a nightmare. There's a reasoning why so many people want bloodletting to be nerfed, because honestly that thing is just gonna keep him alive for as long as he can.
Yeah. I believe that we are almost ready right now. I think the holdup is on the side of production. We're currently setting keybinds to make sure that we're ready to go. But yeah, we're almost there. Almost going to be on game 1 of the grand finals of the Deathy's Death Slam. So I guess I'll take a quick opportunity once again to just give a shout out to everybody involved behind the scenes. You guys don't see them, but they're there. And yeah, sure, I'm the face of the event, but without them, it really would not happen. So I'm not here to take the credit. All the credit goes to the people behind the scenes. People like you, Admiral. Well, I guess you're kind of on the scenes as well. But people on production, like Kashi, our observer, our wonderful observer, which, let me just... I'm not a llama. Sorry, I'm so bad with names that there's so many people. We've got Ref behind the scenes, and Yep as well on admin. We've got North, and then a bunch of people on the side of... you know, automations, Griffin orchestrating the production, B-Stream, etc., etc. But anyway, we are getting into the game 1 of the grand finals. Goon Squad versus Buffs and 10, both teams that I coached. So, you know, both of my children fighting it out to the death for $950 US. Everything goes to the first place, nothing for the second place. Let's see who can win this.
Both of Deathy's children are going to fight for their father's approval already. So as we go, oh god, they're going to go in and they really want to be able to prove who was the best team that Deathy coached. But arguably enough, though, Goon Squad just doing a good job of just being able to put on pressure for the lane, and also at the same time respecting Buffs and 10's tanky picks.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how this laning stage goes, because Buffs and 10 have shown so far that they're a very, very strong laning team, right? However, Goon Squad managed to 2-0 Compy Crayon Consumers, and the Compy Crayon Consumers last time in the Swiss stage looked extremely dominant in the laning stage. So what that tells me is that Goon Squad have adapted, and they've definitely made their lane better. As I say that, we've got a bit of a burger box here. Huge bomb hitting both the Mo and Krill and the Paradox as well, and a nice advantage on Dingus McDweeby. Now, before you take over, a quick little anecdote. Dingus McDweeby, I coached him on an individual coaching session a long time ago, before any of this happened, right? So, you know, he's received my help for a long time, so I'm really hoping that he's going to pop off so that I can promote my coaching services a little bit more, you know?
I mean, arguably enough, you saw that pop off already. That burger boxing already is proving worth that, you know what, that coaching is working. Dingus is just going ahead and fighting off early on. But also, I like to give a quick little shout out right there to Easter for following up with that snare. I mean, because of that snare, they were able to hold the positioning down for Dingus to be able to get that bomb. And on top of that, get a nice 2 stacks off of that because of it.
Yeah, and here we've got Sojo on his trademark Yamato mid, and this has kind of been the lane. This is kind of like the skill check, right, for most teams going against Buffs and 10 is, can you shut down Sojo, or at the very least not let him snowball? As I say that, Dingus in a burger box gets parried by Zero. The double parry doesn't matter, ends up going down. Paradox trying to get some trades here, but not going to end up finding much, and she backs up as Vindicta flies and tries to get a little extra damage onto the Paradox here.
Dingus getting parried there. Unfortunately, though, Dingus proving that he is the superior burger boxer, even down on the ground. Easter Chicken manages to come up and follow up for his teammates. I mean, come on, y'all. Dingus is the Bebop. Dingus McTweeby. I can't take the name seriously sometimes. I'm trying my best not to laugh here.
What do you mean? It's a very serious name. I don't see why you would laugh. I mean, Dingus McDweeby is about as serious as it gets. I mean, it's better than you guys didn't see, but well, there was a player's name who was Trump X Elon Yowie fanfic. So we didn't have to cast that one.
We dodged a bullet on that one, but the parry coming at the last second. Actually, did it get Easter Chicken as well? I think that's what it did.
Yeah, it parried both. Yeah.
Ooh, speaking of
burger boxing,
boxing,
enough, unfortunately.
Yep, speaking of burger boxing, Aizen goes in and just punches out Sep2. Unfortunately, right there, that Kelvin is going to get 1-2 razzled my do as Aizen takes him out.
Yeah. So far, like a little bit of back and forth though, like definitely not anything one-sided, right? We've seen trades, no real Guardian damage other than in the mid lane. I mean, this Sojo, you gotta watch out for him, but even with the Guardian damage, I mean, the Goon Squad mid lane, as we've got a hook onto Shad here on the Paradox. Huge bomb hits both once again. He's already got 11 stacks on the B-bomb, by the way. They keep giving in double bombs as we've got a little bit of burger boxing. Both parry. Really hurt on the Moon Krill. Gonna hit the burrow. Can he survive? Dingus is hitting him. He gets the scorn off, and it's gonna be a trade. Easter Chicken staring down the Paradox, trying to chase her. Excuse me. I'm getting a little bit tired of my voice, but yeah, just an even trade.
Overall, right there, Shade just going in to try to be able to keep up some support on Zero, but unfortunately right there is going to be a double trade for both of them. I mean, Dingus McDweeby is just doing a really good job of just keeping that bomb pressure on for them. He's getting some juicy stacks because of it. I mean, the early fall-off lead of Dingus is just going to be coming into whether or not he has some really good stacks, and as well, determine whether or not they decide to go into a little bit of an unorthodox bebop. We've been seeing a lot more bebops build into tanks, so that way they can sustain themselves a little bit longer, because currently as he stands, he's not in the best position with stamina, so he kind of needs a little bit of tank resistance in order to survive a little bit longer.
That's true. And buffs are going to be up. Sojo, you know, buffs in 10. I mean, they're on top of both buffs. They have to at this point. It's like it's a canon event, right? It's like we just know it's going to happen. A lot of pressure on this Guardian, though. Is Easter Chicken going to be taking down the Guardian on our left-hand side as Mo Krill goes aggressive a little bit, gets tethered, gets hooked into them, punched back, but he is pretty hard to kill, right? Once again, going to be some extra bomb stacks for Dingus McDweeby as he looks to scale onto the Bebop here.
Buff and 10's already losing their first Guardian. That's not going to be very good here, because if they get Dingus to go ahead and start rotating out to different lanes, that is going to be very scary. A Bebop that's just rotating out. And speaking of rotating out, here we go. Rolling down the lane. Both Viscous ultimates being copied back and forth. It is just going back.
Oh my god!
Secures the kill onto Narwhal. Unfortunate right there. However, one superior Goon Ball versus another Goon Squad coming out on top from that one.
I mean, Young Tizzy has got to frame that. He's got to frame that on his wall. I don't know how you frame like a GIF or something, but that was just like, just taking the Viscous, smashing him. As I say that, Banshee takes down Septute. So, you know, the trades are not like going super in favor of Goon Squad, despite Young Tizzy just like beating the Viscous out of his own game. But I mean, that's got to be the type of moment that you're just going to want to see back, right? I mean, that's got to be clipped. He's going to look at it multiple times, and he's going to be pretty pleased with what happened there.
For those who are for our Latin viewers, if you know what I'm talking about, they look like canicas for a second there, which is just a Latin toy that essentially is just two balls on a string that you clack back and forth.
I don't know what that is, but I'm happy to learn. I just you know, I don't know if my brain can learn right now. I don't think I'm capable of learning anymore. We're like on hour 8 or 9. I think I've gone beyond learning. Now I'm just in maintenance. I am. Yeah.
That's what happens when it comes in for the long productions. But speaking of the long fights here, Goon Squad is trying to see if they could get Abrams out of this little cubby, but it looks like Abrams is going to come right in. Azen is going to go ahead and charge right out. Here comes the Cypher Lights. The punch is coming in once more again. The engagement is on. They saw the parry come out. They really want to secure the kill onto Septute, but no, Septute comes out alive from this.
Yeah, I mean, good aggression there from the side of Buffs and 10, and, you know, good discipline from Goon Squad to just back up there, but there's going to be an insane amount of pressure on this Guardian, and Shiv is so hurt. I don't think he can defend this. They're probably just going to have to give it up, as on the other side of the map, Meta also goes down on the Haze. We were a little worried about this Haze's performance this game, right, of getting ran down potentially, and it looks like this is a melee Shiv, by the way.
Oh. That's a first for today, at least for me. I have not seen a melee Shiv all day today. All we've been seeing is tank Shivs and blood Shivs, and mostly Shivs that have been dying.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't seen melee Shiv. I do agree. I don't think we've seen it, so it's definitely a first. Then again, Man Monkey, I do want to point out, I believe that Man Monkey is currently the leader for kills, and it's not even close, by the way. He's currently at 74 kills on Man Monkey, and the second highest is the Big J from Bad Apples, which unfortunately got eliminated at 59. So he's 15 kills ahead of the second highest kill person. Ooh, unfortunate healing right from the Paradox there. As there's a Sleep Dagger onto the Abrams. I don't think anything is going to happen. Banshee gets picked off on the other side of the map here, and they're looking to make pressure. Buffs and 10 are going to look to trade this Guardian, but on the other side of the map, Goon Squad are also pressing this Guardian. Mo and Curl, 1 HP. Are Buffs and 10 going to be able to brute force this? It looks like they want to dive fast. They get Easter Chicken. AZN gets a kill executed from Man Monkey. Man Monkey looks to turn around and try to go on the Viscous. Narwhal decides to ball up and retreat a little bit. Swap comes into the Man Monkey, but I don't really think that they can kill this Shiv. I mean, he's got a lot of A lot of resistance right now, and Shiv with full rage is extremely, extremely scary as a little bit of burger boxing happening, but I think most people are going to be able to just escape. Excellent movement from Man Monkey there. Oh my god!
What am I literally living up to the name of a Man Monkey? Look at the Shiv just jump around.
He's
like
going for more.
And he's still going for the fight. He's goes in once more.
What?
He gets the kill on Narwhal.
Nah. There's okay. Well, never mind. I guess melee Shiv is crazy. I'm a believer now.
All right. Again, Man Monkey living up to the name of just jumping around in the jungle, literally being able to keep up with Shad, who is Paradox. Again, Paradox has an ability that just gives them great speed momentum. So the fact that he's able to keep up with her alone is just impressive.
Yeah, that was crazy. That was crazy. I mean, we can get the replay on this. I mean, look at this. Melees uses the distance from melee charge. Unfortunately, Paradox barely escapes, right? But perfectly using the right clicks from Shiv. Starts farming this, really knows his limit, uses melee to dodge the punch, then goes back in for more into the Viscous as Viscous gets tethered, and he just punches Viscous and heals off of melee life steal, 100 HP right there. And I mean, that's crazy, and yet the game is still even. This is the caliber that we're dealing with. I mean, you can't tell me that you're seeing Oracle and Phantom players do this in matchmaking. You just can't convince me that these players haven't improved.
No, drastically, they have. I mean, look at this team fight orientation that they're doing. We were talking about a little bit earlier how Goon Squad is essentially just building around Man Monkey just to be able to do some great damage. And then, arguably enough, the thing that we were talking about that we were so worrisome about it is once Man Monkey gets online, there is so little you could do, and Buffs and 10 is really relying currently on their tank heavy meta. I mean, you got Abrams, you got Viscous, you got Mo and Krill, you got Yamato with the ultimate as well. So you got these characters that are just really good at sustaining damage and as well as being able to put out damage in that fight.
We're going to have both teams here doing a little bit of a face-off on the urn. Now, these situations always slightly favor the team with the Mirage, as Banshee is having his TP ready, so he can show up at a moment's notice, right? If he deals with the wave on the other side, he can instantly turn this into a 6v5 if he wants. We've got the hook starting the initiation onto the Abrams. Maybe not the target you want to hook, as he lives for a really long time. Zero just gets the urn, and we've got the dome. Yamato going in, kills the Kelvin. Banshee goes down on the side lane to Meta in the 1v1 in the meantime. Man Monkey finally gets taken down by Zero Day, and Dingus McDweeby as well goes down. So that's going to be 3 kills for the side of Goon Squad. AZN does get traded, but they also got the urn, and Vindicta looks to soon be falling as well, taking a lot of damage and drops a very large bag. Narwhal trying to go back in, but... sorry, actually, Narwhal was just going in. Wait, that's Young Tizzy. I got confused. I saw a ball. I assumed it was Narwhal, but it was actually the Sinclair.
Bit of an ultimate swap right there from Young Tizzy using audience participation, but something that we were talking about earlier is that we were anticipating the paradoxical swap just coming into the favor of Buffs at 10. I mean, arguably enough, being able to shut down an opponent for 5 seconds is pivotal, and Shade is just doing that with the wall. I mean, that's just damage all around, and then on top of that, being able to block gun damage is just really good to just have up and during team fights.
Yeah, definitely. And we're going to see here a slight lead from Buffs and 10. 5k up. Try to see if they can, you know, execute anything. Try to get their lead further. We've got the Haze here. I do like how the Haze is itemizing, getting the slowing hex. I think perhaps she should have went for a silence wave this game, considering the fact that you're going to have to deal with a Yamato and a Viscous, and these heroes are quite hard to kill. But I do like the fact that she's itemizing actively. And here... Abrams does have the Spirit Shielding, maybe inspired from the Bubble Boy build from Lona, for those who know. Right now, 8 kills to 11. I mean, just very close game. Could go either way. Bebop just standing mid, and I think we're going to have a bit of a stalemate situation for the next couple of minutes as both teams look to hit their power spikes and maybe try to make some plays on the side lanes.
Right now, both these teams, like you said, they're just going to go ahead and respect each other, see if they can get a little bit of a cheeky play, because honestly, Dingus McDweeby is playing Bebop, and that is a scary character if you decide to challenge them or decide to go in for like a little bit of a peek to see where they're at. Arguably enough, though, Goon Squad and Boston 10 are just going to go ahead and respect each other. It looks like we are going to be seeing Zero Day go ahead and provide a little bit of aerial support as Mo and Grill, because they want to be able to see where exactly everyone is at. 13 minutes on the clock as they go ahead and start another engagement, and Batch is going to go in and gets this 2v1, dropping out tremendously low, but look at this. Narwhal comes in at the perfect time with the cube to heal him up. Hayes is coming in for the kill. Meta managing to secure the kill onto Banshee, but it looks like he's going to get immediately dove on by the retaliating team. Buffs at 10 come in to avenge their fallen Banshee.
Yeah, trades happening left and right. I mean, every engage is just one kill goes one way, the other goes the other way, and the sole difference is not changing at all. And I guess this is exactly what you would expect from a grand finals, right? We've got a nail biter. Both of these teams, you know, the best teams from this tournament, not just this bracket, but out of the 400 people who signed up to this tournament, the 140 people that made the cut, these are the best 12. Right? And so it definitely is showing as we see a lot of aggression coming out of AZN, trying to catch the Vindicta, goes into the Siphon Live. Vindicta gonna be able to just fly away. Maybe she tries to turn it with a tether. She actually thinks better of it. As buffs are gonna spawn in 45s, and buffs in 10 are probably gonna try to, you know, get ready, buy, and maybe look at their next power spike as Bebop is looking for something with a Silence Wave.
Right now, both these teams are trying to get a little bit of an advantage. Goon Squad does have priority lane on the left-hand side. However, they want to be able to get another buff for that. I think they realize exactly if that buff gets taken away, that's going to give them an immediate location of where they anticipate buff intent is going to be. Goon Squad really needs to be able to anticipate what their next move is for this, as they don't even notice that there's a lurking Abrams on the roof right now, just, you know, providing an eagle's eye, because
very sneaky.
Arguably enough, the big blue man is hiding on a roof, which is something I didn't think I'd say today.
Yep. Gets movement buff. Pretty good on Abrams. I mean, you're happy to take that. The extra stamina really makes your hero a lot scarier, right? You really want to be able to close the gap, get on top of people. We're going to see aggression from this side here. Looks like Buffs in 10 didn't decide to stack the side of the urn, but we've got the swap into the charge onto meta. This is kind of what I was afraid of when I saw the haze pick is, man, there's a lot of CC that's going your way, and you're going to need to deal with all of it. As we've got a fight here on this right-hand side. Shiv maybe a little bit caught out. Abrams ascending into the air, looking for his prime target. Shiv somehow manages to dodge that. Man Monkey once again proving that he's just got the movement down, right? He's just not getting hit by these abilities, and it's probably looking like a reset. I don't really think Buffs in 10 can keep the aggression here as Man Monkey looks to chase, actually gets the punch in, goes in for more dashes. Paradox getting executed. First kill, charges onto Man Monkey, very hurt, gets rescue beam though, and there's the dome. Man Monkey 1 HP survives, keeps punching, finally goes down to AZN. We've got Sojo with the Yamato ult. AZN gets taken down by the Sinclair bolts, but Goon Squad is going to be forced to retreat as the majority of Buffs in 10 are walking forward. Sinclair steals the Moan Krill ult. Can he get one? He can get, but he gets cubed right away, unfortunately, and Septude goes down. Young Tizzy trades it out. It's kind of unclear who's winning this fight.
Just an all-out back alley brawl. I mean, Goon Squad loses 2 for that, but Buffs in 10 loses 3. They lost to Paradox, lost to Moan Krill, they lost to Abrams. On top of that, that's just going to be easy money for the side of Goon Squad. Even though they got to get, even though they are getting pushed into their lane, doesn't matter though. Goon Squad got 3 kills. That's easy soul advantage.
Yeah, and now it's a completely even game. I mean, Buffs in 10 had a slight lead. That is no longer the case. So if you're a Goon Squad, I mean, you're pretty happy with that. You know, you were getting pressured really hard. You were down 4 or 5K, and now you've completely evened it out for the most part. So it's pretty decent. It's really anyone's game. As we can take a look at some of the purchases here. We've got Paradox with Fortitude. Maybe we can do a quick little hover of the different heroes and take a look at some of their items. But Paradox just picked up the Fortitude. Got 2,600 unspent. Bebop with the Toxic Bullets here. That's going to be a nice power spike for him. Hayes just hit her mid-game power spike as well, just getting all that fire rate, as well as the slowing hex. Shiv, he's got the heal band and the spirit shielding. I mean, I guess that's all he needs as far as the melee items. Vindicta, not really much new on her side. Yeah, we've already seen the Bebop here, as there's going to be an engage here, so maybe we need to lock in on this left side.
All right, here we go. The fight for Urn is on. They looks like they're going to go ahead and spot the Kelvin. They know exactly where they're at. That grenade is just going to do a little bit of damage onto the side of Buffs in 10. That's going to be very good for them as they go ahead and try to surround, hurdle around. They know exactly that the Bebop is there, and Urns are just going to go automatically for the side of Buff in 10. That group huddle is what you're supposed to do in order to protect against your team from that Bebop, because arguably enough, that hook is just a disadvantage if they actually get the hook. And speaking of being able to get a disadvantage, Hayes getting caught out once again by the Paradox. Time and time again, we have been seeing this in this game. This is the issue that comes in with the Paradox Hayes fight. The moment the silence comes in, Hayes is at a huge disadvantage for the fight. I mean, because of that now, Buffs and 10 are going to go ahead and push out through mid lane. They're going to get a little bit of a wave push forward for this, but it looks like they're going to fall right back as Goon Squad comes right into their lane.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, the Haze pick is so far not proving worth it. Despite the Haze, you know, being competitive in net worth with everybody else on the server, I haven't really felt the impact so far. I don't think she's been able to generate a lot of, you know, value in these engagements. Paradox here holding on to 5,700. I mean, at this point, it looks like she's going to go Alk Fire for some extra AoE damage. A little bit of an interesting purchase, but hey, I mean, I'm just going to trust Shad on this one. He's been doing really well in the Paradox, so he knows what he's doing. And once again, we're going to stalemate, but buffs in 10 from these different engages as well as the urn, you know, they've amassed a 10k lead here. As we were actually having an engage on the other side, perhaps we should go back to the Paradox POV. Oh, never mind, nothing happened. We might see a reset as the side of Goon Squad are looking to collapse, and just things happening left and right, incredibly difficult to catch. But meta goes down once again, and I mean, if we can look at the KDs, I'm assuming that meta's got like 4 or 5 deaths at this point. He's getting caught a lot.
I mean, that's essentially what Buffington wants to be able to do, is shut down that Haze, because arguably enough, if that Haze comes alive at any point, they are running a very tank-heavy lineup, so they want to be able to get rid of that fixation as soon as they can. Arguably enough, Goon Squad is doing a really good job with Man Monkey just having the Shiv in their pocket pick. However, Buffs in 10 is just doing an incredible job with the Paradox being able to catch people out in order to deteriorate Goon Squad. As I go ahead and talk about the deterioration, here comes another engage into mid. Looks like they're going to be pushing out the wave. Vindicta comes in once more again. Here comes the power shot once more again. The tether is going to be onto the Paradox. Going to be caught out a little bit there. Mo Krill is pushing a little bit far forward here, but it gets falling back as they go back and go in for a reset once more again.
Yeah, buffs about to spawn. Buffs in 10, they have like a little spider sense when the buffs are about to spawn, right? They're like, okay, you know, I gotta do this. I do believe that I made someone responsible for the buffs. You know, a quick little anecdote, if we don't have a fight at the moment, is with a lot of the teams that were struggling with buff timers, right? So you know what I did is, like, I told them, all right, you're struggling with the buff timers, you gotta make someone responsible. So I'm like, okay, does anybody want to volunteer? Of course, nobody volunteers, right? So I pulled a little trick on them. I was like, all right, does anybody here work with like time, you know, deadlines or project management or anything? And then someone would be like, oh yeah, I do. I'd be like, all right, you're responsible now. You're handling the buffs and urn. I'm not even kidding. I did that for like 3 or 4 teams.
I think it's very funny because once you get implemented to the idea of time management, a lot of this becomes so secondhand nature. I'm not kidding with you. At times where I'm at work and we have a global clock, and when the moment it hits the 0-0 mark, and I know when 5 minutes is up, because boxes spawn in this game, so I'm so acclimated to that timing.
Yeah, I feel you. I mean, you know, what I said is like, hey, it might suck to be forced to call out the buffs and urn timer, but you're going to become a better player than your teammates because of it. So, you know, it sucks short term, but long term, it's an advantage. And here, buffs in 10, they're going to pick up the urn. It is a comeback urn, right? So if Goon Squad manages to get this, they manage to win this fight, they would be fully back into the game. And now we've got the trophy collector once again on the Mo and Krill. I'd be curious to see how many stacks he has, if we can hover on that real quick, just so I can shit talk the item a little bit. But we might not have time, as we are posturing for a fight here. Shiv does have Crushing Fist Life Strike. This is about as good of a power spike as melee Shiv gets. Mo and Krill getting cubed here, as we've got the swap onto the Bebop, grab from the Mo and Krill. Dingus McDweeby gets taken down immediately, and in the meantime, Sojo is pushing the mid walker.
Here we go again as the fight brawls out to this walker right once more again. Shiv a little bit falling back here. Here comes the magician. Sinclair pulling out the next trick zone in. Shiv goes in for the dash. The slice and dice is out. Gets paired. The knock up. The dome is out. They want to deal with the Shiv inside of there. Here comes the ultimate once more again. They're going to go ahead and copy it out. Here it is. Shiv, Man Monkey staying alive somehow with this 1v3. Goes in for the dash one more time. Here comes the decay onto the Shiv. They want to be able to secure the kill onto him. Goes in for the fight. Gets taken out by Aizen. That Abrams punch managed to end it out. Easter Chicken gets taken out. It looks like this is going to be an easy walker for the side of buffs in 10.
Man, I mean, this is insane. Buffs and 10 are about to get all 3 walkers at the same time, and they're going to boast like a 40k lead probably after this. Maybe not 40k, but a little over... Actually, I thought it was going to be a little more. Okay, they got it. So a little over 30k. I mean, this is going to be incredibly difficult to come back for if you're Goon Squad. And I'm a little bit torn because on one hand, I'm like, man, Buffs and 10 are looking so good, and I'm so proud of them. But at the same time, I'm like, I really wanted to see Man Monkey win this game because he had that moment where he popped off, and that looked really awesome. And so I was like, man, I really want to see them win as well. So I don't know, but it's I don't really see how Goon Squad wins this game when they're down so much. I mean, they really need this comeback earn, but Buffs and 10 are just going to go mid-boss.
I mean, all I'm just hearing is that there's rewrites to the script happening right now, Deathy.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I'm messaging them right now, just telling them like, hey, Man Monkey, you looked a little too good in that fight. Can we just tone it down a little bit and maybe feed?
You know, share some screen time for everyone else on the stream.
Yeah.
But here we go already. Buffs and 10 getting the mid buff right there. That's going to be very good for them, arguably enough, having that 20k, almost that 30k soul advantage lead. Goon Squad, as you said earlier before, is going to have a tough uphill battle if they decided to, you know, keep this fight in. Arguably enough, though, they do have really good ultimate security for their Shiv. I mean, arguably enough, they still have Dome to be able to keep that Shiv alive. I mean, if their main objective is to be able to have this Shiv come back, they have to be able to get him fed a little bit, because right now he's sitting at 18k souls, which is a big disparity coming back. I mean, look at the tanks on Buffs and 10. They're all so far ahead compared to him.
Yeah, Banshee's got the 31k. I mean, Banshee has really kind of bloomed in the later half, the latter half of this tournament. You know, in the first half, oh wait, we've got the hook onto the Viscous. Wait, gets interrupted. Doesn't matter. Mo and Krill gets the pick onto Dingus McDweeby right away. AZN going in with the Abrams ult. Probably just gonna reset. I mean, it's looking like they're gonna want to go further. All of their waves are pushing in. But as I was saying, I mean, Banshee's kind of really bloomed in the latter half of this tournament. He was looking pretty decent in the first half, but he's really been a very, very solid performer for the latter half, always topping the souls and just being a reliable source of carry for his team.
That is just great play dynamics right there for the team. I mean, Buffs and 10 is just doing a really good job in general, just playing so well together with the supports. I mean, we have been seeing Mo and Crow all day today, so it's nice to be able to see the follow-ups come in with that ultimate. Again, Mo and Crow combo was just scary. It's on a short cooldown. It's an instant CC stun. Here comes the Paradoxal swap onto the Vindicta. Look at that camera work. That was a glorious shot from the side of our production. As we go in for the next fight, the Tornado's going to go ahead and bring up that ship. The Easter Chicken gets taken out. Shade is going to go in for the trade, but look at this. 0 Day gets taken out by Young Tizzy, but it doesn't matter though, because Banshee is going to go ahead and retaliate for their teammate. Buffs and 10 managed to bring down the Patron. It's going to go into its transformation state as they go in once more. Again, they still have the numbers advantage. 4 versus 3 right now with Rejuve in hand. Going for the engagement once we're onto this haze. Meta is going to go ahead and get tagged out significantly. Amber Patron is dropping down real fast. Young Tizzy's down to 1 HP. Let's see how this goes. Young Tizzy gets taken out by Ace, and it looks like it's going to be Amber Patron getting destroyed. Buffs and 10 are going to end this at 26 minutes.
I mean, dominant performance from the side of Buffs and 10. 25 minutes. That might be one of the shorter games that we've had today. I think this might be the shortest game that I've seen on stream. I had one that I think was 27 or 28 minutes. Buffs and 10 did a really good job pushing their advantage, and they took the small advantages. And what we're seeing is that the teams are being better at capitalizing on those small advantages. It was a really even game for quite a long time. It's not like Buffs and 10 snowballed from laning stage. It was fully even until all of a sudden one fight goes wrong. Buffs and 10 get a small advantage. They push all 3 walkers, apply a lot of pressure, and then they get a 30k lead in mid-boss instantly.
I mean, that's typically what we're also seeing on the B side as well, is once they get that 15-20k lead, they just immediately go into mid-boss and just end it out. I mean, arguably enough, though, something that we've also been noticing on the B side as well is these kind of games where this 20k soul advantage does come into hand. On the B side, the shortest game that we had there was 21 minutes. So arguably enough, I think that's setting the record for the Deathy tournaments right there. Is 21-minute matchmaking. I don't know if we've had anything shorter for this, but look at this output right here. And talking about total soul advantage, look at Banshee. Banshee having 35,000 souls at 25 minutes is incredible.
Yeah, I mean, just a really solid performance. I think what's really nice about the side of Buffs and 10 is kind of like I said, is there just seem to be like all of their players just seem to be like a sure value. You know what I mean? Like all of them are always performing. Like even 0 Day, who's been a little bit quieter, you can always kind of count on him to have that impact with those more support items, play that more supportive role on the McGinnis, on the Mo and Krill. We've seen it time and time again. He's always getting that value. I mean, Shad is just getting the picks. Like, I think Shad may be the best pick player in this tournament. He's always making stuff happen. He hits every hook on Bebop. He's always at the right place with his paradox swaps. So everyone on the side of Buffs and 10, it doesn't really seem like they have a weak link or someone who doesn't perform. Not saying the other teams do, but I think they're just very consistent across the board. And any one of them, if you give them space and you give them a good game, they will be able to kind of like have that carry-like performance.
I mean, I completely agree with you on that. I mean, look, even though they have the Yamato on their side, Buffs and 10, they managed to play much more of a supporting role for that. Even though the Yamato was only able to secure 1 kill, the Yamato had the most assists. Yamato's sitting at, I believe it was 15 assists that they were sitting at, which is pretty surprising, especially for a Yamato. But if anything, that proves that it doesn't matter whether or not they're getting the kills. It just matters that they're supporting their team, that they're able to proc Healbane, Spearburn, whatever it takes just to make sure that the enemy team is at a disadvantage. Because honestly, that is the team dynamic that you want to see, in particular as well with this high-level elo play that we're seeing right now.
Yeah. And another thing is, unfortunately, the Haze performance just wasn't quite there. You know, not to put the spotlight on Meta, I don't really even think it was his fault. I just think that Haze was a really bad pick, in my opinion. It's just hard to make the Haze pick work against those heroes, and we saw it time and time again where you get swapped, you get gone on by Abrams, you get Mo and Krill grabbed. I mean, there's just too much disable for Haze to be able to do anything, and that's without even the heroes buying return fire. You know, if it gets to the point where Haze is scary, all of the heroes on the side of Buffs and 10 are very happy to buy return fire, except maybe Mirage, and then they can just sit there and Haze shoots them, they pop return fire, and then they don't care, you know? So I just think it was way too hard to make Haze work this game, and I think that is definitely a big downside. Now, Dingus McDweeby had a good start on the Bebop. Like, he was really, I mean, I know that his name is funny, okay, but he had a good start. He did, but then he wasn't able to get value further into the mid game, and you know, it just fell apart. But it fell like so quickly for the side of what's their name? I can't. By the way, not
John
Boston
Blank.
10, the other. I just Goon Squad.
I honestly, I zoned out for a second because I heard Buffs and 10 you say it, and I was about to say Squad, and I totally forgot their first name in the first moment of that.
Yeah.
But no, speaking of it though, we were talking about this a little bit, that the Paradox swap is a much better hook compared to Bebop. I mean, Bebop, you have to buy Silencing Wave. That's an item slot that you're giving up, right? Paradox, you don't got to build that. That's what the Paradoxal Wall is there for. I mean, it is there to stop bullets, provide cover, also slow down specific abilities, ergo like Bebop hook, and on top of that, that ultimate is up every 60 seconds, and then if you get cooldown reduction, that thing's up almost every 45-50 seconds.
All right, sorry to interrupt, but we are going to go straight into the other draft, because one of the Buffs and 10 players doesn't have unlimited time, and we are like very late into the tournament, and so we have to kind of speed things up a little bit. So we're gonna go straight into the other draft. If you need a break, Admiral, feel free to go. I can cover it worst case, but you know, if you want to stay real quick, it's all good. But we're just gonna go straight into it.
You know what? I'm staying here, man. I'm excited for this next match. I want to see exactly what these teams are going to be picking into it, because arguably enough, I'm anticipating to see a Paradox ban.
You know, I think Paradox was an issue, but the problem is if you ban Paradox, you're just gonna pick Bebop, and he's been hitting every single hook. So I don't really think you can ban him out of pick heroes. Like, regardless whether he's on Paradox or Bebop, he's been having fantastic games on both. So it's kind of tough to target him. And instead they decide to target Sojo with the Yamato ban, and then we'll see if they go for like an AZN counterplay. I think Buffs and 10 are gonna leave both Shiv and Abrams open, so AZN gets one of his comfort picks regardless.
I think arguably enough, something that we also might see for Buffs and 10 is just automatically you can see the Warden ban. If not, I solely believe that Buffs and 10 will want to be able to pick that up if they decide to not ban the Warden.
I think they'll ban the Warden. I mean, they've banned the Warden every single game. I don't see why they would switch it up. They're in the grand finals. They're 1-0, right? It's worked. Like, they've been undefeated since they lost the first game of the quarterfinals, and they've won every single game since then. So they've kind of been undefeated since then. We're seeing a repeat to the start of the draft. Shiv picked instantly, Warden banned. We'll see how Buffs and 10 respond. I expect we're going to see an Abrams response for the side of AZN, and then another hero that can get active. I'm not really sure that we've seen Sojo on a ton of other heroes other than Yamato. I feel like he gets Yamato pretty much every game. So we'll see what they go for Sojo.
Arguably enough, Goon Squad already picking the Shiv once more again, because arguably enough, man, Monkey Man just doing a great job of just like that momentum on Shiv was the coolest thing I've seen all day today.
That was awesome. I mean, it was a crazy highlight for sure. I mean, I'm sure that if we make like a highlight reel, that would definitely make it in. So Abrams Mirage, picking the Mirage again for Banshee, I think makes a lot of sense. Extremely high priority hero, just that global presence, that strong laning stage, right? It's a very solid pick. There's not really counters to Mirage, you know, or there's very few. I would say actually Haze is one of them, but when you're picking Haze into like a full brawly lineup, it feels really, really tough.
Yeah, that it does. And on top of that as well, when it comes into just that fixation stack, that I think that's what they were trying to focus on. I really think that Goon Squad was trying to resort on, oh, speaking of resorting to different damage types, Seven and Infern is getting picked on Goon Squad. Those are very two solid picks. And the Fern, as we were talking about before, being kind of currently in a really good position in the meta right now, just to be able to provide great afterburn and as well as a passive damage.
Yeah, perhaps a little bit greedy from the side of Goon Squad of picking up both of those heroes, but we'll see how they make it work. Sometimes it can work even if you're a little greedy, right? And it makes it so Buffs and 10 can't pick either. Now, I don't actually think that they were going to pick either, but I do think that they were very likely to ban the Infernus. So I don't hate it here. I think for the side of Buffs and 10, you have a lot of like very strong options here. I wouldn't hate seeing a Pocket, but I don't think we've seen them play Pocket all day. They have to consider whether they want to pick the Kelvin here, but I don't really think they care too much about the Kelvin. I mean, they could just go for the Bebop here. We've seen Goon Squad has picked it up, and Buffs and 10 have done really well with it, but I don't know if they want to prioritize it. I also think Lady Geist is okay. Lash, there's a lot of good options. I think Lash would also be pretty good, or Vindicta. I do think you need maybe a little bit more CC and team fight, because Goon Squad have taken the 7, so you need like an answer to that hero probably in your third pick.
Yeah, I wholeheartedly agree. I think interesting enough though, with Buffs and 10, I was about to say if they decide to pick the Mo and Krill, they could just Phantom Strike right into that 7.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, so essentially that's what I was anticipating for them to pick as well. But if they decide to go into a different route here, oh, the Sinclair is actually banned. I was about to suggest the exact same thing.
Damn, you're in their minds. Are you Phantom Oracle by any chance?
No, I'm Oracle 5. That's the highest I've been.
Okay, Oracle 5. I mean, you're right in their bracket. I mean, you can understand them better than me, probably. So you're right in their head. You know, you're predicting left and right what they're going to do. They banned the Sinclair. It makes sense. I think it's a young Tizzy target ban. I mean, we saw him kind of pop off. He was kind of like the one person on Goon Squad that had a good game despite everything that happened. He had the moment where he stole the Viscous ult and killed the Viscous with it. I mean, if that's not Aura, I don't know what is, right? I mean, that's a crazy play. McGinnis being banned, I think, is a little interesting because from what I've seen, Buffs and 10's Mo and Krill player is the same as their McGinnis player. So I'm not really sure. I would have banned Viscous because Narwhal is literally undefeated on it.
I think in terms of banning McGinnis though, I mean, in Statlock, we are seeing McGinnis both on the A side and B side just have a high win rate percentage. I mean, right now, McGinnis is the #1 hero on both those ladder rankings. I mean, 80% win rate for Oracle Phantom. So I would understand why they would want to ban it. And currently at the same time as well, I think McGinnis is really good at stopping Shiv because the turrets are just one of the most annoying factors that Shiv can deal with.
That's true. Shiv doesn't really have a great way. At the same time, I think on the side of Goon Squad, you know, they've got 7 Geist and now Ivy. Imagine how many answers they would have had to the turrets. I mean, the turrets would have just died instantly with how many AoE. So one advantage that Goon Squad has here, which we haven't seen a lot today, is they have what I like to call the stall comp, right? So stall comp is incredibly difficult to push objectives into because you've got Geist Bomb, Ivy, Kudzu, and 7 balls. And now with all of that, imagine trying to push a Walker into that. Your wave just dies instantly. This used to be a little bit of like meta. So there was a time in like Eterna scrims, maybe like 6 months ago, where people were like picking Ivy and Geist, and it just felt like they could stall out the game forever and you could never push their objectives because your waves would almost always die. Now, Valve has made a lot of changes to make that harder with the minions getting resistance when they're getting to your base, etc. So it's not as good, but it's still annoying. In Buffs and 10, they're going to pick Vindicta Paradox. I don't know if we've seen them play a lot of Vindicta, but most of the heroes on Buffs and 10, it really seems they found like an identity as a team playing the same heroes very often, and it's worked great for them.
Yeah, arguably enough. I mean, picking up the Paradox is just an easy choice for Buffs and 10. I mean, we saw that performance overall. The Paradox was just able to pop swaps on that haze consistently. And on top of that as well, I think the person they're going to priority target #1 when it comes into this fight is either going to be the 7 or the Furnace, right? They want to be able to go for the ones that are going to have the most dramatic ult changes, or either the one that's going to just be an annoying factor for them in the team fights. And arguably enough, Goon Squad is going to go ahead and retaliate with the guy who has the ultimate that the event is named after, Death Slam.
Yeah, he's got the Death Slam. I mean, we've got to see some Lash. I mean, it's just we're in the grand finals of the Deathy Death Slam, and we've got to see some Death Slam. We have to see some. I think Lash is a pretty good pick here. I mean, it's a good answer to Vindicta. A lot of these heroes aren't really that amazing. Now, you do have to be careful, because when Abrams or Mo and Curl hit their Phantom Strike timing, it's gonna be tough to hit your ult, right? You can get ulted out of the sky by Mo and Curl pretty consistently. In fact, when I play Mo and Curl and I see a Lash player, that's exactly what I do. But perhaps it's because I play Lash, so I just target them just to make their lives miserable, because the only way to enjoy a MOBA is to make other players' lives miserable. So everybody knows that.
That is completely true. But also at the same time as well, I also like to point out that you were talking about them being in a stall composition here. Lash is really good at stalling the final push. People get scared of pushing into base primarily because it's just the Lash ultimate sitting in the corner.
I'll be surprised if we see like a 25-minute game like we just saw. I think even if Buffs and 10 are in a winning position, I think it's going to be really hard to end the game in 25 minutes against the Goon Squad comp. And I think what is great about the Goon Squad comp is even if they're behind, they have tools to play around, right? Now, there is one thing that I worry about a little bit, which is the playmaking potential outside of ultimates for Goon Squad. If they don't have their ultimates, who's going to start those fights and get those picks? Lash can kind of do it, but Lash much prefers to show up to a fight that's already happening as a kind of a +1 and just get the slam and get the damage in. But if you are initiating those fights, it's not as good. Whereas Buffs and 10 have Mo, Paradox, and Vindicta, all three heroes who don't mind, even Abrams doesn't mind starting fights, right? So they have a lot more initiation.
No, that they do. And I do actually think that one of the initiations that they're going to have here as well is honestly something that I haven't seen yet is combo ultimates with Ivy. Arguably enough, Ivy and Seven, if they decide to do, the giant disco ball in the sky with Seven, I think that'd be kind of interesting to see here, because at the same time, a lot of these compositions that we are seeing from Buffs and 10 rely on targeting the single individual. So I really think we are going to be seeing a much more support Ivy, just so that way they can keep the rest of the team alive, because again, Mo and Krill ult is something that's dangerous. You're going to see Abrams going in with the Phantom Strike, and then on top of that, Paradox swap. That's a nightmare to deal with if you get caught out by it.
Yeah, I do worry a little bit about the Goon Squad laning stage. They have good stall heroes, but like Ivy and Seven traditionally aren't the strongest laners, particularly Ivy. She's good at stalling the lane, but she has limited kill potential. Lash is pretty decent, but looking at Buffs and 10, like there's some real scary threats on the side of Abrams, Mirage. I mean, Abrams is not the strongest laner, but if you get up close and personal on him, he can definitely punish you. So we'll see, and Buffs and 10 have proven time and time again that they're a very strong laning team, so it could be an issue. It looks like we are having some slight internet issues for one of the players, so we're gonna have a very, very slight delay, but it shouldn't be too long. Hopefully not anything too long.
Hopefully nothing too long. But however, speaking of Buffs and 10's laning phase when it comes into this, I think something that is also going to be very kind of scary for them as tanks as well happens to come in for the fact that there's a Fern. So whoever the lineup for this one is has to kind of be respecting of the Fern. That passive burn is going to be very scary for them. I mean, arguably enough, Abrams and Viscus has something to deal with it again. They do have Cube, and Abrams does have his passive of just being, Abrams. And then Mo and Crow has some counter healing against it. So in reality, I think it's just whether or not they decide to respect the Fern.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's gonna be interesting to see either way. Before we get into the game, I guess let's throw some predictions out there. Let's make it a little fun, right? So I guess first thing is, who do you think is going to win the laning stage? At 10 minutes, which team do you think is going to be ahead?
At 10 minutes, I think, honestly, just for the sake of shaking it up a bit, it's going to be Goon Squad.
Okay, I'm going to say Buffs and 10. I think that they have probably like the easier to execute, lane, but I guess we'll see soon enough. Right, as obviously the names at the top are not accurate. You have to give it roughly 30 seconds to a minute while we adjust them, because Valve does some funny things where somehow they've coded the game in a really interesting way, where even though you set up the names based on where they are in the lobby, sometimes they'll just swap positions a little bit, and then we have to adjust the HUD. So, please bear with us. Production is doing their best. I mean, Kashi has been going for who knows how long at this point. Way too long for an event that he's not getting paid for, because we're all volunteers. But regardless, show some love for the event. Thank you guys so much for tuning in as we are entering game 2 of the grand finals. Goon Squad versus Buffs and 10. If Buffs and 10 win this one, they take it all home. They would win $950 US, just as much as DFN, despite being mere Oracle Phantom players.
That money prize pool was talking to them. Buff and 10 really want to be able to secure that prize pool. Yeah. And Goon Squad also does not want to go out without a fight. So Hopefully enough, we get to see some good matchmaking here. And also, again, as we mentioned earlier, big shout out to the production side of all of this, man. They have been killer throughout this whole thing.
Yeah, for sure. And you know, you made me think about it a little bit because they want the money, right? But here's the thing. You are kind of right that it's scripted because when you think about it, right, I'm the coach for both of those teams. Now, who created the event? I created the event with Ref. Now, when you go a little bit deeper, if you put your tinfoil hat on, right, who collected the prize pool? So I collected it from donations, and then I can funnel it back into the players, and then they can buy more coaching from me. So, you know, it's kind of all planned when you think about it.
So you've created a even more complicated system of money laundering.
Yeah, exactly. I'm money laundering with coaching and deadlock tournaments. Makes sense to me.
Hey, that's honestly the big brain move, money laundering through deadlock. That's the first of it first.
I mean, if the Canadian Revenue Agency is watching, this is a joke for legal reasons.
And if the U.S. government is watching, this is also a joke for legal reasons.
Yeah. Yeah, but, you know, getting into the game, I mean, as far as the heroes, we've seen everyone on these heroes except Sojo on the Vindicta. I believe this is his first appearance that I've seen, at least that I can remember. And on the side of Goon Squad, Meta is now on the Infernus instead of the Haze. We've got Dingus McDweeby on the Lady Geist, Easter Chicken on the Ivy, Young Tizzy on the 7, and Septute on the Lashel. Almost all of them playing a different hero, whereas Buffs and 10 almost all on the same heroes. And really the main difference is Sojo on that Vindicta instead of sorry, Yamato.
Overall, a different composition change, but that's what we like to see because it's spicing up the match already. I mean, we are seeing a little bit of a different cover pick for the side of Sojo just because, arguably enough, the Yamato is banned. So there's nothing they could really do in order to mitigate that. I mean, you can't pick the hero, so that's just the obvious nature about it. But Sojo on a different orientation is just also really good to see for the fans as well.
Yeah, and in this lane here, a lot of aggression here on both sides. Both Buffs and 10, half their players are like 2 of their players are half. On the side of Goon Squad, looks like Dingus, McDweeby, and Septute are extremely low here in this side lane, so could be dangerous. I mean, Lady Geist isn't the laner that she used to be in the last patch. I mean, she's still strong, but that bomb, as you can see right there, just a perfect example. It's extremely dodgeable now, right? Like, it's much easier to react to the bomb. If you've played any games, you've probably realized it yourself, Admiral.
It's one of the more easier abilities now to dodge than it was before. Before, it was a hindrance. I play Dynamo, so I'm a big round target, so on top of the fact that it's hard to not get hit by that thing, it's also the fact that I'm playing Dynamo.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess, you know, Dynamo is a little bit, you know, he's a little bit thick-bodied, but that's all right. We still love him. We haven't seen a lot of Dynamo, you know, towards the later half of the tournament. I mean, I don't know how it was in the Emissary Archon bracket, but at least here, we haven't seen a ton of Dynamo. We saw it a bit early, but then he kind of stopped being picked.
We did see a Dynamo, actually. We get to see 2 picks for the Dynamo. However, what ended up happening was both Dynamos ended up getting singled out like every single fight. I think the funniest part about it is both Dynamos experienced the exact same thing, which was getting hooked by Bebop and then immediately domed by Kelvin. So both Bebops experienced the torture that is the Kelvin dome. And speaking of being able to get tortured, Dingus gets taken out. That is unfortunately Goon Squad losing their Lady Geist.
Yeah, I mean, so far for your prediction, I mean, I know you wanted to spice it up a little bit, but it's not looking good, right? As Buffs and 10 take the first Guardian at 5 minutes, and if your back is at the wall, if you're Goon Squad, right? This is, if you lose this game, unfortunately, you get second place, and second place gets nothing in terms of prize pool, and Septute going down as well, so everything going in favor of Buffs and 10 right now, and that's really not what you want to see if you're a Goon Squad fan at home.
Unfortunate right there for Goon Squad, as they're gonna go ahead and lose the first Guardian. And arguably enough, though, that's pretty scary, in particular with Buffs and 10's composition, because they can just easily rotate out. I mean, they have 2 really good characters that can just easily rotate out. I mean, you got the Mirage, and on top of that, you have a Viscus who's just really good at just having good momentum because of Uppercut or the giant Goofus that ends up coming out of it. So, speaking of being able to see what comes up next for this one, oh, the Paradox goes in for the wall, but gets the swamp at the last second, misses the first initial shot, but goes in on the fight against Tizzy. Tizzy's gonna go ahead and get pushed right back. However, here comes Septute going ahead and providing the support. Look at this! Man looking out of nowhere! Comes in to secure the kill. Here comes the Momoko retaliating against Tizzy, gets parried off immediately, and it's Septute finishing it off.
Great rotation there. just showing up and taking the 3v2, getting the trades. And, you know, Goon Squad, they're saying, we're here. We're going to stand strong. We're not going to get walked over in this laning stage, despite the fact that you got our first Guardian. We're going to keep rotating, keep fighting. And, I mean, the soul lead is really nothing to speak of for Buffs in 10. I mean, it's a rounding error at this point, despite the fact that they're up a Guardian. There's no significant soul lead, as Goon Squad are responding very effectively.
Kind of one of the troubles here that ends up happening a lot of times is people tend to over-rotate here. I mean, there's 3 people in this single lane, so that's going to affect soul disparity a lot. Luckily enough, the Buffs in 10 is leaving Banshee alone, so that way he can get a little bit of a soul advantage in particular as well with Dingus's Lady Geist. So as we go ahead and see exactly what happens next, Meta's going to get taken out in the mid lane right there as they go ahead and push forward. It's another 3v3 stalemate as both teams are respecting each other. Mad Monkey has the rage procced already, so arguably enough, Mad Monkey can easily find an engage and manage to go in with it. Buffs in 10 are pretty low right now.
Yeah, we'll see if they're able to, you know, find anything off of this health advantage that they have. Man Monkey here, full rage. He's got melee charge. He's got his timing. Hits the knife on both of them, looking for an opportunity, but they're both full health as Shad charges up the kinetic carbine here, looking to see if maybe he can get a swap, but I don't really think that he can kill either of these targets if he hits a swap, so they have to be very careful in this lane because both Man Monkey and Young Tizzy have kind of hit their power spikes. As we've got an Infernus ulting into the mid lane here, a little bit of a sound glitch. AZN extremely hurt. Easter Chicken does go down to Sojo, sniping him on the Vindicta, and it looks like Meta is going to have to back up as this trade yet again goes the way of Buffs in 10.
I hope production saves that as a clip because it kind of looked hilarious to see Easter Chicken get shot out of the air like a clay duck. So I do hope production saves that for a moment.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, but every time that something goes well, it kind of feels like Goon Squad's able to strike back, right? Like there they killed Banshee, and they're keeping it within 2,000 souls despite every time we look at it, we feel, okay, Buffs and 10's in control, they're in pressure, they've got the 2 Guardian advantage, but it's still very, very close, right? This one could go either way, and when it's close in net worth where you're down on objectives, what happens is if you lose a fight, not only does the game equal out, but instantly you lose some objectives, and therefore the lead kind of swings backwards, right? Sometimes comeback souls kind of work like that, and it can be pretty annoying when you're ahead like that.
I mean, arguably enough that we were talking about it before the match started, that how both these teams are playing a composition that's very, or Goon Squad is playing a composition that's very stalematey. So I'd understand why exactly they're holding on to this last Guardian for such a long time. I mean, Goon Squad has Ivy, they have Shiv, they have Fur, and they have Seven. So these are characters that are just really good at keeping people at bay.
Yeah, for sure. You know, and Goon Squad is doing a great job of like not trying to do too much. So they're responding when they need to, but they're also trying to be efficient with their farm here. Septute running some boxes and Furnace farming a little bit of camp here and there. We've got a little bit of a quieter game, 4 kills to 6 kills here. And you know, AZN having a much quieter game than usual. 5.7k net worth on the Abrams, poorest hero in the lobby, and usually he's a bit of a star player. As we have the grab on Man Monkey on the Shiv here, he dashes away, incredibly hurt, probably gonna go down here to 0 day as they're going to look to push forward here and take this tower, but on the side of Goon Squad, Young Tizzy is going to do whatever he can to not make that happen.
Oh, unfortunate right there. Man Monkey's going to go ahead and get caught out by 3 people. That was the opportunity Buffs and 10 was looking for as they go ahead and push into this Guardian. They're going to go ahead and try to secure it, but no, look at this. Young Tizzy popping the Cloud Storm just to get them off of that Guardian, but it looks like the one Guardian is going to be going for the side of Goon Squad.
Yeah, and Buffs in 10, once again, the spider sense, it tingles, and AZN is right on top of it, but they're going to trade buffs 1 for 1, so Goon Squad's also going to get their name on the board with the buff category. It'd be really cool to see a stat where we could see, like, number of buffs picked up, right? That would be awesome. If StatLocker is watching, maybe we should look into implementing that. That'd be super cool, personally. But we're gonna have a bit of an engage here. It looks like on the right side of the map as Abrams is going towards the Shiv, but he's half health, so I don't think anything is gonna happen. They're all kind of half health here. They need to be pretty careful because Man Monkey is watching and he's got his blade ready to execute any of them.
The execution on Shiv is one of the more dangerous things that you got to anticipate for him. I mean, that's the last thing you want to do is be able to go ahead and feed the Shiv, but it looks like they don't really care. Here comes the swap on to Man Monkey. Man Monkey dropping tremendously low. He's going to go ahead and get that slice and dice, but no, it doesn't matter though because he does not have his rage build up. Gets taken out by the paradoxical swap as we were anticipating earlier, and it looks like Easter Chicken does get taken out by Narwhal, so that's 2 members down for the side of Goon Squad. Buffs and 10 really want this Guardian.
Yep, they do have a slight advantage here, though. I do want to mention it's not all over because the side of Goon Squad, they have Earn. They did kind of drop it here, but I do think that they have a potential timer to maybe try to go for this Earn, as Mirage does not have TP, and a lot of people on Buffs and 10 were hurt. Now, they are resetting. They are kind of brute forcing their way into this Guardian. Goon Squad does get the left Guardian, so it's not all over, and we've got a lot of stacking happening on this right side. It does look like Goon Squad want to head over with the Earn. They almost have the 7 ult, they have the Lash ult, they have the Infernus ult, so they might try to brute force this, but it's pretty awkward because Infernus is ticking down, he's taking damage from the Earn, and he's half health, and he's not going to be able to fight because he's got it, right? He's walking forward, huge space is being created from Goon Squad, and it looks like he's just going to be able to get the Earn for free, as Buffs and 10 just give it up.
Yeah, Buffs and 10 having to get up the Guardian and as well as Souls. Looks like this is gonna go ahead and give the soul advantage or the soul disparity closer gap for Goon Squad, as they're only 1k behind now. So Buffs and 10 really just gave up 2 important objectives for the side of Goon Squad, but they had to do it. I mean, they were very limited in their options here. Either get the pressure onto them or give them more kills. So hand in hand, I think it goes great for the side of Goon Squad.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if you're Goon Squad, you're pretty happy about that. You got the Earn, you got everything you wanted, and you didn't even need to use any of your resources for it, right? You still got the 7 ult, you still got all your ults. Because it looks like Lash here in the enemy jungle looking for a little pick, not going to be able to find it. Mirage here just got the Toxic Bull's power spike, so he's pretty strong in those 1v1s in the side lane. 12k on Mirage, 12k on Viscous, 12k on Vindicta. The soul distribution on Buffs and 10 is very much, you've got the 3 main characters and the 3 supporting cast of Abrams, Mo and Krill, and Paradox, as all of the net worth is concentrated on Narwhal, Banshee, and Sojo.
That it is. Right now, Buffs and 10 is really relying on these characters just being in the back lane here for this fight, as Goon Squad goes ahead and takes an engage onto the Viscous. Here comes the swap, but it doesn't manage to hit it. The Young Tiz is going to go ahead and activate the Stormcloud. It is a fight for mid lane here. Once again, the Guardian is going to get proc. Stormform is going to go into it once more again, but looks like Narwhal goes and pops the ball for him just to get out of there alive with a sliver of HP left. It looks like they're going to go ahead and respect the Goo Ball getting out of there. He's in the underground trying to get out. The poor Goo man surviving with just a sliver of HP.
I really hope production saves that, because that was kind of insane that he lives in. Look at all the resources that Goon Squad uses for that fight, right? They use the IV ult, they use the 7 ult, and the Lash ult, and they're not able to kill a single Viscous. And that's really, really bad, because these huge cooldowns, right? 7 ult is like 160 second cooldown. Lash ult, before you put any points into it, is also like 150 something seconds now. These ult cooldowns have gotten nerfed patch after patch, you know, much to my pleasure. I think it's a great change, but now you have a great window of opportunity as Buffs and 10 where you're going to be stronger in these fights. You know, they don't have their big tools.
Yeah, arguably enough, the ult cooldown changes is really good, because there was a point where everyone was just relying on just ult meta for a while. Arguably enough, me being a Dynamo main kind of sucks because I don't get to play the game for like 3 minutes. So, you know, that's always fun.
Yeah.
Thanks, Yoshi.
Thank you, Yoshi. We appreciate you.
But arguably enough, though, we are seeing Goon Squad's composition really do exactly what they wanted to do here. They're stalling out the game, and whether or not it's good for them, I think, is left to be unseen. Buffs and 10 is just doing a really good job of finding picks. I mean, they do have that Paradox, so that is the scariest thing that they have in terms of being able to catch people out. And speaking of being able to catch people out, Septude is going to go ahead and get tagged out a little bit by Sojo. A little bit of a warning snare just to get him out of their jungle.
Yeah, we might be able to take a look at the replay from that fight, as nothing is happening here. We're just going to take a look from this mid here as we see Narwhal gets initiated on in that fight. Actually, sorry, it's the Vindicta. Vindicta actually gets instantly cubed by Narwhal, as Narwhal like escapes, and you see how much damage he's taking. He goes down to a sliver of health, manages to ball. Ivy doesn't chase, and he just escapes, and I mean, that's just crazy to see.
I mean, even in my own matches, I've seen time and time again, Viscous is just get out with barely a sliver of HP left, but it looks like Buffs and 10 don't even challenge their Earn. Again, Goon Squad's meta is really working for them right now. I mean, they're safely securing Earns, they're safely getting souls, they're stopping the pushes like we talked about earlier before. I sound like a broken record here, but it's exactly what Goon Squad wants. And Paradox is going to go ahead and get onto step 2, but doesn't secure the kill. Shad is just doing a really good job with those swaps. And speaking of being able to go in for the swaps, here comes Ivy with the airdrop once we're in the engagement again. Tries to get an aerial view for the side of Goon Squad, but Buffs and 10 know exactly what she's doing. So they're just going to go ahead and respect Easter Chicken flying away into the sky.
Yeah, and this is a bit of an awkward situation for Goon Squad, because As you said, they're just stalling the game out, but what's their condition? I guess part of their condition is they rely on buffs and 10, maybe making an overextension and punishing that with a lash ult. But here they've got their cooldowns. Knockdown is wasted. Now that is a big deal because no knockdown means 7 can now ult without the fear of getting interrupted. So a bit of a misplay perhaps for Narwhal because now knockdown is quite a long cooldown, right? So if Young Tizzy sees an opportunity for a 7 ult, they could perhaps go for this fight. And we're seeing a lot of people group up. Lash goes for the ult. Instant paradox swap. Amazing play from Shad. Just shuts that down right away, and that's why I think Shad might be the best pick player in the tournament right now, as he shows yet again that his reactions are top tier.
His reactions are top tier, and Deathy goes ahead and secures the 1-2 punch onto Meta the Cube just to go ahead and heal up a little bit as he goes back into this fight. Looks like they're going to go ahead and secure Walker here, even though 7 does have ultimate. Biscuits should be able to have knockdown back in their pocket again, but look at that damage that they're just able to provide onto this Walker. He's already down to half HP. Will they be able to retaliate anything against the Goon Squad? Falling down, falling back. Young Tizzy's going to get tagged out a little bit here, but it looks like they're just going to go ahead and respect buffs and 10's damage and give up Walker.
Yeah, and this is kind of bad, right? Because now the lead difference is 11k, which normally would indicate a comeback urn, but since they picked up the urn earlier, they kind of secured it. So for those of you that don't know how the mechanic works, once you pick up the urn, its drop-off location cannot change until the next urn spawns. So if you pick up the urn while you're in a neutral situation, it's going to be a neutral urn no matter what happens afterwards. And so now Buffs and 10 are going to take full advantage of that little, situation, and they're going to go for the urn turn as well. And now they're probably going to extend their lead to maybe a 13 to 14k lead, as long as they don't get any souls denied here, which I don't think they will. And this is starting to look pretty difficult from Goon Squad, but they do have the stall comp, as we said.
That they do. However, Goon Squad is falling behind on the soul advantage again. And once more, time and time again, we've seen in these matches that essentially the team that ends up having the bigger soul lead is going to be the one at an advantage. I mean, arguably enough, Goon Squad, even though they're doing a really good job of just maintaining their walkers alive, they kind of have to resolve on the fact of whether or not Buffs and 10 is going to misplay. And Buffs and 10 is doing a really good job of just holding on to their utility. So even if they decide to hold on to the 7 ult, even if they decide to hold on to the last ult, Buffs and 10 has an answer.
Yeah, and it's, the good news is if they manage to successfully stall this game, it does get a little bit better for them, right? Abilities like Shiv Execute do scale really well because it's a percentage execute, right? 7 ult is always useful at all stages of the game. Lash ult always has kind of that X factor, so they do have the X factor, but at this point it feels like I'm coping a little bit because, man, the situation is not looking great for the side of Goon Squad, as Buffs and 10 is just hitting their power spikes, farming on their heroes. I mean, 23k net worth on the Mirage. Who's going to be able to match them in the side lanes? The answer is no one. I mean, if this Infernus tries to fight him, I think Mirage just has a whole 6k ahead of him. That's 2 tier 3 items or 1 tier 4 item difference. That's massive.
I think one of the more scary facts as well is Young Tizzy, if he decides to ult in the air, Mirage is just going to do some great damage onto him as well. That's an easy target for Mirage. And speaking of being able to get that soul advantage, look at this, unstoppable already on the Young Tizzy. He's going to early buy that. So I think that's also very important for him as well because, oh, speaking of being able to get importance, look at this. It's going to be caught out. Dingus gets caught out, unfortunately, in the underground. 42 west, more like 42 into the grave.
Yeah, Dingus gets caught, and the situation is becoming worse and worse as that pick is right before the buffs, meaning Goon Squad is going to have to probably give up both buffs and also give up the urn pickup. However, the Mirage is very, very far up. It does kill Meta in what looks like a 1v3 on the minimap. He gets gone on by 7. He decides to try to turn it, dodges the 7 stun with Tornado, is going to try to escape, runs away with for his life. Can he make it out? He just barely escapes with his life. I mean, that's absolutely insane. We've talked about how Banshee has kind of bloomed into an incredible carry player through this tournament. He's once again showing it, just dominating Meta in the 1v1 and then escaping.
That was also just great positioning from him and Sojo and Zero Day coming in to saving him at the last second right there. I was about to make a save a day pun right there because I just realized I said 0 day twice. But the interesting thing about it is this is the team dynamic that we've been seeing a lot with Buffs in 10. They see their Banshee by themselves, they see their Mirage by themselves, and they're like, guys, we got to go help him out. They just don't hold back on being able to push forward with him. They were waiting for him to fall back and use utility to keep him alive. And here we go into this urn fight right now. Shed is going to go ahead and secure the urn. Here comes the Paradoxal Swap one more time. It doesn't matter though, because Abrams is going to go ahead and come in with the Seismic Slam once more again. Punch after punch. Here comes the Ivy Sun. Sojo with the sight from across the way. But it looks like they're going to go ahead and dive right under the Walker here as the fight initiates. It keeps going forward. It's just a little bit of a cluster battle here as everyone's a little bit lost exactly trying to target what they want to do. They want to go ahead and get Walker, but it looks like they're going to go ahead and try to set up this Paradoxal Wall once more again. They're going to push on the other side. Looks like we got to see a parry on the other end. Aizen does get parried out for this one, but look at this. Narwhal once again low HP and a Dream coming out alive for this. We love to see these tanks come out for nothing. And look at this. We talked about this before. Zero Day is going to go in for the initiation.
Wait.
Man Monkey comes again. The double kill with the ultimate.
There's no shot. Goon Squad is looking to make the comeback here. They are losing objectives, but they're getting a lot of kills. Man Monkey with the triple execution. AZN with a sliver of health tries to turn it on the Ivy, gets a little bit of lifesteal from the melee, goes to the jump pad. Looks like he'll be able to escape as Dingus is forced to back up, but they're able to hold on to two of their walkers. And if they lost that fight, that would have been game, I believe, but they hold on just barely. And now the lead, 15k. Is it a big lead? Yes. Is it still winnable? Absolutely, as Goon Squad stay in the game.
This is the second time we see Man Monkey fight in the jungle and living up to his name. I mean, did you see the movement on him just to go in and secure those 2 kills?
Yeah, I mean, Man Monkey got the triple execution there, barely living just to get like the execution again and again. And without those, I mean, it wouldn't have been the same. We're going to get a quick little instant replay here as the 7 ult starts by creating the space, getting those targets low. Man Monkey goes in, punches people. First execution, right? He goes forward, punches again, then gets the other execution again and again. And I mean, as a Shiv player, you just know how satisfying that had to feel.
Also, hats off right there to Sojo with that snipe. I didn't even see it. He managed to get him from the other end of the veil, so that was actually a pretty good shot on Sojo's end as well.
Yeah, overall, like, you know, Goon Squad, they won that fight, but they're barely hanging on. Let's remember that, right? They're in a tough spot. It's still very much in the hands of Buffs in 10. It's still their game to lose. Transcendent cooldown was just purchased, I believe, on the side of Viscous as well. And so Viscous, you know, Narwhal really, taking what I told him to heart, and he's really prioritizing this Divine Barrier Transcendent cooldown combo. He might be over-prioritizing a little bit because this game is not nearly as good, but being able to remove those debuffs is still incredibly valuable. I mean, you can remove 7-stun from people. You can do stuff like that. And when you've got an Abrams that's just going to go in there and tank a bunch of damage, it's definitely very valuable. As Walker will go down on the side lane, and they are pushing the mid-walker as well.
Here we go, mid-walker fight indeed. Banshee doing the greatest job as a split laner, going ahead and securing another objective for the side of Buffs in 10. As the fight engagement is on, the chicken is in the air, flying around, dashing around. Vindicta is also floating around just to be able to secure something. Here comes the Seismic Slam onto the back line. Inferno's gonna go ahead and prop Combustion. Cloudstorm getting propped as well. Unstop is on the field. It looks like they're actually able to get the knockdown onto Young Tizzy, but it looks like they're not gonna be able to secure this walker. Buffs in 10 falls back, coming back into this fight. Divine Barrier is gonna get put onto this Moen Krill as he falls right back into the fight. He is getting out of there. They are chasing this man down. They want to be able to secure at least another kill before they fall right back, but it looks like it's going to be Buffs in 10 being able to keep the pressure away from their teammate, and Buffs in 10 come back into this lane.
Yeah, I mean, this is a classic example of trying to force the last objective a little bit too much, right? This is a very common trap teams fall into where they've got a commanding lead. They don't really know how to progress the game, so they're like, hey, there's a last walker, let's go into it. But into this Goon Squad comp, it's just incredibly difficult to push objectives. As Young Tizzy, first one to go down, but Narwhal gets executed by Man Monkey, and Man Monkey is hungry for more. Septute goes down as Sojo strikes back. Man Monkey trying to get the execute, gonna be taken down by Zero Day as he's looking incredibly solid on the Moen Krill here. And Mirage has got 35k net worth. Now, I don't want to alarm anybody, but 35k net worth on the Mirage here is incredibly scary.
That is terrifying. They really let Banshee just sit in the silence for a lot of the time. I mean, because Banshee has been solo pushing, he's able to secure Walker's souls. And for those who don't know, with the recent changes of how Walker souls work, that's about like, what, 4k souls going into his pocket every time?
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a little bit less than 4K now, I believe, because they got nerfed recently as objectives give a little bit less money, but it is a lot of money funneling into the person, and you are 100% correct that that change impacted a lot more how much money you can funnel into a single individual, and that does make, you know, the carry heroes a little bit more like not necessary but viable, right? Where you've got Banshees, which is this 36k monster. I mean, he's gonna be roughly 2 tier 4 items ahead of the strongest person on Goon Squad, as he just purchased Frenzy. So if you even if you get him to half, I mean, this guy's gonna have insane fire rate, movement speed, and resist with the Frenzy item. And on top of that, he's got Ricochet, Siphon bullets. I mean, this guy's really difficult to kill for sure.
That he is. I mean, also at the same time as well, even though Mirage got technically a nerf because his passive proc doesn't activates, I believe, after 25 meters now. So regardless of it, though, the gun damage is still there. I mean, arguably enough, the positioning, as we are clearly seeing, Banshee is going to go ahead and start doing a little bit of damage onto this Walker. Looks like they're going to be going on for the engagement once more. Again, the double initiation is out there. Looks like they're going to lose this Walker, but it looks like the inside for the Goon Squad is going to have to fall right back. They looks like they're not going to be diving in anymore and just go right back into their base. Goon Squad is down all their Walkers. Buff and 10 is looking great right now.
Yeah, I was a little bit worried that they were going to make the same mistake. I mean, I still think that it's a little risky. I would honestly prefer that they kind of go for the fight on the urn, as it's a really, really difficult fight for them to lose. And I would like them to use this this Mirage to create a little bit more pressure. I think one interesting play that they could do is act like they're split pushing with the Mirage, but bait him with a few people and try to see if Goon Squad take the bait of going on the Mirage, right? Kind of acting like you're overextending. That way you're both fighting around your strongest hero, but at the same time creating an opportunity for you to get some kills and go mid-boss. As Goon Squad are going to look to try to pick up the turn, but Buffs and 10, they know better. They're not going to let them do that for free.
Goon Squad playing on the hovering field. Here comes the unstoppable. The Death Slam is on. He's going to wait for that. The cube at the right timing. And here goes into another fight. The Cloud Storm is going to get procced as well, but it looks like that Unstoppable is only going to last for so long. Here comes the big brawl. Dingus is going to go ahead and take care of Banshee. Boston 10 is down there carry. They're going to duke it out here for another fight. Once more again, the stall is on. And Furnace is going to go ahead and with that Flame Dash be able to do some great damage. Malmucky in the backline goes in to secure a kill, but it looks like Sojo is going to go ahead and go for the Tally. Abrams in this 1v3 situation goes in for the slam once more again. Hits the Ivy. Gets parried in the back. The fight is still on. Bumpin' 10 is down by 3 players. Goon Squad is looking very good in this fight.
This is completely insane. I mean, this fight, if they manage to cleanly win this fight, not only is it potentially the urn, but it's also mid-boss, right? It could be one or the other, or maybe even both. Now, the only problem is that they are hurt, and I'm a little bit worried about this mid-play, right? Because on the side of Buffs and 10, they've got Vindicta. Now, if I'm Sojo and Chad, I'd be looking to punish this. I don't know if they will, but with Tether combined with Paradox Nade, you can do a lot of damage in the pit. And look at the heroes on Goon Squad. They're not that healthy, right? Ivy is half health, and if they get caught in the pit, it could be very, very dangerous. Narwhal may also be able to get ult in time, but it doesn't look like Buffs and 10 necessarily want to contest this. But that was an incredible fight from Goon Squad, as they may be able to get the mid-boss. I'd love to see the Paradox cam here, if we can go on Chad's POV to see if he's going to look to contest this.
Maybe he will. Here he comes, Paradox down the stairs, coming in from Park Avenue. The swap is on, goes in for the parry, manages to go for it. Doesn't get it though. Meta secures the mid buff, and it looks like it's gonna be an all-out brawl from Buffs and 10. Here comes the Ivy set. Easter Chicken dropping down to tremendously low HP, but it looks like they're gonna get out of their life. Buff and 10 actually gets out with their lives.
Okay, I mean, that was kind of clean from Narwhal, I won't lie. Like the little ambulance rescue beam there, where Viscous goes in, just rescue beams them out. That was insane. Really, really clean execution from Buffs and 10 there to just get out with their lives. Now, I do think they could have contested while they were doing the mid-boss and dealt a ton of damage. But, you know, they opt for the reasonable play. Try to be a little bit more secure. It's by no means a full comeback yet from Goon Squad, but it's looking really good. Buffs and 10 is kind of hurting from holding this urn, right? As we're going to get the instant replay. It was so close on the steal. I mean, the huge parries. He parries 3. Doesn't quite manage to get the timing. If he parried again, he may have had a chance, but really, really hard to kind of know what to do in that situation. And I can't believe Chad has been in that situation too often. So really, really good try from the Buffs and 10 there.
Also, Narwhal coming in with the rescue beam. That I'm being completely honest with you. I've never seen a drive-by Viscous do that before.
Yeah, I mean, the ambulance Viscous build is a build that's been around for a while, and you know, it's been known as Ambulance Viscous, E-Girl Viscous. I mean, a lot of different things. As we've got a swap onto the Inferno, is getting caught up potentially alone. Tornado goes onto him as we've got Banshee and Sojo taking him down, and he drops the net worth of my entire province of Canada right there. The huge bag, probably just as much GDP as my entire province. That looked like 2,000 souls. I don't even want to know.
I'm in complete utter shock that Meta decided to go out and venture by himself. Meta's 1-6 right now.
It's not been great, but at the same time, the storyline of the kills doesn't tell the whole story, because Goon Squad has the momentum on their side. They've got the mid boss, and they're looking to dunk this urn as they move forward. Young Tizzy abusing the perma sliding that you can do once you've got some movement speed items, including Fleetfoot on 7. Buffs in 10, they don't want to take the risk of losing the game, taking a stupid fight. They're just going to let him have the urn. They're like, hey, you can have this. We don't want to throw a fight while you have mid boss. We're going to play a little bit more disciplined and show you guys that we have the better fundamentals as a team.
Arguably enough, though, Goon Squad is falling back on that same composition. Again, I sound like a broken record just saying the same thing over and over again, but they are successfully managing to be able to stall the push. I mean, again,
they are.
You have the last Schultz. If they decide to push it to base, that is a scary ultimate to deal with. You have no cover other than just the new stall stand that they added. But even then, though, you're just funneling into one position where the enemy team could easily just jump you.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta be honest too, the Shiv is starting to get pretty scary. I mean, he's got Spirit Snatch, Crushing Fists, as well as Spirit Resilience. He's gonna be very, very tanky, very difficult to kill, and Melee Shiv outputs a lot of damage once you get that rage going as well. You combine that with the fact that he can chain execute the tanky targets. You know, that percent execute is only getting better as the game goes on, right? Because once you get to a certain point in the game, your execute can start dealing like literally 1,000 damage because people have like 4,000 plus HP.
Yeah, and that's the scary part about Shiv, right? The longer he's in the game, the stronger he becomes. I mean, arguably enough, this is around the time where Shiv just starts to become the immortal, unkillable demon god that he is. I mean, there's a reasoning why the Baxter Society picked him up for this one, as Man Monkey's gonna go ahead and get tagged out a little bit for here. Looks like we might be seeing another engagement in the jungle. Goon Squad and Buff Intent really like to fight in the jungle.
Yeah. Mid boss is over, finally, right? So Buffs in 10, they can finally take a deep breath and be like, okay, we made it through. We were ahead. We were ahead so far, in fact, that the game should have been unlosable. But now, and if you're Buffs in 10, you might be a little nervous because, yes, you know, you're up 1-0 right now, and if you win this game, you win the grand finals. But you were in a situation where the game should have very well been in your hands, and you haven't been able to close it out. And now the gap is not so big anymore. I mean, 15k lead at 33 minutes. It's not a rounding error, but it's not huge. And, you know, there's a lot of really scary tools on the side of Goon Squad. I think we can look at some of these items. I mean, Paradox got Counterspell, range, etc. I think we might see like an Echo Shard from Paradox at some point with the build that she has. Kind of looks like a Nade Max build. I guess I'm curious what the Vindicta is building for. She's got 38k net worth. We've got Escalating Exposure on the Mo before Scourge. A little bit interesting on that one. I'm not so sure that I love that one. Vindicta's got... I mean, at this point, I don't think Vindicta's going to get a lot stronger, if I'm honest. Like, Spirit Burn is maybe the next item that I can see she gets, but other than that, she's got all of her core items. Interestingly enough, she doesn't have Duration. She should probably get Duration at some point. Would really make her entire combo much, much stronger. But Ivy, on the other end, on Easter Chicken. Vortex Web, Lightning Scroll, Expansion. That's starting to get scary.
Ooh, I think they know where Aizen's at. I think they're going to go ahead and try to get him for the get. Oh, the teleport! Wait.
Wait, he looks a little lost.
Is he going to challenge, or are they going to go ahead and follow him through? Oh, Aizen's actually doing a big brain play here. He's trying to make them to teleport in, because look where Buffs and 10 is waiting at. They're not that far off from the teleporter.
Yeah, I mean, he looks like he was trying to take the zip line for a little bit, but there was no zip line. So yeah, a bit interesting. Banshee is also like just, I mean, he's still insanely scaling, right? 48k net worth. At this point, how much stronger can he really get? Once you get to 40k, for those that don't know, once you get to 40k, you don't really get any scaling from boons anymore. So the only scaling that you get is from items, right? So your scaling does become a little bit more limited. He does have Leech now. He's building fairly defensively, which I don't hate, considering that they're ahead. I would like to see a counterspell on the Mirage, because I think one of the risks is kind of getting caught by that Lash ult I feel like at this point in the game, most people on buffs and 10 should have counterspells. It's a really strong defensive item. He does have Silencer, as the HUD had not updated. Silencer is a great shout here, as it's going to, you know, reduce the damage from 7 in his ultimate, as well as potentially silence 7 and Furnace Geist, right? It's really good against. A bit of an unstoppable pop there. Not sure if he was scared of getting Vindicta Tether or if it was a misclick. I'm going to say he was scared.
I think so too, but arguably enough though, we got to see a rescue beam come in for it, so that way he was able to get out of there nice and safe. And it looks like, oh, look at this, Paradox is trying to go in for the swap once where the engage with the silence is out. It looks like it's not going to be able to secure a swap just yet. They weren't able to get the urn, however, they were able to delay it just for a little bit here. It's whether or not Buffs and 10 decide to push in for mid or go ahead and try to fight for this urn. I think they want to go ahead and try to push in for this objective because arguably enough, that is, I think, a better prio for them. They need to get able to get another flex slot in for themselves so that way they can.
I don't know. They're heading towards mid right now.
Oh,
they're in the pit.
Oh,
you jinxed it. You know.
Oh no! This.
Wait, are they? I don't know.
What is happening?
They don't know themselves. I think they're not sure. There's a lot of hesitation coming in from both teams. It looks like Goon Squad realized, hey, they might be doing mid. Let's start moving towards the urn. Buffs and 10 is like, oh shit, they're moving towards the urn. We gotta match them, and now we're just gonna be like probably in their jungle sitting for a little bit.
Is Banshee by himself doing mid boss?
I do believe he is. I mean, he does have Leech, he does have Frenzy, like, he should be able to do it eventually. If he can make it Scream, Goon Squad might think that they're all in mid-boss, and they might overextend. So this is actually, I think, a fine play, where he baits the Scream, and they're gonna play for the fight here. Oh, he's stuck, he can't mantle because of Rescue Beam. Looks like Goon Squad, sorry, is gonna move up. They think it's real, they're not sure, though. Are they gonna fall for the bait? This could go either way.
Ooh, looks like they're going to go ahead and fall for that bait. Lash is going to go ahead and push forward, but they see that no one's going to be coming in. They're looking for the Lash. They're trying to find him. Ivy's going to go ahead and provide some aerial support. Here comes the swap on the Ivy. Ivy gets taken out. Easter Chicken. Looks like it's going to be immediately out of the fight. Here comes the 7 Storm already. The knockdown is going to get procced on it just in time. Look at that damage that we were talking about. Banshee's just doing great. The stun through the doorway. The seismic slam. Here comes the punch. Here comes another one. Right onto Fern. Unable to secure the stun once more again. Combo coming on to the Shiv. Shiv is doing their best just to stay alive, but it doesn't matter though, because Man Monkey is only just the man for this fight. Dingus being
you left the monkey behind.
For the fight once more again. The knockdown is on. Shad coming in. The respawn time is significant. 80 seconds on the clock. Septude by themselves without no ultimate. This is looking great for Buffs and 10.
Yeah, Buffs and 10 getting 5 kills there, and now they can probably down, and I think there might be a world in which they try to end. However, they are against the Lash ult. I believe he bought Refresher, because he just ulted in the fight, or the UI is bugged, but I'm pretty sure he must have bought Refresher. It's the only reasonable explanation. I think they're going to down. Hopefully they realize Lash has ult again, and then they're going to just go mid-boss here. And then play it safe. You know, they're up 40k. This is for the grand finals, right? This is for the entire prize pool. So if they manage to clear it, I think the UI is probably not updated on Lash's items, I most likely believe, because I think it's quite likely that he has Refresher. Sometimes the UI does that when you get late enough into the game. It doesn't update when you hover over them right away, as there's no chance that they steal this. Goon Squad are not going to be able to steal this. Buffs and 10 secures the mid-boss. 40k lead for them, sorry, 35k, and they're going to look to see if they can end the game finally.
This is looking very good for the side of Buffs and 10 here. Getting that mid-boss just to be able to secure it. I do believe Septude had a Refresher and sold it, because there's no way that this guy just got ultimate and just immediately gave it back, right?
Right? I mean, I guess we'll never know. Here, I mean, it's a free urn. It's still a neutral urn. I don't know if Buffs and 10 realize this is still a neutral urn, by the way. But regardless, I mean, might as well run it. I'm not really sure kind of what they're doing right now. They're kind of all in the jungle. I'm guessing they're all going to buy. They probably need to spend their money. The buffs are in a minute. They finally realize this is a little bit of like wasted time though. I mean, maybe they don't know how to spend their money. They're quite rich. Nice little punch from Narwhal to accelerate the Moen Krill. I mean, he's not a very aerodynamic body, but Narwhal's doing whatever he can to help him get there faster.
I mean, regardless of aerodynamic, he looks amazing on a magical carpet, right? That's for sure.
That's true, but he doesn't have one.
Oh, true.
So, I mean, you know, maybe he hates fun.
he hates the...
He's the Grinch.
I actually want to see a Grinch skin now for Moen Krill. I need him. I need Mo to be the little reindeer dog, and then I need Krill to be the Grinch.
Yeah. This is crazy. I mean, we've got the buff spawning just in a little bit. 50k lead for the side of Goon Squad, not Goon Squad, sorry, 50k lead against the side of Goon Squad. Buffs in 10, very, very dominant position. They've got mid boss for just a couple more minutes. I mean, they really need to try to make something happen with this, right? They can't let this chance go by. This is as good as it gets. 50k lead. I mean, you're not going to get any stronger. Everybody's super rich. Mirage is almost at 60k net worth. This is an insane game 2 of the grand finals, as they're going to look to walk into the base here and put an end to it. But Septute and Young Tizzy, if they have anything to say about it, they'll try to hit some big ultimates to try to stop them.
That they will, but it looks like Paradox is going to go in for the swap once more again. Easter Chicken is going to go again. It's silence out. Looks like there's going to be winner chicken dinner for the side of Buffs in 10 as they manage to secure the chicken out of the fight. It looks like here comes the Lash ultimate. The Unstopped is on. It's huge! The Death Slam is huge as it pushes him right into base, but it doesn't even matter though because the cube is down. Amber Patron is dropping down to quarter HP less. The fight is still done. Narwhal gets taken out, but it doesn't even matter though because look at the damage that they're still able to produce onto it. Banshee goes into the pit, gets taken out by Man Monkey, and that's what we were expecting. That's what we were anticipating for this fight. But it doesn't even matter though, because Zero Day is going to go in and provide a little bit of support for the team. The Paradox swap is going to get procced into it immediately. Shad gets taken out, but it doesn't even matter though, because this is what the whole purpose of Rejuve is to be able to get that respawn back in time. And that's like what we were talking about earlier before the spell breaker. The shielding is there, the parry.
I mean, you literally cannot make this up. You cannot make it up. However, Buffs in 10 may have an opening here. Is this the second time this has happened to Buffs in 10 where they go into the base, they wipe, and then they maybe just go speed again? Now, we'll see if they go for it again, right? But Lash just bought Refresher. 7 is halfway back to his ultimate again. And so, you know, they still have a significant lead, but if Buffs in 10 wipe, by the way, just FYI, Goon Squad can still win this game. If Buffs in 10 wipe, Goon Squad can turn it around. All it takes at this state of the game is one fight determines the whole game. So they're going to go back in on Buffs in 10 here. They're going to ball in, just try to create some space here. As Lash goes into the air, not able to find anything. They're zoning them into their base here. Unstoppable pops in the air. Lash goes onto the Vindicta, gets knocked down to the ground by Phantom Strike. Gooball creating an insane amount of space. They're walking forward here. Are they trying to end or are they trying to play for the fight? 7 still doesn't have ult. They're going to go right into the pit. The Patron is taking a ton of damage. Goes to half health. Lash goes for the ult. It's a 4-man ult into the base. Goes for the slam. Does not manage to connect the tornado. They're trying to get out. The Patron is taking so much damage. It's a 3rd health. Can they finish it? It's so hurt. Everyone on Buffs in 10 is calling, shoot the base, shoot the base. They're all one. The base one. Oh my god. It could not have been closer. But they win. Buffs in 10 takes it home. And I'm... I don't know. I can't explain what I just saw.
The story, it's so good. It's so good. They paid so much attention to make sure that the counterplay was there. I mean, Buffs in 10. Oh my god, they did not care about they did not care anything about the Lash. Even though that Lash ult was huge, they went right back into the pits. They ignored everything.
I mean, I don't think we could have asked for a better ending to that game. That was about as close as it gets. Now, obviously, if you're the side of Goon Squad, you could have asked for a better ending. You would have loved to defend that and then, you know, make the comeback. But from a watching perspective, that was just insane. Like, I don't think I've ever seen anything that close for a grand finals. Like, usually the grand finals of most tournaments are kind of a wash, but this one was close. Yes, it was a 2-0, but it was a close 2-0. Now, we're going to take it to the scoreboard. I do want to say we would love to do a player interview. However, the show has been going on for far too long, and we will have to skip the player interview. We're just going to do a quick little outro, you know, talk about the scoreboard a little bit. Then we're going to play the replays, and then we're going to send it to credits. So, huge congratulations to Buffs in 10 for winning. I think we can go back to the scoreboard a little bit, though. We want to talk about it just a sec, and then we'll go to that. Sorry, I think production may have misunderstood me, but anything jump out to you from the stats on the side of Buffs in 10?
I do want to talk about, though, is that soul differentiator, especially when it comes for Banshee as well. But also at the same time, Banshee with the 18k healing is incredible.
Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of healing. That's all that leech, right? And if you look on the side of Goon Squad, that 7 did a lot of work with the old 7. Probably most of the damage in those later fights. And Sojo on the Vindicta, 37k damage. And like I said, Shad making Paradox look a lot better than I've seen most other players make it. So just overall incredible performances from the side of Buffs in 10. Nothing else really jumps out to me. Just a really good game. Okay, I'm being told that we're good for the interview if Kashi wants. I didn't want to force Kashi, but he says he's good for it. I'm good for it. If you're good for it, Narwhal, I don't mind.
Hey, let's see.
All right, sounds good. So we will do the interview, I believe, is the word that I just got. I'm not sure who we're going to interview. It's going to be someone from Buffs and 10, obviously. Have they nominated someone? Let me see.
Do believe they are they are working some magic here to see exactly who they're going to pick up. But arguably enough, Deathy, I think this match has decided on your favorite child.
I'm heartbroken either way, but I'm also like extremely proud of what these teams have achieved. It's, you know, the amount of improvement that's happened. I mean, Goon Squad was telling me how bad their scrims had been going, and they just got second place. And I mean, those games were pretty close. They definitely had the potential in them. On the side of, Buffs and 10, I mean, incredible improvement, really. I don't know how much of that was my coaching and how much of that was them. I think that, a good coach or a good professor or whatever is always just like 30% of it, and 70% is the student. So they have the majority of the credit for sure.
That they do. I mean, Buffs and 10, arguably enough, though, even though they did lose, I want to say, a handful of fights out of that, they were able to always come back strong, and that retaliation is exactly the pressure that you want to be able to see, in part when it comes into such a composition like Goon Squad, where essentially they are just playing much more of a turtle composition. I mean, they're relying a lot more on the Lash ultimate than anything else just to be able to sustain themselves a little bit longer, but as a result, that over focused on the Lash ultimate. I mean, you saw it in the last second how much utility they were throwing onto the Lash just to stop him from death slamming. Arguably enough, funny enough, the name of our event again, but still, it's interesting to see that's how the dynamics is that they're playing.
Yeah, I mean, there were so many things used on that Lash for sure, and they were so scared of it. And I think the storyline that we outlined in the draft, I'm really happy because it really came to play where Goon Squad were kind of behind the entire game, but, you know, they managed to just, like, stall it long enough. They played for the Lash ult, and they just got some, like, absolute movie fights that they should have never won, for sure. And so I think that, I don't know, if you're Goon Squad, I think you can be pretty happy about what happened. You went from 12th seed to second place overall. Sure, you didn't get any prize pool, but just the achievement has got to feel, you know, really, really good for those players, and the improvement as well of going from 0-3 to getting second place.
Yeah, and then arguably enough, though, that is still just a great narrative to tell all around. I mean, the underdog made it this far. Arguably enough, that is proven to tell the time of tale that essentially that no matter what, your improvement is going to be seen throughout this tournament. I mean, all these teams did such a good job of just being able to maintain fights, and I think that just goes to show that their commitment, their willpower, all to win that prize pool.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just incredible to see the quality of dedication and passion that all the players have. We're getting set up for the interview right now, so we're just buying a little time until then. But, you know, I was talking to some of the coaches, like Poshy and Pierre especially, and they were telling me, like, yeah, like, coaching these teams is so fun because, you know, what's so special about it is they're so excited to be there. And I think that's one thing that's very special about Deadlock that we don't always have with the top level players, is a lot of the top level players, you watch them play and they kind of sound miserable a lot of the time. Like, respectfully, they're just playing the game and they just sound like they just want to, like, not play the game. They just sound miserable, and, you know, the fun is being kind of taken out of it sometimes, or optimized out of it, and they're just, you know, they're there because they're really good and they want to compete. But there's something special about this tournament where everybody that's in it really wants to be there. You know, and when you're a coach or when you're involved in it, even just the staff, I have the feeling from everyone in the staff that everybody wants to be there for the right reasons, right? Nobody is doing this for money or doing this for fame or anything. It's like everybody's doing this just because they want Deadlock to succeed. Everybody is supporting this because they want Deadlock in the community to succeed. And so it's a very special event to be part of, as I believe, hopefully the interview is almost ready.
But to go off of what you were saying, yeah, this is completely true. I mean, the people that are watching this right now, even those who unfortunately are not able to get into this closed beta, they're still supporting Deadlock by watching the content, by being able to be there, be part of the fan base, be able to be a part of the community. I mean, Deadlock as a whole has been completely steady. Even though many people time and time again like to say it's a dead game, Deadlock is far from being dead.
Definitely is, and we've got our interview ready, as we've got Narwhal. let us. I don't know if you can hear us. Hey, what's up, Narvel? How are you?
Oh. My microphone just fucked up.
I don't think we can hear you, unfortunately.
But you can't hear me?
We may have a sound issue. Can you hear us? I guess you can thumbs up if you can hear us. I'm pretty sure you probably can. Okay. We can't hear you at the moment, so slight sound issue on that front. While we figure that out, just make sure. Should be fixed. Can you talk?
Hello?
Oh, there you go.
Yep, we can hear you. So, Narwhal, man of the hour, champion of the Oracle Phantom bracket, and you almost did not participate in the tournament. Oh, we can hear you just fine, I think. It might be the wrong one, I'm not sure, but regardless, we can hear you. How are you feeling right now? I think he's figuring out some audio stuff.
Hang on.
He might be using the wrong microphone.
I've been fighting my headset all day, and it just finally gave out, I think. Let me try something.
Okay, yep, no worries. We're dealing with some technical difficulties. I mean, you know, it comes with playing for however long they've been going for. I mean, Narwhal wasn't so lucky to be top 4 seed, right? So at the end of the day, he didn't get the luck of getting a bye round. So he's had to fight, you know, tooth and nail through all of these series. They've been playing since 2 p.m. EST. It is now almost midnight. So that is, quick maths, 10 hours of gameplay, obviously with some breaks here and there. But headsets are going to die, mice are going to perish. And, I mean, you know, the eye strain is probably pretty serious at this point.
Also, don't disregard as well the production side as well, who are chugging along for this one. So, arguably enough, great job on our production side as well.
All right, Narwhal, you good? Are you good?
Hello.
Okay. Hello. Oh boy. I don't think he has his sets on. So this is look, I think we've done great so far today. I don't think anything has been really scuffed. We've had some issues here and there. This interview is officially scuffed. No, it's okay. we're just gonna roll with the punches, but I'm declaring it scuffed. I wish I had like a banner just declaring it that's scuffed or whatever. As we work to fix that. Oh, I just heard Narwhal. Hello, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you now. Can you hear me?
Hey.
Okay, perfect. Oh, thank God. All right, so how are you feeling? Man of the hour, champion of the Death Slam tournament. Oh my God.
What's going on?
We love it.
Okay, wait, no, I can hear you now. Wait.
Hello? Now we can't hear him. Narwhal?
Hello?
No, wait, we can hear you. Wait,
we
say
can
something.
hear you.
Okay, I'm talking.
Yep, okay, all right. How are you feeling, Narwhal?
Oh, I'm fucking ecstatic. This is awesome. Sorry, this was so awesome. This was great.
Okay. All right. So we're gonna ask you some questions. We're gonna try to not make this interview too long to spare everybody, but still. I guess my first question is: obviously, you guys were 6th seed. When I did your coaching session, it kind of seemed like you guys had been doing like okay, but not really great. I don't think any of you guys were expecting to win the tournament. So now that you've won, like, you know, what happened today? What was the magic sauce?
I think. So we were struggling a lot in scrims, and I talked about this with you, and like as a team, we were struggling a lot in like we would always win lane, or like we would win lane pretty hard most of the time. The problem is that we could never follow our lead and like really get that like next step to snowball kind of. Like we would always just kind of stay stagnant for like minutes 15 to 20, and then I can't remember if it was either the second game of the 4th series or it was the second game of the 2nd series. I think it was the 2nd series where we've lost 2-0'd. We just kind of really started focusing and realizing what we needed to do. Like it just kind of, what you said, just kind of, we all just kind of accumulated and like did it. Like as in the Shiv and like Abrams player was like super good at like calling out orms. Like we all kind of did it, but I know that he did it specifically like way more than I think anybody else for a lot of it. And he was just very like on top of stuff too, like on orms and everything for us to like snowball a lead. So like I think after game 2 of the 2nd series, we just really started following our lead that way, kind of. And I think that's kind of what the connection was.
Yeah, so, you know, maybe like staying stable in the mid game. I have a bunch of questions, but I'll give a chance to Admiral as well. You have anything you want to ask?
Not related to the game, but where are you that there is currently sun outside?
I live in Oregon, so yeah, just like the West Coast. So
Yeah, that's fair.
I guess they're still stunned on the West Coast, yeah.
But in all seriousness, when it comes to the question of it, when it came to you picking the Viscous, was that just the overall comfort pick that you wanted to go into? Were you scared at any point from them banning it?
Yeah, I mean, it's funny. I don't like. I play Viscous. I think he's my second most played character, but I only played Goop Viscous. I never really played support Viscous because in solo queue, I don't think it's that good because it requires a lot of coordination. Because I do think he's the best support. I just think that like how he is a support is very niche in comparison to like Kelvin, who is my main kind of, who like I mostly play him. But I think it just kind of happened, and I was just performing on him, and like my team was just like, we just want you on Viscous. Like your Kelvin is good, but like just we want you on Viscous. And yeah, there were definitely times where like we thought we would like they would pick it out, and I think specifically against CCU later, like we knew that Green Swampy played a lot of Viscous, and we were like, they're either gonna pick it like in the first 3. So I think in both those games against that guy, like because he was a good Viscous, we decided to like get me it in like the first 2 picks on Sapphire. So we were definitely scared of that and everything, and we tried figuring out like if people played it and stuff. But yeah, that answers the question.
But yeah, it completely does, honestly. And I want to say though, I want to compliment your performance because the coolest thing I've seen today, as well from Monkey Man as well, but including you with the drive-by rescue being in mid on the Paradox. I mean, the quickness, the reaction timing on that is incredible.
Don't know if I remember.
That was like in that mid
Thank
fight.
you.
It was like when you guys try to steal mid boss. So they did the mid boss. You guys tried to steal it. Paradox went in. You like went in the stairs, balled in, and then you rescue beamed the Paradox. Yeah, yeah. I've got the details. I've got that chess memory type. You know.
Yeah, no. I see what you mean. I thought you meant like above mid boss. I didn't realize you meant in it. Yeah, no, that was funny. That was funny.
When you went down into the stairs and just like immediately got out, I was in shock of the fact of how smooth it was.
Yeah. It looked really smooth, I will say. And your performance in general today was very good. Now, I want to ask kind of how, like, the whole
all thanks
experience...
to
and we've got the instant
coaching,
replay as
I
well.
highly recommend it. It's so helpful.
All thanks to Deathy coaching. No, I'm not going to take the credit, but we see it right here in the replay where you just ball away, you cube, and then you rescue kind of like your Paradox, and you just escape. I don't know if you have access to the replay view on your side, but yeah, that was really nice. Anyhow, one question that I have is... Obviously, before this, I don't think you had any team experience, mostly like solo queue stuff, etc. How's the experience been just being on a team of people you've never met? Oh, you can't hear us? Dude, I'm gonna...
And
I can hear you now.
Okay, you can hear us? I was gonna say, I don't think you've been on a team before this. How was the experience of going from solo queue to going to a team environment?
Oh, it's so much better. it's actually so much fun. Yeah, this is my first time like ever being on like a competitive team. Like when I was in college, I almost joined the esports like league team, but I just didn't really feel like it, and I had like other stuff I wanted to do. But this is like my first time being in like a much more concentrated esports team, because I played sports growing up and everything, but I really like video games, and it's been really nice like kind of getting like to know everybody on the team. Like we all like do like Deadlock and like mostly just play Deadlock with each other, but like we joke around with each other a lot, and like the team camaraderie I think is like pretty good, even though like we're all in very different places in life, you know. Like I think Zero said that like he has a kid. I just graduated college. Banshee is in college, you know, so it's like we're all like in very different stages in life. But it was super fun to like just be able to kind of like just use Deadlock as like a source for all of us to just kind of play, which I think is great about video games. And I think that aspect of like the team aspect is super cool, because you don't see that in solo queue. You see this guy playing like Lady Geist and inting even though he's 40, you know, or something like that. But like you don't get to like actually talk with him and see like how much he likes his kid, you know, and stuff like that. So
yeah, for sure. Yeah, makes sense. I did have another question, which was, you guys, as far as like a team goes, what would you say like Did you guys scrim a lot? I actually don't know like how much you guys like practiced. Like, were you guys like scrimming every day? What was like practice schedule kind of like for you guys?
No, our schedules did not line up very well, I would say. I think it was Manji, was like saying that like one team scrimmed like 25 times or something, and I think we scrimmed.
Yeah, Compy Crayons did.
Like below 10, I want to say like 6 or 7 times. And 2 of those, I think, were with a sub. Shout out to Laquan James. He was our sub. Really appreciate him as well. But yeah, I think we scrimmed 6 or 7 times, I think. I'm not like confident in that, but
Yeah. No, but that answers it. So you guys were scrimming like probably every 2 to 3 days ish.
yeah.
If that. Yeah. Makes sense. Any questions you want to ask, Admiral?
None that actually really come into mind at the moment but actually, now that I think about it right now, when you guys of Banshee not sticking to the was it Banshee? Who was the one that got swapped out for the Yamato?
It was Sojo.
That was Sojo.
When you guys picked for the Vindicta, was that just kind of like a little bit of a pocket pick for Sojo, or were you guys kind of like anticipating the ban?
No, we anticipated the ban, for sure, like, especially after his performance in Game 1 and everything like that, like, we kind of assumed they would ban it. Yeah, Sojo, we kind of stuck on, he's really good at Yamato, so we wanted him to be on that, obviously. If not, we'd then put him on 7, then they obviously banned Yamato, picked 7, and then we were like, okay, what else do you got? And then he was just like, I mean, I have a lot of games on Vindicta, and then he went like 14-0. So, wish he had said it a little bit sooner, if I'm being completely honest. But I mean, who cares? We won, you know. So it's like, we Shad was playing the Vindicta for the most part because most of the time we were able to get him 7 or Yamato, which is just like a battle for him and his skill set, and like what we want from him from the team, kind of. And then this game, that was banned out, and so we just kind of were like, I mean, we can just give it a shot, why not? And it very much worked out.
Hey, it worked out really good in you guys' favor. That Vindicta was nasty.
Yeah. I guess the last thing, not a question, but we're gonna probably take it to the bracket and then outro after this. So if you have any shout outs, anything you'd like to say, Narwhal, the floor is yours. Feel free to shout out anything, anyone, whatever you want to say, go for it.
Just shout out to the team, honestly. Like, everybody on the team is super, super fun to play with. I hope I talked somewhat, like, a little bit about everybody. Like, Banshee is great, Aslan is great, Shad is great, Sojo is great. Zero is great. I was trying to remember everybody's name off the top of my head. But then, yeah, just shout out to them. Shout out to you guys, like, for making this happen. Like, for all, like, I know I speak on behalf of, like, 1, everybody watching, and then 2, like almost everybody like who's playing in the tournaments. Like, the fact that I was able, because like I want to play like competitively, like in some type of aspect, and this kind of like was able to do that for me, which is awesome. I don't know if I'll be able to get to like the level that you play at, you know, like Deadlock Fight Night and stuff like that. But it's so fun to just like be able to do it, like at least in some way. So I just wanted to say thank you for hosting it, and obviously all the people who have helped you. Like, this is awesome. I know, like, I hope you keep doing it, because like I am watching it.
No intentions of stopping. No intentions of stopping, and there's gonna be the league, so you guys, we hope to see you guys in the league. Of course, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Not gonna put any pressure on you right now on stream. We'll talk about to all the teams, and anybody that wants to join the league will be welcome. Anyway, that's it for the interview. Thank you so much for joining us, Narwhal. We are gonna wrap off. We're gonna wrap up the stream here with a couple closing thoughts. We're hearing about an interview with Goon Squad. I mean, I'm not entirely against the idea, but I feel like it's prolonging. I guess we can give them the floor. Sure. Okay, we were gonna wrap off, but hey, Goon Squad also wanted an interview, and hey, they got second place, so never mind. I guess we're gonna get a person with them potentially. We'll try to make this one quick for the most part, because at this point it is getting pretty late for everybody, obviously. So,
Kind of curious to see what time it is for our production side, because I know some of them are based in Europe
it's probably
right
like
now.
5 a.m. for Kashi right now. Yeah, it's 5 a.m. Yeah.
Goodness gracious. But hey, thanks again to
yeah,
our production
so-
again. Kashi holding down the fort, Kashi. Thank you.
Yeah, everybody. Okay, so we got Septune in for the interview. We're gonna set that up. Hopefully, and Weister. No, we're only getting one person. No, we're getting Septune. Only Septune, one person. Sorry, I'm making some executive decisions in the behind the scenes here. I get that all the players, you know, they want to participate in the stream, they want to participate in the experience, and it's really cool to be on stream. But I'm trying to be as considerate as possible to everybody involved and just not take too much time as well, right? Because it's easy to be a yes man and to be like, yeah, we'll do this, but at the same time, young Tizzy apparently. Okay, what the fuck? Okay.
Keeps changing.
All right, so
out
young
to
Tizzy's
episode.
gonna be the one we're interviewing. Yeah. All right. So. Someone's still asking where you are that the sun, sorry, not where you are, but where Narwhal was that the sun is still out. He's in Oregon. I give up. Speech, 0.
The conversation status.
Yeah. I have no conversation left in me, so you know, I guess we can just. I'm just gonna look at some stats while we wait for this interview to be ready. Of just the final breakup of the stats here that I'm going to look on my side. So looking at the Oracle Phantom bracket, McGinnis actually ends up with the highest win rate, by the way, in both brackets. Emissary Archon, it's not even close, by the way. It's like legit. In Emissary Archon, you guys can't see that on stream, but it's a 92% win rate for McGinnis. So that's kind of insane. But anyway, after that, Oracle Phantom, my cat is like climbing on my computer and causing mayhem anyway. Yamato and Viscus above 70% win rate. Everything is going wrong. Hayes 60% win rate. At the top of the leaderboards, of course, the players that won are going to be there, but still you can see Brookwine highest damage per minute despite getting eliminated, right? And we can see Ali in the CCU later team as well getting the second score of highest damage per minute. So a lot of individual players that are very talented having very high impact in these games, as the top 4 highest damage per minute players are from teams that were eliminated. So that's a bit of an interesting stat. And the highest souls per minute is from Swift, from Twin Omen. But I think that the interview is getting ready-ish. One sec. Yeah, we're still working on it. So let's talk about, I don't know, life. Do you have any passions, Admiral?
Besides esports production, I really don't do anything else.
Fuck, man. You're really not giving me that much to work with. You like Pokemon cards? I don't know.
I actually convincing enough. You want to talk about cards? I collect Magic the Gathering in the back. It's outing me in the back there, but it's still for that same purpose of everything else.
Yeah, Magic the Gathering. I mean, that's cool. I've never done anything with Magic the Gathering. All I know is that there was like the One Ring card or something that was worth like $1 million.
Yeah, the one that Post Malone ended up buying, the One of One Rings. Essentially, it's like worth like 2.3 mil. I think that's how much you bought it for.
Oh, my bad. It wasn't 1 mil. I guess it was 2.3 mil. Yeah, I guess that's pretty crazy. That's a lot of money for sure for Magic the Gathering. But do you like play it or do you just like collect it?
No, I actually play it. I play a format called Commander.
Okay.
It's just like the more casual format of the game. I play it with a bunch of friends, so that's like typically the way I do it. Funny enough, I got into it because of college.
Oh, really? Is it true what they say about the card tournaments where it's like not very hygienic? Is that true, or is that
yes? That is completely true. That is completely
true. Okay.
I mean, not to out people for it, but however, I have walked in on tournaments before where I go to card shops just to pick up something, and it is the mustiest place I've been in a while.
That's not good. That's really not good. I mean, they gotta get their stuff together. Yo, any MTG players, if you're watching right now, you gotta get your act together, because I mean, you can't be going to a tournament and be smelly. That's not good. Now, if there's a deadlock land, when there's a deadlock land, right? I need you guys to be on your best behavior when it comes to hygiene, right? I will be more than happy to meet any fans, but if you are not hygienic, I will be sad. And you don't want me to be sad, do you? Someone asked what kind of deck you run.
A lot of them actually. Right now, the one that I'm currently playing the most is, oh god, I'm drawing a blank. I'm playing Cloud right now just because the pre-con is just really fun. But the one that I typically run is I'll run I'm drawing a blank on her name. It's the whole madness. If someone in the chat could go ahead and figure out what that one is, it's the commander that's Rakdos. That every time you discard a card, you untap it for its madness cost. So it's that one. That's the one I typically run. So if anyone can remember it, I'm drawing a blank on her name right now. I recently got the Secret Lair artwork for that. So if you want to out me even more, there it is.
Yeah, I mean, that's cool. Those words mostly meant nothing to me, but at the end of the day, I understand kind of the basics, I guess, of MTG. Not really. Let me think. All right, so I'm moving on to the next topic until we're ready. So what's the game you have the most playtime in your life?
Actually, it's Deadlock now. It is actually Deadlock. Before it was
What?
Overwatch.
No. How many hours do you have in Deadlock?
I'm 1,080 right now for
Okay,
Deadlock.
what?
Yeah.
You don't have a single game. You have more than 1,000.
I mean, like, I have 1,000 games in the game, but it's like, for the most part, like, I'll just sit in training and just like make builds and test things out and just like mess around with that. But for the most part, though, I mean, before that, it was Overwatch. Overwatch was the thing that I played the most out of, but I stayed away from that when the GOATS meta showed up.
Same. I mean, for me, it's you know, if you want to know, for me on my side, I've got let me take a look here at my games. So I've got over 6,500 hours in TF2. So that's a decent amount. Then I've got almost 5,000 hours in Dota. And then I'm actually reaching 3,000 hours in Deadlock. Now, a fair amount of those are AFK, I want to say. But I almost have 3,000 hours. Now, as far as actual hours, I'm going to go ahead and say at least 500 to 600 of those are AFK. And at least 300 of those are coaching. And then at least maybe another 200 would be like recording stuff for different videos that I make. So real playtime, I'm not anywhere close to 3,000 for sure. And then I've got Path of Exile and then Counter-Strike, both at 1,500 hours ish. So I don't know. I just play all the D-Gen games, I guess.
Are we talking about Path of Exile 2 or Path of Exile 1?
Path of Exile 1. Obviously, I wouldn't have 1,500 hours in Path of Exile 2. That'd be like insane because it's been out for like what, 6 months. Like, yeah. I don't know. To me, I only play the games that I can play. Like, if I can't play a game for more than like 1,000 hours, like just I don't know. If I can't just like grind the shit out of a game, I'm just not interested in the game. So,
I mean, for the sake of being as well, does that mean also as well for like Deadlock? I mean, that's like kind of like, I mean, the whole reason why we're here to begin with.
Yeah. I mean, Deadlock. I feel like I have so many hours in Deadlock, and I've seen so many things. I've watched every tournament. I've been in the scene. I mean, I got in Deadlock. I don't know when you got in, but I got in like May 21st, 2024. So it's been like a year and like 2 months almost. And I've seen a shit ton of stuff, and I still feel like I'm learning every day.
I don't know if you can actually check when I actually started playing the game, but
you can.
How do I do that?
What's your Discord? Wait, you have Admiral. Okay, wait, I'll check for you. So you're just Admiral with underscore. 1 sec. I'll check for you right now. Basically, what you do is you go to the official Discord. So hopefully you joined the Discord when you got in.
Oh, I did not actually. You know what's even funnier? I didn't even know I had
fucked.
access to the Discord until like 3 months ago.
Yeah, no, I checked in the Discord, and unfortunately, you're not there. So, yeah, no, we can't tell for how long you've been in then. You could probably tell, like, maybe on Steam it says when you first played. I don't actually know. Let me see. Let me see if I can... I don't think so, unfortunately. Okay, at this point, is the interview... Oh, all right, the interview is ready, thank God. All right, let's move into it.
Yeah, sorry about that.
What's up, Young Tizzy? How you doing?
What's up, man? I'm doing good. How about you?
All good.
Thanks again for setting all this up. Like, this is awesome. It was a good time.
Glad to hear it.
Yeah.
Obviously, you guys lost, unfortunately, right? But you still got second place. I mean, there was still an insane storyline. You were 12th seed, second place. So how are you feeling?
Pretty good. I mean, like, we honestly, I don't want to say we had low expectations, but we definitely surprised ourselves with our performance. A lot of the, I'll say, constraints that we had as a team, we overcame between going 0-3 in the seeding round and now, for sure. I think the only thing we have to do is just widen our hero pool as a team. There was a couple times where I think we felt really constrained by that, like the Hayes pick. I think in the first game was kind of as a result of having a constraint on our hero pool. And there's a couple other times where that came up. But I think if we widen our hero pool a little bit and just gotta get better at laning together, I think we, number one, could have won that tournament, and you know we'll win future tournaments if we do that for sure.
Awesome to hear. As far as the games against Compy Crayon consumers. Now, we didn't actually see those games, but you went into those games. They were undefeated. They'd never lost a game. They'd been winning a lot of scrims as well. What'd you guys do to beat them 2-0? I mean, I was kind of really surprised, and that was definitely like the biggest upset of the tournament.
Man, they were just free. I don't know. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Well,
no.
I mean,
let's see. I mean, honestly, I'd have to go and like rewatch those games. I got to be honest. Like, my brain is so fried from playing Deadlock literally all day, and as soon as one game was over, like my memory was just wiped. And just looking at matchups for the next game, you're just pulling up the spreadsheet of like, okay, who's playing who should we ban, who should we pick to like stifle a lot of these people in their picks. But if I had to guess off the rip, it would probably be just we were making rotations correctly. We were showing up to fights that we had advantages on. We decided not to show up on fights that we didn't have an advantage on. I will credit you during your coaching sessions about, and I think this is honestly our big. I'll sell it for you real quick. I think our biggest advantage was that we gained from your coaching was when we hear a play called out, even if it's the suboptimal play, like we just stick to it as a team and we just commit either as a team or like there's no sort of like. How do you put it? There's no like wishy-washy, like 3 go, 3 stay sort of deal. We stuck together a lot as a team. We played all of our characters correctly. Execution was great. And I think we just played very clean in that matchup.
That's great to hear. All right, so basically 2 things. First, name an MVP from your team. Like, who's the MVP of the tournament? And you can name yourself if you feel like it's that. You don't need to not name yourself. And then second, I'll give you the floor to shout out people if you want after, because I don't know if you have questions, Admiral, but I'm kind of like, I'm good to wrap up after this.
Yeah, no, thanks for staying on.
I have one comment I want to give to you. Sick hitbox in the back, by the way.
Oh, thanks, bro. Hit me up on Street Fighter if you ever want to get worked.
I am not getting my ass kicked on that. I'm sorry, I'm not doing that.
No.
All right, so team MVP, who is it?
I'm gonna say Man Monkey for the morale boost. Everybody was cheering him on in the chat. It's a big morale boost. I'll definitely say he's also making a lot of the shot calls in the chat. Like his voice sort of penetrates through all of the I guess everybody talking at once. When he speaks, everybody tends to listen, and even if he tends to make the correct calls, but even if he didn't, like everyone listens. And we rotate as a team, we make the plays as a team. So I'll say MVP to Man Monkey, whatever. There's no why, but
yeah. I mean, we'll worry about that later. And last but not least, the floor is yours. Any shout outs you'd like to give, anything you'd like to say, whether it be people anything, feel free. It's all yours.
Yo, shout out to my boy. I'm not going to say his full name, Ryan. Shout out to my boy. He's been spectating, been cheering me on in my Steam DMs. Shout out to my boy, Michael, who is, he's like a brother to me, and they're both shit at the game, but we're working on it.
Okay.
They're both some of my best friends, but shout out them. Shout out my fiance. She's the best. Shout out Deathy for hosting this. Shout out the whole team for supporting and casting and setting all this up. It was honestly super awesome. This is outside of like fighting games. This is my only foray into pro, or I don't want to say pro, but like any sort of organized play. So it was a great introduction to like a team-based, competitive, structured environment. It was a good deal of fun. I really appreciate it, guys.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. Thank you for joining us for this interview tonight.
It was my pleasure.
Wrap up. I've just got a quick, quick closing words. Basically, shout out to everyone involved. Obviously, I'm not going to do a bunch of shout outs because we've kind of already all done that. So, if you're involved in any capacity, thank you. If you're watching, thank you, etc. But a special thank you to our donors to the prize pool who, made the players get money from this, essentially. So, Tough Pat donated $500 US. Lush donated 400. Jimmer donated 300. Dalt donated 200, and then Fatal/Brutal Car Crash Compilation donated 500. And he had a special request. First of all, he asked me to use that name, and second of all, he asked me to give a quick shout out to his friend James Martin, full name and everything. He said he doesn't like being shouted out. Sorry, James, had to do it to you. Anyway, that's it for the shout outs for me. Anything you want to say, Admiral? And then we'll go to the bracket credits, and then end
I
it
just,
from there.
again, I want to thank everyone in the production. You guys have been doing great. And then I want to thank everyone who tuned in to watch. This has been a great event.
It has indeed. That's it from us, folks. Thank you so much for tuning in. We're going to roll the bracket credits, etc. And yeah, we hope to catch you next time that we're hosting stuff. It's going to be soon. There's going to be playoffs coming up soon. But anyway, we'll get into that another day. Thank you so much.